With a sense of regret, Yi Hao, who just finished reading the Deathweaver novel, unexpectedly finds himself transported to this world and gains a life simulator. Simulate life. Please choose a simulation target. Yi Hao, do I even need to think? Simulation successful. You have successfully simulated. You awakened your martial soul at 6 years old. Sorry, wrong person. Yi Hao. The simulator suddenly ran away, and Yi Hao looked at the strange, yet familiar world before him, momentarily lost in confusion. One day, when Yi Hao released his dual martial souls, everyone, what is your relationship with her? Bibi Dong. Chapter 1. The system runs away, leaving me in a dark, cold, and damp alley. A frail figure appears inconspicuous in the city. This is the Deathweaver continent, Fastno province, Nodding City. Shrinking, head shrinking, body shrinking, everything is shrinking. Yi Hao, dressed in tattered clothes, felt his body shrinking at a visible speed. This may seem beyond reason, but it is indeed happening to Yi Hao. Yi Hao, 18 years old, male, a promising young man of the 21st century, a future pillar. Just after finishing the Deathweaver novel and feeling regret over the destruction of the Martial Soul Hall, he suddenly finds himself here. That's right, the novice village, Nodding City. Where am I? Confused, Yi Hao opened his eyes to see a long, narrow alley filled with various foul smells. Dressed in ragged clothes and completely unaware of what had happened, Yi Hao was lost in confusion at that moment. Ding, the life simulation system is at your service. Yi Hao's eyes lit up as he heard the voice in his mind. As someone who had lived a sedentary life, he naturally understood that this was a typical trope in novels. Walking down the alley, Yi Hao looked up at the blue sky. Perhaps I really have crossed over. Noticing things were smaller, Yi Hao's pupils constricted as he leaned over a small puddle, staring intently at the small figure reflected in the water. Black short hair, big eyes, a small face that looked fragile yet covered in ashes, along with his tattered clothes. This was a true depiction of a little beggar. Is this me? Yi Hao wondered, reaching out to touch his small body, instinctively feeling cold. After a while, Yi Hao finally accepted the reality of his crossover. But where exactly was this? The life simulator system is at your service. Yi Hao was overjoyed. The system. Daddy is here. Where is this? Deathweaver continent, Nodding City. The system replied indifferently. Deathweaver continent, Nodding City. It really came true. Yi Hao had just finished reading the Deathweaver novel, and then he crossed over, which was something the novel didn't even write about. What time is it now? Who is the current pope of the Martial Soul Hall? Yi Hao's heart raced. He was afraid of missing the best golden opportunity. It is well known that there is not just one traveler in this continent, but another person who does not belong to this world. The Pope of the Martial Soul Hall is Bibi Dong. The system continued to answer. Hearing this, Yi Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at himself, he was clearly 6 years old. On the Deathweaver continent, martial souls are paramount, which would be weapons, soul beasts, or tools for eating. Everything from the huge soul beasts to the surrounding objects could potentially be his martial soul. As a member of the travelers, Yi Hao was pondering what his martial soul would be. System, what are your functions? Yi Hao asked. Simulation. The system replied. Simulation? Who can I simulate? Anyone? Yi Hao asked again. Yes, your body has been adjusted by me, and you are now only 6 years old, which is the best age to awaken your martial soul. Considering your special identity, you have one opportunity to choose a simulation target, which can be a person or soul beast. Please make your choice. Anyone can be simulated. In other words, Yi Hao could freely choose and simulate a person's martial soul and everything else, awakening that person's martial soul. The Deathweaver continent is a colorful world with many strong individuals and different martial souls. The first weapon martial soul, the Heir hammer, the six-winged angel of the Martial Soul Hall, the first beast martial soul. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, the first auxiliary martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile. The above are the most representative martial souls of the Deathweaver continent. Considering that these martial souls all have representative figures, Yi Hao didn't think twice before passing them. The reason is simple. The Heir hammer can only be possessed by disciples of the Heir sect, and it is passed down through generations. Except for the one who was expelled from the sect early on, there are hardly any disciples of the Heir sect on the continent. Since that incident, the Heir sect has closed its gates. If someone with the Heir hammer martial soul were to appear now, it would surely attract a lot of attention. The second, the six-winged angel, as a representative of the Martial Soul Hall, has an innate full soul power of 20 levels upon awakening, which can be said to be winning at the starting line. Even so, Yi Hao wouldn't choose it. Come on, He has already crossed over. Why not choose a dual martial soul to have some fun? The third, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, was not appealing. As for the 7 treasure, glazed tile, who plays support these days? Not even a dog would. You have 30 seconds left to make your choice. If you exceed the time, the system will randomly match for you. 30, 29, 28. After much thought, Yihao ultimately chose. Give me a dozen Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, a chew. The reason Yihao chose Bibi Dong is also justified. First, before crossing over, Yihao just finished reading Dua Continent and felt regret for Bibi Dong for what her master did. The misunderstandings from outsiders, and even her biological daughter only calling her mom at the moment of her death, which was the first and last time in her life. Secondly, Yihao felt that this continent was very cruel, with nobles above everything, and commoners had almost no opportunities to rise. Perhaps it was the existence of the Martial Soul Hall that hindered their way. Thirdly, he simply couldn't stand certain things and people. Since he was here, he might as well make up for some regrets. That wasn't too much to ask. Ding! Simulating life. Selecting Bibi Dong. Selection completed. You have obtained the Death Spider Emperor and Soul Devouring Spider Emperor Martial Souls. Status: not yet awakened. Please proceed to the nearest Martial Soul branch to conduct the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. In an instant, Yihao felt a shiver run through his body. Ding! 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 Is the wrong person pulled? Sorry, the system encountered an error temporarily. Please forgive the previous inconveniences, and I wish you a pleasant journey. The previous rewards will count as the system's compensation for you. I wish you to become a title Doloa soon. Goodbye, dear. Yihao! System. System? System, it's over. The system ran away, leaving him all alone and uncared for. Yihao sat down on the ground, regardless of how dirty it was, and after a moment of silence, he sighed with melancholy. What should he do now? Strength is the hard truth on the Doluo continent, and soul masters are undoubtedly the noblest profession. Now, under the first system's operation, Yihao already possesses the Death Spider Emperor and Soul Devouring Spider Emperor Martial Souls, which have not yet been awakened. Currently, Yihao plans to head to the Notting City Martial Soul branch for the Martial Soul Awakening. With these 2 invincible martial souls, Yihao couldn't believe it without the help of the system. He couldn't create his own legend in the Doluo continent. Chapter 2. I come from the Earth Village in Doluo continent. The Wuhuan Temple can be seen almost everywhere, and Notting City is no exception. The urgent task now is to head to the Wuhuan branch in Notting City for the Wuhuan Awakening ceremony. Under the operation of the previous system, this body has reached the best age for awakening Wuhuan, which is 6 years old. Yihao walked out of the dark and cold alley. The scorching sunlight above made him squint. In this Wuhuan continent, Yihao's appearance did not cause any stir. Passers-by merely glanced at him and continued on their way. Yihao did not think too much about it. Looking at the differences in the city compared to his previous life, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. In front of the Wuhuan branch, after various inquiries, Yihao finally arrived here. What came into view was a dome-shaped building with 3 floors. As the lowest-ranking Wuhuan temple, the emblem at the main entrance featured only a long sword. Halt! This is the Wuhuan temple. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. 2 guards stopped Yihao at their sudden visit. Dressed in ragged clothes, he looked like a beggar. Uncle, hello, my name is Yihao, and I'm here to awaken my Wuhuan. Yihao put on a pitiful expression and spoke to the 2 guards. The guards were slightly taken aback, their eyes meeting. Where are your parents? They died. Recently, wolf bandits attacked our village, and I am the only one who survived. I stumbled my way here to Notting City. The anger flickered in the guard's eyes. Wolf bandits are the result of humans and the Gale Demon Wolf, and for such creatures, only powerful soul masters can handle them. For an ordinary person like Yihao, who had not yet awakened his Wuhuan, it was akin to being a walking target. At once, one of the guards led Yihao into the Wuhuan branch. The hall was luxurious and grand. Even though Notting City was not well positioned, the Wuhuan branch, despite being the lowest level of Wuhuan temple, had everything it should have. There were not many people inside the branch. Only a few cleaners were present. And upon seeing Yihao and the guard enter, they continued to mind their own business without any change in expression. I'm exhausted. A young man in his 20s stumbled in with a backpack. He wore a white shirt and a black cloak, and sweat was dripping from his forehead as he approached Yihao, panting. Master Su, you're back? The guard stepped forward to take off Master Su's backpack and smiled apologetically. Master Su nodded and looked at Yihao, who was dressed in tattered clothes. Where did this child come from? Master Su asked. Hello, Master Su. My name is Yi Hao, and I'm here to awaken my Wuhuan, Yi Hao replied. Master Su scratched his head, confused. That's strange. I've traveled through many villages during this time. How did I miss you? Which village are you from? Master Su, this child is very pitiful. His village was slaughtered by wolf bandits, leaving him all alone, the guard said. Hearing this, Master Su looked at Yi Hao with pity and sighed deeply. Forget it. One more won't make a difference. You said your name is Yi Hao, right? Come with me. Yi Hao secretly gave the guard a thumbs up, thanking him for his timely help. Following Master Su to a slightly larger room, there were two people inside, one old and one young. The old man sat at a desk, dressed in neat Wuhan Temple Soul Master clothing, while the young woman stood respectfully in front of him, as if reporting. This time, there are two people with innate soul power level 5, and several with innate soul power levels 2 and 3. The rest have no soul power. The young woman spoke weakly. In recent years, there haven't been many good seedlings, though the awakened Wuhuan are all peculiar. The impressions I've gathered from the villages I've visited have been significant. The old man sighed. Thank you for your hard work, CC. I wonder how Yun Tao is doing? Suddenly, the door opened, and Master Su and Yi Hao walked in. Yun Tao, why are you still so reckless? Soul Masters need to focus on self-cultivation. You need to be more composed. Don't you know the basic courtesy of knocking before entering? The old man looked at Master Su with mild anger. Yun Tao, Master Su? Yi Hao was taken aback. Could it be? The legendary Su Yun Tao, who awakened the Wuhuan of the sea god, Brother Tao. Master Ma Xiao Nuo, please stop rambling. This child is here to awaken his Wuhuan, and we need to use your space. Master Su complained as he casually took out a crystal ball and 6 gray round stones from his backpack, arranging them in a hexagram formation. During this trip to Holy Soul Village, I encountered a child with full innate soul power. Full innate soul power. Master Ma Xiao Nuo and CC were both shocked. There aren't many children with full innate soul power. Soul Masters with full innate soul power will awaken their own Wuhuan at 6 years old, and exceptional talents will obtain full innate soul power, which means an absolute genius. Where's that child? It can't be this one, can it? Master Ma Xiao Nuo asked eagerly. Yi Hao was stunned. Why did he suddenly become the center of attention? Master Su rolled his eyes at Master Ma Xiao Nuo and said impatiently, Unfortunately, that child's Wuhuan is blue silvergrass. For common Wuhuan, like blue silvergrass. Even if they become soul masters in the future, their starting point probably won't be very high. Master Ma Xiao Nuo's expression became desolate. Blue silvergrass? How can it be blue silvergrass? Full innate soul power? This is impossible. CC beside him also felt regretful. It's rare to come across someone with full innate soul power, and the result is still blue silvergrass, a waste Wuhuan. Their future achievements are bound to be limited. Blue silvergrass? Full innate soul power? Yi Hao pondered, estimating it was him. Tang San, the first transmigrator in Deluo continent, had both Blue Silver Emperor and Haotian Hammer as his Wuhuan, and also had twin Wuhuan. But the Blue Silver Emperor had not yet awakened. All right, child, you stand here, Master Su said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Finally ready with the items needed for the Wuhuan awakening ceremony. Yi Hao understood and stepped into the center area where the 6 stones were located. Although he already knew what his Wuhuan was, experiencing the awakening of Wuhuan firsthand made him feel excited. The Wuhuan awakening ceremony was about to begin, and Master Ma Xiao Nuo and CC began to focus their attention on Yi Hao, hoping he would bring them a different surprise. Meanwhile, at the city gate of Nodding City, an unremarkable carriage slowly entered the city. Chapter 3 Death Demon Spider, Spider King? The Wuhuan awakening ceremony officially commenced. With a heart full of anxiety and unease, Yi Hao stood in the center area of the 6 stones. The hexagonal stones emitted golden light, and soon the golden light entered Yi Hao's body. For some reason, it felt as if something was about to emerge from within him, and he found himself enveloped in a warm current. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped slightly, and Master Su, CC, and Master Ma Xiao Nuo involuntarily shivered behind Yi Hao. Crack, crack! A sound seemed to emerge, and it had 4 small eyes growing out. Its abdomen transformed into a large spherical shape. From this sphere, 8 thick, long legs sprouted, covered in large tufts of green hair and slimy mucus that was nauseating. A kingly aura surged forward, and a pair of crimson eyes made Su Yuntao feel a chill run down his spine. Unable to contain his composure, he collapsed to the ground and even Matthew nor fell to shiver. In all his years, he had never encountered such a strange martial soul. It looked like it should be of the demonic spider type. Yi Hao was sweating profusely. No wonder it was the Death Spider King, the king of demonic spiders. From Su Yuntao's earlier words, Yi Hao activated his soul power to barely retract the Death Spider King martial soul. Because he could sense that if he delayed for a moment longer, his second martial soul, the soul-eating Spider King, would emerge. Found it! Found it! Matthew nor flipped through the books, pointing to an illustration of the Death Demonic Spider. You are Yi Hao, right? Your martial soul is the Death Demonic Spider. This type of martial soul is very rare on the continent. Throughout history, very few people have awakened it. So far, the current Pope's martial soul is also the Death Spider King. Unfortunately, at this point, Matthew Nor's expression became extremely excited. The Pope of the Martial Soul Hall is such a lofty existence. For the Martial Soul Hall in a remote place like Notting City, the Pope's status in their hearts could be described as divine. Yi Hao was slightly taken aback and took the book from Matthew Nor's hands to look at the illustration of the Death Demonic Spider, shaking his head secretly. No, this isn't right. He then flipped to the next page. This is it, the Death Spider King. Next, Su Yuntao composed himself and held the crystal ball in his hand. Yi Hao understood and placed his hand on it. In an instant, the crystal ball erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Even though it was daytime, the light radiating from the crystal ball was still blinding, even more so than the sun. Innate full soul power. The three exclaimed, "We struck gold. We struck gold. Yintao, Xiaohao, be careful on the way." With the awakening of the Death Spider King martial soul, Yi Hao instantly became a hot commodity, and his status at the Notting City Martial Soul branch rose significantly. For Su Yuntao and the others, Yi Hao's true identity was already confirmed as a down-and-out child. But for Yi Hao, his path as a soul master was just beginning. The Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy was the next place Yi Hao was going to. The Martial Soul branch is affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall, and Matthew nor needed to report this matter up, allowing Yi Hao to enter the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy for a brief period of study. When the strong from the Martial Soul Hall arrive, they would take Yi Hao to where he needed to go. Master Matthew nor had already started to report the situation, a genius with innate full soul power. There were only about a dozen such people in the entire Doha continent, most of whom entered the Martial Soul Hall. If all goes well, they would inevitably be promoted to elders and become a cornerstone of the Martial Soul Hall. It was surprising that a genius with innate full soul power emerged from such a small city as Notting, although there were two. But this one named Tang San, with innate full soul power and blue silvergrass? Matthew nor sat at his desk, looking at all the information regarding Tang San, then shook his head deeply. Blue silvergrass, the standard for a waste martial soul, would not achieve much in the future. As for the big shots of the Martial Soul Hall, there was no need to disturb them. Crack! Master Matthew Nor, someone is looking for you outside. The door was suddenly flung open, and Matthew Nor's heart trembled. At his age, every scare was a loss of lifespan. Got it. Let him wait for me in the side hall. Matthew Nor waved his hand in dissatisfaction. Yintao has really set a good example. These young people nowadays, Sai. Su Yintao urged, hurry up, hurry up. Our academy is not a place for beggars. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is located on the west side of the city. However, at this moment, a guard without any discernment blocked someone's way. From a distance, at the entrance of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, a guard was stopping an elderly man and child. The old man leaned on a cane, hunched over, his face emaciated, and his white beard made him look extremely aged. As for the child, it was unnecessary to say much, right? Indeed, the protagonist was stopped outside the door and not allowed to enter. The reason? It was still the blue silvergrass. As the most representative martial soul of waste martial souls, the guard clearly did not believe that the blue silvergrass could possess innate full soul power. Holy Soul Village? Never heard of it. Must be some impoverished remote place. Facing the guard's mockery, Tang San felt a surge of killing intent rising in his heart, his wrist showing signs of drawing the hidden darts. What you all gathered here for? Su Yuntao, bringing Yi Hao to the entrance of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, coincidentally witnessed this scene. Looking at the frail Tang San before him, he felt as if he had seen this child somewhere before. There had been too many children awakening their martial souls recently. One moment they were familiar, and the next moment they were strangers. You are Master Su Yuntao. Great, really great. I didn't expect to see you here. The old man exclaimed joyfully, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. You are? Su Yintao frowned. Old Jack? It's me, it's me. Old Jack seemed to have grasped hope, instantly straightening his hunched back a bit. Master Su Yintao, I am Tang San. You should remember me, right? Tang San stepped forward, glancing at Yi Hao beside Su Yintao, then smiled at Su Yintao. Yi Hao also looked at Tang San. His appearance was ordinary, with nothing particularly special about him. Perhaps this was a common flaw of protagonists. He looked harmless, but often was deadly. Su Yintao suddenly realized, of course I remember you. Your martial soul was awakened by me personally. It's been a long time. Are you preparing to enroll in the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy? Yes. Old Jack interjected. Master Su Yintao, you must advocate for us. Oh, what happened? Su Yintao inquired. Look, this Soul Master certificate was personally issued by you, right? Su Yintao, somewhat confused, took the Soul Master certificate regarding Tang San from Old Jack's hands, glanced at it briefly, then nodded seriously and said, It was issued by me. Is there a problem? Chapter 4 Master? Then I'll leave. As soon as these words came out, the guard at the school gate felt a chill from head to toe, swallowing hard. Now it was bad. He had kicked a steel plate. So cold. After Su Yintao understood the backstory, he frowned and stepped forward, hands behind his back, striking a pose of an authority figure. Are you questioning the authority of the Martial Soul Hall? Su Yintao said with righteous indignation. The authority of the Martial Soul Hall must not be desecrated. And the other party was so brazen to say many unpleasant things. If it were usual, he might have acted already, but this was the academy after all, and acting rashly would damage the image of the Martial Soul Hall. Immediately, the guard was so frightened that he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head and shouting, I was wrong. Master, please spare me. You don't need to come to the academy anymore. I will speak to the academy leaders. Su Yintao waved his hand. He was in a good mood today and didn't want to fuss too much. Upon knowing his life was spared, the guard was extremely grateful, immediately turning and running out the door, his speed leaving others in the dust. All right, Old Jack, the matter has been resolved. What comes next is not something we can manage. Old Jack smiled. Thank you, Master Su Yintao. If it weren't for you, it would be uncertain whether little San could enroll today. No need to thank me. Su Yintao gently shook his head, then took out Yi Hao's martial soul certificate from his bosom and handed it to Yi Hao, advising, This is your martial soul certificate. From now on, you are a student of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. When you obtain your soul ring later, don't forget to return to the Martial Soul Branch Hall for a martial soul evaluation. By the way, there's something you need to consider. After explaining all this, Su Yintao also mentioned that Matthew had submitted Yi Hao's information, and he believed that someone from above would come soon. Yi Hao! Little did he know, at this moment, with innate full soul power and a martial soul of blue silvergrass, which is quite common, those people would probably be too lazy to come down. Blue silvergrass? A useless martial soul. Is there something wrong? As for the matter that Su Yintao mentioned, it was an invitation for Yi Hao to join the Martial Soul Hall. Although Yi Hao had not completely expressed his attitude yet, based on Matthew's tone in the letter, it seemed very likely. Nodding City is a small town, and its Martial Soul Hall is the smallest branch. Yi Hao is indeed a genius, but there are bound to be dangers on the way to the Martial Soul Main Hall. The only option is to report Yi Hao's information, and then a strong person sent from above will take Yi Hao away. After explaining everything, Su Yintao left. Old Jack, who had said goodbye to Tang San, also left. Although Nodding City is small, it is still more comfortable for Old Jack, the village chief, to live in the village. After saying goodbye to Old Jack, Tang San looked at Yi Hao, took the initiative to step forward and extended his hand, saying, Hello, my name is Tang San. I am 6 years old. From Holy Soul Village. My martial soul is blue silvergrass, and I have not yet obtained a soul ring, so I am not considered a soul master. The protagonist is taking the initiative to talk to me? Interesting. Yi Hao smiled slightly. My name is Yi Hao. I am the same age as you, 6 years old. I am an orphan, and I am the only one left in the village. My martial soul is the Death Spider. Death Spider? Tang San was puzzled. At this moment, Tang San was just a novice who had just left the beginner village and did not know much about martial souls. I heard from Uncle Su Yintao that you also have innate full soul power? Tang San was slightly taken aback. Could it be that you are too? Yi Hao smiled faintly and nodded, then picked up his backpack and walked towards the academy. Tang San was surprised for a moment. In his memory, innate full soul power should be rare. So why? Wait for me. Tang San hurriedly caught up and walked alongside Yi Hao. At that moment, a medium-built, somewhat thin man, around 30 or 40 years old, dressed in a gloomy black outfit, with an ordinary appearance, dead fish eyes without any fluctuations, and short black hair like steel needles, happened to pass by Tang San and Yi Hao. They brushed past each other, and when the man reached the school gate and looked at the empty entrance, he was puzzled. Where is everyone? Should I leave? He recalled seeing the two earlier and thought, not good. Immediately, the man turned around and ran towards the academic affairs office. He had overheard that a new student had just awakened their martial soul, had innate full soul power, and their martial soul was blue silvergrass. As everyone knows, blue silvergrass is the standard representative of a useless martial soul. The man firmly believed that the child must have an unspeakable secret. Perhaps he had another martial soul. At the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy's academic affairs office, Yi Hao and Tang San arrived and submitted their martial soul certificates. Tang San came from a poor family, and although Yi Hao had support from the Martial Soul Hall, he had not yet joined the Martial Soul Hall, so he was not considered part of it. Su Yuntao personally brought him here, which was already a great help. The Academic Affairs Office, a place specifically for receiving new students, currently had 3 teachers sitting there, 2 young ones and 1 old. The teachers were sitting at their desks, looking at the Martial Soul certificates in their hands. One of the teachers rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked back and forth at Yi Hao and Tang San multiple times. You two really have innate full soul power? The teacher holding their martial soul certificates couldn't believe it. Are you kidding? 2 boys with innate full soul power have come to our academy. Although the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is considered a Junior Soul Master Academy, its scale is among the smallest of all Junior Soul Master Academies. It is a small temple that cannot accommodate such big Buddhas. Tang San nodded, while Yi Hao rolled his eyes, thinking, looking down on us? Blue silver grass? Innate full soul power? Ha ha! One of the teachers laughed heartily. Did the Martial Soul Hall make a mistake? How could blue silver grass possibly have innate full soul power? Hearing this, Tang San's expression gradually darkened. He clenched his teeth for a moment, then relaxed his tightly clenched left hand. But this one, you are Yi Hao, right? Another teacher picked up Yi Hao's Soul Master Certificate, examining him closely and nodding to himself. Your martial soul is the Death Spider, which is also a rare existence among beast martial souls, and you have innate full soul power. How about this? Would you like to be my disciple? I can teach you about martial soul knowledge and also take you to hunt for soul rings. What do you think? Forget it. I appreciate your kindness. Yi Hao decisively rejected him without thinking. A toad wanting to eat swan meat, that's too much. He knew his own worth. How could he let someone less capable teach him? Since that's the case, let me be your teacher then. Just as he finished speaking, the man who had brushed past earlier walked in, his stiff face showing an ugly smile. Yi Hao thought, it can't be that guy, right? Chapter 5. To worship you? Ridiculous. Master, why are you here? The old teacher, who had been sitting, slowly stood up, smiling at the approaching master. Director Su, I heard that the academy has 2 students with innate full soul power, so I couldn't help but come and take a look. You 2 are the new students, right? The master bent down, his face showing an awkward smile that was worse than crying. At this moment, Yi Hao's mind was in turmoil. He knew it was this guy, but picking ripe fruit like this was too easy. Tang San was puzzled, scratching his head curiously as he looked at the suddenly appearing master, wondering if this master could really teach him. After completing the enrollment procedures, Yi Hao and Tang San walked out, with the master following closely behind. Not long after the master left, a few complaining words suddenly spread from the Academic Affairs Office. A soul master at level 29 still dares to hope to take 2 students with innate full soul power as his disciples. Truly reckless. It was said that the master had been stuck at level 29 for over a decade and still couldn't break through. According to reliable information, the master's martial soul was mutated, and he had just awakened with innate half-level soul power. The 2 spoke back and forth, their words hitting the master's soft spot. The director Su, who had been sitting quietly, finally couldn't help but cough enough. Although the master may not be powerful, he is knowledgeable in certain areas. You can leave now. Bring the bedding for those 2 children. Remember, do not think of any of them, and do not mention taking them as disciples again. How could a soul master with innate full soul power be simple? After leaving the Academic Affairs Office, the master took Tang San and Yi Hao to a secluded place. Looking at the master's lewd smile, Yi Hao couldn't help but shiver. It was obvious he had bad intentions. Worship you? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for all traversers? The master put away his flower-like smile, returning to his previous stiff expression. He first took out Tang San's Soul Master Certificate, looking at the words blue silver grass and innate full soul power marked on it. The appearance of these two words almost broke the master, and the curve of his mouth had already betrayed him. The master coughed lightly, pretending to be indifferent. You're Tang San, right? Following this, the master deliberately glanced at Yi Hao, quietly observing Tang San, and softly said, if I'm not mistaken, you should have 2 martial souls. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression suddenly froze, his previously relaxed brows now furrowed. The attentive Yi Hao noticed that Tang San's fingertips began to turn pale. It seemed the master had already started his recruitment efforts. Yi Hao remained calm, as Tang San was destined to be the master's disciple, and he had no intention of becoming the master's student. Most importantly, Yi Hao didn't have much fondness for the master. He simply sat on the trunk of a withered tree, watching the master whispering to Tang San, and couldn't help but find it amusing at that moment. He resembled a mischievous uncle with candy. Having dual martial souls is a rare gift on this continent. Besides the Pope, who is a dual martial soul, Tang San is one, and Yi Hao is another. If this were to spread, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Therefore, the master sought Tang San out for a private conversation, and Yi Hao naturally understood and left. Although this action seemed small in the master's eyes, this child was certainly not ordinary. Furthermore, Tang San's identity was also a secret, and he needed to be careful to avoid attracting deadly trouble. However, Yi Hao was not a good-natured person either. The reason he claimed to have the Death Magic Spider Martial Soul was because he had his own plans. Think about it. During the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony at the Martial Soul branch, his Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul was mistaken by Matthew as the Death Magic Spider Martial Soul. Although there are only 2 words of difference between the Death Magic Spider and the Death Spider Emperor, the gap between them is vast. Matthew had also mentioned that the only person with the Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul in the current era is the Pope, and moreover, the Pope is also a dual martial soul, just like Yi Hao, with the Death Spider Emperor and Soul Eater Spider Emperor being the Imperial Martial Souls among insect-type martial souls. The female Pope is a clear example, and Yi Hao was well aware of this. The inheritance of martial souls comes from the stronger parent, with both the Death Spider Emperor and Soul Eater Spider Emperor martial souls. Just like the female Pope, Yi Hao would inevitably raise suspicions among many. Bibi Dong, when did I get an illegitimate child? Why wasn't I aware? Qianren Shua, I unexpectedly have a younger brother. Yi Hao rolled his eyes at Tang San, who was attentively listening to the master's guidance, and secretly shook his head. Thus, this was also the reason why the life simulator system descended, and Yi Hao chose to simulate Bibi Dong with the Death Spider Emperor and Soul Eater Spider Emperor martial souls. It would be utterly impossible for Yi Hao to distance himself from Bibi Dong. Having made up his mind, Yi Hao shifted his gaze back to the master and Tang San. Suddenly, Tang San knelt down, which truly embarrassed the master, who, while secretly pleased, began to contemplate the next steps of proving himself. He needed a key person to validate his viewpoint, and Tang San was undoubtedly the best choice. The master, taken aback, quickly helped Tang San up and said with a smile, "Silly child, there's no need to kneel to become a disciple. Kneeling is a great courtesy reserved for kings and parents. Once a teacher, always a father," Tang San declared firmly. After a series of brainwashing by the master, Tang San was wholeheartedly convinced that just based on a piece of proof, he could see that he was a dual martial soul. This person before him could truly be his teacher. The master was delighted and repeatedly said 3 good words, his mouth stretching into a grin. Soon after settling Tang San, the master's gaze shifted to Yi Hao. You were the second one with innate full soul power? However, when the master looked at the Soul Master Certificate in Yi Hao's hand, he was momentarily stunned. Death Magic Spider Martial Soul, innate full soul power? That shouldn't be. Instantly, a flurry of questions swirled in the master's mind. The Death Magic Spider is considered a top-tier existence among beast martial souls. Even if Yi Hao's martial soul is the Death Magic Spider, the chances of achieving innate full soul power are very slim. In today's Soul Master world, there are only a handful of innate full soul power soul masters. Besides Tang San and Yi Hao, the master had researched the others one by one. For example, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul is indeed the top beast martial soul. Yet, No current disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has awakened the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul with innate full soul power, at most. They have innate level 8 or 7 soul power. Yet, Yi Hao's death magic spider martial soul suddenly left the master in deep thought. Unless he also... Impossible. Impossible. A person can't hang themselves on a crooked tree. Today must be the master's lucky day. Encountering 2 dual martial souls. It was clear the master didn't believe it. The master said, "Your name is Yi Hao, right? Can I see your martial soul?" Yi Hao is skeptical. What scheme is this old fox up to? With a mix of belief and doubt, Yi Hao cautiously released his Death Spider Emperor martial soul, and in an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped slightly. With the phantom of the Death Spider Emperor appearing behind Yi Hao, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, clearly feeling the power of the other party's martial soul. Then, he looked at his own left hand, and for a moment, he fell into confusion. Is my blue silvergrass really a waste martial soul? Then why do I have innate full soul power? And what about the hammer in my left hand? Tang San's reaction was not the strongest. Instead, it was the master, whose mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. The master, for some reason, became extremely excited. Looking at the Death Spider Emperor behind Yi Hao, he inadvertently thought of someone. Is it her? Perhaps. Death Spider Emperor. This is the Death Spider Emperor martial soul. Were those people in the Nodding City martial soul branch blind? How could they mistake the Death Spider Emperor martial soul for the Death Magic Spider? Now, everything made sense. Yi Hao's martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, and having innate full soul power was not an exaggeration. He must be extraordinarily lucky. Death Spider Emperor, Death Spider Emperor. Unintentionally, the master thought of her again. It had been over 20 years, and he still couldn't forget her. Perhaps, if she knew that this child had the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, she would be very happy. After all, there are countless types of martial souls on the continent. But the same martial soul is a direct lineage. Wait, a direct lineage? The master realized something was off and quickly asked, "Yi Hao, who are your parents?" Yi Hao, what does this master want to know about my parents at a time like this? However, recalling the relationship this master once had with the female pope, Yi Hao thought of something. The master had confused him with that female pope. It was no wonder. As the saying goes, seeing an object reminds one of a person. Yi Hao retracted his Death Spider Emperor martial soul and looked at the master, who was eagerly awaiting an answer. Especially after seeing Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor martial soul, the master was momentarily stunned. Even Tang Sen couldn't help but be surprised. This was quite interesting. The master examined closely, and it was strikingly similar. Whether in martial soul, aura, or even the words just spoken, it was almost identical to hers. Little did they know, all of this was the work of the previous system, having simulated the female pope's martial soul. It was not surprising that Yi Hao had a trace of her aura. If you compare the female pope and Yi Hao, the two were almost carved from the same mold, easily leading others to misunderstand them as biological relatives. Sometimes such misunderstandings can be quite beneficial. After all, in the continent, who hasn't suffered a knife? With this identity, it would provide some assurance. At a critical moment, Yi Hao might as well be able to flaunt his power, right? Yi Hao pretended to be mysterious, giving the master endless imagination. Soon after, the master abandoned the apprenticeship ceremony for Yi Hao and became despondent, staggering away alone, his mind in turmoil, as if he were a walking corpse. Tang Sen was puzzled. "Yi Hao, what did you say to the master? Why does he look abnormal?" "Abnormal? He's perfectly normal," Yi Hao replied. "This is the real Yu Shao Jiang. Kids shouldn't speak out of turn." Yi Hao smiled slightly. "Don't worry, after all. The master is the master. Let's hurry to the dormitory." Tang Sen nodded, somewhat understanding, and decided to let the master continue contemplating life. Perhaps the master had already begun to suspect whether Yi Hao was someone she had planted right under her nose, or even her son. "Yi Hao." Tang Sen walked towards the work-study student dormitory. "It's time to see that rabbit." The work-study student dormitory, Building 7, was the one with the worst conditions. Specifically for work-study students, the spacious area was over 300 square meters, filled with rows of bunk beds. And on one of the beds sat a little girl in a pink skirt with a scorpion braid, looking adorable, followed by a group of sycophants. Building 7 had an unwritten rule. The fist determines the size. As long as you are strong enough, even if you are young or a girl, it is perfectly fine to be the boss. Creak. The originally lively Building 7 suddenly fell silent, and almost everyone's eyes were on the unfortunate person about to enter. Just moments ago, a girl had defeated everyone there, and those who had been beaten began to secretly pray that the new boss would go easy on them since they still had classes tomorrow. Chapter 7. Death Spider Emperor. Possession. Yi Hao pushed the door open. Yi Hao! What a big foot! He instinctively dodged, his heart racing. Was it really starting off this intense? Was this welcome ceremony a bit too lively? A scream was heard as Tang Sen was kicked out by that sudden foot, quickly turning around and punching the person's toes. The girl's voice, still a little lowly, with a pair of cute rabbit ears naturally standing up. Dressed in a pink skirt and with delicate skin, her charming face sporting a slight smile. But this smile made it feel like this little lowly was not that simple. Yi Hao relaxed slightly. Fortunately, he had dodged in time, or he would have been the one flying. Looking at the little girl with rabbit ears in front of him, she should be the soft-boned rabbit that had existed for 100,000 years, Xiao Wu. Violent and unreasonable, she really matched with Tang San. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Tang San questioned. I am the boss of Building 7. My name is Xiao Wu, the Dance of the Rabbit. Are you new here? Xiao Wu said proudly, hands on her hips, looking determined. I'm Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, and I'm a new work-study student here. And why did you ambush me? Tang San continued questioning. Because that's the rule of Building 7. Rule? What rule? Whoever's fist is bigger is the boss. I went through a test just like you, but I took care of those few people. After saying that, Xiao Wu looked proudly at Wang Sheng and the others, whose faces were purple and green, her eyes full of triumph. Tang San smiled bitterly and shook his head. So that was it. A good man wouldn't fight with a woman. If she wanted to be the boss, let her be. Picking up the backpack on the ground, Tang San instinctively searched for Yi Hao's whereabouts, only to be surprised to find that Yi Hao had already entered Building 7 and occupied an empty bed. Yi Hao chose to lie back, propping up his legs and humming a song, looking very comfortable. Tang San, why is the unlucky one always me? Xiao Wu followed Tang San's gaze and naturally saw Yi Hao lying down. She immediately became furious. How dare he not greet me when he sees me? And that kick was clearly aimed at him, yet he dared to dodge. This clearly shows he doesn't take me seriously. Originally in a good mood, she didn't expect that the person called Tang San was a tough nut, skilled in both hands and feet. She thought she should pick on someone weaker, and Xiao Wu, brimming with anger, made Tang San feel sympathy for Yi Hao, knowing that this little lowly was quite violent. Yi Hao, lying back, slowly opened one eye, casually glanced at Xiao Wu, and showed a helpless smile. You are. In an instant, Xiao Wu became tongue-tied, her mind recalling a deeply painful past and the face she loathed. I want to spare you. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu leaped into the air, spinning 360 degrees, her slender legs transforming into the most lethal weapons, targeting Yi Hao. Yi Hao's heart tightened. It seemed he hadn't provoked her. In a moment of desperation, Yi Hao suddenly got up, slapping the bed, and landed on the ground steadily. Watching the bed that Xiao Wu had kicked into two pieces and the undisguised, killing intent in her eyes, Yi Hao realized that this situation was not as simple as he had imagined. Soon after, a yellow soul ring appeared under Xiao Wu's feet, and her delicate body was covered with a layer of obvious white fur, looking just like a rabbit. Had she activated her martial soul? 100-year soul ring? Boss, how powerful! In Building 7, there were not many work-study students with soul rings. Due to family circumstances, they could not afford to have someone protect them to hunt soul beasts in the forest as wealthy families could. Hunting soul beasts was extremely risky, and the probability of death was high. The profession of a soul master came with risks, but generally speaking, the greater the effort, the greater the reward. Tang San was astonished, looking at the yellow 100-year soul ring beneath Xiao Wu's feet, and suddenly understood. This was a soul ring. It was his first time seeing one since he had crossed into this world 6 years ago. At the same time, he could tell that Xiao Wu's decisive attack seemed to carry a deep grudge against Yi Hao. He chose to observe from the side, ready to step in if Yi Hao couldn't hold on or was in danger. After observing for a while, Yi Hao, having undergone systematic transformation, already had physical qualities that were different from ordinary people. Although he had no fighting experience, dealing with a little girl should not be a problem. However, the one in front of him was not an ordinary little girl, but a 100,000-year soul beast. Not knowing why Xiao Wu was attacking him, Yi Hao would not just sit idly by. He had worked hard to cross over to Dolua continent, and hadn't even blended in yet. He didn't want to log off hastily. Death Spider Emperor possess. Yi Hao whispered, and in an instant, his upper body was covered in a layer of black armor, including his face. His eyes glowed red, and beneath his eyes were 4 small eyes that had grown out. 8 sharp legs resembling spider legs sprouted from his back, looking extremely sharp. At this moment, Yi Hao's appearance was completely that of a poisonous spider, with a massive green fur growing from his feet, and a lot of disgusting mucus dripping continuously, soon penetrating the ground. Fortunately, this place was on the first floor. Yi Hao sensed the changes in himself, the great power brought by the Death Spider Emperor's possession. Seeing this, everyone involuntarily took a step back. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying scene. A few couldn't help but run to the corner to vomit, their faces turning purple. Tang San saw this scene, and, despite being a person of 2 generations, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What a powerful martial soul. Is my blue silver grass really a useless martial soul? The one who reacted the most, however, was Xiao Wu. Without any hesitation, she leaped into the air, her first soul ring lighting up in an instant. The first soul skill, waist bow. Soft-boned rabbit, soft-boned rabbit. The key lies in the word soft. Xiao Wu's body was incredibly flexible, almost boneless. She flashed behind Yi Hao, and, just as she was about to strike, Yi Hao suddenly turned around, grabbing her slender leg. His face, wrapped in black armor, instantly flushed red. 8 sharp spider spears stabbed fiercely into the ground, pinning Xiao Wu's throat and firmly locking her in place. Why do you want to kill me? Yi Hao said in a low tone, his several eyes glaring at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, undaunted, retorted fiercely, what is your relationship with that woman? Her son? Upon hearing this, Yi Hao was momentarily dumbfounded. Which woman? What son? Chapter 8. A kind misunderstanding. Yi Hao was confused. Was this rabbit crazy? Son? The Death Spider Queen. Her? Wait, could it be related to that incident? Yi Hao withdrew the spider spears, the black armor on his chest disappearing, and his face returning to normal as he released Xiao Wu. I don't know what you're talking about. In any case, I've been an orphan since I was young. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tang San. Tang San was slightly taken aback. Yes, Yi Hao had come with him. Xiao Wu, still shaken, glanced at Tang San. This boy looked honest enough. He shouldn't be lying. Then why is your martial soul? Xiao Wu continued to question. Yi Hao's martial soul was the same as that woman's. For some reason, as Xiao Wu looked at Yi Hao, she couldn't help but recall that woman's appearance from that night. It was deeply imprinted in her memory. The two looked almost identical. Anyone who had seen them might even think they were mother and son. This is the power of the life simulation system. It's just that the system ran away, leaving Yi Hao all alone. Yi Hao said, the world is vast and full of wonders. There are many types of martial souls. Although I don't know who the person you're talking about is, I can definitely tell you that there are more than just you with a rabbit martial soul in this world. So please don't jump to conclusions. Yi Hao knew very well who Xiao Wu was referring to. It seemed that he had underestimated her. Xiao Wu's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. I mistook you for someone else. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. Yi Hao rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu. You were the one who attacked first. If I could, I would have killed you to make a soul ring long ago. Why would I leave you till today? It's just that I haven't reached the limit for absorbing soul rings yet. Yi Hao snorted coldly. You are still the leader of the 7. I'm not interested in your childish games. Don't disturb me unless necessary. Everyone had witnessed Yi Hao's power and naturally didn't dare to provoke him. Seeing the mess on the ground, several of them quickly started to clean up. The dormitory for work-study students was provided by the school, and if the teachers found out about today's incident, they would surely face punishment. Strong people are always in demand. Tang San, with a calm expression, chose a bed near Yi Hao and sat down. Looking at Yi Hao, who was lying sideways, he suddenly had a lot of thoughts. So this is the true hidden powerhouse. Yi Hao, right? You are the one. Yi Hao, Tang San, come and get your bedding. The door opened gently, and the traces of the earlier battle with Xiao Wu had vanished without a trace. The 2 teachers who came to deliver the bedding had no idea that anything was amiss. Thank you, Yi Hao said lightly, taking his bedding and returning to his bed. Soon, the master should take them to the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. The Death Spider Queen, the soul-devouring Spider Queen. The first soul ring cannot be recklessly absorbed. It's better to steadily absorb a 100-year soul ring. Although this body has been refined by the system, the matter of absorbing soul rings still needs careful planning. It would be best to encounter spider-type soul beasts, such as the human-faced demon spider or the death demon spider. These soul rings would truly match him. During his free time, Yi Hao chose to lie down, leisurely squinting his eyes and watching Xiao Wu throw her bundle onto Tang San's bed. The two really were a pair. They hadn't even grown up yet and were already living together. A boys' training plan? Time passed swiftly, and it was already lunchtime. Yi Hao was a work-study student. If he had agreed to Su Yuntao's request earlier, he would be the only one going to the second floor to eat. Walking in the spacious cafeteria, Yi Hao glanced at a boy in luxurious clothing, just a few years older than him, who was rolling his eyes at him. He shook his head secretly. There was plenty of time ahead. Xiao Wu was stubborn. If she weren't being held back, she would probably lie down with the others upstairs. Such incidents happening in the academy were quite normal. The current Soul Master community was like this. Nobles looked down on commoners. And if commoners didn't have the support of the Spirit Hall to awaken their martial souls, their chances of becoming Soul Masters would be buried for sure. There are still golden phoenixes in the grass nest. Carp will eventually become dragons. The meals were sparse and ordinary, and for Yi Hao, while they couldn't be considered delicious, they were good enough to fill his stomach. During the meal, Xiao Wu's gaze was fixed on the second floor the entire time, and she began to secretly compete with herself, thinking that the rabbit was not to be trifled with. Be careful, she might hold a grudge. Seeing this, Tang Sen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his temperament was no longer that of a child. He didn't have the time to deal with such trivial matters. In his spare time, Tang Sen focused on Yi Hao for a while. After observing, he couldn't help but nod. Yi Hao was as steady as ever. This person was not simple. He could only befriend him and not become his enemy. In the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, the capital of a nation. In the center of Tiando City stood a magnificent building, the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope's Hall in status. On the continent, there are only 2 Spirit Halls, located in the capitals of the 2 major empires. The bishop in charge of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City was named Salus, who is currently sitting on a golden throne in front of a wide desk, where a letter from Matthew was placed prominently. Salus was quite displeased with this. Innate full soul power? Salus's eyes lit up. In the remote place of Nodding City, a place that no one cares about, someone actually appeared with innate full soul power? What does innate full soul power signify? Salus couldn't possibly be unaware. This was a big deal. In recent years, the Spirit Hall had been developing at full speed, and attracting and utilizing talent was essential. Innate full soul power? Blue. Salus rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had read it wrong. Tang San? Innate full soul power. Martial soul blue silvergrass? What a joke. When did blue silvergrass ever have innate full soul power? This is becoming more and more absurd. Blue silvergrass is a useless martial soul. How could it possibly have innate full soul power? Master, are we going to get the soul ring tomorrow? So soon? Tang San sat in the master's office, feeling a strange excitement at the master's words. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had been practicing the Xintian skill, but for some reason, he couldn't break through the first bottleneck no matter how hard he tried. Perhaps it was due to the differences from his previous world. Getting the first soul ring might help him break through the bottleneck of the Xintian skill. Little did he know that far away in the Spirit Hall of Tiando City, his information was being laid bare on the chopping block of the Spirit Hall. Salus, after all, was not the Pope and lacked unique insight. If it were someone else, it would be uncertain whether Tang San could even survive a single episode. Chapter 9. Hunting. The first soul ring, the time wasted between your awakening of the martial soul and arriving at the academy, has already been quite long. Soul Masters must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings in order to continue their cultivation. The Master said calmly. To this, Tang Sen nodded deeply. In the previous competition between Yi Hao and Xiao Wu, the soul skill displayed by Xiao Wu's first soul ring undoubtedly impressed Tang San and added to his longing for the Dolua continent. Xiao San, when you go back, tell Yi Hao that we will set off together tomorrow morning, the Master specifically instructed, noting that Yi Hao also had innate full soul power, so having one more person wouldn't make much difference. The Master had some doubts about Yi Hao's identity, not just the divine aura, martial soul, or his demeanor, but he truly resembled her too much. However, it's a pity that Yi Hao only has the Death Spider Emperor martial soul. If he really had her other soul devouring Spider Emperor martial soul, the significance would be different. Yi Hao's identity remained a mystery. Previously, the Master had gone to the Nodding Martial Soul branch to inquire about the situation and received the answer that Yi Hao was an orphan. But the Master did not think so. He always felt that she still hated him, which was why she sent Yi Hao here. Thus, This time the master took Tang San to hunt soul beasts and also invited Yi Hao along, on one hand to observe Yi Hao, and, on the other, the master wanted to confirm something. There are no two people in the world that look exactly alike, and the only explanation for their resemblance, aside from the mother-son relationship, was beyond the master's comprehension. System, I won't take the blame for this. Yi Hao dog system. Tang San readily nodded and then left. Is he really her son? The master felt restless. His once calm heart became unusually uneasy. Such thoughts and tea appeared for a long time. He thought that after so many years, he could let go of the past, but who would have thought that Yi Hao's appearance would completely shatter the master's most unwillingly mentioned past? Not long after Tang San left, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared in the master's office. A gray-robed man, looking to be in his 50s, with murky eyes that were almost identical to the master's. They were the same kind of person, with messy hair that looked like a bird's nest, as if it hadn't been groomed for a long time. You are? The master frowned, as this person had quietly infiltrated the academy and come to see him. For some reason, this person felt strangely familiar. Master, long time no see, the man said hoarsely, expressionless. You are Tang. The man suddenly interrupted. I am here to say goodbye. Xiao San has become your disciple, and as his father, I no longer have any worries and can finally do what I wanted to do all these years but dared not. Wait, the master hurriedly called out. He is your son. You, as his father, are you just going to ignore him? The man stopped, looking forlorn. Don't forget, he is also your disciple. As soon as the words fell, the man instantly disappeared without a trace, and the curtains dancing in the wind became the strongest evidence of his arrival. Now, the master could finally confirm Tang San's true identity and what his second martial soul was. In short, the day his martial soul is exposed will be the day Tang San meets his demise. Another saying is that the day the soul-devouring Spider Emperor is exposed will be the day Yi Hao gets captured. How did my idol end up like this? The master shook his head in disappointment and then sat at his desk, starting to plan for the next day's soul ring hunting trip, making simple annotations for the several soul rings Tang San needed. As for Yi Hao's, let's just go with it. What? We're going to hunt soul rings tomorrow? Yi Hao pretended to be shocked, looking at Tang San, who had come to inform him. Tang San nodded. The teacher said that soul masters must obtain the corresponding soul rings to continue their cultivation. You and I have innate, full soul power and can cultivate without relying on external help. The martial soul branch sent someone to inform the teacher today to take care of you. Tomorrow we will go to the soul hunting forest, so don't forget. After saying that, Tang San left without looking back. From the teacher's words, it was clear that hunting soul beasts was undoubtedly a difficult process, even with life-threatening risks. So he needed to prepare a few things, such as hidden weapons. After Tang San left, Yi Hao returned to the 7th dormitory. Due to the earlier battle with Xiao Wu, everyone in the 7th dormitory still harbored psychological shadows about Yi Hao, and a few dared not approach him, let alone interact with him too much. This was also good. Although Yi Hao's body was small, his real age was 18, and he was much more stable in temperament than these children. Yi Hao did not want to be compared with the tricks and calculations of children. Otherwise, those noble kids who had lunch on the 2nd floor would have already been lying in bed by now. In the early morning before dawn, Yi Hao quietly got out of bed, sat on the edge for a while, glanced at the work-study students around him who were still lost in dreams, and put on his clothes as the time for his appointment with the master was approaching. Tang San had already left, leaving only Xiao Wu sprawled out on the bed, drooling cutely from the corner of her mouth. In front of the academy, a carriage broke the night silence, and the master had been waiting for a long time. Soon after, Tang San arrived at the carriage first and bowed to the master. Teacher, sorry to keep you waiting. The master smiled. It's okay. I just arrived not long ago. Xiao San, this time we are going to the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. You must stay by my side the whole time. The soul beasts are extremely fierce. Although the soul hunting forest is a man-made soul beast forest, there are still many powerful soul beasts inside. After learning about Tang San's identity, the master completely turned into a caretaker, on one hand guarding against the martial soul hall's covetousness, and on the other hand, Xiao San, promise me one thing. Yes, teacher, please say. The master said seriously. Never let your second martial soul be exposed in front of others. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Tang San was taken aback at first. His father had said the same thing after he awakened his martial soul. From his understanding of martial souls over the past few days, Tang San learned that twin martial souls were extremely rare on the entire continent, and it was even possible to go hundreds of years without encountering one. So far, the only twin martial soul on the continent was the current pope of the Martial Soul Hall. Tang San understood the principle that a gentleman has no guilt but bears the burden of precious things. If the secret of his twin martial soul were exposed, it would undoubtedly add trouble for himself and even put his teacher in danger. Human hearts are inscrutable. Teacher, I understand. Tang San nodded deeply, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 10. What do you think of Yi Hao? Not long after, shortly after Tang San arrived, Yi Hao appeared before the two with sleepy eyes. Master, can we set off now? Yi Hao yawned. Since crossing over, it was the first night he had insomnia. Although he was already a soul master, who wouldn't want to sleep in? Thinking of hunting soul beasts today, Yi Hao excitedly rolled on the bed, starting to fantasize about what his first soul skill would be. Yi Hao thought it over. At least 100-year soul beast would be good. 1,000-year one was too daring to think about. What if he exploded and died? Every soul ring has an absorption limit. Respect science and never aim too high. Thinking that 1,000-year first soul ring is impressive? Wrong. This would only bring danger. Isn't living well better? Why seek death? Survival is the way. With nothing to rely on, Yi Hao didn't have the title father behind Tang San, nor a powerful background. It was still better to keep a low profile. Develop cautiously, don't be reckless. The master took a deep look at Yi Hao, then nodded and got into the carriage. Following closely, Tang San and Yi Hao entered one after the other. The coachman shouted, and the carriage gradually left the academy, slowly disappearing into the enchanting night. On a narrow path, a carriage sped along. Inside the carriage, the master was chattering away, continuously sharing his lengthy discourse and a wealth of knowledge about soul beasts, soul masters, and martial souls. Tang San listened intently, nodding from time to time. Meanwhile, Yi Hao appeared drowsy. He had heard these things countless times before. To him, what the master was saying now was undoubtedly nonsense. Our destination is the soul-hunting forest, where the Empire specifically breeds soul beasts. For you two beginners, there are certainly suitable soul rings inside. The master spoke confidently, with a mysterious assurance. The soul-hunting forest is not the Stardow Forest. As a level 29 Great Soul Master, the master could naturally ensure the safety of the two. However, if they encountered a powerful soul beast, it was likely that the three of them would become the beast's droppings the next day. Teacher, can soul beasts be bred? Tang San asked. Before the master could respond, Yi Hao, bored, glanced around and said, soul beasts are classified into 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. 10-year and 100-year soul beasts are weak, and the Empire can breed them. However, once a soul beast reaches 1,000 years, it gains wisdom similar to that of humans. There are no benevolent 1,000-year soul beasts. In the soul-hunting forest we are heading to, there are practically no 1,000-year beasts. Otherwise, with the master's abilities, we wouldn't just be unable to hunt them. We might very well be expelled by the soul beast the next day. As soon as he finished speaking, the master's face showed embarrassment. This child was speaking some harsh truths. No matter how inadequate he was still a great soul master. Yes, great soul master. A master nonsense, he thought. Teacher, is that true? Tang San's eyes lit up upon hearing Yi Hao's words, realizing that soul beasts were categorized in such a way. Cough, 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 the master coughed to cover his embarrassment. Why, yes, Yi Hao is correct. Yi Hao, who taught you this knowledge? The master looked at Yi Hao intently, finally revealing his interest. Knowledge about soul beasts was certainly not something a beginner like Yi Hao should know. Yi Hao replied, isn't it enough to just speak? Master Matthew taught me this when I awakened my martial soul at the martial soul branch yesterday. Master, please continue. The master's mouth twitched slightly. What else could he say? Yi Hao had already finished what he wanted to say. Where were we, right? Soul beasts. The master continued. Previously, Yi Hao supplemented the information about 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year soul beasts. Next is the 10,000-year soul beasts, which are rare across the continent. Soul beasts cultivate differently from humans. They need to cultivate year after year, and the process is far more dangerous than that of humans. Some 10,000-year soul beasts can even rival tidal Doloa. Through years of living, they have long since gained insight into everything about humans. So, when hunting 10,000-year soul beasts, a soul master must form a specialized hunting team. Otherwise, it would be a futile death. As for 100,000-year soul beasts, there are very few soul masters with a 100,000-year soul ring in today's soul master world. and I know very little about 100,000-year soul beasts. For you too right now, knowing this is already enough. Tang Sen pondered, rapidly recording what the master described, feeling as if he had gained profound insight. This was the first time since becoming a soul master that he truly comprehended such knowledge. 100,000-year soul beasts? Doesn't our academy have one? He recalled having seen knowledge about 100,000-year soul beasts in an ancient text back in his village when he was young. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, both the master and Tang San's eyes lit up. The so-called 100,000-year soul beast is a soul beast that has undergone a heavenly tribulation and has reached a lifespan of 100,000 years. When a soul beast reaches 100,000 years in cultivation, it has two paths to choose from. The first is to maintain its current state, but its lifespan will only be a brief 1,000 years. The second is to transform into a human form. Transform into a human form? The master pondered. He had heard someone mention this before, but no one had ever seen a 100,000-year soul beast that had transformed. How about this? Our academy has one. Shall we go back and strap that rabbit to the operating table for some research? As the sun rose, warm sunlight spread across every corner of the earth. Inside the carriage, the master took out a belt made of 24 pieces and specifically gave it to Tang San during the time Yi Hao was absent. As Tang San was his only disciple and was a twin martial soul, destined to achieve greater accomplishments than Yi Hao. Moreover, Tang San's second martial soul was the Haotian hammer, the #1 weapon martial soul in the world. Yi Hao, is it really like that? Here you go. Teacher, what is this? A soul guide device. A soul guide device? This belt is something I obtained 30 years ago, and it has been neglected all these years. I hope it can shine again in your hands. Each of these 24 jade pieces has a cubic meter of storage space. Upon hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. He quickly fastened the belt around his waist. It fit him quite well. Previously, he had been worried about the storage of hidden weapons, which are weapons used secretly to catch people off guard and cause death. Now, with this belt, the storage issue for hidden weapons was easily resolved. Teacher, you gave me a soul guide device. What about Yi Hao? Facing Tang San's doubts, the master smiled slightly. What do you think of Yi Hao? How? Tang San pondered for a long time. In terms of character, he's all right. Yesterday, Yi Hao fought with Xiao Wu, and his death spider martial soul is very powerful. He defeated Xiao Wu almost without a single move. The master's expression remained calm, not the slightest bit surprised. Of course, how could her son be mediocre? And how strong is that girl named Xiao Wu? The master began to focus on understanding Xiao Wu, not her true identity. Besides, even if Xiao Wu stood right in front of the master, could he see through her? Tang San patiently said, I competed with Xiao Wu last night. Xiao Wu is very strong, and she also has full innate soul power with a 100-year soul ring. As soon as these words were spoken, even a master was taken aback. Wow, this new batch of students is impressive. 3 of them have full innate soul power, and 1 even has a 100-year soul ring. I really underestimated them. Now that I think about it, do you still think Yi Hao is simple? He knows about soul beasts, and he's quite knowledgeable about 100,000-year soul beasts. He claims to be an orphan. I really don't believe it. The master was almost certain that Yi Hao was her son. It's done. It's done. Bibi Dong, the devouring soul spider emperor. The master muttered dryly. Time flies quickly. Even she's gotten married and given birth to this monster named Yi Hao. The master's gaze became blank, as if he had returned to his youthful days. But unfortunately, he could never go back. With the master's hints, Tang San gradually changed his perception of Yi Hao. This person was definitely not simple. Whether in skills or background, he seemed far from the simplicity he appeared to have. Before long, Yi Hao returned after resolving his issues and glanced at the jade belt around Tang San's waist. Indeed, it was the 24 bridge Mingwenite. But whatever. What's yours is yours. If it's not yours, you can't force it. Time passed second by second, and for a moment, the carriage was terrifyingly quiet. Yi Hao was resting with his eyes closed, while Tang San was intently reading the books brought by the master, trying to learn as much as possible about soul masters. The master's gaze occasionally fell on Yi Hao, observing him, as if he resembled someone too much. Yi Hao felt a chill all over, as if a pervert was watching him. The forest was silent, but the scene before him was quite different. Yi Hao walked on the small path leading to the soul-hunting forest, where the main road was crowded with people. Some were loudly selling tools for hunting soul beasts, and some soul master teams were short of members. The shops were dazzling, and the uneven crowd made it hard to believe this place was a forest. "Let's hurry up. There's nothing we need here," the master urged, and Tang San quickened his pace, while Yi Hao followed leisurely, glancing at the sides of the road. Not much different from a market in his previous life. The prices here were twice that of Notting City. It was too easy to earn money as a soul master. To hunt suitable soul beasts, spending some money was nothing. The outer edge of the soul-hunting forest was like a huge cage, with no less than 100 soldiers in armor patrolling in an orderly manner, holding long spears, their military demeanor strict, exuding a sense of killing intent. This place was where the Empire raised soul beasts, with many 10-year soul beasts and some 100-year ones. It was estimated that the stronger the soul beasts, the closer they were to the center of the forest. The master stepped forward and handed the token in his hand to the soldier for inspection. The soldier instantly perked up and quickly waved, opening the iron gate. Inside was a dense jungle and countless unknown dangers. The master had previously said that the token in his hand had some significance. It determined a person's status based on the patterns on it, and the granted permissions varied accordingly. The highest was the Pope's order, with 6 patterns representing 6 powerful titled duos. When Tang San's father left that day, he didn't forget to give this token to the master, which could be considered an invisible protection. The Pope's order held supreme status, and the bearer was at least an elder of the Spear Hall, symbolizing a position just below the Pope. The forest's winding paths led to secluded areas, with towering trees reaching the clouds. The master led the way, and Tang San and Yi Hao followed behind, explaining everything around them as they walked, to which Yi Hao barely paid attention. At this moment, the master's eyes lit up, and he clasped his hands in front of his chest before quickly lowering them. "Come out, 3 cannon." It was a creature that looked like a dog, but was as fat as a pig, with purple fur all over, naturally drooping ears, and 2 pairs of big blue eyes blinking. Its plump bottom swayed as it walked, and it had a lump on its head. As soon as it appeared, it rubbed its head against the master's feet. "Yi Hao, I learned something new. Tang San, is this really the teacher's martial soul? Did I mistakenly become his disciple?" The master, he forced a smile, "Don't mind it. The strength of a martial soul and the level of soul power can't truly determine a person. I still have some abilities I haven't shown yet." "Tang San, Yi Hao, well, let's keep going. 3 cannon, lead the way." The master's martial soul was a mutated martial soul, so in terms of innate soul power, it was half-level, commonly referred to as level 05. This was a stain the master would never wash away in his life. Despite being the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect Master, he was still criticized. Others awakened as dragons, while he was a pig, a farting pig. "Who is it?" Tang San frowned, looking toward the lively grass ahead. The 3 instantly became alert and looked forward. This place was not in the city, but in the forest, the soul-hunting forest. Although it was directly governed by the Empire, there were still many cases of deaths caused by soul beast attacks throughout the year. They could only blame their bad luck or lack of strength. Suddenly, 3 wolves sprang out of the grass, glaring fiercely at the 3. 3 cannon growled defiantly. The master's eyes brightened. 3 10-year phantom wolves dared to attack. "It's finally my turn to perform. Watch closely." 3 cannon, prepare, before the master could react. Yi Hao instantly completed the possession of the Death Spider Emperor. Dark armor attached to his chest, his face was covered, and 8 black spider spears grew from his back. With barbed thorns covering his arms, the aura of the Death Spider Emperor immediately enveloping the entire forest. The 3 phantom wolves growled lowly. "It's over, Barbie. They only came out to scare people. There was no need to risk their lives, right?" Chapter 12. Yi Hao's first soul ring. "No way." Death Spider Emperor, possession. Yi Hao transformed into a black shadow, his figure flashing past. The 3 phantom wolves were thrown into the air, their bodies splitting in 2. In an instant, the phantom wolves let out a low moan and fell apart, their bodies making noise as they rapidly decayed at a visible speed. The Death Spider Emperor's poison lived up to its reputation. Given time, if Yi Hao became a titled Devourer, even the poison of that old poison master would be a match for him. Soon, several pools of blood appeared on the ground. Yi Hao exited the possession of the Death Spider Emperor, returning to his original form. "The master, I finally found a few soft persimmons. And yet you don't give me any chance to show off?" Tang San, impressive. Yi Hao's martial soul truly carries a deadly poison. As a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang, since specialized in poison, and it seemed he still had plenty of room for improvement. "Master, let's continue our journey," Yi Hao replied, pulling the master, who was lost in thought, back to reality. Oh. 3 cannon, lead the way. The group continued walking, and apart from a few pools of blood on the ground, there were 3 white 10-year soul rings left in the air, which appeared after defeating soul beasts. However, these 3 phantom wolves were killed by Yi Hao, and others could not absorb them, so those 3 10-year soul rings were wasted. Although soul rings were precious, they also varied in quality. In Yi Hao and Tang San's eyes, the higher the soul ring's age, the better, ideally starting from 100 years. Of course, choosing a soul beast that suited oneself was extremely important. Whether one could encounter one was one thing. Whether one could kill, it was another. As day turned to night, the forest was quiet, with lush branches and leaves. Under a slightly larger tree, the master took out the powder he had prepared in advance to cover their aura and evenly sprinkled it around the trees. There were no gains today. They would continue to seek soul beasts tomorrow. Hunting soul beasts was difficult, and finding a suitable one was even harder. After simply finishing dinner, the few of them gradually fell into a deep sleep. Only Yi Hao couldn't sleep, perhaps because he had never slept outdoors before. He crossed his hands behind his head, looking at the beautiful starry sky above. For some reason, a sense of homesickness suddenly welled up in his heart. Dog system, don't let me see you again. System, goodbye. Suddenly, a wave of urgency hit him, and Yi Hao hurriedly went to relieve himself in the nearby grass. Splash, splash, splash. Refreshing. Yi Hao felt invigorated and inadvertently shivered, the burden on him disappearing without a trace. Just as Yi Hao was about to leave, he suddenly saw a black web-like object rush out from the grass not far ahead, and he quickly dodged. That scared me. Luckily, I dodged in time, otherwise, I'd really be in trouble next time. Something crawled out from the grass, crackling. Yi Hao. Death Demon Spider? Yi Hao was slightly taken aback as he looked at the death magic spider in front of him, which still had a puddle of yellow liquid on its head. Well, now he knew the reason. This trip was not in vain, and the efficiency of hunting was indeed quite fast. The death magic spider was quite small, standing about half a meter tall, and was at a considerable distance from Tang San and the master, so he couldn't rely on them. He was on his own. The death magic spider was undoubtedly very suitable as Yi Hao's first spirit ring, being of the magic spider type, and Yi Hao's first martial soul, the Death Spider King, was even the boss and ancestor of this death magic spider. Little magic spider, you are the one. The death magic spider suddenly became furious. It had been sleeping soundly at night, so why did it suddenly start to rain? It would have been fine if it was just rain. But what was this strange taste? After taking a sip, good heavens, he looked toward the figure not far away who was fishing for their pants. And the death magic spider was instantly enraged, spitting out a web. Yi Hao also had death spider poison. Even though the death magic spider in front of him was a century old, its toxicity should not be underestimated. As for how he could tell, it was simple. Just look at its size and appearance, the length of its spider legs. This one was only half a meter. Then, the death magic spider spat out several webs, rushing towards Yi Hao with great momentum. Yi Hao smirked. The Death Spider King, possess. When a phantom of the Death Spider King appeared behind him, the death magic spider suddenly froze, staring blankly. This was the Death Spider King. Meanwhile, the webs spat out by the death magic spider were easily dealt with by Yi Hao, making it all seem effortless. Looking at the death magic spider that was trembling in place, everything was as expected. First spirit ring, here I come. Yi Hao got up and rushed towards the death magic spider. Under the cover of night, he transformed into a shadow, with 8 sharp spider spears shimmering with a black cold light behind him, and black armor attached to his chest. The death magic spider reacted suddenly, a spider spear piercing straight into Yi Hao's chest. However, it was all in vain. The spider spear only created a few sparks upon contact with the black armor. Yi Hao was overjoyed, controlling the spider spears behind him. With a thrust, the pitch-black spider spear pierced through the body of the death magic spider, which began to tremble wildly, greenish blood dripping from its mouth. Yi Hao's Death Spider King poison was continuously flowing into the death magic spider's body through the spider spear. Yi Hao could sense that the life force of the death magic spider was rapidly diminishing. If it weren't for having to relieve himself in the middle of the night, he might not have encountered the death magic spider. Among all known spirit beasts, the death magic spider was undoubtedly the most compatible for Yi Hao as the source of his first spirit ring. This one was a perfect fit for Yi Hao, whether in terms of age or spirit beast type. Sorry for dousing you with water. As compensation, you'll be my first spirit ring. I will definitely become a title de law, little magic spider. Your spirit in the heavens will surely rest in peace. Can you hear that? Is that even human language? The death magic spider immediately twitched more violently, extending its sharp front claws, but before it could lift them, they came crashing down. Yihao realized that the opponent no longer posed a threat to him, and he forcefully withdrew the spider spear from the death magic spider. As it fell to the ground, a yellow light began to gather over the death magic spider's corpse, twinkling like countless stars. In the blink of an eye, a ring of yellow spirit rings appeared above the death magic spider's head. Century-old spirit ring. The first spirit ring of Yihao's life was born. However, how to absorb the spirit ring? The master had explained it, but Yihao had never experienced it himself. If he had known this, he should have left the three-headed hell wolf for the master to deal with. Wasn't it easier to pick a soft persimmon? Looking at the slowly rising yellow, century-old spirit ring, Yihao's eyes were filled with excitement, and his mind kept recalling what the master had told Tang San in the novel he had read. Can't lose focus? Yihao shook his head and looked at the gradually dimming century-old spirit ring. It would be a waste not to absorb it, which was quite a pity. Chapter 13, Master, where have you gone? Yihao took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, and released his death spider, King Martial Soul. The massive figure of the Spider King appeared behind him in an instant, an intense and terrifying pressure rapidly rising, causing the surrounding weaker spirit beasts to scatter in all directions. Above the already dead death magic spider, a ring of yellow century-old spirit rings was slowly flying towards Yihao's head under the guidance of his soul power. The spirit ring looked golden and dazzling. Yihao felt a surge of heat throughout his body, a scorching energy rushing within, causing his internal organs to ache, and his body trembled slightly. The overwhelming power tightly enveloped the yellow spirit ring under the Death Spider King's feet. At that moment, Yihao felt something in his body snap, like breaking free from shackles, and his soul power instantly transformed into a warm current. It filled every corner of Yihao's body, making him feel like a small furnace. At the same time, the Death Spider King was also undergoing a transformation. Its pair of scarlet eyes became increasingly ferocious and terrifying, as if looking at an opponent would send them straight to hell. Within a 10-meter radius around Yihao, flowers and grass began to wither, trees rotted, and the ground was in disarray, with a foul odor permeating the air. Even the already dead body of the death magic spider turned into a puddle of dark green liquid. Yihao's first spirit ring brought him significant changes, and, similarly, the toxicity of the Death Spider King poison had increased. After a while, Yihao suddenly opened his eyes, and the 8 sharp black spider spears behind him instantly spread out, black armor covering his chest, his face looking fierce, with a pair of scarlet eyes reflecting cold light in the night, while 4 smaller eyes below were spinning wildly. Yihao could sense the unusualness around him. The wind rustled the grass, and the lush branches and leaves could not escape his gaze. Yihao was overjoyed in his excitement. He quickly withdrew the Death Spider King and possessed it. Looking around at the desolate and decayed surroundings, Yihao couldn't help but sigh. The Death Spider King was indeed a top-tier beast martial soul. He wondered what the scene would be like when he became a title de law. Before that, Yihao needed to work harder. Although he had already obtained his first spirit ring and his soul power had broken through to level 10, he estimated his current soul power to be around level 12. Even so, Yihao needed a plan for the future. This death magic spider was about 400 years old, fortunately not exceeding the maximum age for the first spirit ring. After simply brushing off the dust from his body, Yihao quickly returned to the camp. As he approached the camping area, he moved stealthily, noticing Tang San sitting quietly in meditation nearby. Yihao realized that there was a layer of pale, purple aura surrounding Tang San's body, which others could not perceive. Now, Yihao had harvested his first spirit ring, significantly enhancing his mental strength and focus. Shintian skill? This was the only explanation for the martial arts of the Tang sect that Tang San belonged to in his past life. Yihao returned, and without saying a word, directly laid down on the blanket to rest. After absorbing the spirit ring, he felt utterly exhausted and thought it was only right to have a good sleep. This place was the Soul Hunting Forest, also known as the Spirit Beast Forest. Although it was not as vast as the Star Doe Great Forest, it was still full of spirit beasts, and little did he know how many dangers were lurking in the grass at that moment. Just like that death magic spider, sleeping soundly, only to be caught in a sudden downpour. Ultimately, it benefited Yi Hao and indirectly fulfilled the death magic spider. Your spirit in the heavens will surely rest in peace. Death magic spider. Yi Hao had just lain down for a short while when Tang San slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the half-asleep Yi Hao, feeling a mix of emotions. He had already sensed the commotion earlier, even though they were quite far apart. He was still Tang San. Yi Hao's aura was stronger than before. He had surpassed him. Did he obtain a spirit ring? Is that what happened? Recalling the words of the master from earlier, at this moment, Tang San was filled with curiosity about Yi Hao. What secrets were hidden within him? Even the teacher placed great importance on him and hinted at forming a friendship, advising against making enemies. Although Tang San was confused, he still listened to the teacher's words. After all, with his father gone, the teacher had indirectly become Tang San's only emotional support in this world. Should he consider Yi Hao a friend? After pondering for a moment, Tang San thought it might be worth a try. What if they got along? Leaving Holy Soul Village and being away from his father. Aside from the teacher, Tang San was all alone, so finding a friend wouldn't be easy. The next morning, as the dawn sunlight spread across the land, Tang San was already up in the forest, preparing himself. Yi Hao, on the other hand, looked dazed. He hadn't slept well in the past few days, and last night was particularly sleepless. Outdoors was truly not a suitable place for rest. Unknowingly, Yi Hao had already been in this world for 4 days, and not a single day had been peaceful. Even sleeping at night was not guaranteed. Time to set off again. The master, seeing that it was about time, urged them to continue their pursuit of the soul beasts. Up to now, Tang San still hadn't found his soul ring. The hunting forest was vast, and so far, what everyone had seen and heard along the way were mostly soul beasts that were around 10 years old or nearly 100 years old. Yet, a 100-year soul beast suitable for Tang San had not shown any signs. Yi Hao remained unhurried, continuing to stroll through the forest, closely following the master and apprentice ahead. To be honest, if it weren't for the lack of money, he probably would have left already. Who would want to keep following them? As long as the mandala snake that belonged to Tang San didn't show up, Yi Hao guessed today would either yield no results or he would have to deal with another rush by tonight. In his frustration, Yi Hao casually picked up a stone from the roadside and threw it not far away. He saw the stone carve an arc and heard a splash. As if it had hit something, Yi Hao paid it no mind and continued walking. Suddenly, a dark green snake head emerged from the grass beside him, its ruby-like eyes staring intently at the three in front, wildly flicking its tongue. He vaguely noticed a portion of the snake's head was bulging, indicating a small lump. Yi Hao's heart sank, and he quickly pointed toward Tang San and the master. The giant snake understood and nodded at Yi Hao, a good person, then twisted its long body toward the two ahead. In a moment of urgency, Tang San and the master quickly dodged. The master was shocked. This was a mandala snake, a venomous soul beast known for its potent toxins and partial paralysis effects. How could it appear here? Tang San's eyes lit up, and he said, "Mandala snake? Teacher, what about this soul beast?" The master confidently nodded and said, "This soul beast is very suitable for you, based on my..." Before the master could finish his sentence, the mandala snake opened its massive mouth and instantly bit down on the master, swallowing him whole, and even burped afterward. Chapter 14. Snake laying eggs? Tang San. Yi Hao. Mandala snake. This person smells terrible, and the taste isn't great. Master. Yi Hao speechlessly said, "Master, does this count as a loss?" Tang San suddenly exploded in rage, glaring at the mandala snake with killing intent filling his eyes. Now, he no longer hid anything. With a swift step, and under Yi Hao's watchful gaze, his hands turned jade-like, forcefully prying open the mandala snake's mouth. At this moment, Tang San was undoubtedly the most terrifying. After parting with his father and finally having a teacher, and now, just a few days later, he was about to be swallowed by a snake. Generally speaking, those who talk the most die the fastest. Yi Hao always firmly believed this. If it's a fight, just fight. Why analyze it? Yi Hao shook his head, sighing in silence at the master. He then released his death spider, Emperor Martial Soul, embodying it, and the first soul ring beneath him lit up. Looking at the mandala snake, Yi Hao waited for the right moment. Having just obtained his first soul ring yesterday, he would take action first. First soul skill, Spider Strike. As soon as he finished speaking, he manifested 2 massive spider spears in his hands, the dark green poison of the Death Spider Emperor dripping constantly. On the other side, Tang San saw everything clearly. Indeed, Yi Hao had taken the lead in obtaining a soul ring. However, the urgent matter was to rescue the master. Tang Sen listened closely. From the mandala snake's mouth, he vaguely heard muffled sounds. Those were the teachers. Tang San was overjoyed. The teacher was still alive, and this news was more important than anything. Yi Hao, look, this mandala snake is about 4 meters long, and around its middle section, a massive figure was writhing continuously. There's no doubt that it was the master. As time passed, the master's resistance gradually faded, and in a moment, he might be corroded. After all, the mandala snake was highly toxic. At least in Yi Hao and Tang San's eyes. 3 of you, get out of the way. Yi Hao shouted. Tang San was slightly taken aback, but then nodded. Before leaving, he didn't forget to break one of the mandala snake's teeth, causing it to thrash wildly on the ground, blood flowing from its mouth. Yi Hao stepped forward. His steps swift, and under Tang San's watch, he wielded the 2 massive spider spears and directly stabbed the mandala snake. To be honest, Yi Hao really wanted to give the master a swift strike. When the time came, he would just say he was nearsighted and aimed wrong. The next moment, a crisp crack echoed, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh, as a red line appeared at the mandala snake's throat. After a while, the mandala snake suddenly collapsed, its body separating, but it was still writhing wildly, clearly not dead yet. Even if the snake was dead, its head still had offensive capabilities. Yi Hao moved up, using the spider spear in his hand to lift the mandala snake's head, glancing disdainfully before tossing it away. Tang San, give it the final blow. Tang San couldn't care about anything else. He lightly swept his fingers across the decorative dagger prepared by the master, which was meant for hunting soul beasts to give the final blow and ultimately absorb the soul ring. At this moment, the mandala snake before them was barely clinging to life, and Yi Hao severed its head, but its life was still tenacious. In an instant, Tang San's dagger transformed into a white light and fell, causing the mandala snake to tremble violently, its entire body shaking uncontrollably. Next, a wildly unexpected event occurred. The position where the master was located began to shift madly, and under the watchful eyes of Tang San and Yi Hao, the mandala snake's rear suddenly enlarged, and the master's head surprisingly emerged. Tang San, Yi Hao, the master's head is out. Tang San, use some strength. Yi Hao was excited, and in this scene, he was at a loss for words. Tang San's mouth twitched madly. Why did the scene look so creepy? No matter, for the sake of the teacher's safety. Tang San went all out. He quickly thrust the dagger downwards, causing the mandala snake's body to tremble even more violently and visibly. The master was curled up in an egg shape, being laid out by the mandala snake. Moreover, around the master's body, there was a layer of blood membrane, just like the scene of laying an egg. The only downside was that there was no eggshell. Otherwise, that image would be vividly indescribable. Tang San was at a loss for words, looking at the master curled up in the egg. Being alive was more important than anything else. The form was all superficial. Meanwhile, after Master was born, the mandala snake finally drank its hatred in the northwest. In front of Tang San, a century-old soul ring was slowly forming. Master was safe and sound, successfully obtaining the soul ring, and Tang San finally revealed a long-lost smile. Yi Hao exited the Spider Emperor possession and glanced at Master, who was curled up in the egg. What should we do now? Break the egg to let Master out? Tang San and Yi Hao exchanged glances, both momentarily undecided. So they chose to leave it as it was and see how things would unfold. After placing Master's egg under a tree, Tang San wiped the sweat from his brow and sat cross-legged on the ground, guided by Tang San's soul power. The mandala snake's soul ring was firmly wrapped around the blue silvergrass. In an instant, Tang San's aura began to rise wildly, identical to Yi Hao's situation from the night before. With nothing to do, Yi Hao simply chose to lie down. At noon, when the sun was at its hottest, the scorching sunlight pierced through the clouds. Yi Hao lay under the tree, watching Tang San, who was still absorbing the soul ring, and Master, who was showing some signs of movement. He estimated that Master would soon break out of the shell. Unfortunately, the snake mother had already left. At that moment, both Tang San and Master opened their eyes simultaneously. These two master and disciple were truly united. Tang San's blue-silver grass had grown from its previous frailty to a width of a finger, with the leaves much thicker than before. The effect of the mandala snake's soul ring on Tang San was significant. His Shintian skill had completed its breakthrough, just as he had guessed. Master opened his eyes hazily and found himself curled up inside the egg. Tang San and Yi Hao's expressions were somewhat strange. As a teacher, what had he done? In a moment of panic, Master hurriedly broke the eggshell. His body was covered in mucus, with many blood streaks mixed in, and faintly, Yi Hao and Tang Sen could smell a hint of a fishy odor. Master looked awkward, coughed, glanced at the headless mandala snake nearby, then looked at Tang San. Xiao San, did you succeed? Chapter 15. The past master would rather not recall. Tang San nodded with a smile. Following that, his blue silvergrass released, intertwining like the mandala snake, starting to spread to every corner of the forest. This place was a forest, and the blue silvergrass had a natural geographical advantage. Master couldn't help but be curious and approach to touch it. The growth of the blue silvergrass exceeded his expectations. Moreover, there was a faint fragrance, combining the mandala snake's soul ring while also taking into account its toxicity and paralyzing poison. Good job, Xiao San. Your blue silvergrass is beyond my expectations. How's its toughness? Under Master's watch, Tang San's century-old soul ring slowly rose, aiming at the large tree ahead. The blue silver grass shot out like swift lightning, cutting through the tree trunk. Tang San pulled slightly, and the trunk actually showed a slight bend, while conversely, the blue silver grass showed no damage at all. Being pulled taut, Master nodded in satisfaction. His theory had finally been confirmed. Tang San had already obtained a soul ring, and next, when Master turned his gaze to Yi Hao, he saw a century-old soul ring slowly rising beneath Yi Hao's feet. And the Death Spider Emperor behind him looked even more menacing, a stark contrast to how it appeared before obtaining the soul ring. You gained a soul ring? When did this happen? Master said, flustered. If you remember correctly, Yi Hao had been with him and Tang San all this time. This soul ring? Yi Hao replied, last night, while you guys were asleep, I went to the nearby grass to relieve myself and unexpectedly encountered a century-old death spider. Coincidentally, it matched my Death Spider Emperor martial soul, so you get it, right? Tang San pondered, and Master said no more. Yi Hao was truly fortunate, possessing the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, and the first soul ring was obtained from the Death Spider. Such an opportunity was indeed profound. Master was certain in his heart that Yi Hao was undoubtedly his son. But what was the purpose of sending Yi Hao here? Could it be for revenge? If so, then let's go. The group hurriedly left the soul-hunting forest. The two had already obtained their soul rings, and next was to return to the academy. As the sun set in the west, the three exited the soul-hunting forest and rented a carriage. This journey had been a life-and-death experience for Master, who had gone through a gut-wrenching process. Tang San and Yi Hao each obtained their first soul rings, allowing their soul power to break through. The coachman drove the carriage, gradually disappearing into the horizon under the sunset. Nodding City, Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. It had been a long time since they left, a full 4 days. After arriving at Nodding City from the soul-hunting forest, the three spent the entire journey on the carriage. Yi Hao got off the carriage with weak legs, swearing he would never ride in a carriage again. If he had the strength, he would definitely create a car in the future. Yi Hao patted his chest, feeling a nauseating sensation. Thinking about the carriage was unbearable. You all go back and rest well. You can skip the afternoon classes. Master casually said a few words before returning to his residence. Having not rested properly for 4 days, he needed to tidy himself up. The mucus on him had dried up, and even his hair, like steel needles, was tangled together, not to mention how dirty his clothes were. Yi Hao and Tang San exchanged a smile, both choosing not to mention that day as seen to Master. After all, they couldn't say that Master was born from the mandala snake. That would be incredibly embarrassing for him. The two returned to their dormitory, which was empty. According to their usual schedule, it should be noon, a time for rest. Yi Hao chose to lie down, sprawled out on the bed. Having not rested properly for nearly 4 days, he needed to recuperate. Just then, Yi Hao's gaze unintentionally fell outside the window, noticing a crowd gathering there. Curiosity got the better of him, as he saw many people covered in black armor, their eyes focused on the playground. Xiao San, look at the playground downstairs. Tang San was slightly taken aback. The playground? What's wrong with the playground? Also, he was called Tang San. He could be called Xiao San, but what was with Xiao Zi? Is Xiao Wu there? And everyone else? A brawl was about to break out, a thought that crossed Tang San's mind. One side was the working study students led by Xiao Wu, and the other side represented the nobles, with the soul ring holders being in the minority. The differences in their martial souls determined the different starting points for these noble children. Little girl, one should know their place. You have been provoking us for quite some time now. What? Do you want to be my pet rabbit? If I remember correctly, Your martial soul is a rabbit, right? At the forefront is a tall figure dressed in a nodding junior college uniform, slightly taller than Xiao Wu, with a somewhat adult demeanor, wearing a look of disdain and contempt on his face. Xiao Lauda, are you afraid? Xiao Wu naturally seized the opportunity, recalling how these noble scions had relentlessly insulted the working students in the cafeteria a few days ago. The divide between commoners and nobles is stark, with both sides holding firm to their beliefs. Thus, the current confrontation arose, and with Yi Hao's withdrawal, Xiao Wu naturally became the new leader of the working students. The leader's duty is to protect, to safeguard the group behind them, which is both a responsibility and a manageable task, especially upon seeing the injuries on Wang Sheng. Xiao Wu took the initiative to confront, leading to this standoff. Both sides exchanged verbal jabs, the clash of words resounding, but their true strengths remained unknown. At that moment, Xiao Wu signaled, and the former leader Wang Sheng stepped forward, his martial spirit being the battle tiger, while the opponents sent out a person with a stick as their martial spirit. A clash between weapon spirit masters and beast spirit masters. Chapter 16. Yi Hao is angry. Sanzi. Just one of you is enough. Why drag me into this? Yi Hao said reluctantly. For 4 consecutive days, he had either been on the road or wandering around the forest, and all he wanted now was a good sleep. Yi Hao, we share a dormitory. If our roommate is in danger, how can you sit idly by? After spending some time together, Tang San gradually developed a new understanding of Yi Hao. Yi Hao is someone who follows his own desires, acting according to his will with no particular method, simply following his heart. Such people are the hardest for Tang San to figure out, and on the contrary, they can be very dangerous, potentially surprising you at any moment. For the sake of his roommate, Tang San was willing to go to great lengths. Seeing this, Yi Hao said no more and decided to end the fight quickly so they could return to the dormitory for some sleep. On the playground, the battle had clearly reached a heated stage. Wang Sheng's battle tiger martial spirit was manifested as he stood alongside the opponent wielding a stick. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. The stick struck Wang Sheng's wrist like a rain of blows, but throughout, he gritted his teeth and persisted. In the past, before Xiao Wu arrived, he was the leader of the working students, having to fend off bullying from the noble children, a situation that had persisted for a long time, where 1 against 2 was common. Soon, Tang San and Yi Hao arrived amidst the crowd. Wang Sheng is going to lose. At that moment, Tang San made an important announcement. Sanzi, you're back? Xiao Wu turned around, surprised to see the two of them. Where have you been for the past 4 days? And Yi Hao, what have you two been up to? Why didn't you take me with you? Tang San replied. We went out for a big meal and explored every corner of Nodding City, eating and drinking well, so we didn't take you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was furious yet helpless. She knew she couldn't compete with Yi Hao. Yi Hao continued, especially that restaurant in the east of the city. Their spicy rabbit heads are delicious. I had more than a dozen, and Tang San quite a bit too, right, Sanzi? Tang San nodded slightly, then realized something was off when he saw the resentment in Xiao Wu's eyes. I have something that I don't know whether I should say or not. You too. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore, Xiao Wu said angrily, turning away. Tang San glanced at Yi Hao with a sense of grievance. Is it really necessary? They're still sleeping together at night. Now, they even lost the right to share a bed. No bed tonight. I'll go snuggle under Yi Hao's covers. Yi Hao remarked, Death Spider Emperor poison, just so you know. Wang Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Having lost the ability to fight after being struck by the opponent's stick, exiting the martial spirit manifestation state, his body covered in bruises, clearly indicating the disparity in strength. Wang Sheng, you former leader aren't so great after all, getting beaten by a little girl. The one wielding the long stick, named Lu Long, had some past grievances with Wang Sheng, having clashed frequently when Wang Sheng was still the leader. Lu Long, don't get cocky. You'll regret it later. Wang Sheng was overjoyed, not feeling dejected by his defeat because he saw Yi Hao in the crowd. He was the true boss. The boss had become so terrifying after just a few days. Given more time, his aura would be even more fearsome. Yi Hao was filled with resentment, having been pulled up just when he wanted to sleep, and anyone would feel the same. At that moment, he was seething with anger and cast a cold glance at the few people across from him, thinking, you better not provoke me, or else. Due to Wang Sheng's defeat, Xiao Wu's team of working students immediately lost morale. On the contrary, the noble students represented by Xiao Chenyu became even more arrogant, feeling on top of the world. Xiao Chenyu raised his head, nostrils flaring, laughing heartily. Xiao Wu, you all aren't so great either. Here's the deal. We're all in the same academy. So in the future, let us not make it difficult for each other. If you all call me boss, Xiao collectively, I'll let you all go. What do you think? Xiao Wu frowned. Calling him boss, Xiao was a joke. She was old enough to be his ancestor, and he wasn't even worthy of being her grandson. Boss Xiao, how about you and I have a spar? If I lose, I'll call you boss. What do you think? Xiao Wu proactively issued a challenge. Xiao Qinyu was slightly taken aback. He was a sixth grader, and although his opponent was a little girl, she was a new junior, probably having never even seen a spirit ring, while his first spirit ring was 10 years old. Wasn't this a bit too much? But it was also true that Xiao Wu was the leader of these students. After defeating her, he would be the biggest in all of Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy. From then on, who would dare not listen to him? All right, it's a deal. Seeing Xiao Qinyu agree, Xiao Wu secretly rejoiced, as all her pent-up frustration could finally be reasonably released. Meanwhile, Yi Hao, who was at the back, stood there in a daze, watching the childish antics of both sides. His eyelids involuntarily starting to droop. Why all this nonsense? Just let everyone jump in. He hated this kind of situation. If they could fight, why bother with all the extra fluff? Bored, Yi Hao simply went to rest under a nearby tree. Glancing at Xiao Qinyu unleashing his martial spirit and the white spirit ring at his feet, and couldn't help but chuckle. How dare he accept Xiao Wu's challenge? Xiao Qinyu was going to have a rough time ahead. What are you laughing at? At that moment, a student dressed plainly from the noble team shouted at Yi Hao, who was sitting under the tree. Yi Hao shot him a glance and chose to ignore him. There was no need to argue with the kid. Nonetheless, in that person's eyes, Yi Hao's actions undoubtedly seemed like a sign of contempt. Nobles are nobles, and commoners will always be commoners. This is an unchanging truth. Nobles are superior, but why is there such a large gap between people? Yi Hao slowly stood up, impatiently glancing at the student who had been barking madly just moments ago. Is it you? The one who made faces at me in the cafeteria that day? What a narrow path for enemies. I didn't want to trouble you, but you're the one looking for death. Over here, Xiao Wu unleashed her rabbit martial spirit, her spirit ring ready to be activated. A massive and overwhelming pressure suddenly crushed the entire scene, and the Death Spider Emperor appeared, accompanied by a century-old spirit ring. Yi Hao strode forward with a powerful gait, the century-old spirit ring at his feet, while the Death Spider Emperor behind him advanced slowly towards the group of nobles. Chapter 17. Century-old spirit rings. The noble youths were stunned, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. In their impression, there were not many students with a 100-year spirit ring. Although Notting City is a small town in the Doluo continent, due to geographical constraints, resources are scarce. As a result, the local spirit hall is merely a small branch, and even the main person in charge, Master Matthew, is already 80 years old. At this moment, he is still a great spirit master and might remain at this level for his entire life. This is also why Salis, the bishop of the spirit hall in Heavendo City, did not believe that a place like Notting City could produce someone with innate full spirit power, especially considering that the spirit was blue silvergrass, which is everywhere. Even if one were to become a spirit master in the future, it was estimated that their achievements would not be significant. If nothing had gone wrong that day, and Yi Hao's true information had been submitted, Salis would likely have believed it. It is estimated that at this time, Yi Hao would not be standing in Notting City, but in front of the Spear Hall. Yi Hao took step after step. The terrifying pressure combined with the Death Spider Emperor's fierce visage instantly left the noble youths speechless, each one collapsing to the ground, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Even Xiao Qinyu, the representative of the noble youths, was taken aback. Goodness, are there hidden talents among this year's work-study students? A person with a 100-year spirit ring is rare in the entire academy, aside from the principal and a few masters. Most other teachers have spirit rings starting at 10 years. After all, capturing a 100-year spirit beast is extremely difficult. Compared to the small place of Notting City, the resources for spirit masters are limited. Even in the Spirit Hall branch, there are only a few students, mostly great spirit masters. Taking Master as an example, if he faced the Mandala Snake, had it not been for Yi Hao and Tang San being present at that moment, he would have likely been expelled from his body by the Mandala Snake by now. With just a 10-year spirit ring, Xiao Qinyu could become the leader, which suggests that the spirit master power in Notting City is also quite insufficient. The Death Spider Emperor possess. The next day, in the morning, outside Notting City, Yi Hao, dressed in the Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy uniform, walked alone on the street. After ending the farce between work-study students and noble youths yesterday, Yi Hao surprisingly found that the noble youths were now playing with the work-study students, with neither side showing superiority. Moreover, some work-study students even went to the second floor to have breakfast with the nobles. This action stunned not only Yi Hao, but also the Academy's principal and other masters. It should be known that the Academy had put in considerable effort to mediate the conflicts between noble youths and work-study students. It was unexpected that the presence of Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu's respective 100-year spirit rings, brought such a significant change, truly beyond everyone's expectations. As previously mentioned, Yi Hao needed to go to the Nodding City Spirit Hall branch for spirit registration to obtain the subsidy distributed by the Spirit Hall. Now, Yi Hao was alone and merely a work-study student. Although he did some cleaning work in the academy and could earn a little money in his spare time, it ultimately was not enough to cover his expenses. Now, Yi Hao only needed to go to the Spirit Hall branch for spirit assessment, and after that, he would receive a considerable sum every month, enough to support his future living expenses. Yesterday, he heard Tang San say he was going to work at a blacksmith shop in the city, apparently assigned by his father. Yi Hao shook his head. He was not a blacksmith, and working part-time was impossible for him. It would never happen in his lifetime. Before long, Yi Hao arrived at the front of the Nodding City Spirit Hall branch. Reflecting on 5 days ago, he had just crossed over and was abandoned by the system, wandering the streets. Now, he had transformed into the Academy's pride, a true leader. Just thinking about it made him chuckle. The events of these 5 days were enough to overturn everyone's understanding. Due to yesterday's events, Xiao Qinyu and his group had completely wilted, showing utmost obedience to Xiao Wu and daring not to slack off in the slightest. Likewise, Yi Hao was the same. Having witnessed Yi Hao's terrifying abilities, Xiao Qinyu and others were thoroughly convinced, and none wished to recall the scenes of yesterday. Stop. This is the Spirit Hall branch. No idle individuals are allowed inside. The gatekeeper routinely blocked Yi Hao's path. Yi Hao twitched his mouth. Why do they keep repeating the same line? Can't they come up with something fresher? Uncles, don't you remember me? 5 days ago, the two gatekeepers exchanged glances, realizing that this person was wearing the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy's uniform, and he looked familiar. Oh, I remember now. It's you, the gatekeeper exclaimed, recalling. You're Yi Hao, right? 5 days ago, Master Su Yuntao awakened your spirit, and I personally brought you in. Look at my memory. Little brother Yi Hao, what brings you here today? Yi Hao smiled slightly. Uncle, is Master Matthew in? I'd like to undergo a spirit assessment. Yes, you can go right in. Master Matthew is in his usual room. After saying this, the gatekeepers opened the door, and Yi Hao thanked them before walking straight into the Spirit Hall branch, passing through the spacious corridor and around one room after another. Yi Hao familiarized himself with the path to Master Matthew's door. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Hao politely knocked on the door, and a frail voice came from inside. Come in. Yi Hao pushed the door open and found Master Matthew at his desk, writing something. Upon seeing Yi Hao, Master Matthew instinctively rubbed his eyes. After confirming it was indeed Yi Hao, he immediately broke into a warm smile. ISNT, this Yi Hao. It's been 5 days since we last met. What brings you to the Spirit Hall branch today? Master Matthew always maintained a smile towards Yi Hao, in stark contrast to the impolite demeanor of Master Su Yuntao, who had barged in without knocking. Similarly, the letter Matthew wrote regarding Yi Hao had already been sent to the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City. It wouldn't be long before the prominent figures in the hall would come to take Yi Hao away. Establishing good relations now would provide multiple safeguards in the future. Wouldn't it? Chapter 18. Working part-time is impossible. What? You want to conduct a spirit power advancement assessment? Have you already obtained a spirit ring? Master Matthew said in shock. From the time Yi Hao awakened his spirit to now, only 5 days had passed. The nearby Spirit Beast Forest is far from the outer hunting forest, which is maintained by the Empire. Other than the tokens issued by the Spirit Hall, no one else can enter. Many had come to the branch to collect their spirits in recent days, but Master Matthew had not seen Yi Hao's figure at all. Perhaps others had obtained theirs temporarily as well. Although Yi Hao has innate full spirit power and does not need to cultivate, he can directly obtain his first spirit ring. Master Matthew was certain in his heart that Yi Hao's spirit ring would undoubtedly be 10 years. With a limited spirit master power in Nodding City, dealing with a 100-year spirit beast would be extremely taxing. No one would hunt a 100-year spirit beast for a newcomer. The risks are too high. Master, are you talking about me? Yi Hao followed Ma Zayuno as they walked, and when they arrived at a huge archway, Ma Zayuno stepped forward to push open the large door. This was the laboratory for the assessment of martial soul advancement. It was a spacious room, with an area of over 200 square meters, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows provided ample light. One could even see the scenery of the academy in the distance. Ma Zayuno led Yi Hao to a black stone embedded in the wall, about the size of a fist. Similar to the one Su Yuntao used when Yi Hao awakened his martial soul, but different in size, one large and one small. Yi Hao, place your hand on it and release your martial soul and soul ring, Ma Zayuno said. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hao stepped forward, focused his energy, raised his right hand, and the moment his palm touched the stone, the yellow 100-year soul ring beneath his feet slowly rose. The phantom of the Death Spider Emperor behind him caused Ma Zayuno to momentarily hold his breath, as if someone was choking him, making it hard to breathe. 100-year soul ring. Ma Zayuno calmed himself and looked at Yi Hao again, his eyes filled with a mix of appreciation and complexity. As he walked to the yellow crystal ball on the table, watching the faint light flickering on the crystal ball, Ma Zayuno paused and said, Yi Hao, your martial soul is the Death Demon Spider, soul power level 12. And your first soul ring is 100 years. By the way, Yi Hao, can you tell me which soul beast your first soul ring comes from? Ma Zayuno asked, puzzled. Since the first soul ring was 100 years, according to normal procedures, Yi Hao's next soul ring would undoubtedly also be 100 years. Every time a soul master breaks through, they urgently need a soul ring that suits them. The required age of the soul ring will gradually increase, and the color of the soul ring will also undergo tremendous changes based on the previous one. 100-year Death Demon Spider. If lucky, just a little bit. Ma Zayuno, a little bit lucky? The Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul, combined with the first soul ring from the Death Demon Spider, is like the 9th soul ring of the Pope coming from 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor. Isn't that a bit more than just lucky? To say you're the son of Heaven wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yi Hao's first martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, but due to Ma Zayuno's misunderstanding, he mistakenly thought it was the Death Demon Spider. Ma Zayuno took out a medal and registered Yi Hao's information. This medal was universal on the continent and could be used at any spirit hall in Doluo continent. From now on, you are an honorable soul master of the Tiando Empire. Welcome to the ranks of soul masters. In the future, with this medal, you can receive a gold soul coin subsidy every month. When you reach a level like us great soul masters, the monthly gold soul coins will turn into 10. You must continue to work hard. Yi Hao took the medal, thanked Ma Zayuno, and then left the spirit hall alone. Throughout the entire process, Ma Zayuno did not mention anything about Yi Hao joining the spirit hall. Ma Zayuno knew very well that Yi Hao's personal information had already been reported, and joining the spirit hall was just a matter of time. Watching Yi Hao's departing figure, Ma Zayuno sighed deeply. Being young is really great. Yi Hao walked relaxedly on the bustling street, with a gold soul coin in his pocket, making him feel a bit elated. The feeling of having money was extraordinary. Dressed in the distinctive uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, it was evident that anyone who could enter a Soul Master Academy was a Soul Master, a profession admired by everyone on the continent. There were many people on the continent, and everyone could awaken a martial soul, but not everyone possessed soul power. Clang, clang, clang. Passing by a blacksmith shop, the sound of forging iron caught Yi Hao's attention. Among them, a small figure was wielding a casting hammer larger than himself, striking the iron block in front of him vigorously. He wore gray clothes, had a scarf around his waist, and was sweating profusely, his small face flushed from the heat. But his gaze remained resolute, focused on the large iron block in front of him. Sanzi, Yi Hao called out. The boy who was concentrating on forging iron. Tang San was momentarily startled. That's right, Tang San is a work-study student. Relying on the academy's insufficient funds, he couldn't sustain his life at the academy. Moreover, Tang San was currently quite close with Xiao Wu, spending nights together and playing during their free time, as if they were conjoined twins. Xiao Wu's expenses were already huge, and most of Tang San's funds were spent on her. Therefore, Tang San recalled what that man said before leaving. If you have no money, go work in a blacksmith shop. Thus, this scene was created. Tang San wiped the sweat from his face with a towel draped over his shoulder and looked at the suddenly appearing Yi Hao. What are you doing here? Tang San asked, puzzled. Yi Hao glanced at the casting hammer in Tang San's hand, stepped forward, and casually took the hammer, trying to swing it a few times. Under Tang San's watch, The iron block in front of him instantly flattened into a thin iron disc. Tang San, everyone. Yi Hao. Yi Hao released the casting hammer, looked at his hands, and wondered when his strength had become so great. System, praise me quickly. Yi Hao, get away from me. The blacksmith shop owner's eyes lit up. Little brother, I can tell at a glance that you are not an ordinary person. Come work with us and earn a silver soul coin a day. How's that sound? Are kids these days so abnormal? Tang San is like this, and this suddenly appearing kid is the same. Facing the blacksmith shop owner's invitation, Yi Hao immediately replied, working is impossible. I will never work in my life. Chapter 19. Checking in at Holy Soul Village. Tang San. The blacksmith shop owner saw this and simply gave up. The forging industry would henceforth lack a future master craftsman. What a pity. Sanzi, have you gone to the Nodding City Spirit Hall for soul power assessment? Tang San was slightly startled and shook his head in confusion. Not yet. I plan to go after work. Have you already gone? Yi Hao nodded, took out a gold soul coin and the medal that recorded his information. That's right, I get a gold soul coin subsidy every month. I mean, with your current situation, it's just a drop in the bucket. Why not bring Xiao Wu to work with you? The more people, the more income, right? Tang San sighed helplessly. Xiao Wu is now the boss of Nodding Academy. How can I, as her little brother, pull her along? You came here, didn't you come to see me? Just passing by. Yi Hao quietly said, let me tell you a secret. Xiao Wu is really a rabbit. After saying that, Yi Hao left, heading towards the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to return to his dormitory and continue lying down. Xiao Wu is really a rabbit? Tang San repeated this phrase, thought for a while, and shook his head, continuing to forge iron. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of forging iron rang out again. Not long after Yi Hao left, a man in a gray robe quietly appeared, glancing in the direction Yi Hao had left. After a while, the man shifted his gaze to Tang San, who was engrossed in his work, sighed helplessly, and then left. Life at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite monotonous, waking up at sunrise and resting at night. Other than commuting between the academy and the blacksmith shop and practicing daily, Tang San had little else to do. Xiao Wu continued to be the boss, forming a small force within the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. It is said that even the principal knows about the little sister, Xiao Wu, in the academy. But the principal is too lazy to intervene. As long as nothing goes wrong, they could do whatever they want. After all, she is naturally endowed with full soul power. As for Yi Hao, lying down daily is essential. His regular cultivation continues as usual, and that is his only interest and hobby. Training? Does he still need the body the system gave him before it left? Dating? He has no plans for that at the moment. Playing with the little ones? Sorry, he's not in the right age group for that. Working part-time at the blacksmith shop with Tang San? That's impossible. He can never work part-time in this lifetime. The academy has its own rules. Students are not allowed to have parental visits while on campus, and only during holidays can students leave the academy to go home. The usually lively 7th dormitory suddenly became desolate. As the other work-study students returned to their homes, Xiao Wu sat alone on her bed, glancing at Tang San beside her, who was diligently cultivating. This guy's just a blockhead. All he does is cultivate. And then there's Yi Hao, who is lying down. Xiao Wu has a negative impression of Yi Hao. Back when he first came to the 7th dormitory, he embarrassed her by pinning her to the ground in front of everyone. That was a huge disgrace for her. For Xiao Wu, this has become a lifelong shadow. And every time she faces Yi Hao, she can't help but feel displeased. Rabbits are quick to hold grudges, especially since Yi Hao once mentioned that he liked to eat spicy rabbit heads. Are you not going home? Tang San slowly opened his eyes, packing his things to prepare to return to Shenghan Village. Time flies. It has already been half a year since he left home. He wonders how his dad is doing at home, probably still drinking at this hour. Xiao Wu's gaze was blank as she glared at the lying Yi Hao, whose face she found annoying. Every time she makes eye contact with Yi Hao, she can't help but recall that dark, cold night. With the same Death Spider Emperor martial soul as her, she witnessed him kill her mother in front of her, led by several titled Duos. The moment the 100,000-year soul ring lit up, it sealed her hatred for that person. There's nothing she can do. After all, Yi Hao looks a lot like Bibi Dong. And the system simulated Bibi Dong's martial soul, giving Yi Hao a powerful physique, along with her charm and facial expressions. Standing together, it's hard not to associate them with each other. Could they be mother and son? Yi Hao, Bibi Dong? That's a matter for later. Yi Hao said drowsily, I've been lonely and helpless since I was young. Everyone in the academy knows I'm an orphan. Tang-san, if I'm not mistaken, your home is in Shenghun Village, right? Tang-san nodded. Yes, my home is in Shenghun Village. It won't take half a day to get there from Notting City. Why don't you come back with me? I can't just leave you alone in the academy. Yao thought for a moment. Shenghun Village? The legendary birthplace of Tang-san. Since he is in this world, it's not unreasonable to check it out. Okay. After saying that, Yi Hao jumped up from the bed. He had nothing to pack, just himself. Xiao Wu, what about you? Xiao Wu glanced at Yi Hao, feeling a jumble of emotions. Although she disliked Yi Hao and that familiar, hated face, he ultimately wasn't her. Fine. Shenghun Village got its name because a soul saint appeared there 100 years ago. It is a small village located at the border of two great empires, where villagers grow fruits and vegetables to trade between the empires, living quite comfortably. After half a day's journey through mountains and rivers, the three finally arrived at Shenghun Village. The village has a simple folk culture, and the air is much better than in Notting City. Yi Hao took a quick look around and stopped in the central area of the village, gazing at the handprint left by the legendary soul saint. He compared it to his own and thought, why not leave his own mark too? What if he becomes famous later? Tang-san's family was poor. He had lived with his drunken father, who ran a blacksmith shop. Before they even reached Tang-san's home, Yi Hao could already smell a strong scent of rusted iron. The smell of rust. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and the lock hanging at the door was covered in rust, indicating that Tang-san's drunken father hadn't been back for a long time. Tang-san was slightly taken aback, took out a spare key, and pushed the door open, revealing a world covered in white mist. The furniture was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the floor was littered with weeds. Yi Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Well, the visit to Shenghun Village is over, and he also ends up cleaning for the protagonist. For someone like him who prefers to lie down, doing nothing is the only thing he needs to do. Judging by the current situation, Tang-san's father, Tang Hao, has already left. As for where he went, who knows? Hey, why is the door open? Could there be a thief? Just then, old Jack, leaning on his cane, wobbled to the front of Tang-san's house. Seeing Tang-san cleaning, he sighed in relief, glad it wasn't a thief. Little San, you're back. Tang-san dropped the broom and looked at old Jack at the door, hurriedly saying, Grandpa Jack, what brings you here? Come in and sit. Old Jack smiled. No need. You all continue your work. By the way, this letter was left for you by your father before he left. Handing the letter to Tang-san. Old Jack couldn't help but complain. Your dad is really irresponsible, saying he is going to get back what belongs to him. Sigh, little San, Grandpa is leaving. In old Jack's eyes, who didn't he know Tang Hao's true identity? Tang Hao is just an irresponsible person. Is such a person worthy of being a father? Goodbye, Grandpa Jack. After seeing off old Jack, Tang-san sat alone at the door, looking at the yellowed paper and the letter written by Tang Hao before leaving. For a moment, Tang-san fell into silence. Yi Hao sat on a small stool beside him. He knew exactly what was written in Tang Hao's letter. Why care about it so much? He can't follow the protagonist's path. After graduating from Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, Yi Hao will also set off on his own journey. At night, the back mountain of Shenghun Village is a beautiful garden, with all sorts of flowers blooming in the night sky, vibrant and flourishing. Yi Hao lay among the flowers, inhaling their fragrance, and his mood instantly brightened. Turning his gaze to Tang-san and Xiao Wu, who were swearing under the moonlight, Yi Hao had no interest in experiencing this. It was merely that if you want to be a sister, one day many people would want to kill me. But those people are ones you can't defeat. Then let them step over my corpse first. Tang-san swore to Xiao Wu. Watching Tang-san and Xiao Wu under the flowers and moon, Yi Hao felt an inexplicable loneliness rising in his heart. He came to the Doluo continent all alone, with no relatives or friends. Damn system. Yi Hao silently cursed the system for its inaction. Under the lovey-dovey display of the two in front of him, he couldn't help but shiver. A single dog can't stay here. So he decided to head down the mountain, his figure disappearing completely into the depths of the night. 5 years later, in the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City, in the sunset forest outside the city, several men and women dressed in the attire of the Heavendo Royal Academy were launching an encirclement against a purple-winged demon spider. Leading them was a girl with blue hair and blue eyes, her feet transforming into a blue snake tail as she chased after the purple-winged demon spider. Beside her was a handsome young man whose right hand had been replaced by a blue dragon claw, lightning wrapping around it as he launched attacks on the fleeing purple-winged demon spider. How fast is that purple-winged demon spider? Tianheng. The woman with green hair nodded at the man, who understood instantly. 3 soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet, and behind him appeared a blue, serpentine giant dragon, surrounded by dense lightning, making him look like a descending deity. He had 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng's right hand was immediately wrapped in lightning, and a dragon claw formed from lightning suddenly reached out to grab the purple-winged demon spider. As the heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family in the Doloa continent, his blue electric Tyrannosaurus was indeed the #1 beast martial soul in the world. The purple-winged demon spider's figure flashed past, and Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw instinctively missed. Yu Tianheng was slightly taken aback. The speed of this purple-winged demon spider was very fast. He then looked up to the sky. Wind control. Above the sunset forest, a student wearing the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy, with a pair of wings on his back, nodded. This person's martial soul was the wind spirit bird. With a nod, 3 soul rings identical to Yu Tianheng's suddenly lit up beneath his feet. He gently flapped his wings, and a sudden whirlwind swept through the silent forest. Yet the purple-winged demon spider's figure flashed past, unaffected. This scene truly left Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng slightly stunned. The purple-winged demon spider was the only flying type among all the demon spider soul beasts, and its speed was understandable. But the one before them was merely a little over 1,000 years old. It shouldn't be that fast. The forest was intricate, and the dense trees made chasing a 1,000-year soul beast difficult. Not to mention that the opponent could fly, and its flying speed was unexpectedly faster than Yu Feng's. Just as the purple-winged demon spider was secretly pleased, a figure appeared in the woods, standing at about 175 meters tall, with handsome features. 8 spider spears arranged behind him, clad in black armor, and a pair of crimson eyes fixed on the flying purple-winged demon spider. This person was also dressed in the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy, with 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring lighting up beneath his feet. Moving swiftly through the forest as if carried by the wind, undeterred by the massive tree trunks. The second soul skill, Spiderweb. The man whispered, and his second 1,000-year soul ring instantly lit up. His hands rapidly turned black, and 2 black spiderwebs, laced with deadly spider venom, flew out. The purple-winged demon spider desperately fled, but the spider webs quickly corroded the tree trunks where it had been moments before. The purple-winged demon spider was horrified and instinctively tried to escape, but suddenly, the man's figure appeared right in front of it. The man transformed his hands into 2 massive spider spears, radiating killing intent. The spider spears descended, and with a soft sound, they easily pierced through the body of the purple-winged demon spider, which then began to plummet rapidly. With a loud crash, the solid ground was smashed into a deep pit as the man's spider spear penetrated the body of the purple-winged demon spider. And deadly spider emperor venom continuously entered its body. In an instant, the purple-winged demon spider trembled wildly beneath the man, its entire body becoming abnormal, its eyes seeming to bulge. After shaking for a while, the demon spider finally calmed down. Seeing this, the man withdrew the spider spear and exited the martial soul embodiment state, revealing his originally handsome appearance. 5 years had passed. Yihao looked up at the blue sky and took a deep breath. At this point, Tang San and Xiao Wu should have gone to Shrek Academy. This person was Yihao, who, after parting ways with the Holy Soul Village, returned to Nodding City and completed his studies at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy years later. At that time, the master had sought Yihao out alone, wanting him to enroll in a higher-level Soul Master Academy called Shrek Academy. He talked at length about how great Shrek Academy was and how well-equipped it was, and after successfully persuading Tang San and Xiao Wu, he found Yihao utterly resistant. In the master's eyes, Yihao was undoubtedly a genius. Back then, Yihao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu almost broke through to level 20 simultaneously. At that time, the entire Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was shaken. Who had ever seen someone break through to level 20 at such a young age? Immediately, under the leadership of the master and several school leaders, the 3 of them arrived at the soul hunting forest after a long absence, as their soul power had hit a bottleneck, and they needed to obtain corresponding soul rings. Chapter 21. Yihao's 3rd soul ring. Last time, it was mentioned that Yihao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu successively broke through to level 20. And under the guidance of the master, school leaders, and the principal, they arrived at the soul hunting forest. Upon returning, Although the soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest were weak, they could not be underestimated. On the first day, they helped Tang San select a 100-year-old ghost vine as his second soul ring, which granted the soul skill, Parasite. The blue-silver grass seeds left on that person would grow instantly when Tang San activated his second soul skill, thus binding that person and achieving perfect control. For Tang San, a control-type soul master, this soul skill was undoubtedly the best. As for Xiao Wu, she disappeared for a moment when no one was paying attention and then quietly reappeared, along with her second soul ring. It was also a 100-year-old one. According to Xiao Wu, she had gotten separated from everyone and randomly found a dying 100-year soul ring, resolved it, and, after absorbing the soul ring, she saw everyone looking for her. The group had no choice but to accept this excuse. Only Yihao knew that Xiao Wu was a 10,000-year soul beast and did not need to kill soul beasts to obtain soul rings. The reason for her actions was merely to conceal her identity as a soul beast. In this impoverished place of Nodding City, Xiao Wu could act without restraint, because she was not worried about the arrival of a titled law. Only a titled law could see through her identity as a soul beast. As for Yihao's second soul ring, it came from a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Indeed, they discovered a human-faced demon spider that had just crossed 1,000 years in the soul-hunting forest, and the group had to exert all their effort to slay it. Yihao's martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, making the human-faced demon spider the most suitable soul beast for him. However, an accident occurred when absorbing the soul ring. It turned out this human-faced demon spider had just entered 1,000 years and was not suitable for a second soul ring. The master felt a chill in his heart. Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring as a second soul ring was undoubtedly seeking death. If anything happened to Yihao, the few of them present would not survive. In the master's mind, as Yihao's age increased, his appearance underwent a tremendous change, becoming increasingly similar to Bibi Dong. The master had witnessed this and grew more certain in his heart that Yihao was a pawn planted by Bibi Dong to seek revenge on him. If something really happened to Yihao, then they would be in serious trouble. To everyone's surprise, Yihao successfully absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring, and his soul power advanced to level 22. Seeing this, the master and the others simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. They secretly rejoiced. Just now, they had witnessed history. The first genius in history to have a 1,000-year second soul ring was born. The group felt happy for Yihao, but only Tang San could not share in the joy, as the gap between them was gradually widening. Tang San was also a very competitive person. Yihao's strength was already terrifying, and now he had his first 1,000-year soul ring, and it was a second 1,000-year ring. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to Tang San. Years later, as the three approached graduation, the subsequent events involved the master persuading Yihao to go to Shrek Academy in Soto City for further studies, where he could fully develop his potential and not be overlooked. To this, Yihao flatly refused, stating that the atmosphere of Shrek Academy did not suit him. Going to Shrek Academy would undoubtedly be following the path of the protagonist. Since he had come this far, why not forge his own path? In the days leading up to graduation, Yihao left alone, embarking on a journey to Tiando City. As for why he joined the Tiando Royal Academy, let's first let Yihao absorb the soul ring from the purple-winged demon spider before discussing it. In the Sunset Forest, Yihao exited the Death Spider King and possessed it. The purple-winged demon spider in front of him was undeniably dead, and around its body, purple light spots emerged, gradually condensing into a circle of purple light rings, revealing a genuine 1,000-year soul ring, which was Yihao's third soul ring. For this soul ring, Yihao had inquired for a long time and finally learned from a teacher at the academy about the appearance of the purple-winged demon spider in the Sunset Forest. At that moment, a girl with blue hair and blue eyes approached aggressively and pulled Yihao's ear. You clearly could have handled it alone. You made us go through so much trouble. Are you trying to make us look foolish? Yihao looked at Dugu Yin and smiled apologetically. Sister Yin, it's a misunderstanding. How would I know that this purple-winged demon spider was so weak? If I had known, I would have, ouch, to Dugu Yin's ears. This meant that the purple-winged demon spider was very weak, and yet so many of them couldn't handle it, implying they were weak. Of course, this was Dugu Yin's interpretation, not Yihao's true intention. Without the help of a few people, Yihao would have likely spent a lot of effort. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yin was furious and was about to hit Yihao. As the granddaughter of the old poison master Dugu Bo, she naturally inherited his eccentric personality. Speaking of Dagobah, Yi Hao had not seen this title Dua, famous for his poison, in the 3 months since he joined the Tiando Royal Academy. All right, Yin, let Xiao Hao absorb the soul ring first, and then you can teach him a lesson. At this moment, Yu Qianheng walked over with a wry smile, followed by Yu Feng, who looked at Yi Hao being tugged by the ear and exchanged a knowing smile. Yi Hao was only 11 years old, and undeniably, he was a genius. Achieving level 30 at just 11 years old was a rarity across the continent. Initially, when Qin Ming brought Yi Hao to the Tiando Royal Academy, not only Duge Yin and Yu Qianheng, but even the 3 committee members of the academy didn't believe that an 11-year-old boy could. However, when Yi Hao displayed his martial soul and revealed his soul power level, the expressions of those present suddenly froze. Yes, that was the expression. Level 29. Yi Hao entered the Tiando Royal Academy with a soul power level of 29, and after 3 months of training, he finally raised his soul power to level 30, which led to the incident of hunting the purple winged demon spider. The Tiando Royal Academy was indeed a noble academy, but with Qin Ming's recommendation, someone like Yi Hao, who had no background but possessed strong abilities, was undoubtedly what the Tiando Royal Academy lacked. The 3 committee members immediately arranged for Yi Hao to enroll and waive his tuition and other fees. After all, the Tiando Royal Academy was established by the Empire. They had plenty of money, but talented individuals were rare, and after Qin Ming found one in the wild, how could they ask him to pay? That would be like driving him away. Chapter 22. Yi Hao is a genius. Yi Hao was a genius, and this was evident to all. Immediately after joining the Tiando Royal Academy, he was given priority training. In 2 years, the elite competition for advanced soul masters across the continent would take place, and it would be an unprecedented event. Under the arrangement of the 3 committee members, Yi Hao joined the team under Qin Ming's jurisdiction, the Royal Fighting Team. A final lineup formed by the Tiando Royal Academy, aiming to compete for the championship in the elite competition for advanced soul masters across the continent. With Yi Hao's addition, this undoubtedly gave the 3 committee members a boost of confidence. Yi Hao, 11 years old, martial soul, Death Demon Spider, Spider King, soul power level, 29. This was Yi Hao's self-introduction when he first met the Royal Fighting Team. When everyone learned that Yi Hao had innate full soul power, the 7 members added a sense of mystery to this suddenly parachuted individual. In the following 3 months, with Qin Ming's guidance and support, Yi Hao gradually integrated into the Royal Fighting Team and officially became one of them. Today marked the day Yi Hao's soul power reached level 30. So early in the morning, under Qin Ming's lead, he, along with Yu Feng, Yu Qianheng, Duge Yin, and Yi Lingling, came to the Sunset Forest, intending to capture the rumored purple winged demon spider to add to Yi Hao's 3rd soul ring. Everyone has their mischievous moments, and so did Yi Hao. Although this body was technically over 20 years old, under the system's adjustments, Yi Hao was only 11, feeling bored in daily life. He occasionally teased Duge Yin and played pranks on Yi Lingling. Such a life was enjoyable. In contrast, if Yi Hao went to Soto City's Shrek Academy, where he would be with people he was already familiar with, like Xiao Wu, Tang San, the hot-tempered Dai Mu Bai, the lecherous Oscar, the two-faced Tang San, the fiery Xiao Wu, the calculating Ning Rongrong, and the cold yet attractive Zhu Zhuqing, he wouldn't be able to get along with them at all. During his time in Nodding City, Yi Hao maintained a certain distance from Tang San and Xiao Wu, neither getting too close nor becoming enemies. This relationship was quite good. And there was one crucial point. Ma Hongjun, this fat guy, was the one Yi Hao looked down upon the most. Sleazy, greedy, lecherous, and petty. He embodied nearly all the flaws. This was the reason Yi Hao refused the master and chose not to enter Shrek Academy. Why couldn't he just walk his own path peacefully? Why did everything have to follow the master's arrangements? He was not someone special. Who gave him the right to act so high and mighty? In the Sunset Forest, Duge Yin rolled her eyes at Yi Hao in annoyance. This guy had a thicker skin than the walls of Tiando City. In the 3 months they had spent together, although it had been warm and pleasant, he was simply a freak. In the previous combat training, even the Captain Yu Tianheng was not a match for Yi Hao, and even the brothers Shimo and Shimo, whose martial soul was the Xuanwu turtle, found themselves evenly matched with Yi Hao. What kind of monster was this? Moreover, the purple-winged demon spider soul ring that Yi Hao was about to absorb was undoubtedly very suitable. Its soul ring configuration was perfectly compatible with Yi Hao's Death Spider King martial soul. Looking at Yi Hao's playful expression, Duge Yin felt exhausted. Although she was the vice captain, Her strength was almost at the bottom of the team, while she was considered a figure in the academy due to her by phosphor snake poison. When faced with Yi Hao's Death Spider King poison, her prideful by phosphor snake poison dimmed in comparison. One was a Death Spider King. The other was a by phosphor snake. The strength difference was clear at a glance. Thanks to Matthew's oversight back then, for these years, Yi Hao had identified himself with the Death Demon Spider as his first martial soul, and all along, it seemed like the martial soul hall had not taken notice of him at all. Whether Yi Hao felt pleased or sad about this, he couldn't tell. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Hurry up and absorb the soul ring. Teacher Qin and Lingling are still waiting for us outside the forest. Yi Hao nodded, walked in front of the purple-winged demon spider, sat cross-legged, and under the guidance of his soul power, the purple-winged demon spider's soul ring slowly began to wrap around his feet. With the yellow and 2 purple soul rings under his feet, Yi Hao appeared particularly striking at that moment. In front of him, the purple-winged demon spider was just within the absorption range of Yi Hao's 3rd spirit ring. As soul power surged in, the shackles within Yi Hao's body broke, and a strong aura instantly enveloped the forest. The phantom of the Death Spider King overshadowed the blue lightning tyrant dragon of Yu Qianheng and the phosphorescent snake of De Guyen. Little did they know, the demon spider before them was not the Death Demon Spider, but rather the Death Spider King. The process of absorbing a spirit ring was supposed to be slow, but Yi Hao sat up straight, feeling the resonance between the 3rd spirit ring and himself. Soul power surged within him like a roaring river, warming his internal organs. For some reason, Yi Hao sensed that the absorption of the spirit ring was complete, but he felt as if something was being pulled down, with an itch in his spine, as if something was about to emerge. Yi Hao suppressed the itch, and the soul power continuously calmed his back. This was the first time Yi Hao experienced something like this, and he had no experience. Feeling the fiery presence on his back, he couldn't do much at the moment, and could only rely on his strong will to alleviate the heavy pressure from his back. The forest was silent, and under the watch of Yu Qianheng, De Guyen, and Yu Feng, Yi Hao's process of absorbing the spirit ring went undisturbed and seemed rather ordinary. Just then, a handsome man walked out of the forest, hands behind his back, wearing a special uniform from the Tiando Royal Academy, with a wolf head insignia hanging on his chest. Behind the man stood a woman with an icy demeanor, dressed in black, her face veiled with a thin gauze. She had a slender figure, and her long blue hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, with blue eyes calm as water, showing no emotional fluctuation. The cold aura surrounding the woman was chilling. What's going on? Is Xiao Hao not done absorbing the spirit ring yet? The man asked softly, looking at Yi Hao, who was in the process of absorbing the spirit ring, a hint of concern in his eyes. Yu Tianheng shook his head. Teacher Qin, Xiao Hao has not yet completed the absorption. When I absorbed my first 1,000-year spirit ring, it also took quite some time. I estimate that it 1 TB long before Xiao Hao finishes. The man nodded slightly, and then fell silent, patiently waiting for Yi Hao's next reaction. At that moment, Yi Hao reacted. There was a cracking sound, and his clothes behind him were torn to shreds. Chapter 23. External Spirit Bone. 6-winged purple light wings. Yi Hao's upper body was exposed, revealing well-defined muscles, with 8 distinct abdominal muscles. Causing De Guyen to turn her head away, her face flushed as she glared at Yi Hao. What are you doing in broad daylight? The woman standing behind Teacher Qin was Yi Lingling from the Royal Battle Team, possessing the continent's unique martial soul, 9 Hearts Sea Buttercup. At this moment, she regarded Yi Hao with cold indifference, which was her unique personality. Like a flower's tranquility, she usually spoke only a few words a day, and sometimes not at all. Yi Hao would occasionally tease her a bit. To Yi Lingling, she saw Yi Hao merely as a mischievous little brother with great talent, and she wouldn't pay him much attention. Now that she was in her teens, she had a clearer perspective on some things. Behind Yi Hao, 6 translucent purple wings quietly appeared, sprouting from his back. This scene startled everyone present. Then, in full view, Yi Hao leaped into the air, and with the aid of the 6 wings on his back, his speed reached a terrifying level, almost beyond the naked eye. Yi Hao could clearly feel the changes in himself, turning to look at the 6 purple wings that had suddenly appeared behind him, as thin as paper. They granted him the ability to fly. But wait, his Death Spider King martial soul seemed to lack flying ability, and these 6 purple wings only appeared after absorbing the 3rd spirit ring. There was only one explanation. Could they be an external spirit bone? Spirit bones were an extremely special item, or rather, They were what soul masters dreamed of obtaining the most. Like spirit rings, spirit bones also came from spirit beasts. However, they were vastly different from spirit rings. The chance of a spirit bone appearing was only 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Generally, only extremely powerful spirit beasts that experienced special circumstances upon death, such as 100,000-year spirit beasts, had a chance to yield spirit bones after death. For ordinary spirit beasts, the probability of dropping spirit bones was too low. External spirit bones, without a doubt, were second only to 100,000-year spirit rings in the realm of soul masters. Yi Hao was ecstatic. External spirit bones could evolve along with the growth of the soul master, and this one originated from a 1,000-year purple-winged demon spider, granting the ability to fly. There was no doubt that Yi Hao was now soaring freely in the sky, and his flying speed was so fast that even Yu Feng, a speed-type soul master with a wind spirit bird martial soul, couldn't help but feel astonished, as this speed surpassed his own flying speed. The external spirit bone born from the purple-winged demon spider. Could it be? Yi Hao recalled that the current pope of the spirit hall also possessed an external spirit bone with the same flying ability as his. 6-winged purple light wings? No way. Although the system brought him to this world 5 years ago, and he chose to simulate Bibi Dong's twin martial souls, it was one thing for his appearance to change drastically, but how could he have the same external spirit bone? Bibi Dong's 6-winged purple light wings came from the purple-winged spider king, while his 6-winged purple light wings came from the purple-winged demon spider. The two were indistinguishable, as they belonged to the same type of spirit beast, though their ages differed significantly. Ultimately, they were essentially the same. Both external spirit bones were practically identical. Yi Hao glanced down at the crowd, looking up at the sky, and suddenly felt a chill in front of him. Oh no, he was exposed. In a panic, Yi Hao rapidly descended and safely landed on the ground. He used his soul power to retract the 6-winged purple light wings, took out his clothes from his soul guide, and went behind a tree to put them on. Then, he looked at the crowd and awkwardly walked out, feeling embarrassed. Yi Hao was quite shy. Sorry, Teacher Qin, for worrying you, he said, scratching his head with a smile. Qin Ming smiled and shook his head. It's fine. I just arrived not long ago and saw that you hadn't moved, so I couldn't help but come in to take a look. Did you successfully absorb the spirit ring from the purple-winged demon spider? Yi Hao nodded and replied, I completed the absorption of the purple-winged demon spider spirit ring, and my soul power has now reached level 32. Moreover, the third soul skill is a very powerful attack skill, sufficient for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition 2 years from now. It's a joke. 2 years from now, the final champion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition will be Shrek Academy, defeating the Spirit Hall team, led by Hulaina, which was at its peak at the time. Now, with Yi Hao joining the Tiendo Royal Academy, do you think they can win the championship? That will have to wait for the next lifetime. The urgent task at hand is to urgently improve soul power levels. And there is something in the Sunset Forest that Yi Hao must obtain. Fortunately, the granddaughter of the old poison master is his teammate. Although Yi Hao often teased and occasionally insulted Duguyan couldn't defeat Yi Hao. A month ago, they had sparred. The final result was that the Death Spider King's poison triumphed perfectly, while Duguyan's phosphorescent snake poison was defeated. As a result, Qin Ming immediately placed a seal on Yi Hao, stating that from now on, Yi Hao could not use the Death Spider King's poison unless it was a critical moment, as the Death Spider King's poison was too powerful. Look, the purple-winged demon spider that had already turned into a pool of blood in the deep pit is a prime example. Purple-winged demon spider. In the 3 months of companionship, Duguyan deeply understood Yi Hao's background. He grew up lonely and helpless, almost killed by wolf bandits in his childhood, and eventually escaped to the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City, where he awakened the Death Demon Spider, Spider King, Spirit, with innate full soul power. Now, at 11 years old, his soul power has reached level 32, which shows how hard he has worked in recent years. It is truly a script of an underdog's comeback. Even the 3 committee members of the Academy highly value Yi Hao, let alone Duguyan and Qin Ming, as well as the members of the Imperial Fighting Team. Yi Hao is the youngest among them, while the other 7 are all around 17 or 18 years old, with him being the 11-year-old little brother and them being the older brothers and sisters. In their eyes, Yi Hao is just a little brother. Aside from being a bit mischievous and occasionally teasing Duguyan and joking with Yilingling, there is nothing he dares not do. Yi Hao has even beaten Avalanche. And to this day, when Avalanche sees Yi Hao, he will obediently take a detour. If others do not offend me, I do not offend others. If others offend me, I will retaliate with thunderous force. Yi Hao's talent is already far beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, Duguyan only sees Yi Hao as a little brother and has even suggested that he be apprenticed to her grandfather. Who is her grandfather? The famous poison Dolobo. Yi Hao immediately did not agree, stating he needed to think it over. Although Poison Doloa is skilled in poison, his overall strength is not that impressive. Chapter 24. Yi Lingling is numb among all known title Doloa. The three unparalleled Doloa in the world are the strongest, with Bibi Dong, who is currently undergoing the divine test, second to them. If Bibi Dong uses her full strength, it is still possible for her to surpass the three unparalleled Doloa. Meanwhile, among ordinary title Doloa, Dugu Bo's situation is somewhat awkward. He is indeed a title Doloa, but aside from his most proud poison of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, he seems to have no other means of attack. In one-on-one combat, he falls short. On the battlefield, Dugu Bo's Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor poison is a nightmare for everyone, capable of slaughtering an entire city without question. The advantages and disadvantages are clear. Yi Hao has no teacher. The reason he calls Qin Ming teacher is that Qin Ming is a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. Yi Hao remembers that just 3 months ago, he left Nodding City and headed toward the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, without bidding farewell to Master Tang San and Xiao Wu, purely leaving on his own. He could not bring himself to sign up for Shrek Academy and mingle with a group of frauds. In other words, the current Shrek Academy is just a bunch of academies without business licenses. Yi Hao has to admit that Shrek is indeed a good academy, having produced proud students like Qin Ming. During his time teaching at the Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Hao has deep experience. When he met Qin Ming in Tiando City, it was through Qin Ming's recommendation that he was able to enter the Tiando Royal Academy. Otherwise, with Yi Hao's ordinary identity, how could he enter the aristocracy-laden Tiando Royal Academy? Isn't that just a dream? At that time, Yi Hao had already thought that if the Tiando Royal Academy did not accept him, he would simply change course and go directly to the Spirit Hall, exposing his 2 spirits under everyone's gaze. Of course, things went smoothly, and Yi Hao entered the Tiando Royal Academy as he wished, receiving focus training. Regarding the secret of being a twin spirit master, Yi Hao seems to have forgotten it, completely focusing on his cultivation and teasing Yi Lingling. Yi Hao still doesn't believe that this cold-as-ice sister really won't smile. By the way, Xiao Hao, what are those 6 wings behind you? Duguyan couldn't help but ask, as she had not seen Yi Hao use his flying ability before, which was quite impressive. Yi Hao smiled slightly and asked Sister Yin, "Have you ever heard of external spirit bones?" The scene fell into silence. Even Qin Ming, who is used to big waves, changed his expression at this moment. External spirit bones, an alternative existence among spirit bones, have a significant potential for growth in the future. As the owner grows stronger, external spirit bones can even evolve, making them something all spirit masters dream of, but very hard to obtain in a lifetime. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. "Xiao Hao, do you mean that your external spirit bone was born from this purple-winged demon spider?" Yi Hao nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. My external spirit bone is called 6-winged purple light wing, and the skill it carries, as you have seen, is flying ability, which is even faster than the wind spirit bird's speed. Although everyone has different attitudes towards external spirit bones, this one belongs to Yi Hao, and no one can snatch it away unless they kill Yi Hao. But if Yi Hao dies, the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy will surely hunt that person down to the ends of the earth. Moreover, they are a team, aiming for the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition in a year. Yi Hao becoming stronger should make them happy. After finishing the journey of hunting the purple-winged demon spider, the group prepared to leave as the sun set, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Several carriages, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, were heading towards the Tiando Royal Academy. In the last carriage, Yi Lingling sat steadily with her eyes tightly closed. At this moment, they were still quite a distance from the Tiando Royal Academy. Yi Lingling is the only support-type soul master in the team, and her 9-heart begonia spirit is a rare lineage with only 1 successor per generation. Only 2 9-heart begonia soul masters can exist at the same time. If one dies, the next generation may produce another. The effect is singular, full-range healing. Simply put, as long as you have a breath left with the healing of 9-heart begonia, you can't even die if you wanted to. Sister Lingling, smile a bit. Don't be so cold all the time. Smiling often helps with physical and mental health. Yi Lingling remained unmoved, her heart as calm as water. not taking Yi Hao's words to heart. Every child at this age is mischievous, and in Yi Lingling's mind, Yi Hao will always be just a little brother. Nothing more than that. Just consider it a little brother messing around, and the sister doesn't take care. Yi Hao was used to it, even admiring this Miss Yi Lingling, who truly seems impervious to all, indifferent to everything. It has already been 3 months since Yi Hao joined the Imperial fighting team. He has never seen Yi Lingling smile. Even the other members of the Imperial fighting team have a watching the show attitude towards this. You want Yi Lingling to smile? Wait until the next life. The only one who could elicit such an evaluation from the members of the Imperial fighting team must be Yi Lingling alone. The fact proves that the others are right. It has been 3 months, and Yi Hao has been teasing Yi Lingling for 3 months. Throughout this time, Yi Lingling only sees herself as a sister and will not easily show a smile. Sometimes she speaks very little, unless Qin Ming actively asks a question. She would only respond with 1 or 2 sentences before returning to silence. Seeing this, Yi Hao could only sit quietly beside the carriage, watching the sunset outside the carriage. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a blood-red reflection on the walls of Tiando City in the distance. Such a beautiful scenery, yet no one could appreciate it with him. What a pity. After a long journey, the carriage was undoubtedly Yi Hao's greatest weapon in this life. The soul-hunting forest journey that took a day and a half had truly added a psychological shadow to Yi Hao. Not long after, Yi Hao began to feel drowsy. And combined with the absorption of the spirit ring and external spirit bone, the other carriages contained Yu Feng and Qin Ming in one, discussing in the middle, while Du Yin and Yu Qianheng, who were a couple, sat together and had already dozed off. Finally, it was just Yi Hao and Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling sat elegantly in the carriage, her face devoid of any emotional fluctuations, resembling an ice mountain beauty, continuing to rest with her eyes closed. Suddenly, Yi Lingling couldn't help but shiver, her whole body trembling involuntarily. She sensed that her slender, delicate thighs seemed to have gained a bit of weight. With only herself and Yi Hao in the carriage, it was easy to guess what was happening. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Yi Hao slumped on the ground, his head inadvertently resting on her thigh. Yi Lingling gasped, her eyelids fluttering uncontrollably, momentarily caught in an awkward situation. Chapter 25. Drunkenly sleeping on the beauties, the carriage slowly made its way towards the Heaven Do Royal Academy. At this moment, they had already traveled halfway. The sun gradually setting, and the lonely night was about to descend, darkness once again invading the earth. Inside the carriage, Yi Lingling remained motionless, her heart in a tangle as she looked at Yi Hao, who was resting his head on her leg. She found herself at a loss for what to do. Should she wake him up? Obviously, that was impossible. Seeing how deeply Yi Hao was sleeping, it was clear he wouldn't wake up easily. Besides, hunting the purple-winged demon spider and absorbing soul rings and external soul bones was exhausting. Wasn't it? Coupled with the fatigue from their journey, Yi Hao was sensitive to the carriage. If it weren't for the regulations in Heaven Do City prohibiting soul masters from using their martial souls to fly within the city limits, Yi Hao would have likely used his 6-winged purple light wings to arrive at the dormitory early and sleep soundly. Unless the world ended, no one could wake him. At this moment, Yi Lingling was like a statue, her cold gaze gradually filled with uncertainty. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she truly didn't know what to do. She understood Yi Hao's character. He was a righteous little brother, innocent and carefree at the age of 11, just at the age of play. Since Yi Hao joined the Heaven Do Royal Academy, his various efforts had not gone unnoticed by Yi Lingling and others. This was undeniable. Yi Lingling felt deep sympathy for Yi Hao's lonely background. Wasn't he her own martial soul, a vivid example? They were indeed kindred spirits. Subconsciously, Yi Lingling extended her delicate hand, but as soon as she touched Yi Hao's head, she quickly retracted it, feeling as if she had been electrocuted. A sensation she had never felt before. How subtle. Yi Hao slept peacefully, inhaling Yi Lingling's body fragrance, and peacefully entered dreamland. Instinctively, Yi Hao's head burrowed deeper, snuggling into Yi Lingling's embrace. This made Yi Lingling blush, a faint pink hue appearing on her cold cheeks. Yi Lingling recalled carefully. Yi Hao was just a younger brother, barely 11 years old. People on this continent matured early, with some as young as 13 or 14 becoming fathers. But undoubtedly, Yi Hao was not that kind of person, at least not at the moment. People can change, as the saying goes, at the beginning, human nature is inherently good. With changes in the surrounding environment, even the whitest paper will inevitably become stained with some ashes. It's unavoidable. No one can remain innocent for a lifetime. Yi Hao was sleeping soundly, but Yi Lingling was suffering. Waking him up was not an option, and neither was leaving him be, truly caught in a dilemma. Waking Yi Hao would be unkind. Despite her usual silence and indifference towards others, while others chatted and laughed, she remained alone in a corner, continuing in silence. Yet, at this inconspicuous moment, Yi Hao had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. It wasn't that her teammates didn't care about Yi Lingling, but rather that she was born with such a disposition. If he wanted to talk to her, she wouldn't be interested. Only at critical moments would Yi Lingling speak. At other times, she would either be silent or on her way to silence. However, in this unintentional interaction, Yi Lingling developed a slight fondness for Yi Hao. Not in a romantic sense. After all, Yi Hao was still a child, not yet fully grown. The relationship between them could only be described as a pure sibling bond, especially since they were both kindred spirits. Yi Lingling's heart trembled as her delicate, smooth palm gently brushed across Yi Hao's cheek. The tender touch almost made her lose herself in the moment. It turned out that not only petting a cat could evoke such feelings, but humans could too. The carriage continued forward and finally arrived at the foot of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, just as the sun officially set. The academy was built against the mountains, surrounded by water, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Being able to cultivate here was undoubtedly a dream for all soul masters, but unfortunately, not everyone could enter the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The carriage came to a sudden stop, and inside the last carriage, Yi Lingling felt drowsy, showing signs of falling asleep. Since Yi Hao had fallen asleep first, the entire carriage was eerily quiet. Just as the carriage stopped, Yi Lingling suddenly opened her eyes, looking at the familiar foot of the mountain, realizing that they had arrived at the academy. She glanced at Yi Hao, who was still soundly asleep on her lap, and with some reluctance, nudged him a few times. "Get up, we've arrived at the academy," Yi Lingling said in a neutral tone. In contrast, Yi Hao was still immersed in his dream world, unable to extricate himself, leaning against Yi Lingling's warm embrace. It was hard for anyone to pull away, let alone Yi Hao, who had just fallen asleep in the arms of a beauty. If it were you, would you want to wake up? Enjoying the gentle touch of the beautiful sister, Yi Hao seemed to instinctively nuzzle against Yi Lingling. Ouch! Yi Lingling didn't indulge Yi Hao and chose to get up directly, stepping down from the carriage. "What's wrong with me? Who just touched me?" Yi Hao jolted awake, glancing at the enchanting night scene outside the window and the magnificent buildings on the mountain nearby. The academy had indeed arrived. Looking around the empty carriage and realizing that Yi Lingling had already left, Yi Hao stretched lazily, vaguely recalling what had just happened. Rubbing his head in a daze, Yi Hao shook it off and stepped down from the carriage, heading towards the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The Heaven Do Royal Academy was located not far outside Heaven Do City, funded by the Heaven Do Empire, with the Snow Knight Emperor as the principal. Within it were three major teaching committees, namely Chief Dream Machine, Deputy by Baoshan, and Third Seat Jilin Soul de Law. The Snow Knight Emperor usually did not concern himself with the affairs of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. After all, he had a country to manage. Thus, the three major teaching committees were undoubtedly figures of authority within the academy. As the starlight dimmed, in a luxuriously decorated round room, three elderly men in their 50s, one thin, one fat, and one tall, sat with an air of calmness and composure, exuding an invisible aura. The three were the teaching committee members of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and opposite them, Qin Ming hurriedly returned. His main task during this trip to the Sunset Forest was to find a suitable soul ring for Yi Hao. Now that the task was completed, he, as Yi Hao's supervisor, was supposed to report the situation. "Thank you for your hard work," Teacher Qin, Dream Machine said, sitting in the center, hands resting on the sides of the chair, looking pleased. Qin Ming smiled slightly. "Chief, you flatter me. The ones who worked hard are those kids. To be honest, they all have good talent, especially Xiao Hao. This time, his gains were the greatest. Not only did he obtain his third soul ring, but his soul power also reached level 32, and he even acquired a soul bone." What? Chapter 26. My grandfather wants to see you soul bones. The most precious items on the Doluo continent. They are what soul masters dream of, and for some soul masters, it's something they might never encounter in their lifetime. It would be a miraculous event for the three teaching committee members in front of him to each have a soul bone. Once, the two great empires of Tiando and Xinglu almost erupted into war over a soul bone, which serves as a cautionary tale. Qin Ming deliberately lowered his voice, knowing that soul bones are a deadly temptation, and it's possible that someone is eyeing them. The three teaching committee members were not outsiders. They held high hopes for Yi Hao and were in charge of the academy, having instructed him in his cultivation multiple times. The three understood that this secret must not be leaked. Yi Hao was still young and should focus on cultivation. No matter how strong the soul bone was, it was ultimately an external object. On the Doluo continent, soul power levels were the only hard truth. Of course, while soul bones were essential treasures for soul masters, they could play a crucial role at critical moments. Many coveted them, and one must have immense strength. Otherwise, there were plenty willing to kill for a soul bone. Yi Hao was indeed fortunate. With him around, our academy's chances of winning the championship in the Advanced Soul Master competition a year later would be significantly higher. Dream Machine laughed heartily, feeling elated. Qin Ming suddenly remembered something and said, "Chief, I plan to take the 8 of them a train on the continent in some time. I hope you agree." As the most outstanding teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, apart from the 3 teaching committee members, they had to admit that Qin Ming's teaching ability was excellent, and at just 30 years old, he was already a Soul Emperor. Given time, becoming a titled Doluo was merely a matter of time. The 3 committee members felt reassured handing the 8 over to Qin Ming. "Don't worry, Teacher Qin. Just tell us what you need, and we will comply." Dream Machine continued. "By the way, Teacher Qin, before you take them away from the academy, there is something that requires the Royal Battle Team's cooperation." Qin Ming was slightly taken aback. "Chief, please speak." Dream Machine said, "Tomorrow afternoon, one of the 4 great sects, the Elephant Armor Sect, will send people for an exchange. Though it's called an exchange, it's actually just a test." According to the intel, the Elephant Armor Sect has already joined the ranks of the Spirit Hall, and this time, their leader, Huyin Jun, is personally leading the team, which indicates their intentions. For the honor of the Tiando Royal Academy, this time, Teacher Qin, we are counting on you. It was the first time Dream Machine had been so serious, and Qin Ming naturally understood the pros and cons involved. The Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Xingluo Empire were like water and fire. And with the Advanced Soul Master competition set to take place in 2 years, the open and covert struggles had already been laid bare. Whichever side won the championship would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire continent, bringing immense benefits to that side. Qin Ming nodded meaningfully and, after bidding farewell to the 3 committee members, left. As the sun rose, warm sunlight filled every corner of the Tiando Royal Academy. At this time, the day was already bright, and the academy was bustling with crowds. Many students dressed in luxurious attire formed groups of 4 or 5. Their backgrounds determined their status within the academy. Among them were royal descendants, duchy princes, and noble families. Who among those who could attend the Tiando Royal Academy was not someone of significance? In the crowd, many sycophants were surrounding one person, who looked arrogant and domineering. Dressed in a neat school uniform, he appeared unremarkable in appearance, but there was a faint aura of a king emanating from him. Xuebeng, the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, was the most untouchable and highly esteemed person within the Tiando Royal Academy. Before Yi Hao arrived, Xuebeng was the boss. However, after Yi Hao came, this relationship underwent subtle changes. It was remembered that when Yi Hao first arrived, he brushed past Xuebeng for the first time, and seeing Yi Hao dressed plainly, it was obvious he was a commoner. Thus, it was Xuebeng who fell down, while Yi Hao simply patted his backside and walked away as if nothing had happened. Some might say, isn't hitting a prince a crime? Won't the royal family pursue it? What a joke. Xuebeng was like that. Do you think the Night Emperor would care? Yi Hao was undeniably a genius, and between face and interests, the Night Emperor naturally chose the latter. His attitude towards this matter was one of impatience. He waved his hand, saying that it was normal for children to have minor scuffles and that there was no need to care so much. Dealing with state affairs all day was already exhausting. In the end, he shouldn't have to clean up after his little son. At that moment, in the dormitory, Yi Hao was sound asleep on the big bed, sprawled out, snoring loudly. The glaring sunlight streamed in through the window, shimmering on Yi Hao's face, and it seemed he showed no signs of waking up. Creak! The door quietly opened, and Duguyan walked in with her hands on her hips, looking displeased as she saw Yi Hao still asleep. She was truly furious. With only 2 years left until the competition began, even though Yi Hao had good talent, as the saying goes, the morning's plan lies in the morning. Yi Hao was wasting time. After 3 months of hard training in the academy, he had just broken through to level 30, revealing his true self. Get up quickly. The sun is shining on your backside. Duguyan shuk Yi Hao vigorously. Yi Hao, indifferent, groggily got up, glanced at the glaring sunlight outside, shielded his eyes, and weakly said, Sister Yin, good morning. Dugu Yin replied, hurry up. Teacher Qin has important announcements to make, and you're the only one missing. Yi Hao. Yi Hao held a grateful and respectful attitude towards Qin Ming. If it weren't for him, Yi Hao might have ended up in the spirit hall long ago. Now that his identity could be preserved, Yi Hao could continue to enjoy his days on the Doluo continent. Meeting the Pope would probably have to wait until after the finals. There was no rush, no rush. Seeing Yi Hao getting dressed, Dugu Yin's expression finally improved a bit. She approached and smoothed out the wrinkles in Yi Hao's collar and casually said, my grandfather wants to see you. With a glance from Dugu Yin, Yi Hao swallowed the words he was about to say. It was disrespectful to mention the name of an elder openly, especially since family members were present. Sister Yin, Dugu Sr. wants to see me? Why? As the two walked out of the room, they chatted along the way. My grandfather is interested in you, that's all. Interested in me? Yi Hao couldn't help but shiver with laughter. Thankfully, he had learned about the old Poison Master's character beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, Sister Yin. Can you reveal a bit? Is it just because Dugu Sr. is interested in me that he wants to see me? Dugu Yin pondered for a moment. I've vaguely heard my grandfather mention that he is looking for a successor. It should be related to this. Chapter 27. Meeting His Highness the Crown Prince, Dugu Bo wants to see me? The conclusion drawn from the 2 points connecting together is that Dugu Bo is interested in me and wants to take me as a disciple. Sister Yin is undoubtedly the granddaughter of the Poison Doluo and must have mentioned Yi Hao to the old Poison Master privately. Yi Hao possesses the Death Spider Emperor, Spider King, martial soul, and during the last combat training, Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor poison had completely outperformed Dugu Yin's green phosphor snake poison. So, after Sister Yin informed Dugu Bo he wanted to see me, coincidentally, the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well, where the old Poison Master is located, contains herbs that Yi Hao covets, and there might be a chance to gain something from him. The old Poison Master has a peculiar personality, just like Yi Hao, only following his heart to do things, acting with no rules and not caring about any consequences. In this regard, Dugu Bo is indeed similar to Yi Hao. As for apprenticeship, let's talk about it when they meet. On the back mountain of the Tiando Royal Academy, the members of the Royal Battle Team gathered. As Dugu Yin brought Yi Hao in, Qin Ming looked at everyone. I have called everyone here to publicly announce 2 things. First, in a while, I will lead everyone to the mainland for some training, just to test your training results. Second, there will be guests arriving at the academy this afternoon. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he waved for everyone to disperse. The Xiangjia sect? Both sides will select 3 people for a 3-on-3 competition. Yi Hao learned from Qin Ming that the Xiangjia sect would come to the academy for friendly exchanges, and many big figures would be present. As the host, the Tiando Royal Academy naturally did not want to lose face. Losing face would mean losing the royal family's dignity. Moreover, the Xiangjia sect is one of the lower 4 sects, a subsidiary of the Spirit Hall, and Yi Hao knew this better than anyone else. They only pick soft persimmons to squeeze. The atmosphere at the Tiando Royal Academy is well known, with 99 of the academy being descendants of the Wancher ancestor. Besides eating, drinking, and enjoying life, asking them to train? Sorry, they came to the academy just to gild their noble status. As noon approached, the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy was bustling with people, and many soldiers holding steel guns stood at the academy's entrance, seemingly indicating that a big figure was coming. On the green playground, the battle arena had already been set up, and the flowing crowd was all dressed in Tiando Royal Academy uniforms. According to reliable information, a battle was about to break out, and following the principle of enjoying the spectacle without caring about the trouble, a group led by Shui Peng was currently gambling on it. The sounds of opening the betting were rising and falling, causing the 3 committee members sitting above to sigh in unison. Revitalizing the academy? Well, maybe in the next life. Fortunately, there was Yi Hao, who was their last hope. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and an invisible pressure began to spread. At the foot of the mountain, a large figure over 2 meters tall gradually walked toward them, followed by a group of people, all over 2 meters tall, with shoulders as thick as a person's, and their chest muscles as hard as marble, even reflecting light under the sun. They have arrived. Dream Shinji remained calm in the face of danger. and the three committee members exchanged knowing glances, immediately displaying professional smiles. Master Huyin, long time no see. The leading man smiled and returned the greeting, Chief Dream Shinji. Deputy by Bao Shan, in third seat Jilin, welcome. After speaking, the few people took their seats. I wonder what instructions Master Huyin has for this visit? Dream Shinji asked with a smile. Huyin Jun smiled slightly. There are no instructions, but in a year's time, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition will be held, and our Xiangjia sect is determined to win the championship. Look, this is our championship lineup, led by my grandson, who is also the most outstanding genius of our Xiangjia sect over the years. I hope he can become a title Doloa. While speaking, Huyin Jun pointed to the largest figure in the Xiangjia sect's team. Dream Shinji was speechless. Did you think becoming a title Doloa was as easy as picking cabbage? The intention of the other party was obvious. They were here to challenge the Tiando Royal Academy's prestige, which could be seen as raising the flag for the Xiangjia sect. Soon, Qin Ming led the 8 members of the Royal Combat Team over. As the main character, Yi Hao would, of course, be the last to appear. This time it was a 3-on-3 competition, and Yi Hao was placed last. He arrived at the prepared seat, and everyone took their seats in order. Yi Hao glanced at the few members of the Xiangjia sect opposite him, and they looked fierce. In other words, they were brawny, but not very bright. Yi Hao wasn't really concerned about this competition. Dealing with these big men was more than enough for him alone. Later, Asro will go first. You must be careful. Over here, Qin Ming was arranging tactics, as the opponent was not friendly. The Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul was second only to the Graphite and Stone Mill's Xuanwu Turtle in terms of Beast Martial Soul defensive power, making it very strong defensively. Although it had strong defense, its speed was lacking, so Qin Ming arranged for Asro, who had the Ghost Leopard Martial Soul, to go on stage first. The second was, of course, the Captain Yu Tianheng, whose Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was the #1 Beast Martial Soul, and Yu Tianheng's soul power was the highest among the 8, making it easy for him to handle. The last one, of course, would be our protagonist, Yi Hao, who was a hidden ace. No one could figure out his bottom line. As a trump card, Yi Hao should be able to catch the Xiangjia sect off guard. Before the battle began, Yi Hao calmly left to deal with some personal matters. Shortly after Yi Hao left, the 3 committee members sitting above and Master Huyin Jun all stood up, and the bustling crowd instantly fell silent. Not far away, an exquisite and luxurious carriage slowly approached, immediately attracting everyone's attention. A young man with golden hair, around 21 or 22 years old, got out of the carriage. He was handsome and amiable, exuding a noble aura that came naturally. His appearance undoubtedly brightened everyone's eyes. And in the crowd, Xue Peng instinctively clenched his fists, looking fierce, but he dared not show it, hiding himself in the rushing crowd, appearing to have untold difficulties. Greetings, His Royal Highness. The 3 committee members and Master Huyin Jun all bowed. The young man wore a warm smile like a spring breeze, signaling them to rise. Then, he took the main seat, watching with great interest. Let the battle begin. With the young man's words, the grand battle was about to commence. Huyin Jun's eyes lit up, and he nodded toward the Xiangjia sect. The next second, a huge man from the Xiangjia sect stepped onto the stage. With every step he took, the ground slightly trembled, and an invisible pressure filled every corner of the venue. Asro took a deep breath and steeled himself to meet him. Chapter 28. He resembles her, aha. After resolving his personal matters, Yi Hao hurried back to the arena, completely unaware of the prince who had suddenly appeared on the scene. The prince watched the battle on stage and did not notice Yi Hao, who had joined the Royal Combat Team. On the stage, Asro swiftly moved, his Ghost Leopard Martial Soul activated, transforming him into Black Lightning, constantly attacking the disciples of the Xiangjia sect. As expected, the disciples of the Xiangjia sect had astonishing defensive power. The Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest defensive martial soul, second only to the Xuanwu Turtle. Asro's leopard claws struck down fiercely, but the Xiangjia sect disciples remained as steady as a mountain, not taking a bit of damage, showing their solid defense. Soon after, the third soul ring of the Xiangjia sect disciple lit up, and Asro, who was moving rapidly, suddenly sank as if trapped in a quagmire, his limbs powerless to support himself on the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi Hao shook his head slightly. Asro was about to lose. The opponent's third soul skill was similar to gravity suppression, which posed a significant threat to a speed-oriented soul master like Asro. As expected, Asro quickly fell off the stage. Upon hearing the news, the members of the Royal Combat Team rushed over to take the injured Osro away, while Yi Lingling, with her 9-heart Sido flower martial soul blooming, began to heal Osro's injuries. On the stage, the 3 committee members looked despondent. Losing the first match was a significant blow to their morale. In contrast, Hu Yin-jun beside them had a grin that resembled a blooming flower, looking quite pleased. At the same time, the prince sitting above also noticed Yi Hao's figure in the Royal Combat Team. The prince was momentarily stunned, staring at Yi Hao, who was bandaging Osro's wounds, and was suddenly struck with astonishment. That face, that demeanor, and the cold gleam that flashed in his eyes involuntarily reminded the prince of someone. Who was she? Dream Shinji? Who was that person? With doubts in his heart, the prince turned to ask Dream Shinji. Dream God Machine respectfully said, "Your Highness, that is a student who just joined the academy not long ago. He was brought here by teacher Qin Ming from outside. His name is Yi Hao, and his martial soul is the Death Demon Spider, with innate full soul power and a 1,000-year second ring." Dream God Machine spoke with great pride, and after finishing, he disdainfully glanced at the confused Hu Yin-jun. A 1,000-year second ring? Hu Yin-jun pondered. The so-called 1,000-year second ring means that the second soul ring of the Soul Master is 1,000 years old, which is a unique occurrence in the Soul Master world. It seems at this time, there will be a fierce battle, and the situation has changed. Hu Yin-jun's lips moved slightly, and under the watchful eyes of the 3 committee members, he transmitted a message to Hu Yin-li, who was preparing to go on stage. As the captain of the Elephant Armor sect and also the grandson of Hu Yin-jun, the second battle would naturally be a contest between captains. Yu Qianheng had already taken the stage, and after receiving Hu Yin-jun's message, Hu Yin-li's heart trembled slightly, and he whispered to a teammate beside him. That person nodded and took Hu Yin-li's place on stage to face the challenge from Yu Qianheng, the captain of the Imperial Fighting Team. This move undoubtedly made Qin Ming frown. The opponent did not send out their captain Hu Yin-li, but rather an unknown person. Their action was not good. They were targeting Yi Hao. It is well known that Hu Yin-li is Hu Yin-jun's heir, and since the list of participants had already been submitted, both sides had the right to switch members freely. However, according to the rules, once a participant has taken the stage, that right is lost, which the Elephant Armor sect had taken advantage of. At this moment, Yu Qianheng and the substitute for Hu Yin-li were already standing together, and the outcome was already determined. Yi Hao was about to face Hu Yin-li. They planned to let Hu Yin-li deal with Yi Hao. Qin Ming whispered and hurriedly turned to Yi Hao. Yi Hao, innate full soul power death. The prince pondered, having learned about Yi Hao from Dream God Machine, and he couldn't help but develop a strong interest in Yi Hao. He was too similar. This person named Yi Hao was just too much like her. He also had innate full soul power, and his second soul ring was a genius of 1,000 years. Being deep within the royal palace, Xue Qinghe naturally understood some situations and had heard that a genius had come to the Tiando Royal Academy. It turned out to be this one in front of her. The Death Demon Spider Martial Soul was significantly different from her Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul. Although both belonged to the same category, the Demon Spider and the Spider Emperor were worlds apart. Xue Qinghe was looking forward to Yi Hao's performance on stage. Perhaps she knew that there was someone who looked remarkably like her, with the Death Demon Spider Martial Soul, and also had innate full soul power and 1,000-year second ring. She would likely be interested as well. There are very few people in the world who look exactly alike unless the two have some connection. Thinking of this, Xue Qinghe frowned. It was impossible. He had never had siblings, let alone the other party being only 11 years old. The timelines didn't match. It seemed that perhaps this was all just a coincidence, yes. Just a coincidence. With interest, Xue Qinghe continued to watch the battle before her. At this moment, the battle was nearing its end. Yu Qianheng struck the disciple of the Elephant Armor sect with a dragon punch, feeling a gust of wind from the punch, and the disciple spat out a mouthful of blood, his heavy body suddenly falling off the stage. In the second battle, the Tiando Royal Academy won. The referee announced the battle result, and as soon as the words fell, the previously dull atmosphere of the Tiando Royal Academy instantly became lively, with cheers and excitement. As if it were a festival. Hu Yin-li? Yi Hao learned from Qin Ming that the final battle was a contest between him and Hu Yin-li, glancing at Hu Yin-li, who was taller than the others. Wasn't this going to be easy and pleasant? Hu Yin-li's martial soul was the Diamond Mammoth, the representative of the strongest defensive martial soul. No matter how hard his martial soul was, Could it be harder than the stone mill and the graphite of the Xuanwu turtle? Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor spear had pierced through the shells of both the graphite and the stone mill. Dealing with a muscle-bound guy like Hu Yin, Li was just a matter of whether he could stab him or not. Teacher Qin, rest assured, I will definitely win the final battle. Yi Hao patted his chest and promised. Don't be careless. Hu Yin Li is Hu Yin Jun's grandson, and his strength should not be underestimated. If you lose, I will have my grandfather go find Hu Yin Jun to have a talk. Everyone, don't bring parents into this. Yi Lingling, be careful. A simple sentence. Just that. Yi Hao was filled with confidence, feeling a surge of power throughout his body. At this moment, Yi Hao no longer smiled, but instead adopted a solemn expression, walking with a kingly aura that came naturally to him, standing opposite Hu Yin Li. Chapter 29. He can't be my brother, Xueqing frowned. Yi Hao's expression was too familiar. Impossible. She was an only child. How could this be? Seeing Hu Yin Li and Yi Hao ready, the referee announced. The third battle, Hu Yin Li versus Yi Hao. Both sides have 1 minute to summon their martial souls. As soon as the words fell, Hu Yin Li shrugged off his shirt, revealing a solid and exaggerated physique. The diamond mammoth martial soul manifested, and a layer of angular yellow emerged on the surface of his muscles, shimmering with a golden glow. Hu Yin Li's size nearly doubled. His upper lip curled back, revealing tusks that were a foot long. In front of Hu Yin Li, Yi Hao looked like a little ant. In response, Yi Hao did not back down. Facing the blusterous guy, Yi Hao's 3 soul rings slowly rose. The configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings left several people in the audience dumbfounded. This was the unique soul ring configuration on the continent, and Yi Hao was undoubtedly the first. 8 black spider spears broke through from behind. Black armor covered his chest, and his face was also enveloped in black armor. A pair of crimson eyes fixed on Hu Yin Li, while several small eyes were continuously rotating below. Green, fluffy hair sprouted from his feet, almost resembling spider legs. Yi Hao completed the manifestation of the Death Spider Emperor, transforming into a humanoid spider, standing menacingly. The greenish Death Spider Emperor poison began to spread throughout every corner of the arena. Due to what Qin Ming had mentioned earlier, Yi Hao chose to forego using the Death Spider Emperor poison. Behind Hu Yin Li, a diamond mammoth quietly manifested, and a strong aura surged forward. Yi Hao was not affected at all. Behind him, the Death Spider Emperor appeared, exuding a kingly aura, the Emperor of Demon Spider-type martial souls. The appearance of the Death Spider Emperor martial soul made Xueqing unable to calm down any longer. Her breathing became rapid, and her eyes stared intently at the Death Spider Emperor behind Yi Hao. What the hell is this Death Demon Spider? This is the Death Spider Emperor, okay. Xueqing knew the aura of the Death Spider Emperor better than anyone, as it was one of the twin martial souls of her mother. Compared to Bibi Dong, who had rarely made a move over the years, being the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and considering that what was recorded in Yi Hao's Soul Master Notebook was the Death Demon Spider martial soul. The Death Spider Emperor and the Death Demon Spider were not much different, both belonging to the same type of demon spider soul beast. Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor was almost identical to hers. Aside from the difference in soul rings, Xueqing found it hard to identify any second difference. The two seemed to be carved from the same mold. In terms of demeanor, facial expressions, and every move, Xueqing could see the figure of that woman. It was as if Yi Hao was born from her, while she was adopted. In such a relationship, Xueqing quietly shook her head. It was impossible. She was an only child and had never heard of a brother. Moreover, this Yi Hao had merely been lucky to awaken the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, and he had innate full soul power, nothing more than that. Yes, nothing more than that. Filled with endless curiosity, Xueqing began to carefully observe Yi Hao's every move. The battle began. With the referee's command, Hu Yin Li charged like thunder, the ground shaking violently beneath him as he raised his massive hand. His mountain-like figure quickly crashing down towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. The first soul ring beneath his feet began to rotate, and his hands transformed into 2 thick Death Spider Emperor spears, bracing himself to withstand Hu Yin Li's heavy punch. The ground beneath Yi Hao collapsed sharply, resembling a spider web that shattered into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yin Li's third soul ring lit up, enveloping him in a layer of dark yellow armor-like energy, enhancing his defense. Yi Hao's figure flickered, and, spotting a chance, he raised the Death Spider Emperor spear above his head and thrust it down fiercely. In an instant, The dark yellow armor coalescing in front of Huyin Li suddenly crumbled, revealing a patch of purple-black beneath. It was so close, just a little more, and the Death Spider Emperor spear could have pierced through his body. Huyin Li was horrified. He understood that Yi Hao had clearly held back in that moment. This match was merely a friendly spar, with no deep-seated hatred between them, so there was no need to take each other's lives. However, this battle held significant meaning for both sides, and with a temporary stalemate of 1-1, winning became the only thing they needed to do. Huyin Jun had been watching Huyin Li's performance throughout, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of defeat and helplessness rising within him, an invisible pressure that nearly left him gasping for air. Upon seeing Yi Hao, Huyin Jun felt as if he were facing the Pope himself. Yes, it was that kind of contemptuous, world-overlooking aura, felt only in an intangible way. Yi Hao stood tall and straight, facing Huyin Li's overwhelming pressure with unwavering calm. In that moment, the serious Yi Hao seemed like the embodiment of the Pope. Huyin Li chomped his tongue in secret. He had never expected that within the Royal Academy of Tiando, if it weren't for its royal title and strict admission requirements, the students would be so varied. And he never anticipated that someone like Yi Hao would exist. Xue Qinghe, sitting in the front row, felt this deeply. She had never had a good relationship with her, and she remembered the first time she had called her mother. At that time, her expression had been identical to Yi Hao's now. As time passed, Xue Qinghe gradually let go of her feelings. Now, seeing Yi Hao, she began to reflect on her life. Could it be that she truly had a brother? On the field, having tested the waters earlier, Huyin Li adjusted his strategy. His third soul ring, the 1,000-year soul ring, lit up and a solemn, heavy aura rapidly spread out, creating a powerful sense of oppression throughout the arena. Was he going to use the same trick against Yi Hao that he used against Ashiro? Yi Hao raised his head, and a diamond mammoth appeared in midair, its massive front hooves coming down directly. Almost simultaneously, a loud crash echoed, and chaos erupted in the arena, as if the entire Royal Academy of Tiando had experienced an earthquake. In that moment, countless hearts were seized with anxiety, whether it was Qin Ming, the royal battle team, or the 3 committee members. Xue Qinghe held her breath and looked up. She was about to speak when she hurriedly swallowed her words. The external spirit bone, 6-winged purple light wings, was almost identical to hers. Xue Qinghe fell silent. Yi Hao possessed the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, innate full soul power, and the external spirit bone, 6-winged purple light wings. From any angle, Yi Hao was simply too much like her. There was no such thing as coincidence in this world. She had heard from Meng Xinji before that Yi Hao was an orphan, lonely from a young age. Xue Qinghe held a degree of skepticism about this. The more she said it, the greater her suspicion became. Yi Hao's sudden appearance was truly stunning, catching Xue Qinghe off guard. Could it be that she really had that kind of relationship with Yi Hao? Now that things had reached this point, Xue Qinghe could no longer entertain any more guesses about what relationship Yi Hao and she truly had. What could escape her grasp? Yi Hao was the same. The first thing he had to do was not let her understand this matter, or it would lose its meaning. After all these years of opposing her, Xue Qinghe had grown numb. Now with Yi Hao appearing, she wanted to figure out the secret behind all. If Yi Hao truly was her brother, then things would get interesting. Chapter 30. Hello, my name is Xue Qinghe. Aside from her grandfather, Xue Qinghe had hardly any relatives growing up. Her father had passed away, and her mother didn't care for her, leaving her with only her grandfather to rely on. Now, seeing Yi Hao, she couldn't help but feel a fondness for this suddenly appearing person, especially at the moment when the Death Spider Emperor of martial soul and the 6-winged purple light wings manifested. Having one more family member was better than having none, and moreover, he was a brother. This made things intriguing. Xue Qinghe smiled and looked at Meng Xinji, saying, Chief Meng Xinji, could you please arrange for Yi Hao to come in my carriage after this battle? Meng Xinji was taken aback for a moment, but then made the arrangements. On the field, Yi Hao successfully evaded Huyin Li's attack using the 6-winged purple light wings. Following that, Yi Hao's second soul ring suddenly lit up, his hands turning black as 2 venomous spider webs descended from above. Huyin Li staggered and fell, his massive body crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The 2 spider webs pinned Huyin Li firmly to the ground, and the Death Spider Emperor poison spread throughout his body in the next moment. At a visible speed, Huyin Li's body changed from yellow to purple-black. Yi Hao had won. He slowly descended, retracting the Death Spider Emperor poison. Hu Yanli clutched his chest, his eyes filled with horror. He was at level 39. How could this 11-year-old be at level 32? After so many years of training, had he really trained to the level of a dog? In the third match, Yi Hao won, making the final victor the Royal Academy of Tiando. The referee immediately announced the outcome of the battle. Tiando Royal Academy had won. For the second-generation heirs of the Academy, it was certainly unexpected that Tiando Royal Academy could win. Many in the crowd were lamenting. Some had lost their investments, and even others nearly lost their undergarments. Such phenomena were commonplace. The three committee members no longer wished to intervene. For now, the Royal Battle Team was the main support for Tiando Royal Academy, especially Yi Hao, who must be cultivated with priority. Seeing the battle end, Xue Qinghe looked at Yi Hao, who was celebrating with the Royal Battle Team, her eyes revealing a hint of relief. I hope you really are my brother. She then turned and walked toward her carriage. Meng Xinji and the other three bid farewell to Xue Qinghe as she boarded the carriage. What does His Highness the Crown Prince mean by this? Bai Baoshan couldn't help but ask. Xue Qinghe liked to recruit talent, and Yi Hao's abilities were evident. It was only a matter of time before he became a title de law. Meng Xinji sighed softly. We servants cannot know the intentions of His Highness the Crown Prince. I will go call for Yi Hao. You all go see off Master Huyan. He is the one who needs comfort the most right now. Huyan Zhen, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin exchanged smiles, filled with confidence as they entered the arena, only to leave in disgrace. Covered in mud under the disdainful gazes of all the second-generation heirs of Tiando Royal Academy. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Xinji arrived at the resting place of the Royal Battle Team. Chief Meng Xinji. Meng Xinji smiled and nodded, then looked at everyone, saying appreciatively, Thank you all for your hard work this time. After this matter, I will report to the Emperor for your commendation. Teacher Qin, your contributions are not small either. Qin Ming smiled without speaking. If it weren't for Yi Hao's timely intervention in the final battle, it was likely that the Tiando Royal Academy would be the one in a sorry state right now. Dream Machine looked at Yi Hao and said seriously, Xiao Hao, come with me for a moment. Someone wants to see you. Yi Hao asked, Who is it, Chief Dream Machine? Dream Machine feigned mystery. You'll know when you get there. It's an important person, and your rise to prominence is just a moment away. After saying this, many images flashed through Yi Hao's mind. An important person? Could it be the Snow Knight, Emperor himself, coming to see him, rising to prominence? Yi Hao wasn't interested in that. He'd rather enjoy his freedom. Yi Hao followed Dream Machine, walking into a dense forest, where a luxurious and exquisite carriage came into view, seemingly made of gold, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. For some reason, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Was the source of the scent the carriage? Xiao Hao, the person is already in the carriage. You can go in directly. I'll take my leave now. With that last sentence, Dream Machine hurriedly left. Watching Dream Machine's retreating figure, Yi Hao felt a lingering doubt, as if he had been sold. Should I say something? Yi Hao's gaze shifted to the luxurious carriage, the surroundings silent. With the wind chimes in front of the carriage ringing softly, and even the air felt warm. Taking a deep breath, Yi Hao cautiously approached the carriage. Since he was here, he might as well go in. The elegant voice of Xue Qinghe came from inside. Come in. Yi Hao felt a moment of disappointment. Why wasn't it a young lady? Given the style of the carriage, the chances of it being a young lady inside should have been high. With a sense of loss, Yi Hao pulled aside the curtain and mustered his courage to enter. The interior of the carriage was spacious, with Xue Qinghe seated in the center on a golden throne, surrounded by various fruits and delicacies, with a cup of fragrant red wine that mingled with the carriage's original scent, instantly refreshing Yi Hao's spirit. Hello, he awkwardly greeted. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly and gestured to a seat beside her, indicating for Yi Hao to sit down. Thank you. For a moment, the carriage was eerily quiet. Yi Hao was unsure who this person was or how to start a conversation. If it were a young lady, he would definitely have asked, What is your name? How old are you? Where are you from? Are you married? I'm your older sister. Yi Hao. I didn't know that. Biggie brother. What do you want with me? Yi Hao said weakly, wanting to escape quickly to find the young lady Yi Lingling. Being alone with a big man made him uncomfortable, especially with a stranger, making that feeling even stronger. Xue Qinghe, I really want to face you as my true self, and see if you still have no interest in me. Yi Hao. Xue Qinghe drank from her cup and introduced herself. My name is Xue Qinghe. You can call me Brother Xue. Oh, Yi Hao exclaimed, What did you say? Xue Qinghe, she slowly repeated, ensuring Yi Hao heard her correctly. Shueqinghe? Yi Hao instinctively shifted back slightly, thinking it was a joke. Why would this unfamiliar sister come looking for him? Could it be that he had been exposed? Chapter 31. Brother Shui Yi Hao's gaze towards Shueqinghe became far more focused, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Shueqinghe was like a moving treasure, a mountain of gold and silver. Shueqinghe smiled slightly, refilling her cup with fine wine and then offering Yi Hao a glass. Yi Hao shrank back his hand. No need, I'm still young and can't drink. Shueqinghe smiled, her gentle and elegant demeanor radiating. That's true, children shouldn't drink. She drank it herself and got to the point. The battle just now was exciting. I watched it. Those 6 wings on your back, are they an external spirit bone? Where did you get them? Yi Hao was surprised. No wonder she sought him out. Why hadn't he noticed this earlier? Someone just went to relieve himself. You're right, Brother Shui. Those are indeed my external spirit bones, obtained from a 1,000-year-old purple-winged demon spider not long ago. Oh, the purple-winged demon spider. Shueqinghe nodded to herself, realizing they were destined to meet, given her origins from the purple-winged spider queen. Shueqinghe grew increasingly puzzled. How could there be 2 people in this world who looked so similar? It was unscientific. System, you're talking about science? Although Shueqinghe had a poor relationship with her mother when she was young, it couldn't change the fact that she was indeed Shueqinghe's mother. For reasons unknown, her mother had always ignored her, not even allowing her to call her mom. Looking at Yi Hao, Shueqinghe couldn't help but think of her mother again, truly bringing to mind what one thinks of. Little brother Yi, who are your parents? Where are you from? Yi Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. She was probing him, probably because of his Death Spider Emperor martial soul and external spirit bone with the 6-winged purple light. Right? Brother Shui, I have been an orphan since childhood. My parents died tragically at the hands of wolves. Seeing Yi Hao's dejected expression, Shueqinghe was slightly taken aback and felt compelled to speak. Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor martial soul was definitely correct. She knew her martial soul better than anyone. Although there was an explanation for the external spirit bone and the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, who could tell Shueqinghe that Yi Hao's face was truly sculpted and almost identical to hers? Otherwise, she would have thought upon seeing Yi Hao that he was her biological child, and she was the one adopted. I'm sorry for bringing up something painful. Shueqinghe apologized. Yi Hao shook his head understandingly. It's fine. After so many years, I've come to terms with some things. May I ask why His Highness the Prince called me here? Shueqinghe smiled slightly, appearing gentle and elegant in her golden satin attire, exuding a heroic aura. Sitting opposite her, Yi Hao's heart began to race involuntarily. She was not simple. No, it's nothing much. Shueqinghe smiled and said, calling you His Highness may be too formal. You are a student of the Tiando Royal Academy and the future hope of our Tiando Empire. As the prince, I will rely on you in the future. When I inherit the throne, I will certainly support you. In this place with no one else around. Formally, you call me prince. Privately, I'm older than you. So you can call me Brother Shui. Brother Shui? Yi Hao remained calm, gritting his teeth. Brother Shui. All right, little brother Yi. Yi Hao felt cold sweat running down his back. This prince was not to be trifled with. The spirit hall was powerful, and her being placed in the position of prince was undoubtedly part of a grand scheme by the spirit hall. And Shueqinghe was an important piece in that game. The secret of Yi Hao's twin martial souls was known only to him. No one else had any idea. Thanks to a previous system operation, not only had it simulated Bibi Dong's martial soul, but even her appearance had been restored to nearly identical, creating a high probability that those who had met her would associate Yi Hao with her. Brother Shui, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My teammates are still waiting for me. Shueqinghe smiled and nodded, saying, go ahead, Brother Yi. I heard from the 3 education committee members that your royal fighting team will soon leave the Tiando Royal Academy to train on the Doluo continent. Well, it's good to gain more experience. In the future, remember to assist me, and I will ensure you receive high positions and generous rewards. Whenever you have leisure time, feel free to come to the palace to find me. I will always be here. After speaking, Shueqinghe reached behind and took out a golden token, tossing it to Yi Hao. Instinctively, Yi Hao caught the token in his hand. The token, made of gold, sparkled in the sunlight, and its weight felt substantial in Yi Hao's palm. The only word on the token was Shui. Shueqinghe continued, this token is unique in the entire palace. Except for me, no one else has it. If one day you feel troubled or have something on your mind that you wish to share, the palace gates will always be open for you. Yi Hao carefully stored the heavy token. It seemed that Xue Qinghe had a strong inclination to win him over. And besides, she was inherently a person with a strong desire for conquest. The reason Xue Qinghe valued Yi Hao was partly due to his Death Spider Emperor martial soul and also his nearly identical appearance. Additionally, Yi Hao was quite to her liking. From their earlier conversation, Xue Qinghe could almost conclude that Yi Hao was hiding something. Everyone has their own little secrets. And Xue Qinghe chose not to press further, knowing that there would be many future opportunities to interact with Yi Hao. So there was no need to linger on this moment. Brother Xue, goodbye. Yi Hao waved his hand, bidding farewell to Xue Qinghe in the carriage. Goodbye, Brother Yi. Don't forget our agreement, Xue Qinghe said with a gentle smile, appearing amiable as she looked through the carriage window. After watching Yi Hao leave, Xue Qinghe withdrew her smile, her expression suddenly turning serious. Young master, this Yi Hao is really... Not far behind the trees, a man with a snake spear flashed past, standing beside the carriage and whispering. Xue Qinghe said lightly, "He looks so similar, doesn't he?" The snake spear man silently nodded, finding it hard to believe that there was someone in the world who resembled him so closely. Even he, as an elder, felt embarrassed. The moment he saw Yi Hao, the snake spear man almost mistook him for Bibi Dong herself. Young master, should we inform the Pope about this? I believe she would be very interested in knowing, the snake spear man suggested. However, Xue Qinghe waved her hand. No need. I have a connection with Brother Yi. Since he acknowledges me as an elder brother, I must fulfill the responsibilities of an elder brother. Chapter 32. Two-faced at the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy, Xue Qinghe sat inside the carriage. What? My father wants me to return to the palace quickly? Yes, it seems the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has also arrived. All right, I understand. Inside the carriage, Xue Qinghe rubbed her temples, feeling a headache. Over the years, she had gradually gotten used to her identity as the crown prince, but inevitably, she had to deal with endless political affairs every day while also being wary of her identity being exposed, especially with Ning Fengji, the old fox. As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had a sharp eye for people, and he was also Xue Qinghe's teacher. On ordinary days, aside from the Emperor Xue Yi, Ning Fengji was likely the person she interacted with the most. Meanwhile, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Hao stood on a cliff, watching the carriage gradually move away at the foot of the mountain. Finally, Xue Qinghe has left. This woman is truly not simple. Does this mean I've indirectly joined the Spirit Hall? Yi Hao patted his chest, letting out a deep sigh of relief. It was a fact that Xue Qinghe was trying to win him over. What attracted Xue Qinghe the most was undoubtedly his appearance and his Death Spider Emperor martial soul. Fortunately, Yi Hao's soul-devouring Spider Emperor had not been exposed. Otherwise, he would have been unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the sea. Xue Qinghe, what is your relationship with her? Yi Hao. Bibi Dong. Yi Hao held the token given by Xue Qinghe in his palm. The heavy feeling made him feel a weight on his mind. Should he seek her out or not? This question was quite perplexing. Should he go, or should he not? They say Xue Qinghe is the most beautiful woman in the Doluo world. Unfortunately, he couldn't see her true form today, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There were still 2 years until the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and the main team from the Tiando Royal Academy was the Royal Fighting Team that Yi Hao belonged to. They had a direct ticket to the finals. In other words, the Royal Fighting Team could skip the series of preliminary and elimination rounds. This was the treatment of the host's son. In the history of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, the Tiando division had almost never won. It was either the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire. This year, the royal family placed considerable importance on the competition because a genius had joined the Royal Fighting Team, someone worthy of special cultivation. During the 3 months since entering the academy, Yi Hao had experienced a lot and had become accustomed to many things. He maintained a respectful attitude towards the teachings of Qin Ming and the 3 education committee members. If Yi Hao remembered correctly, Qin Ming was about to take the Royal Fighting Team away from the Tiando Royal Academy, and their final destination was Suotawa City. Since Qin Ming was from Shrek Academy, it was likely that soon there would be a confrontation between Shrek Academy and the Royal Fighting Team. Over the years, aside from staying in Nodding City, Yi Hao had secretly been observing Tang San's true character as the protagonist. Was he really as two-faced as described in his previous life? He remembered once when Xiao Wu went out alone and was used to being called Sister Xiao Wu in the academy, only to be bullied by a powerful foreign soul master outside, eventually returning to the academy with a sorrowful face. This incident happened in Holy Soul Village. After a promise was made between a person and a rabbit, saying things like "you are my sister." At that time, Yi Hao found it quite cheesy and ran back to Notting City overnight. If he stayed any longer, he couldn't guarantee that other things wouldn't happen. That night, Tang Sen was not in the dormitory, and the next day, that person disappeared. That's right, it was the foreign soul master who bullied Xiao Wu who vanished. It was said that this incident alarmed the Notting City Spirit Hall branch, and due to the perpetrator's highly skilled methods, no evidence was left at the scene. The only suspicious aspect was the wound on the center of the deceased's brow. Investigations revealed it was caused by something like a steel needle that penetrated directly through the forehead, resulting in a brow piercing. After that, the matter was left unresolved. Yi Hao only remembered the next day. Xiao Wu was calling third brother with affection in her eyes, which even Wang Sheng and others could see. In the eyes of Wang Sheng and others, Xiao Wu and Tang San were just close. It was only natural for them to sleep together since they had always been together. But for Yi Hao, he felt that aside from Tang San, no one else could have done this, using hidden weapons and silent sleeve arrows. Yi Hao had seen Tang San use them before, and apart from that, he couldn't think of any other suspects. After that, Yi Hao distanced himself from Tang San and Xiao Wu. A few times, Tang San took the initiative to be friendly. But Yi Hao's response was very genuine. He chose to ignore it and left as if nothing had happened. Tang San was secretly annoyed about this. If it weren't for the master's advice to maintain a good relationship with Yi Hao, he might have acted long ago. How could he ever lower himself like that to someone? You can hurt others, but others cannot hurt you. What is the reasoning behind this? Twin martial souls, Hao Yi and Hammer? What a waste. Two-faced and duplicitous, pretending one way in private and another in reality. The ice and fire yin-yang eye, those immortal herbs. Yi Hao chose to take them all. Fortunately, Yin Jie is on his team, and the old poison master should be easy to talk to, right? The ice and fire yin-yang eye is where the old poison master achieved the title of Dolaw, with a unique geographical environment and rich immortal herbs everywhere. Now, Dugu Yin is Yi Hao's teammate. As the saying goes, help your kin, not outsiders. The old poison master can't possibly mistreat his granddaughter, can he? However, what is urgent now is that Yi Hao is not in a hurry to go there. The immortal herbs are just sitting there, they won't grow legs and run away. So there's no rush. Soto City, Shrek Academy, Shrek's 7 monsters. It won't be long before we meet again. Yi Hao recalled 3 months ago when the master personally called him to the office, trying every way to persuade him to enroll in Shrek Academy. Speaking in a commanding tone, as if saying, you have to go whether you like it or not. Yi Hao knew very well what Shrek Academy was like. Thus, in a fit of anger, Yi Hao came to Tiando City and then met Qin Ming in the city. Finally, with Qin Ming's recommendation, he joined the Tiando Royal Academy, where he met the members of the Royal Fighting Team. This is not Yi Hao's fault. After all, the master put on an air of superiority. That lecturing tone worked on Tang San, but for Yi Hao, it was clearly coercive. Imagine if someone suggested you go to an unknown academy, and it was a forced suggestion at that. Your reaction would probably be even stronger than Yi Hao's. After bidding farewell to Xue Qinghe, Yi Hao calmed his restless mood, tucked away the token, and slowly walked towards the dormitory. In a few days, he would be heading to Soto City, and some necessary items still needed to be prepared in advance. Chapter 33. Only with thick skin can one be invincible in the world. Tiando Royal Academy covers a large area. As Yi Hao walked to a pavilion, he happened to run into Yi Lingling, who was sitting peacefully. The scenery around was pleasant, with blooming flowers. Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea butterfly martial soul is a plant-type auxiliary martial soul, making this the best place for cultivation in such an environment. Upon seeing Yi Hao arrive, Yi Lingling retracted her 9-heart sea butterfly martial soul, and the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings beneath her feet disappeared. She looked at Yi Hao calmly, and they fell into silence. Yi Hao, thick-skinned, sat down beside Yi Lingling, who maintained a cold attitude. Sitting next to her, Yi Hao genuinely felt a chilling aura. SSSSS, Sister Lingling, are you all alone here? ISNT it boring? Do you want me to keep you company? Yi Lingling glanced at Yi Hao dismissively, choosing to ignore him, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Yi Hao, yesterday in the carriage. Yi Lingling suddenly said, nothing happened yesterday, don't misunderstand. Yi Hao, there were hints. Roughly, Yi Hao vaguely remembered that someone seemed to have touched him in the carriage, with something warm under his head. He looked at Yi Lingling's slightly flushed face and immediately understood. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Hao again accurately rested his head on Yi Lingling's slender, long thigh, displaying an innocent smile as he looked up at her already blushing face. Truly, beauty was a feast for the eyes, and being young allowed for such liberties. "What are you doing? Get away," Yi Lingling said anxiously, her calm eyes revealing a hint of unease, her face flushed, and her eyes holding a trace of shyness. This was a side of the usually cold Yi Lingling that Yi Hao had never seen before. "Cease, Yi Lingling, shameless. Cease. Just let me rest my head for a while, considering I'm working hard for the academy." Yi Hao was known for his thick skin in the royal fighting team. Seeing no one around, Yi Lingling rolled her eyes at him, then closed her beautiful eyes, not wanting to look at this shameless person any longer. The next morning, a large, exquisitely decorated carriage stopped at the foot of Tiando Royal Academy. Today was the day Qin Ming would lead the royal fighting team to train on Doluo continent. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 committee members, the royal fighting team was sent off personally, and the carriage slowly left. Inside the carriage, Qin Ming took out a map of the Tiando Empire, continuously marking names and the final destination on it. Yi Hao looked closely and saw that it was indeed Soto City. Qin Ming put away the marker and looked at the 8 people, advising, "Our final destination this time is Soto City, a place I once fought for. We will pass through many places along the way, so everyone should be ready to fight at any moment. Things outside are not like in the academy. Many things can happen." Everyone nodded in agreement, remembering Qin Ming's words in their hearts. When he saw Yi Hao, Qin Ming was slightly taken aback. "Xiao Hao, why do you look unwell? Are you feeling sick?" Everyone looked at Yi Hao, who had a pale face, pouting as if he was about to vomit. "Xiao Hao, if I remember correctly, you seem to get car sick," Du Guyan reminded him. Yi Hao awkwardly nodded, thinking about the damn carriage. Back in Nodding City, the first carriage ride was from Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to the Soul Hunting Forest, which took a day and a half, during which he had to eat, drink, and take care of everything in the carriage. Doluo continent is not like the previous world. There are no cars or similar transportation tools. It was from that time that Yi Hao developed a strong aversion to carriages. Yi Lingling glanced at Yi Hao indifferently, and seeing that he didn't seem to be pretending, her face turned slightly red. In front of everyone, she reached out her delicate hand, wrapping it around Yi Hao's head, gently resting it on her thigh, continuously stroking his head with her fragrant hand. Everyone, the several big men, all secretly gave Yi Hao a thumbs up. "Awesome, bro." As for Du Guyan, she was currently looking at Yi Lingling in shock. "Is this the same cold and aloof Yi Lingling I know?" Seeing this, Qin Ming merely coughed lightly, then picked up a book and began to read slowly, his eyes occasionally glancing at Yi Hao resting on Yi Lingling's thigh. "Good kid, if I had your thick skin, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a wife, and I wouldn't still be single. No way, I must talk to Xiao Hao when I have time." Yi Hao was in a good mood, looking at the disdainful gazes of everyone, thinking as a man, "Why are you so outstanding? Sis Yin, is your old man around?" Yi Hao asked dreamily. Du Guyan nodded. "Yes, he has been in the Sunset Forest. I invited him to be an advisor for Tiando Royal Academy. But my grandfather has a strange personality and does things according to his own preferences. He might not even listen to what I, his own granddaughter, say. Why are you asking this? Have you prepared to apprentice under my grandfather?" Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately shocked, all eyes turning to the resting Yi Hao, revealing envious expressions. You should know that Du Guyan's grandfather is Dugu Bo, the famous poison Doluo. Achieving the title of a Doluo is extremely rare, let alone taking on a disciple. Unfortunately, the old poison master is known for being a lone wolf with a strange temper, making it extremely difficult to become his apprentice. It's not like no one has tried before. Yi Hao smiled wryly. "I'm not planning on that for now. Du Guyan, wasting my feelings. And you thought that, by apprenticing under my grandfather, we could become a family? I really spoiled you for nothing. Look." You turned around and threw yourself into Yi Lingling's arms. "But this kid is indeed impressive to make Yi Lingling act like this. Is this still the Lingling I know?" Yi Lingling, don't misunderstand. I just feel sorry for him, all alone and pitiful. Yi Hao smiled slightly and said, "Old poison." Looking at Du Guyan, Yi Hao quickly corrected himself, saying, "Senior Dugu, the environment where you're located is quite nice, and there are some things I plan to acquire there. I can guarantee that those things will benefit everyone for a lifetime." "What things?" Du Guyan scratched her head. "How would I know?" Yi Hao rolled his eyes at Du Guyan and said, "If even old poison doesn't know, How could you know? Dug Yen, rolling up her sleeves. She stepped forward to take action. 3 days without a beating, and the house will be turned upside down. Yi Hao saw the situation was not good. Quickly dodged out of Yi Lingling's embrace, pushed open the carriage door, and with his 6-winged purple light wings unfurling, he shook his body, already soaring into the air just as Dug Yen was about to grab him. Sister Yen, you're driving me crazy. Dug Yen, you little. Chapter 34. Only accepting monsters, not ordinary people. Tiando City, Tiando, Royal Palace. After a day of meetings, Xue Qinghe felt mentally and physically exhausted. She locked the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and after confirming that no one was around, extended her flawless white hand to press against her face. A mask was quietly removed, revealing a flawless, beautiful face beneath, with golden long hair cascading down her back and exquisite features resembling an angel fallen to the mortal realm. Restoring her original appearance, Qian Rinxue sighed deeply. It's not easy being a prince. Indeed, being a prince is difficult. All day long handling government affairs, and sometimes attending important events, like yesterday's attendance at the Tiando Royal Academy. She curled up in a golden silk quilt, staring blankly at the luxurious and extravagant ceiling above. Ever since meeting Yi Hao yesterday, for some reason, the first thing that came to her mind was that almost similar face. Who? Qian Rinxue sighed deeply. Has Yi Hao already set off? In a hidden corner of the room, a black figure quietly appeared, then respectfully bowed to Qian Rinxue. Young master, Yi Hao has left the Tiando Royal Academy and is heading towards Soto City. Soto City? Qian Rinxue was slightly taken aback. What's he going there for? In her memory, while Soto City was a small city, its grain exports were the largest in the entire Duluo continent, providing most of the military's food supply. The shadow replied, Young master, according to my investigation, Qi Ming from the Tiando Royal Academy came from the Shrek Academy in Soto City. Shrek Academy? Qian Rinxue muttered. What kind of academy is that? Qian Rinxue asked again, as in her memory, she had no impression of Shrek Academy. Could it be an obscure academy? The shadow continued. The founder of Shrek Academy was one of the Golden Iron Triangle, Flinder, and the academy advocates the principle of only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. Only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. Qian Rinxue smiled slightly, rubbing her smooth chin, muttering, Interesting, only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. What a bold statement. Keep a close watch on Yi Hao's movements, and inform me immediately if there are any signs of activity. As soon as Qian Rinxue finished speaking, the shadow slightly bowed and then gradually disappeared. After the shadow left, Qian Rinxue slowly got up, walked behind the curtain, and as her graceful figure moved, her clothes gradually fell away. Meanwhile, far outside Soto City, in a small village, this place was extremely desolate. A lonely little village sat here, with a sign at the entrance displaying the 5 characters, Shrek Academy. Indeed, Shrek Academy, Qi Ming's alma mater, and even an unlicensed wild chicken academy. 10 gold soul coins for registration, and they might not even accept you. If not accepted, they won't refund your money. What is the difference from robbery? Upholding the principle of only accepting monsters and not mediocre talents. Such an academy, you can imagine it. In the dim night, at Shrek Academy, in the principal's office, 2 figures were burning the midnight oil discussing. The first phase of training for the little monsters is finally complete. Xiao Gang, what are your plans next? Flinder, wearing crystal glasses, with an eagle-like face and a thick beard, asked. As the founder and principal of Shrek Academy really had no money, almost reaching the point of being broke. Sitting across from him was the master, who had gone to great lengths to get Yi Hao into Shrek Academy. But Yi Hao simply let it go in one ear and out the other, not listening to a word the master said. On the surface, he gave the master some face. After all, he was an elder, and how could Yi Hao not listen to an elder's words? To this day, the master was still brooding over this matter, not because Yi Hao didn't enter Shrek Academy, but because of Yi Hao's attitude, which clearly showed disdain for him. Yi Hao, I simply look down on you. The master said, I plan to take them to the Soto Great Soul Arena in a few days. As soul masters, battle is essential. Flinder's eyes lit up. That's good. That's good. Deep down, he was plotting, as winning at the Great Soul Arena would yield quite a few gold soul coin rewards. And during team battles, they could also make a fortune through betting. Seeing the drool dripping from Flinder's mouth, the master coughed and said, Xiao San and Mu Bai should be at this level now. You just need to prepare your pockets. Flinder grinned. You really understand me. By the way, Xiao Gang, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. In your last letter, you said aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, there were 3 others preparing to enter Shrek Academy? What about the other one? As he said this, the master's expression darkened, and his hand unconsciously clenched. That child is called Yi Hao, a naturally full soul power, with the martial soul of the Death Spider King. Previously, like Tang San and the others, he had been studying at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. I had previously advised him to enter Shrek Academy, but that child was stubborn and refused to listen, saying he looked down on Shrek Academy, that it was just a place for waste. In the end, he suddenly left the academy the day before graduation. He truly is a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved. After the master finished speaking, he couldn't help but throw a jab, not leaving Yi Hao with much of a good impression. Hearing this, Flinder was also furious, angrily pounding the table. Oomph. What an uncultured little brat. What is wrong with our Shrek Academy? We have a first-class training base, a first-class faculty lineup, and the strategic planning of this principal. Yi Hao must be blind. It's better that he doesn't come. If he does, I'll have Zhao Wujia teach him a good lesson. The master waved his hand impatiently. Let us not mention him. Just thinking about him makes me angry. Xiaosan has made good progress lately. The only drawback is that his external spirit bone has not truly integrated with him, but should be fine for daily use. Xiaosan's talent was originally good, and besides, his father is a title de law. This time, Shrek Academy has a strong backing. Flinder proudly crossed his legs on the desk, looking at the pile of gold soul coins in the drawer, grinning like a flower. The master shook his head and said impatiently, "Don't be too happy. Xiaosan's father is indeed the Hao Yanao, but don't forget, once Xiaosan's identity is known to the Spirit Hall, I don't see how your Shrek Academy can continue operating." I know, don't worry, I can handle the confidentiality aspect very well. The master continued, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition will be held in a little more than 2 years. What are your plans? At this point, Flander fell silent. Chapter 35. The first Bloodstain to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. You must be from a high-level Soul Master Academy. A wild chicken academy like Shrek probably wouldn't even meet the entry requirements. The night was hazy, and after 2 days of travel, the Royal Fighting Team finally arrived at the transit station to Soto City, Silvis City. They would stay here for the night and continue their journey tomorrow. Yi Hao was assigned to share a room with Yu Tianheng. Sitting alone on the balcony, he looked at the bustling night market in front of him, feeling a strong sense of longing. Well, Tianheng went to find Sister Yan. Young couples are good, but I wonder where my destined partner is? It's really something to look forward to. It was still early, and Yi Hao couldn't sleep. So he went downstairs and knocked on the room where Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin were staying. Creak. In a moment, Yi Lingling opened the door and saw Yi Hao. Is there something wrong? Yi Lingling asked lightly. Yi Hao glanced inside the room and asked, is it just you? Is there a problem? Yi Lingling continued coolly. Yu Qianheng went on a date with Dugu Yin. So, as Dugu Yin's roommate, Yi Lingling was naturally alone in the room, just like Yi Hao, both feeling a bit lost. How about we go for a walk? I wonder where Tianheng has gone. I guess he's probably with Sister Yan. Yi Lingling rolled her eyes at Yi Hao, but since she was alone, a little walk to clear her mind wouldn't hurt. Together, they left the hotel and walked on the bustling streets, with cars and people flowing continuously. Yi Hao and Yi Lingling held hands as they walked. At first, Yi Lingling was a bit shy, but upon thinking about it, Yi Hao was just an 11-year-old child. What bad intentions could a kid have? Yi Hao acted like an experienced guide, wandering around, and they visited all the beautiful spots along the way. As night approached, they sat down on a bench in front of a building. Yi Lingling rubbed her sore legs and rolled her eyes at Yi Hao, wondering how he had so much energy while she felt exhausted. Yi Hao smiled slightly, resting with Yi Lingling for a moment. Just as he was about to get up to leave, suddenly, a few drunken, ragged men stumbled out, holding empty bottles. Yi Hao and Yi Lingling exchanged glances and chose to ignore them, better not to stir up trouble. Yi Hao despised the idea promoted by Shrek Academy that not provoking trouble was a sign of mediocrity. If someone didn't provoke you, why would you bother them? That was just pure foolishness. As they brushed past the group, just a few steps away, several burly men surrounded them, blocking their way. In an instant, both Yi Hao and Yi Lingling's expressions darkened as they sensed the situation turning bad. Before they could say anything, one of the men reached out to grab Yi Lingling, his eyes filled with greedy desire. A scream rang out, and Yi Hao expressionlessly grasped the man's wrist, giving it a gentle squeeze. A crunch echoed, and the man fell to the ground, crying out in pain, his body convulsing as tears and snot streamed down his face. "Sister, let's hurry and go." Seeing this, Yi Hao quickly pulled Yi Lingling up, but before they could escape a few meters, they felt a powerful sense of oppression coming from behind them. Yi Hao and Yi Lingling quickly separated to avoid it. The men released their soul skills, their strong bodies instantly bulging with muscle, and a strong smell of blood began to emanate from them. Yi Hao remained calm in the face of danger, and 3 soul rings lit up beneath his feet. The Death Spider Emperor possessed him, wrapping him in black armor, with 8 black spider spears spreading out behind him. The 6 men from their opponents were all soul masters, each with 4 soul rings of varying colors, and from the smell of blood on them, it was clear they had engaged in their fair share of killings. "Kid, you dare to mess with our fierce god battle team? You should find out who in Silva City dares to mess with us." Yi Hao was slightly taken aback. The fierce god battle team? The notorious fierce god battle team, a registered soul master team in the Silva's Grand Soul Arena, had been banned by the arena for causing unnecessary deaths during soul battles. Since then, their appearances had gradually decreased, and during their last appearance, they were severely injured by the Shrek 7 Monsters Yuga God crossbow, leaving them crippled for life. Yi Hao wiped his nose and glanced at the 6 fierce-looking men in front of him, one of whom was on the ground sobbing after having his wrist broken by Yi Hao. That experience was not pleasant. Of course, they brought it upon themselves. Who told them to have their eyes on Yi Lingling? "Kid, give us the girl beside you, and then you can kill yourself to avoid us getting our hands dirty," one of them said arrogantly, his eyes involuntarily scanning the slender figure of Yi Lingling. Yi Hao took a deep breath. He initially planned to play the role of a saint, but since it had come to this, he decided to be a saint with a twist. 3rd soul skill, Spider Prison. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hao's 3rd soul ring suddenly lit up, and a black poison barrier emerged beneath the fierce god battle team's feet, a putrid smell stimulating the nerves of each member of the team. Following this, Yi Hao raised his right hand violently, and suddenly, black toxic spider spikes emerged from the ground. Under Yi Lingling's shocked gaze, the spikes began to reap lives, blood gushing forth, and the once white ground was instantly stained red. Yi Hao remained calm and collected, but for some reason, perhaps due to the influence of his martial soul, he felt increasingly exhilarated with each kill. This was not a good sign. The Death Spider Emperor was inherently murderous, and, as the king of the demonic spiders, its killing was on par with the human-faced Spider Emperor, even surpassing it. Yi Hao gritted his teeth, withdrew his martial soul and soul skills, glanced at the mutilated corpses on the ground, and breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly avoided losing control. After this killing spree, Yi Hao surprisingly felt a white aura surrounding him, a solemn presence that even Yi Lingling, several meters away, sensed a hint of unease. Killing intent? Or was it? "Sister, let's hurry back." Yi Lingling awoke from her shock, suppressing her inner unease, and quickly left the place with Yi Hao. In this area, killing soul masters was a serious crime, and even if the fierce god battle team was notorious for their misdeeds, rules were rules. Fortunately, this place was rarely visited, and there were no surveillance cameras like in the past life. Today's events would ultimately sink into the sea, ending the evil life of the fierce god battle team. Chapter 36. Arrival at Soto City. The night was enchanting as Yi Hao and Yi Lingling hurried back to the hotel. As they went upstairs, a nearby room suddenly opened, and they saw Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin coming out, both with flushed faces and beads of sweat on their foreheads. Given the special circumstances, it was hard to rent a hotel, so how could they not solve some personal issues? "Xiao Hao, Lingling, what are you doing outside?" Yu Qianheng was momentarily taken aback. No way, the two had been outside all this time. They shouldn't know what was happening inside. Yi Lingling said, "Yi Hao, what is up?" "Yi Hao replied, Sister Lingling and I just took a stroll outside, and we're about to head upstairs when we ran into you and Sister Yin. How does it feel to indulge?" Dugu Yan's face flushed red as she stepped forward and directly pinched Yi Hao's ear, applying a little force. "Don't meddle in adult matters, you little kid." Dugu Yin sniffed carefully. "What smell is that on you? Why is it so strong?" Yi Hao quickly wriggled free, hurriedly apologized, and rushed back to his room. This smell. It seemed familiar, reminiscent of his grandfather's, but his grandfather's scent was much stronger. What is this? Killing intent? The poison Doloa had roamed the continent, and the venom of the green phosphor snake emperor had claimed many lives. It was not unusual to carry a solemn aura of killing intent, but Yi Hao's was still weak and in the process of forming. Dugu Yan's eyes lit up as she looked at Yi Lingling standing nearby and teased. Lingling, you and Little House seem to have a good relationship. How far have you two gone? Yi Lingling's cold and beautiful face immediately turned as red as fire. She only regarded Yi Hao as a younger brother, nothing more. Not giving Dugu Yan a chance to continue questioning, Yi Lingling chose to ignore her and quickly returned to her room. Seeing this, Dugu Yan chuckled, wondering if these two had a story. The next morning, sunlight broke through the clouds. Outside Silv City, a carriage set off once again. Regarding what had happened last night, Yi Hao and Yi Lingling had long forgotten it. After thinking all night, they realized they were soul masters, and killing was something they would inevitably encounter. There was no need to be overly anxious about it. Before leaving, they inadvertently heard the infamous name of the fierce god battle team, and many people along the way expressed their disdain, saying those beasts deserved to die. In the following days, Qin Ming kept narrating his experiences from the continent in the carriage, filled with nostalgic feelings. Who wasn't once a spirited youth? Teacher Qin, do you have any regrets? Qin Ming was slightly taken aback. Regrets? Maybe there were. I never got to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition in my year. Let us not talk about it. Qin Ming had once been a student of Shrek Academy, which, due to its status, was not eligible to participate in the competition, not even for registration. So, this became the only regret of his life. Yi Hao smiled slightly. Teacher Qin, don't worry, we will definitely win the championship in this Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Yes, that's right. The championship will definitely be ours. The members of the royal fighting team chimed in, and for a moment, the carriage was filled with joy. Seeing this, Qin Ming's eyes became misty, and he nodded firmly, adding a bit of determination to the outcome of the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition in his heart. Yi Hao, full of confidence, glanced at Dugu Yan. Sister Yan, I want to hold back when I visit your family's farmland. 5 days later, in the early morning, the speeding carriage was swiftly traveling along a country road, with golden rice ears growing on both sides. Soto City was known as the food capital. In the sky above, Yi Hao was leisurely flying with his 6-winged purple light wings. While the others were in the carriage, Yi Hao preferred to fly. He just couldn't get used to sitting in a carriage. Why take a carriage when he could fly? Flying in the air, the scene below was in full view, with fields of golden rice resembling a golden ocean. A carriage sped along a narrow path, and Yi Hao's gaze swept around, suddenly discovering a small village made of wooden buildings not far away. No way. With doubts in his heart, Yi Hao's face was covered in black armor, and a pair of scarlet eyes focused intently on the small village. Shrek Academy. Yi Hao looked at the 5 handwritten characters on the door, along with the green monster head above. Sure enough, that was Shrek Academy. If the plot development was correct at this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu should have already entered the academy and passed the first stage of Master S test. Soon, Shrek Academy would have a team battle with the royal fighting team. This team battle was extremely important to Yi Hao. It was something he had to achieve. The Shrek 7 monsters? I look forward to meeting you. In the sky, as the carriage was about to enter the city, Yi Hao slowly descended, standing at the front of the carriage as they entered Soto City. Soto City truly deserved its title as the food capital, with food stalls lining the streets and many inns and hotels. The bustling crowds indicated the city's prosperity. Qin Ming looked through the carriage window at the long-lost Soto City, reminiscing about the past in this city. Soto City, it's been a while. Qin Ming had a clear destination in mind, and the carriage stopped in front of a large inn on the outskirts of the Soto Great Soul Arena. The members of the royal fighting team got off the carriage one after another, gazing at the magnificent building not far away. Yu Shenheng said, Teacher Qin, are we here in Soto City to fight in the Soul Arena? Qin Ming nodded. Tianheng, you guessed it right. The purpose of bringing you to Soto City is this. Teacher Qin, Dugu Yan continued, isn't there the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena in Heaven Do City? Why we have to come so far when we could go closer? Besides, I don't think the scale of the Soto Great Soul Arena is as grand as the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, and the opponents inside don't seem that impressive either. Qin Ming smiled wryly. Yinzi, underestimating the enemy is a great taboo. There's no one invincible in this world. There are always people stronger than you. How can you be so sure that there are no experts in the Soto Great Soul Arena? Qin Ming scanned the crowd, suddenly becoming serious. Next, you will fight in the Soto Great Soul Arena, whether it's 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or the final team battle. I expect you to earn the Team Silver Soul badge within a month. This is the main training focus for this stage. Soul battles will take place at night. So you should rest well during the day, catch up on sleep, and take breaks as needed. Especially you, little Hao. Don't run outside for no reason. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition is approaching. Don't lead Lingling astray. Yi Hao, Chapter 37. Rabbit Head, another big bowl, please. The night in Soto City was lively, brightly lit like a city that never sleeps. If there was a place bustling with activity, it was undoubtedly the Soto Great Soul Arena, where nearly 70 to 80 of the city's population had gradually entered. The soul battles were both exhilarating and relieving, allowing people to unwind from the pressures of the day. For those commoners who couldn't become soul masters due to their lack of soul power, watching an exciting soul battle before bed was undoubtedly more enjoyable than a bedtime story. Led by Qin Ming, a local of the Soto Great Soul Arena, Yi Hao and the royal fighting team slowly entered. Qin Ming looked around as they walked, perhaps hoping to see a familiar face or two. At the same time, another group of people entered, also with tasks at hand, but taking a different path than the royal fighting team, brushing past them. Qin Ming led the group to the spacious hall, looking at the familiar scene before him, filled with deep nostalgia. Did you all remember what I said this morning? The group nodded. The Soto Great Soul Arena had its own rules. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. Even though the team led by Qin Ming was from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, they still had to comply. Qin Ming nodded, then called the 8 people to casually register, while he went to the group battle registration area. As the team leader, he naturally had to fulfill his responsibilities. The Huangdo team, along with Yi Hao and the other 8, included Yu Qianheng and Duge Yin as a pair, which was beyond question. The brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo were another pair, followed by Yu Feng and Ao Si Luo, and finally Yi Hao and Yi Lingling. Before the group battle, Qin Ming also stipulated that several people must each play a match in the individual competition and in pairs, eventually selecting 7 to participate in the group match. After registering, they each went to their designated areas to fight. Yi Hao and Yi Lingling formed the double leaf combination, since they both shared the surname Yi. Their opponents were the hammer combination. Just by the name, one could tell that the two used hammers. Are you very hungry? Yi Lingling glanjit at Yi Hao, who was eating. Yi Hao wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, smiled mischievously. Sister, aren't we about to battle soon? After we finish our doubles match, we still have the group battle arranged by Teacher Qin. We'll be fighting all night. Aren't you hungry? Should I share a piece of rabbit leg with you? Yi Lingling shook her head coldly, saying, You eat by yourself. I'm not hungry. Why are you so hostile towards rabbits? From the braised rabbit head at noon to the grilled rabbit leg now. Yi Hao finished the last piece of rabbit meat and said solemnly, I just love eating rabbits. That's all. At the front desk of the Soto Great Soul Arena, Qin Ming said, Please register me for the group battle. Huh? You go first, you go first. He and a man in black with a buzz cut said in unison. You go ahead, uncle. Qin Ming, as a junior, chose to yield. The buzz-cut man didn't put on airs and directly stepped forward to hand the tag to the front desk attendant. Thank you. Are you also here to register for the group battle? Qin Ming nodded, saying, Yes. I hope we won't meet too soon. The buzz-cut man revealed an unpleasant smile on his stiff face. You will definitely lose. All right. The attendant handed the iron tag back to the buzz-cut man, who nodded slightly and left with his hands behind his back, chest out. Seeing this, Qin Ming shrugged helplessly. The world is full of wonders. And today he was finally enlightened. When has anyone come up and said the other side would lose? Can't they say a few polite words? Register me for the group battle, Huangdo team. The attendant took the iron tag and started typing away. All right, sir. The Huangdo team's battle will be the last one tonight. Your opponent is the Berserker team, who holds the Iron Soul Medal. Qin Ming took the iron tag and murmured, Berserker? Do you have their basic information? Yes, sir. The attendant then took out a stack of information about the Berserker team. Sir, is there anything else? The attendant kindly reminded. The Berserker team is the only team in our Great Soul Arena with 3 consecutive victories, although they just lost a match due to underestimating their opponents. Their overall strength should not be underestimated. Please tell your teammates to be very careful. Qin Ming smiled slightly and put away the information about the Berserker team. Thank you for your reminder, but I believe in them. They will win this battle. After thanking her, Qin Ming left. The attendant watched Qin Ming's departing figure and recalled the buzz-cut man from earlier, unable to help but comment. Why is there such a big gap between people? Official commentary. Deadly. Attention to the next pair, double leaf combination and hammer combination. The 2v2 battle is about to begin. Please both sides be ready. Beneath the Soul Arena, Yi Hao and Yi Lingling wore their prepared masks, concealing their faces. In this crowded Soto Great Soul Arena, Yi Hao would not easily reveal himself. Participating in the battle with their real faces today would significantly increase the chance of being recognized next time, especially by those from Shrek Academy. If Yi Hao guessed correctly, the 7 from Shrek Academy might very well be fighting in the Soto Great Soul Arena at this very moment. If luck was on their side, and they encountered one of the 7, Yi Hao would definitely take the lead out of respect. Yi Lingling's codename was Begonia, while Yi Hao was Spicy Rabbit Head, which were their respective aliases. The battle arena had a diameter of 50 meters, with a large central area capable of accommodating 2 soul teams for group battles. The spectators below were numerous, with an overwhelming crowd shouting loudly, clearly stirred up by the previous battles. As time passed, the host took the stage, excitedly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd battle of the doubles is about to begin. Next, let us welcome the double leaf combination and the hammer combination." As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted with incredible cheers and applause. Under everyone's gaze, the hammer combination took the stage. 2 robust and imposing figures slowly climbed onto the platform. They were brothers, and their martial souls were identical, the heaven-shaking hammer. Since Yi Hao and Yi Lingling were soul respect level, their matched opponents were naturally also soul respect level. Amidst the applause and cheers, the masked Yi Hao and Yi Lingling slowly stepped onto the stage. Seeing both sides ready, the host did not bother to introduce them, as the passionate battle was the main focus, and the audience was already impatient. Chapter 38. Irony: the 3rd battle of the doubles. Double leaf combination versus hammer combination. Soul battle begin. As the host's voice fell, the 2 brothers on the opposing side summoned their martial souls together, with 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple soul ring appearing beneath their feet. The 3 soul rings hovered around them, and in their hands, a hammer suddenly appeared, dark red in color with protruding parts, exuding a strong aura that spread instantly. Yi Lingling's 3 soul rings slowly rose, 2 yellow and 1 purple. In terms of soul ring configuration, Yi Lingling held the advantage, but her 9-heart Begonia was merely a support-type martial soul, lacking any offensive capabilities besides healing. In contrast, Yi Hao remained calm and did not release his martial soul or soul rings, leaving the host and the audience momentarily stunned. The host asked, "Spicy Rabbit Head contestant, aren't you going to release your martial soul?" Yi Hao nodded faintly. In response, the host said no more and immediately announced the battle would continue. In the history of the Great Soul Arena, there have been a few instances similar to Yi Hao's situation, where participants did not intend to release their martial souls, pretending to be experts. Their outcomes were invariably disastrous, with some being severely injured and others left disabled. It was clear who was stronger between soul masters who released their martial souls and ordinary people. The audience, watching with a sense of amusement, sighed inwardly for the oblivious Spicy Rabbit Head. What a pity. Yi Lingling remained calm, standing quietly beside him. Her responsibility was to heal, and as long as Yi Hao was injured, her 9-heart Begonia martial soul could activate. Yi Lingling was not surprised by Yi Hao's choice not to use his martial soul. Back in the Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Hao had fought against the Sure brothers, and at that time, he had fought alone, only using his martial soul when he could no longer hold on. Yi Hao was not an irrational person. The term small but fierce was perfectly suited to him. Seeing the situation, the hammer combination brothers displayed satisfied smiles, thinking they had found an easy target. They initially thought that the masked figure was a master, but it turned out to be just an act. The brothers shouted and charged forward, swinging their hammers at Yi Hao. The hammer revealed its sharpness, and a fierce momentum rushed towards Yi Hao. Unfazed, he used the force of his toes to propel himself forward, reaching out to grab the hammer. Just as Yi Hao approached the hammer, 6-winged purple light wings spread open behind him, rapidly flying to the back of the 2 opponents, and he struck forward with both fists, causing the 2 to stumble forward, nearly falling to the ground. Right after that, 2 massive black spider spears pressed tightly against the throats of the brothers, making them shiver involuntarily. We concede. The outcome was clear. Yi Hao's spider spears could penetrate their throats at any moment. This was just an ordinary soul duel, and there was no personal enmity between the 2 sides, so Yi Hao certainly wouldn't kill them. Unlike in the previous 2-person soul duel, where Tang San was injured and Xiao Wu developed a killing intent, with her silent hidden arrows already loaded. If it weren't for Tang San's remaining kindness, which allowed him to block the attack. Those two would have probably already gone to heaven. Ironically, later on, when Tang San went to the blacksmith shop in Soto City to request the crafting of hidden weapon components, the ones responsible for the crafting were those two blacksmiths, the ones who had nearly been killed by Xiao Wu. Just imagine, with such indiscriminate slaughtering rabbits, how could you not dislike them? So, in the end, you decide the fate of the rabbits. In the Soul Arena, the host was almost speechless, coughing to regain composure, and immediately announced. In the third round of the 2-on-2 Soul Duel, the Shuangya combination wins, accumulating 1 point and 1 victory. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience was left wanting more, thinking they would witness an exhilarating battle, only to find it was a one-sided crushing. However, they still applauded. Yi Hao and Yi Lingling exchanged glances and then left the Soul Arena, heading towards the resting room that Qin Ming had prepared in advance. Inside the resting room, Qin Ming looked at the information of the members of the Frenzy team in his hands, and his heart settled on an answer. He placed the information on the table, waiting patiently for the return of the victorious 8. Creak, the door of the resting room quietly opened, and Yi Hao peeked in, glancing at Qin Ming, who was waiting quietly. "Teacher Qin, am I first?" Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "I knew it was you. Come in. Your team's opponents for the group battle have been decided." "Really?" Yi Hao's eyes lit up as he walked straight to Qin Ming, picking up the information on the table and glancing through it. "Frenzy team? Timing is everything. The Frenzy team, led by the Captain Guangxi. I'm very confident in defeating them. If the first match was against the Shrek 7 monsters, Yi Hao would probably take it seriously. But since their upcoming opponents for the group battle were the Frenzy team, he felt it was manageable." Qin Ming looked at Yi Hao and smiled. "You look so happy. Are you already confident about defeating the Frenzy team?" Yi Hao, brimming with confidence, patted his chest and said, "That's a must." I glanced through it. Apart from the support-type Soul Master, the rest of the Frenzy team members are all Beast Martial Souls, and their soul power is mostly level 35. Our Royal Battle team is even higher than them. Qin Ming chuckled bitterly. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Although the opponent's strength is average, you must not let that support-type Weapon Soul Master unleash his third soul skill, or it could be a big problem. After waiting for a moment, the remaining 6 members of the Royal Battle team returned one after another, their spirits high after winning all their matches that night. Next was the group soul duel, and Qin Ming kept reminding them. Yi Hao, feeling lightheaded, greeted Qin Ming and left the resting room alone. It was nearing midnight, but there were still many passers-by in the Soto Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena was divided into 3 types: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles of 7 versus 7. Among them, group battles were the most intense, and usually, many people would be present at this time. The next battle, let us invite the Shrek 7 monsters to face off. Just as Yi Hao was about to leave, he heard a voice nearby. Shrek 7 monsters? It seemed they were indeed here. The Shrek 7 monsters were present, putting on a mask. Yi Hao joined the bustling crowd towards the battle area of the Shrek 7 monsters. Since the Royal Battle team's match against the Frenzy team was the last, Yi Hao had plenty of time to watch the Shrek Academy's fight. The group Soul Battle Arena was quite different from before, able to accommodate tens of thousands of spectators at once. With the previous victories of the Shrek 7 monsters, the audience had increased, and Yi Hao found an unoccupied spot to observe the movements of the 7 on the field. Chapter 39. Green Tea Rabbit Shrek 7 Monsters. Shrek 7 Monsters. Shrek 7 Monsters. The earlier victories had allowed the Shrek 7 Monsters team to gain some popularity, and with their recent win against the powerful Frenzy team, the Shrek 7 Monsters were riding high. Yi Hao sat in a front row seat, wearing a mask, carefully observing both sides in the duel. With the host's arrival and the lively atmosphere, the excitement peaked even before the battle began. Let both sides enter. As soon as the host finished speaking, both teams of 7 entered the arena. The opponents of the Shrek 7 monsters were a regular Soul Battle team made up of 6 men and 1 woman. On the other side, 7 masked men and women dressed in various colorful outfits stepped onto the Soul Battle stage. 4 men and 3 women. Yi Hao immediately recognized Tang San and Xiao Wu, even though they were wearing masks. Xiao Wu's scorpion tail braid and Tang San's 24-bridge Minjiwai wrapped around his waist were strong proof of their identities. Yi Hao scrutinized them closely. The one leading should be their Captain Dai Mubai, with his striking golden long hair. Although he wore a mask, his heroic aura was undeniable. Next to him was probably Oscar, and the chubby one must be Ma Hongjun without a doubt. Among the last 2 girls, one had a hot figure. it was definitely Zhu Zhuqing. Though her figure was truly impressive, were they really sure she was only 12? Lastly, the final girl, without a doubt, was the little witch Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After confirming the basic identities of the Shrek 7 monsters, Yihao began to focus on the battle at hand. Due to the noise from the surrounding crowd, Yihao couldn't help but frown. On the sole battle stage, both sides were exchanging trash talk, with one opponent giving Xiao Wu the middle finger. Yihao noticed that Xiao Wu's hand involuntarily tightened, and even Tang San's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing this, Yihao couldn't help but mourn for that soul master, thinking, brother, why provoke them? Sure enough, the moment the battle began, Tang San unleashed his blue silvergrass, decisively taking the initiative under the condition of first control. Immediately after, Xiao Wu leaped forward, her third soul ring glowing instantly as she activated her soul skill, instant movement. The rabbit's target was clear. It was the person who had previously mocked her and given her the middle finger. Under the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, the rabbit's speed reached a state invisible to the naked eye. She quickly flashed behind that person, with tens of thousands of spectators watching in stunned silence, first bending her waist, then using her scorpion tail braid to throw him into the air, and finally executing a devastating 8-section throw. The sound of bones dislocating could be faintly heard. Xiao Wu was extremely ruthless. Yihao had understood this back at Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. At the last moment, Tang San also didn't forget to use blue silvergrass to wrap that person in midair before throwing him violently off the stage. It should be noted that the entire fighting area was elevated, with steps provided around the stage, and the height from the stage to the ground was at least 5 meters, which meant he was thrown directly down. Yihao's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Is this still a soul fighting competition? What is the difference from murder? Similarly, due to Tang San and Xiao Wu's childhood promise that you are my sister and no one can hurt you, because of this childish notion, they disregard the feelings of others, believing only in their own righteousness, thinking that no one can harm each other, hurting each other or insulting both sides. That person and the one who died in Nodding City are the best evidence. Yihao's expression remained calm as he watched the Free Soul Master being dragged off the stage. This is how soul fighting goes. On the fighting platform, strength determines everything. If you can't win, you must be beaten. This is an unchanging rule throughout the ages. The battle ended quickly. On the fighting platform, besides the Shrek 7 monsters still standing, the 6 opponents lay on the ground, blood flowing everywhere, a scene that sent chills down the spine. Moreover, the one who was taken away early had a high probability of being incapacitated for life. The host immediately announced the victory of the Shrek 7 monsters. Before leaving, Xiao Wu couldn't help but make a face at the 6 fallen opponents, a little lesson for provoking Xiao Wu. She then took Tang San's arm affectionately and left. This action made Yihao feel disgusted. A rabbit that had lived for 100,000 years was now acting like a naive little girl who had just stepped into the world. Isn't this disgusting? No. Tonight, I need to order more spicy rabbit heads to soothe the hatred in my heart. After the battle, Yihao planned to leave. Watching where the Shrek 7 monsters departed, he had an idea to follow them and see what this so-called Shrek Academy was all about. Yihao concealed his aura, his face covered by black armor, and trailed behind the Shrek 7 monsters until he arrived at their resting area. Using his 6-winged purple light wings, he lifted his toes off the ground and, after ensuring no one was around, focused on a nearby ventilation duct to observe their every move. He saw Ma Hongjun take off his mask, revealing his chubby cheeks, his eyes like sesame seeds, sitting on the sofa with his plump buttocks, occasionally staring intently at Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting figure. Ultimately, under Dai Mubai's watchful gaze, Ma Hongjun finally relented. Dead fatso, keep your eyes in check, or next time I'll gouge them out, Dai Mubai scolded with a laugh. Ma Hongjun grinned lewdly and then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was indifferent. Her cold aura slightly reined in. Her personality was similar to Yi Lingling's, preferring quiet over movement. She shot a cold glance at the still peeping Ma Hongjun and then disdainfully left the lounge, walking out alone. Watching Zhu Zhuqing leave, Ning Rongrong glared at Ma Hongjun. The old habits die hard. A rotten orange is ultimately still a rotten orange. Outside, Yihao, noticing Zhu Zhuqing coming out, quickly left the scene and hid in a corner, silently observing Zhu Zhuqing as she walked away, deciding to continue watching. Dai Mubai shook his head with a wry smile. Xiao Wu, next time be gentler. Be careful, they might report us. Xiao Wu smiled slightly, resting her head on Tang San's shoulder, giggling. Boss Dai. What are you afraid of? You saw it. He provoked me first. Not killing him is already a great kindness. Besides, if I can't win, I still have my brother, right? Outside, Yi Hao suppressed his urge to vomit. What a green tea. This rabbit. Yi Hao couldn't stand it any longer. No. Tonight I need to order even more spicy rabbit heads, or, preferably, soft-boned rabbit. Chapter 40. The Shrek Destruction Plan, with Zhu Zhuqing leaving first, Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit uneasy, followed after her. The Soto Great Soul Arena was crowded and chaotic, and currently, the Shrek 7 monsters were in the spotlight. So it was inevitable that one alone outside might face some danger. Outside, seeing Ning Rongrong heading toward Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Hao was just about to leave when he suddenly heard a conversation coming from the lounge. It was about him. Third brother. Who exactly is that Yi Hao you mentioned earlier? Why do you dislike him so much? Ma Hongjun casually suggested when he had nothing to do. Upon hearing the name Yi Hao, Xiao Wu's expression changed abruptly, glaring fiercely at Ma Hongjun, angrily saying, Dead fatso. Why are you bringing him up? Looking for a beating? For Xiao Wu, she had no good impression of Yi Hao at all, from the first time he locked her throat, making her lose face in front of everyone. To the following years where Yi Hao gave her no face whatsoever, sometimes even eating rabbit heads in front of her, specifically the kind cooked from 10-year soft-boned rabbits he found in the forest, which made her furious every time. There was nothing she could do. After all, Xiao Wu couldn't beat Yi Hao. In such situations, Tang San would definitely be unable to tolerate it. If it were someone else, dying 100 times in a fight would be enough. But Yi Hao was Yi Hao, due to the earlier master's instructions. He couldn't be enemies with him and needed to get along. That was why Tang San had been enduring until now. Tang San squinted, complaining. That was 3 months ago. 3 months ago, just a few days before graduation, the master had a private talk with Tang San, intending for him to apply to Flinder's Shrek Academy. Tang San's talent was evident, and it was the master's wish for him to go to Shrek Academy. For this, Tang San complied, and since Xiao Wu's current identity was as his sister, the two naturally had to go there together. Yi Hao, you're about to graduate. Pack your things and go to Shrek Academy. In a few days, you'll set off with Xiao San and the others. The master, with his hands behind his back, wore a confident smile, believing that with Yi Hao and Tang San's inclusion, Flinder would be overly pleased. Yi Hao knew exactly what kind of place Shrek Academy was, a scam academy without a business license, where one would suffer, and have to live with the few people he disliked the most. Just thinking about it made Yi Hao shudder all over. Master, what are you to me? Yi Hao asked expressionlessly. The master was slightly taken aback. I'm your teacher. What's wrong? Your teacher? Yi Hao chuckled, which undoubtedly angered Tang San. The master was Tang San's teacher, and both Yi Hao and Tang San were transmigrators. Due to their different worlds, their perspectives naturally differed. For Tang San, the master was his teacher, and the saying goes that once a teacher, always a father. Yi Hao's actions were undoubtedly a path to his own demise. Tang San, who is it? The first time when a Hunt Soul Beast was almost exposed because of hidden weapons, and there was even a thought of killing the master to protect the secret. Two-faced and duplicitous. But for Yi Hao, the master was just an ordinary person. He was neither his teacher nor anything to him. Yi Hao's current strength was all earned through his own hard work, with no connection to the master. Those so-called worldly views were just constraints for Yi Hao, not to mention the master's previous commanding tone. As if Yi Hao had no choice but to go to Shrek Academy. What are you laughing at? The master clearly sensed something was off. Master, the so-called forced fruit is not sweet. I've never heard of Shrek Academy, and you don't need to persuade me. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yi Hao left without looking back, and the master silently gritted his teeth, feeling powerless. Yi Hao was like a stubborn ox, and his decision was something no one could change. Moreover, for some reason, the master always felt that Yi Hao was opposing him. Yi Hao, remove the vague part. Yi Hao's earlier performance undoubtedly crossed Tang San's bottom line. The master previously stated that Yi Hao must not be touched. Otherwise, the entire Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy would suffer. As a result, Tang San could not take action against Yi Hao, which undoubtedly tied his hands. Why? It was because Yu Xiaojiang believed that Yi Hao was like a son to her, secretly having connections with the Spirit Hall. If anything happened to Yi Hao today, not only would he suffer, but the entire Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, and even Nodding City, would be doomed. Her wrath would be unbearable for anyone. Yi Hao, you really think too much. Thus, Yi Hao embarrassed the master in front of everyone, which was also the reason for Tang San's hatred towards Yi Hao. Back to reality, in the Shrek 7 Monsters Lounge, Dai Mubai slammed the table fiercely, causing the round table to shatter into pieces. This Yi Hao truly does not know what's good for him. What's wrong with our Shrek Academy? He still looks down on us. Just wait. If I encounter him next time, I will let him see the power of my evil eye white tiger, Dai Mubai. And me. Mao Hongjun patted his chest, the 2 pounds of fat on his belly jiggling. Big brother Dai, count me in. If he dares to look down on Shrek, I, the fatty, will be the first to go. Outside, Yi Hao, wearing a mask, revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, and somehow had a small notebook in his hand. Shrek Destruction Plan. Yi Hao closed the small notebook, thinking about destruction and dividing Shrek, with the first step being to break them down internally one by one. He looked towards the place where Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had parted ways, smiled slightly, and then followed. In the vast soul-fighting arena hall, it was now time for the team battles, and most people were watching the intense group fights. But no one paid attention to the 2 beautiful girls sitting inside the hall. Zhu Zhuqing took off her mask, revealing her beautiful face, with a curvaceous figure that was both alluring and fiery. Ning Rongrong also removed her mask. The battle was over, and given the rarity of people in this place, there was no longer a need to wear masks. Zhuqing, don't be angry. That fat guy's just like that. When we get back, I'll help Xiao Wu deal with him. Zhu Zhuqing sighed slightly and asked, Rongrong, what do you think of Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong replied, why are you suddenly asking this? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in confusion, saying, it's nothing, just thought I'd ask. After 3 months of hard work, she had developed a new understanding of Shrek Academy. The academy was indeed good, but what kind of people were inside? Bad-tempered, quick to resort to violence, and especially. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her devil-like figure, feeling helpless. She didn't want to be like this either. Chapter 41 Step 1. Divide Shrek is a scam academy. Who? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing turned their heads almost simultaneously to see Yi Hao, who was wearing a mask, slowly walking over. Who are you? Ning Rongrong asked cautiously. With the increasing number of victories for the Shrek 7 monsters, their fame at the Soto Great Soul Arena was rising. Every time the Soto Great Soul Arena was mentioned, people would eagerly discuss it. The audience had endless admiration for the mysterious team of Shrek 7 monsters, all of whom wore masks. Everyone wanted to know what kind of unfamiliar faces were hidden behind the masks. Due to the Master's previous statement, entering the Soto Great Soul Arena required wearing a mask, partly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and partly for special reasons. Tang San's identity was always a ticking time bomb, one that would surprise everyone when revealed. Seeing that there was no one around, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing took off their masks, only to find that their true identities had been recognized by this masked stranger. Unsure of this masked man's intentions, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing chose to keep their distance and quickly put their masks back on. At that moment, the atmosphere around them became somewhat subtle. You're the Phantom Spirit Cat and the 7 Treasures glazed tile, right? Yi Hao smiled slightly, looking at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing in front of him. The first step of the plan, divide. Tang San, if you are unkind, don't blame Yi Hao for being ungrateful. To defeat an opponent, one must first incite internal strife within their team to achieve the goal of division. Who exactly are you? Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly, cautious. In the entire Soto Great Soul Arena, only the Shrek Academy teachers and the other 5 members knew their real names, normally not one to engage with others. The 2 girls became very wary at this moment. The Soto Great Soul Arena was like a melting pot, and Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were like proud white lotuses standing in the dive vat. Winning was the most important thing for them at this stage. Besides that, they didn't want to get involved in too many other matters. Who am I? You don't need to worry about that, Yi Hao said seriously. Listen to my advice. Shrek is a scam academy. How dare you insult Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong suddenly became furious. How dare I? Yi Hao smiled slightly. Just because they claim to only accept monsters and not ordinary people. An academy that hasn't even registered and doesn't qualify for the Continental Advanced Soul Master League competition has the audacity to say such things. Qi Ming could be considered one of the most successful graduates of Shrek, aside from not participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master League competition. His life was already complete. Yi Hao continued. Moreover, They don't allow graduation unless one reaches level 40, or else it's a disgrace to the academy. Oomph, what a ridiculous theory. Why do they limit the freedom of soul masters? An academy like this is worse than having none. What is the point of establishing it? Have you finished? Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. Yi Hao was unfazed. This was the effect he wanted. Not yet. All right, let us not talk about Shrek Academy. Let us talk about your Shrek 7 Monsters members. Your leader, the evil-eye white tiger, was a complete playboy before this, staying out all night and partying every night like it was basic behavior. As soon as he said this, Zhu Zhuqing's defenses crumbled. Her face, hidden beneath the mask, suddenly darkened, and an aura of coldness spread out. Enough. If you dare say another word, be careful they'll have third brother deal with you. Ning Rongrong warned one last time, sounding extremely impatient. Yi Hao continued to be unfazed. Your third brother is no good either. A two-faced guy who puts on one act in front of you and another behind your back. Don't be fooled by appearances. I'll tell you the truth. Tang San is nothing but a thorough scoundrel, as you can see from your battle today. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong fell silent. I watched your battle today. Just because that guy on the opposite side mocked the rabbit in your team, what happened? He ended up half paralyzed. I think you're also aware of the relationship between that rabbit and Tang San. I can assure you that if this weren't the soul fighting arena, I reckon the soul master who insulted the rabbit would disappear from this continent, and it would be Tang San who acted personally. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong could not possibly believe it. They thought that their usually rule-abiding third brother could actually be so different. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Hao continued, and that rabbit, it's a human-faced beast. The one you should not underestimate the most is it. As for the 7 Treasures glazed tile contestant, if I remember correctly, you come from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, right? If you get the chance, let one of your school's titled WOs meet that rabbit, and you will discover the real secret then. The conversation has reached this point, and further discussion is pointless. We will meet again someday. After saying this, Yi Hao waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait, what's your name? Ning Rongrong stopped Yi Hao. Me? Yi Hao, wearing a mask, slowly turned around. Yi Ri Tian. After saying that, Yi Hao left with his hands behind his back. Ye? Ri? Tian? The two women exchanged glances, having no impression of this unfamiliar name. Rongrong, what do you think about what Yi Ri Tian said? Could it be that the Dean and Tang San really are? Zhu Zhuqing asked cautiously. Ning Rongrong sighed with melancholy. Since entering the academy, Tang San's many displays had always attracted her attention. If it weren't for Xiao Wu by Tang San's side, Ning Rongrong might have wholeheartedly pursued him. I would chase you with the entire 7 Treasure glazed tile school, and you're with a rabbit? Let's go back. Ning Rongrong simply said, and then walked towards the lounge with Zhu Zhuqing. Yi Hao's words had indeed given the two women quite a shock. They needed a moment to process it. On the way, the two women were deep in thought, finding little credibility in what Yi Hao had said, considering it just the talk of an outsider. When they arrived at the lounge, just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to open the door, Ning Rongrong suddenly stopped her. Ning Rongrong's gaze was sharp. Being the daughter of the cunning Ning Fengji, she naturally inherited this trait. The two women went to the place where Yi Hao had been and quietly eavesdropped. Brother, that person was too much, daring to look down on me. When I was at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, I never suffered such grievances. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged strange looks, shivering involuntarily. What good tea? Chapter 42. The True Face of Tang San. Dai Lao, persuade Zhuqing, just looking won't kill you. What's with the little temper? Ma Hongjun had been publicly embarrassed. Dai Mubai felt a pang in his heart and glared at Ma Hongjun. You glutton, how many times have I told you to retract your pig eyes? From now on, if you dare to show that kind of look again, don't blame me for not caring about brotherhood. You cannot bully a brother's wife. Outside, they had all heard Xiao Wu continuously complaining to Tang San, as well as Ma Hongjun's earlier words. For some reason, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to believe Yi Ri Tian's words a bit more. Based on Tang San's earlier attitude, it seemed he was already on a path to destruction. Before arriving in Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing had encountered some matters, and she had caught a glimpse of the killing intent that had flashed in Tang San's eyes earlier. She might need to redefine her understanding of this third brother. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly, grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's small hand, and as the two women stood in front of the lounge door, they opened it. As soon as they entered, they were met with the gazes of the crowd, especially Ma Hongjun's. However, due to what Dai Mubai had said earlier, Ma Hongjun simply glanced at them and then turned away unhappily. Who cares? Even so, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was indeed enticing, and Ma Hongjun could still secretly observe. Rong Rong, Zhuqing. You're back. Xiao Wu hurriedly rushed up to hug her good friends upon seeing them return. Ning Rongrong showed a hint of embarrassment, casually responding to Xiao Wu. She couldn't help but feel a layer of suspicion toward Xiao Wu. Should she try what Yi Ri Tian suggested and have Grandpa Jian or Grandpa Gu see Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing looked around. Sure enough, the expressions of the crowd had changed completely, different from what the two women had seen while eavesdropping, adding to their doubts. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the final match, the last team battle of the night. Between the Crazy Fighting Team and the Imperial Fighting Team. The Crazy Fighting Team, being second only to the Shrek 7 monsters in strength and popularity of the Soto Great Soul Arena, would have more supporters against the newly arrived Imperial Fighting Team. Are you going back to the hotel? Is there something wrong? Qiming was surprised. Did Yihao not intend to participate in the upcoming team battle? Yihao scratched his head awkwardly. Teacher Qin, I am the ace of our Imperial Fighting Team, and the ace must come out last. Don't worry, when it's my turn, I will definitely go on. This Crazy Fighting Team has an overall soul power of 35, but their soul ring configuration is far inferior to ours. I believe Sister Yin and Tianheng will manage well. I'll go back to the hotel to prepare some delicious food for everyone. Qiming thought for a moment and agreed to Yihao's suggestion. The battle was about to start, but Yihao hurriedly returned, trusting his teammates. Even without him, they would still achieve victory. Wearing a mask, Yihao took out black clothing from his soul guide and wrapped himself completely. He specifically found a deserted spot, gazing far into the Soto Great Soul Arena, where the Shrek 7 monsters were leaving one by one after removing their masks, except for Tang San, who seemed to be saying something mysterious to Xiao Wu. After listening, Xiao Wu's face flushed red, and she hugged Tang San before leaving with the others. Yihao lay in ambush in the shadows, planning to test the waters. Currently, Tang San had already obtained his third soul ring and an external soul bone, and his strength was no longer to be underestimated. However, Yihao was surprised to see Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing actively separating from the crowd, heading in the same direction as Tang San. Could it be that something was wrong? Yihao followed closely behind, dressed in black robes, completely merging with the darkness. A drizzle began to fall from the sky, and a layer of mist enveloped the air. Yihao tracked them into a narrow alley, glancing at the bodies scattered on the ground, and approached to investigate. Thankfully, these people were only knocked unconscious and still had a pulse. However, judging by their attire, they were part of the team that had previously battled the Shrek 7 monsters, two-faced and three-tongued scoundrels. Yihao cursed under his breath and continued to pursue, sensing that something bad was about to happen. At the end of the alley, he saw Tang San removing his disguise, holding a shiny silver dagger. The relentless rain fell on the dagger, splitting it in two. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? The person clutched his chest, blood soaking through his clothes. This person was none other than the Soul Master who had mocked Xiao Wu earlier. As expected, those who harmed Xiao Wu had basically been dealt with by Tang San. Tang San's face was ashen, exuding a strong, killing intent. You should not have harmed Xiao Wu. Anyone who harms her must die. The man was bewildered. Xiao Wu? Who is Xiao Wu? Suddenly, the man looked at Tang San, who was stepping closer with each stride. You are the Shrek 7 monsters. Tang San's figure swayed, his face revealing a murderous intent. At this point, only by killing this person could he ensure that his secret would not be discovered. Otherwise, the resulting public opinion could bury Shrek Academy, and he would become the target of everyone's ire. Tang San's heart hardened as he gripped the dagger tightly and threw it forward. Just as Zhu Zhuqing, hiding in the shadows, prepared to intervene, a mysterious shadow appeared silently, catching the dagger thrown by Tang San. The shadow squeezed gently, crushing the dagger to pieces. Two-faced and three-tongued? Tang San, you truly are this kind of person. The shadow's voice was hoarse. Tang San frowned. Who are you? Why do you say I am two-faced and three-tongued? This person was already on the path to death. He must not be allowed to live. The black-robed man scanned Tang San, then looked back and said, hurry up and leave this place. Tang San's killing intent surged wildly. No one could stop him today. None of you will escape. Tang San let out a loud roar, and the 3 soul rings beneath his feet slowly rose up, with the first soul ring lighting up instantly. The first soul skill bind. The blue-silver grass burst forth from the ground, densely covering the entire street. Seeing this, he intended to eliminate the two right here. Yi Hao was unconcerned. He knew Tang Sen too well. What difficulty was there in the mere blue-silver grass binding? Dressed in a black cloak, Yi Hao swiftly dodged, his right hand glimmering with black light from the shadows. In an instant, the oncoming blue-silver grass was severed, falling scattered to the ground. Tang San, you are being too petty. Just because someone made a gesture at that rabbit during a soul battle, you want to kill them? What kind of reasoning is that? Yi Hao's hatred for Tang San had reached its peak. You have your rules, and I have my reasoning. None of you will leave today. Tang San roared, his palm activating the blue-silver grass once again. Chapter 43. Yi Ri Tian. You're finished. The blue-silver grass burst forth from the ground, continuously attacking Yi Hao. Yi Hao showed no fear, his figure flashing past, his palm transforming into a sharp spider spear, severing them one by one. From beginning to end, Yi Hao did not reveal his identity, even while using the spider spear. He deliberately covered himself with his black clothing. Tang San was indeed too clever. Only the magistrate is allowed to set fire, but the common people cannot light a lamp. Tang San, you alone are allowed to provoke others, but others cannot provoke you? What kind of reasoning is that? You are truly the most despicable person I have ever seen. Yi Hao continued to attack, while Tang San gritted his teeth, feeling a blockage in his heart. A surge of overwhelming killing intent suddenly rising within him. At this moment, Tang San was already engulfed in rage. The 8 spider spears behind him spread open, his eyes turning blood red. His left hand faintly glimmered with dark light, and the third soul ring beneath his feet lit up consecutively. A large net woven from blue-silver grass appeared, which was Tang San's third soul skill, spiderweb binding, originating from a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. This spiderweb contained toxins and was laced with deadly poison. Tang San was clearly showing his murderous intent. Under Yi Hao's gaze, a dark hammer appeared in his hand, and he raised it high above his head, slamming it down fiercely. At this moment, the person was terrified. He had only given the girl named Shao Wu the finger. So why was he being put to death? Because he is Tang San. Faced with such a sudden onslaught, Yi Hao held his breath, a faint green light surrounding him. With dark green spider web patterns on his forehead, a crystalline dark green glow spread from his body, and 3 pairs of dark green spider legs appear behind him. His arms transformed into dark green spears, and his lower body was completely enveloped in a layer of dark green light. Yi Hao utilized his second martial soul, soul-eating Spider King. At this moment, Tang San was blinded by killing intent, furious enough to unleash his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. Yi Hao's soul-eating Spider King martial soul had never been revealed before, but now that it was, fortunately, he had taken precautions in advance. Tang San would never figure out that this person was Yi Hao. Yi Hao understood that Tang San intended to kill him and the soul master behind him, knowing the secret of his twin martial souls. And the events of today would lead to his own disgrace on the entire Dolua continent. Even Shrek Academy might have to close down. Tang San, casually killing an innocent soul master, creating enmity in the soul arena. And yet, despite the other person already losing, Tang San remained relentless, wanting to put him to death. Passing by the free soul master, Yi Ri Tian felt pity and thus drew his sword to help, but Tang San intended to kill both of them here. Yi Hao swung the spider spear, and the spiderweb binding was instantly shattered. Tang San, think about it. If this news spreads to the Dolua continent, I believe you will definitely be scorned by everyone, and you won't even be able to lift your head in public. The person you love will leave you. Your closest ones will ignore you. Your brothers and sisters will isolate you, and even your teacher will be implicated, ultimately receiving blame for not educating you properly. Tang San shouted angrily, "Shut up. You must die today." Holding the Haotian hammer, his crude hammer techniques made onlookers want to dig their feet. Yi Hao raised the soul-eating Spider King spear, firmly clamping down on Tang San's Haotian hammer. At that moment, the 8 spider spears behind Tang San suddenly thrust toward Yi Hao. The 8 spider spears came from a human-faced demon spider, which contained deadly poison. Yi Hao certainly did not want to touch this misfortune, but on the other hand, Yi Hao's Death Spider King poison seemed to be more potent than a human-faced demon spider's poison. Unfortunately, he could not use the Death Spider King martial soul. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed, and lurking in the shadows would not be good at all. This set of external soul bones has really been wasted on you. Yihao delivered a flying kick, striking Tang San right in the stomach. As he loosened Tang San's Haotian hammer, the 6 spider spears behind him retracted, replaced by 6-winged purple light wings. Yihao swung his left and right long spider spears, quickly rolling his body, making him seem like a meat grinder, with the soul-eating Spider King spear being the sharpest blade. Tang San bit his teeth, blood flowing profusely, his palms starting to ooze blood. The strength of the person in front of him was far above his own. Tang San swung the heavy hammer, crossing it in front of his chest. Yihao's soul-eating Spider King spear constantly wore down the Haotian hammer, and as the spinning accelerated, the Haotian hammer quickly shattered before his eyes, being split in two by the soul-eating Spider King spear. Tang San, your second martial soul isn't that great either. Want to know the origin of this hammer? Should I start from the beginning? Yihao's voice was hoarse as he continued to taunt. Shut up, Yudi. Tang San activated the blue-silver grass bind once again, but unfortunately, all of this was in vain for Yihao. The soul-eating Spider King's spear swept forward, and the swarms of blue-silver grass were severed at the roots. Just as the blue-silver grass was broken in the dimness, Yihao saw many flickering dots densely flying toward him and the other person under the cover of night. Not good. Yihao silently cursed, quickly grabbing the other person and flying into the sky. Upon looking again, Tang San had clearly vanished without a trace, having escaped. You're lucky. Yihao slowed. The rain gradually easing. The ground a scene of devastation, and the walls behind Yihao were scattered with hidden weapons and flying daggers. Are you all right? Yihao looked at the man in front of him. The man shook his head in confusion. I'm fine, thank you. Soto City can no longer stay. You should hurry out of the city, find a deserted place, and live a stable life as an ordinary person. The man had learned too many secrets about Tang San, the twin martial souls, the hidden weapons, and Tang San's intention to kill him today. Each of these was enough to ruin Tang San's reputation. Yihao planned long-term. The man in front of him could not die yet. The road out of the city was still far, and Yihao, dressed in a black cloak, took advantage of the night to escort the man out of the city. As Yihao escorted the man along the rainy asphalt road, the 6 teammates who had previously fainted were now completely lifeless. Tang San's attack was ruthless, almost a single strike to death, without any hesitation. Although the man felt resentment, looking at the bodies of his fallen teammates in front of him, his heart was filled with anger towards Tang San. If he had that strength, he would definitely personally take revenge on that person. It was just a gesture of giving the finger to that girl, and he not only ended up badly injured but also implicated his teammates. Under Yihao's escort, the two were slowly walking toward the outskirts of Soto City. Meanwhile, at the place where Yihao and Tang San had fought earlier, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had been hiding in the attic, came out with umbrellas. The two girls had complex expressions. The scene from earlier was still vividly etched in their memories. Chapter 44. Division Tang San. He is really a fickle and two-faced villain. I've been calling him Brother Sen all day, and today I've truly opened my eyes, Ning Rongrong said angrily, having seen the earlier scene clearer than anyone else. She never expected that this person she once admired would turn out to be such a petty man, killing so many innocent lives just to keep his promise to Xiao Wu. If it weren't for Yi Ritian's urgent appearance today, that man would probably have died a tragic death. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was dim, feeling very ashamed of Tang San's actions and developing a strong dislike for the title of Shrek's 7 Monsters. At first, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong didn't believe what Yi Ritian said, but now it seems everything he said was true. Tang San is indeed a petty man. Zhuqing, let's go back. Ning Rongrong sighed, having seen through Tang San's character. At this moment, her heart was exhausted, wondering why she had to be with such a petty man and still be called one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. How ironic. Zhu Zhuqing nodded faintly, equally weary, and followed Ning Rongrong away. Now, thinking back to the other 5 members of Shrek Academy, each had their own strengths. None of them were easy to deal with. In the Soto Great Soul Arena, the battle between the Frenzied Fighting Team and the Imperial Fighting Team was reaching a crucial moment. As the last member of the Frenzied Fighting Team fell, the tens of thousands of spectators present were stunned for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. It was beyond their expectations. They thought this newly arrived Imperial Fighting Team would lose, especially since the strength of the Frenzied Fighting Team was well known. Although they had lost to the Shrek 7 monsters recently, it didn't affect their popularity at all. The sudden appearance of the Imperial fighting team caught the frenzied fighting team completely off guard. They thought they were facing a few weaklings, but they didn't expect that all members of the Imperial fighting team were soul masters, and they all had the best soul ring configurations. With this point alone, the Imperial fighting team had already gained the upper hand. Following that, Yu Qianheng took the lead in offense, while Du Yin, being a control-type soul master, provided support at any time. Yi Lingling's healing was invincible, with Asuro's ghost leopard speed, Yu Feng's aerial support, and the strongest defense from Shimo and Shimo. This nearly unbeatable lineup had almost no weaknesses. The sudden emergence of such a team could only be countered by the Shrek 7 monsters. After the battle ended today, the audience left the Soto Great Soul Arena, still reminiscing about the intense battles of the night, and their sleep tonight was bound to be pleasant. In the Imperial fighting team's lounge, Qin Ming had been waiting for a long time, watching the team members return one after another. Qin Ming couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The first match was a success. Nothing could be better than this. Du Yin looked around and, not seeing Yi Hao, couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Qin, where is Xiao Hao? Where did that rascal go?" The others looked around as well, wondering if Yi Hao had gone off somewhere again. Fortunately, Yi Lingling had participated in the match today. Otherwise, she would have surely been led astray by Yi Hao. Qin Ming forced a smile. "You 7 performed well tonight. Continue to work hard tomorrow. Don't be arrogant just because of a small victory." As for Xiao Hao, he went back to the hotel, first to prepare a sumptuous dinner for everyone. "You all clean up your things. Let us hurry back. It's already late, and tomorrow's battle will likely be even more thrilling." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but beam with joy, cheering, "Long live. This rascal finally did something good." After packing their things, the 7 members of the Imperial fighting team followed Qin Ming and left the Soto Great Soul Arena with a sense of pride. This was how victors should behave. Meanwhile, at a simple and unadorned and located some distance from the Soto Great Soul Arena, the Dean, Flander, had arranged for the Shrek group to stay here to save money. This way, they could save costs and also go to the Soto Great Soul Arena to place bets at night, winning a considerable amount of money in the past few days. In the dead of night, the light rain had stopped, and there were few pedestrians on streets. In the middle of the night, Tang San, dragging his exhausted body, stumbled into his room. I almost couldn't come back. Tang San gritted his teeth, vowing to personally take revenge on Yi Ritien. But what troubled him most was Yi Ritien and the man who hadn't died at his hands. The secret of his twin martial souls had already been discovered by those two, and if the rumors Yi Ritien mentioned were to be spread, then Tang San would truly be finished, as the entire Soul Master world would likely see him as an enemy. Tang San secretly regretted why he exposed his second martial soul. He was truly blinded by rage at that moment. He was just too eager to end the lives of Yi Ritien and that man. He had once sworn that he would make anyone who harmed Xiao Wu pay the price. But now, the situation had developed to an irreversible point. One step into heaven. One step into hell. It was truly a dilemma. For now, Tang San could only take it one step at a time. Yi Ritien was likely still in Soto City, but that man who was supposed to be killed had probably escaped. Fortunately, when Tang San left, he specifically killed all 6 of his teammates, which would help prevent his secret from being leaked. What a pity. Damn Yi Ritien. I, Tang San, swear that I will personally take revenge on you in this life. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, are you asleep? Xiao Wu's voice came from outside the door. Tang San was slightly taken aback, quickly changing out his wet clothes and putting on new ones from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. He went to open the door and saw Xiao Wu standing there, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Xiao Wu, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Xiao Wu shook her head, looking dazed. Brother, just teach that man a lesson, but don't go too far. Tang San nodded to himself, not taking Xiao Wu's words to heart, as he was busy calculating how to lure Yi Ritien out. As for the man who escaped, Tang San was worried about him spreading the matter. After all, one person's words wouldn't hold any weight. Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, why aren't you asleep so late? Xiao Wu noticed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing returning from outside. Their faces were very bad, especially when they saw Tang San and Xiao Wu. Their expressions dark as if they were blackboards. Today, they finally saw Tang San's true colors, and the two of them couldn't help but distance themselves from him, ignoring Xiao Wu and brushing past them. Rongrong, Zhuqing, what's wrong? Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but hesitated. For some reason, she felt that the two girls were intentionally avoiding her. It shouldn't be like this. Usually, the 3 girls were good friends. How could they turn their backs on her after just one night out? Ning Rongrong, you don't deserve it. Zhu Zhuqing, she doesn't deserve it. Tang Xin looked thoughtful, sighing heavily as he gazed up at the gloomy sky. Feeling just like that at this moment. Xiao Wu, it's getting late. Hurry and rest. We have new battles waiting for us tomorrow. Brother, you should sleep early too. After saying that, Xiao Wu, still drowsy, returned to her room. Seeing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing asleep nearby, Xiao Wu couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with them. They seemed like completely different people. Outside the Soto Great Soul Arena in a splendid hotel. After the battle, the members of the Imperial fighting team were enjoying a lavish feast, while Yi Hao sat alone in his room. From the signs of the battle, he realized that he could not properly utilize Tang San's external soul bone. In other words, Tang San's external soul bone had not yet fused with him. The external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, was Tang San's most powerful weapon, akin to the fangs of a venomous snake. It was unacceptable to leave it unutilized, as it would always pose a hidden danger. Yi Hao needed to find an opportunity. Thinking carefully, Yi Hao concluded that he had gained a lot tonight. He had grasped a handle on Tang San, and had also saved a free soul master. At a specific time, he could reveal Tang San's years of atrocities, and with the free soul master as a witness, there would be no place for Tang San in the entire soul master world. Tang San colluded with soul beasts, secretly committing atrocities against innocent soul masters. Yes, that was exactly what it was. Another sleepless night. During the day, he rested in the hotel room, and at night, he fought in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Over the past few nights, Yi Hao had only engaged in a few one-on-one battles or teamed up with Yi Lingling for some 2-on-2 matches, accumulating quite a few points. As for Qin Ming, he had his own plans. Yi Hao was the true trump card, and he wouldn't casually expose this ace in an ordinary soul fighting team. In the lounge, Qin Ming looked at the information on the Shrek 7 monsters and smiled faintly. Unfortunately, the Imperial fighting team's opponent today was not the Shrek 7 monsters. In recent days, as the Shrek 7 monsters continued their winning streak, the sudden emergence of the Imperial fighting team had made both teams the leading forces in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Both the audience and the Shrek 7 monsters were eagerly anticipating a direct confrontation between the two teams. At the Soto Great Soul Arena, the one-on-one battle arena was about to begin. Yi Hao had nothing to do at the moment, with the team battles not involving him much. He was just idly waiting for the one-on-one fight. He wondered who would be the unlucky one today. Spicy Rabbit Head versus Soft Bone Charming Rabbit. The one-on-one soul fighting is about to begin. Please prepare, both sides. Yi Hao. Xiao Wu. That rabbit? Yi Hao was stunned for a moment before breaking into a smile. Since parting ways at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, they hadn't seen each other for a while. He never expected that their first meeting would be in a one-on-one soul fight arena. Truly, life is unpredictable. Yi Hao's eyes lit up. He decided that he would not hold back in this battle. He removed his mask, revealing his true appearance. Wearing the mask had lost its significance. It was initially meant to conceal his identity, and besides, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing would surely recognize its owner. After all, he had worn this mask when he met them a few days ago. But now he thought, no, he couldn't expose himself yet. To prepare for the battle, Yi Hao specifically returned to the lounge to borrow Yi Lingling's mask. Meanwhile, in the Shrek 7 Monsters Lounge, thanks to the battle between Tang San and Yi Ritian a few days ago, the clever Tang San believed that only he knew about it. Little did he know that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were seated nearby, had been watching the entire situation unfold. Since that day, the two girls chose to isolate Xiao Wu, refusing to talk to her or engage with her, and even rented a new room. Moving out of the previous shared space of 3, they completely isolated Xiao Wu. During this time, Xiao Wu tried to seek out the two girls, hoping to understand why Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong no longer interacted with her. Weren't they supposed to be good sisters? But in the end, all she received was one answer. Please keep a safe distance from us. They didn't want to risk hurting Xiao Wu and incurring the wrath of her third brother. Soft-boned Charming Rabbit, please be aware the one-on-one soul fighting is about to begin. Please prepare. Your opponent is Spicy Rabbit Head. As the announcement echoed, Ning Rongrong chuckled, finding great amusement in watching her former good sister face adversity. The combination of soft-boned Charming Rabbit and Spicy Rabbit Head was a perfect match, especially since Xiao Wu's martial soul was also a rabbit. Zhu Zhuqing smiled faintly, glancing disdainfully at Xiao Wu, her eyes showing a hint of contempt. Just then, Tang San's expression changed as a different thought crossed his mind. He had already sworn that anyone who harmed Xiao Wu would have to pay the price, regardless of who they were. Spicy Rabbit Head, just wait. If Xiao Wu gets to deal with you personally, I won't intervene, but if she suffers even the slightest harm, I will personally eliminate you right here. Yehao, understood. Time passed, and soon the battle between Spicy Rabbit Head and Soft-Boned Charming Rabbit was about to commence. Soft-Boned Charming Rabbit was one of the members of the Shrek's 7 monsters. The Shrek's 7 monsters continued their winning streak, and wherever they appeared, crowds of spectators gathered, creating a sea of people. It was clearly a great place for a spectacle. All members of Shrek were seated in the audience, each with their own thoughts. Tang Sin was filled with a hint of killing intent. If Xiao Wu got hurt, he wouldn't hesitate to step in. The soul fighting arena had its own rules, and the complex powers behind the scenes wouldn't allow Tang San to act recklessly. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were in a more relaxed mood, ready to watch the show. The very name Spicy Rabbit Head was clearly a provocation aimed at Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were now aligned as one camp. Chapter 46, One-Sided Crushing. Tang San is angry. The one-on-one soul fighting, Spicy Rabbit Head versus Soft-Boned Charming Rabbit, was about to begin. The host announced, "Please welcome both sides to the arena." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Wu angrily stepped onto the stage, determined to teach this spicy rabbit head a lesson. Why choose such a name? Was it not asking for trouble? She was going to fight, and she would make him regret it, leaving him half paralyzed and in a daze. Following her, wearing the Imperial Fighting Team uniform with the emblem of the Tiando Royal Academy concealed and donning Yu Lingling's mask, Yi Hao slowly walked onto the fighting stage under the gaze of thousands of spectators. At that moment, Tang San, seated in the audience, suddenly narrowed his eyes, clearly having different thoughts about this spicy rabbit head. "Little San," Dai Mu Bai was about to ask, but upon seeing the fierce look in Tang San's eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Dai Mu Bai knew that Tang San was serious. "Boss Dai, is something wrong?" Tang San asked. Dai Mu Bai shook his head, signaling that everything was fine. "Spicy Rabbit Head?" Tang San bit his teeth slightly at the name, involuntarily thinking of one person. Yi Hao. Because Yi Hao loved to eat Spicy Rabbit Head, especially enjoying it right in front of Xiao Wu. Those days were undoubtedly painful and torturous for her. Watching her ancestral lineage being devoured before her eyes, how could she not feel heartache? "Little San, do you think Xiao will win this match?" Dai Mu Bai raised an eyebrow, already prepared to watch the show. This name was clearly asking for trouble. Oscar and Ma Hongjun also looked like they were completely watching the show. Back then, it was not fun to bully Ma Hongjun. Then they thought about how Xiao would use the explosive kill 8 to ruthlessly beat him up, and just thinking about it was thrilling. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remained indifferent. To them, Shrek Academy had already become a synonym for disappointment. The Shrek 7 monsters were just a joke. After experiencing what happened with Tang San, the two girls had long lost hope in Shrek Academy and only wanted to graduate quickly and leave this worthless school. "You call that Spicy Rabbit Head?" Standing on the soul-fighting platform, Xiao Wu's eyes seemed to be spewing fire as she stared fiercely at Yi Hao. Yi Hao smiled slightly and said, "Spicy Rabbit Head is my favorite food, especially when it's spicy, and it's even better with some cumin. That makes it taste even better. I'm gonna make you eat Spicy Rabbit Head." Xiao Wu was furious, and her aura surged forward. Yi Hao said nothing, simply raised his middle finger at Xiao Wu, just like that person did to Xiao Wu on the day of the group soul fight. Seeing this, neither side said much, and a fierce battle was inevitable. One-on-one soul fight, Spicy Rabbit Head versus Soft-Boned Enchanting Rabbit. Soul fight begin, the host announced passionately, and 3 soul rings lit up under Xiao Wu's feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. A layer of white fluff grew on her body, and her rabbit ears became more agile. Xiao Wu flashed past, and her 3rd soul ring suddenly lit up, causing her to disappear from her original spot. Using the 3rd soul skill right away, this dead rabbit doesn't follow the rules of martial arts. I haven't even activated my martial soul yet. In an instant, Xiao Wu appeared behind Yi Hao, her body soft and boneless, spinning 360 degrees in midair, and her long, delicate legs aimed a heavy strike at Yi Hao's head. Yi Hao turned his body and suddenly grabbed Xiao Wu's right leg. Dead rabbit. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes is not the act of a gentleman. I haven't even activated my martial soul. How can you attack first? Xiao Wu snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "For someone like you, big sister Xiao Wu just wants to." Yi Hao gripped Xiao Wu's leg hard and then slammed her to the ground. Xiao Wu screamed in pain, her whole body feeling as if it were falling apart. "What is it?" Yi Hao smiled at the corner of his mouth, then suddenly threw Xiao Wu out. Her figure heavily landed on the edge of the soul fighting platform, just barely missing the edge. At this moment in the audience, Tang San could no longer suppress his anger. His eyes turned blood red, especially at the moment Yi Hao slammed Xiao Wu to the ground. "Spicy rabbit head. I'm going to kill you." Dai Mubai and Oscar quickly held Tang San down. They understood his temper too well. Xiao Wu was Tang San's sister, and if his sister was beaten, how could he not be angry? The Soto Great Soul Arena had its rules, and Tang San could not act recklessly. So he could only watch Xiao Wu get beaten. Sitting nearby, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged a knowing smile. In the early stages, they truly were blind, treating this rabbit as their good sister. Now that they saw the truth, they couldn't help but feel a strange sense of comfort and pleasure as they watched Xiao Wu get beaten. They then looked at Tang San, whose eyes had turned blood red as he was held back by Dai Mubai and Oscar, and a sense of satisfaction spread from their hearts. Ning Rongrong, refreshing. Zhu Zhuqing had an imperceptible smile at the corner of her mouth. On the soul fighting platform, Yi Hao did not activate his martial soul. He walked toward Xiao Wu, who was at the edge of the platform. In an instant, Xiao Wu's figure quickly disappeared from her spot again, activating her third soul skill, instant movement. The soul fighting platform was silent. Almost all the audience held their breath, curious about where the soft-boned enchanting rabbit would appear. Yi Hao felt a chill behind him. And indeed, Xiao Wu appeared silently, her first soul ring lighting up as she bent her waist and activated. She tiptoed and kicked Yi Hao into the air. In the audience, Tang San finally relaxed, and the killing intent in his eyes began to dissipate. It turned out that all of this was Xiao Wu's ploy. First, she exposed her weakness to make Yi Hao let his guard down, then used instant movement and waist bow. As long as these two soul skills connected successfully, Yi Hao would definitely not escape, and combined with Explosive Kill 8, it would be enough to vent Xiao Wu's grievances over the years. Yi Hao lay in midair, looking up at Xiao Wu, who was smiling at him. "Spicy rabbit head, you're at the bottom. I'm in the atmosphere." Xiao Wu was slightly taken aback. In the next second, Yi Hao spread his six-winged purple light wings, quickly appearing behind Xiao Wu. In an instant, Xiao Wu's heart sank. Slap! Slap! Two loud slaps echoed in the air as Yi Hao mercilessly slapped Xiao Wu's delicate face. With visible speed, Xiao Wu's pretty face began to swell, and the two slap marks made everyone feel uneasy. Then, under Tang San's desperate and murderous gaze, Yi Hao kicked Xiao Wu into the air, and his unique Explosive Kill 8 made its appearance. Chapter 47. Tang San's Killing Intent. Yi Hao punched Xiao Wu in the abdomen, and her eyes went blank as she spat out bitter water. "Rabbit, now it's your turn to taste the Explosive Kill 8. Slap! Another loud slap sent Xiao Wu spinning 360 degrees in midair, leaving her dazed, her eyes unfocused, and her whole being on the verge of collapse. Once upon a time, she was the one using 8 on others. How did she end up like this today? Hud, hud, hud. Yi Hao transformed into purple lightning, and Xiao Wu's figure went up and down in midair, the sounds of punches landing echoing continuously. The audience was utterly stunned. The soft-boned, enchanting rabbit, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, was actually being treated this way by a stranger who hadn't even activated his martial soul. This was simply a one-sided crushing. Time was up, and Yi Hao slammed Xiao Wu heavily from midair onto the ground. With a loud thud, Xiao Wu's body crashed down on the soul-fighting platform. The scene fell into dead silence. The audience was instantly mute, looking at Xiao Wu, who had been thoroughly beaten and whose face was swollen like Ma Hongjun. Was this still Xiao Wu? She looked just like Ma Hongjun in a skirt, lying on the ground, and the image was too vivid. Xiao Wu. At this moment, Tang San could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He leaped down from the audience and quickly rushed onto the soul-fighting platform, embracing Xiao Wu, whose face was as swollen as Ma Hongjun's. Looking at Xiao Wu in his arms, Tang San's anger could no longer be contained, and a monstrous killing intent surged toward Yi Hao. He held Xiao Wu to the side, and his 3 soul rings slowly lit up. Behind him, with a loud whoosh, the 8 spider lances glimmered with purple light, eager to taste blood. One had to admit, Tang San was indeed lucky. The external spirit bone, 8 spider lances, was undoubtedly a powerful weapon that had solved many major problems for him in the later stages. Unfortunately, the 8 spider lances had fallen into the hands of such a person, It was truly blind. Spicy rabbit head, come here and die. Tang San's killing intent soared. At this moment, he no longer cared about the rules. Yi Hao had beaten Xiao Wu to this extent. If he didn't kill him, it would be hard to relieve the hatred in his heart. Yi Hao remained unhurried and did not pay any attention to Tang San, raising his middle finger back at him. Host, this person is disrespecting the Soto Great Soul Arena. Don't your rules apply? The host quickly reacted, hurriedly running up from the audience to directly block Tang San's path, and said solemnly, Sir, please do not disrupt the rules. If you continue to be unyielding, then the Soto Great Soul Arena will no longer welcome the Shrek 7 monsters, and you will also face the consequences that you cannot bear. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. On the territory of the Soto Great Soul Arena, one must abide by its rules. At this moment, the other 5 members of Shrek, except for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing who remained seated in the audience, rushed to the stage. Dai Mubai blocked Tang San and whispered, Xiao San, calm down. The Soto Great Soul Arena has its rules. We absolutely cannot fight here. As long as the Spicy Rabbit Head is still in Soto City, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hurry up and leave. There is still a long way to go. We will deal with the Spicy Rabbit Head sooner or later, but not now. Oscar then advised, casually handing 2 recovery sausages to Tang San. Tang San's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the moment he took the sausages from Oscar, he quickly stuffed one into Xiao Wu's mouth. Spicy Rabbit Head, I will definitely kill you in this life. Tang San's gaze was intense, filled with sharp killing intent, as he included the Spicy Rabbit Head on his must-kill list. Yi Hao ignored Tang San and then made a gesture with his middle finger up, followed by a thumbs down, showing disdain. Do you dare to confront us head-on, regardless of life and death? Tang San loudly questioned, making it clear that he was issuing a challenge to Yi Hao in front of everyone. Yi Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head at Tang San, disdainfully saying, Your teammates are like this, but with your character, I can't guarantee that they won't turn against you. In short, the incident where the soft bone charm rabbit suddenly attacked me while my martial soul was not fully unleashed is obvious to everyone here. The audience is not blind. Just now, that strike was clearly meant to kill me, aimed right at my head. She tried to kill me, and I can only sit and wait to die. Or you have a problem with your thinking. Imagine, how could I stand there and let someone who wants to take my life kill me? Today, I will teach this rabbit a lesson. The Shrek 7 monsters? Truly eye-opening. You were beaten and couldn't fight back. Once you did, your life will be at stake. Who made this rule? Soul Masters should fight openly and above board. Since you are so self-righteous, why bother being a Soul Master? Disrespecting the rules of the Soto Great Soul Arena and acting recklessly, someone like you is simply unworthy of being a Soul Master. After passionately finishing, Yi Hao waved his hand and gave the Shrek 5 the middle finger. Tonight's special meal, eat Spicy Rabbit Head. Xiao Wu, who had just woken up, spat out blood upon hearing this and fainted with her head tilted. Tang San was instantly speechless, his fingers clenched tightly, a drop of fresh blood falling from his palm. At this moment, Tang San only wanted to kill the Spicy Rabbit Head. This pent-up frustration was truly unbearable. His teacher had taught him that the Shrek 7 monsters were a whole. They were a loving family, and once one faced difficulties, everyone must unite against it. In necessary times, they could fight together without being bound by rules. This was Shrek. But now, he was being cornered by the Spicy Rabbit Head and couldn't even retaliate. Uffed. Ma Hongjun shivered all over, embarrassedly chuckling, sorry, I couldn't help it. Everyone in the audience, Ning Rongrong looked at Yi Hao's departing figure, her eyes suddenly shining brightly. Now that as a real man, he dares to confront Tang San head-on. And he even beat Xiao Wu into this state in front of Tang San, then left unscathed. I'm feeling great. After this battle, I have a whole new understanding of Xiao Wu and Tang San. They're really not worth it. Tang San was a two-faced person, acting one way in private and another in public. Xiao Wu was the same. Her strikes had no restraint, and she once wanted to kill the opponent, thinking too highly of herself. You can't hit her. If you do, she will take your life. Being friends and classmates with such people was truly a mistake on Ning Rongrong's part. Zhuqing, let us go. Stay away from Tang San and Xiao Wu in the future. Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly, her gaze shifting away from Yi Hao, following Ning Rongrong as they left the scene. Chapter 48. Hello, my name is Ning Rongrong Refreshing. Yi Hao walked out of the Soto Great Soul Arena, strolling alone on the way back to the hotel. At this moment, He was not afraid of retaliation from Tang San and the others. Their immediate priority was to rescue Xiao Wu, who had been beaten into a second Mahongjun. After this battle, Yihao and Tang San would only be enemies from now on. Spicy Rabbit Head. Yihao was momentarily startled, realizing someone was calling him. He turned around to see Ning Rongrong smiling at him. "You are the 7-treasure glazed tile from Shrek. Is there something you need from me? If it's for revenge, I suggest you forget it. You're a support-type soul master, and besides, we can't afford to provoke the 7-treasure glazed tile sect." The two titled Duos of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower regarded Ning Rongrong as their treasure, so Yihao naturally wouldn't go against them. "Hello, my name is Ning Rongrong. I watched your fight just now. You did well." Ning Rongrong clapped her hands, cheerfully exclaiming, "Isn't that soft-bone charm rabbit your teammate? Your teammate got beaten, and you're so happy?" Yihao asked knowingly, speaking from the perspective of Euretian while conversing with Ning Rongrong. But now he was the spicy rabbit head, so he naturally had to act nonchalant. Fortunately, he had changed masks with Lingling earlier, otherwise, he would have been recognized. Mentioning this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but snort coldly. That rabbit is so self-righteous, just like what that person described the other day. I truly misjudged her. I thought of her as my own sister, but unexpectedly, Tang San, and she turned out to be that kind of person. I came today to specifically inform you. Inform me of what? Ning Rongrong said cautiously and quietly. Be very careful of Tang San's revenge. You beat Xiao Wu like that today. Tang San definitely won let it go, so you must pay attention to your safety. Off the mark, Ning Rongrong. As the little witch of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect actually kindly came to remind him. Currently, Yihao had a preliminary assessment of Tang San's strength. If it weren't for some incidents last night, Tang San might have been beaten down by Yihao as well. He had been keeping an eye on Tang San's external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, which remained a constant source of worry for him. Looking back at many subsequent events, Tang San had relied on the 8 spider lances to turn peril into safety step by step. Just imagine, if Tang San lost the 8 spider lances, it would be equivalent to confiscating his tool for committing crimes. From then on, what would he use to fight against him? Fortunately, the 8 spider lances had not yet fused with Tang San. Yihao had confirmed this during last night's confrontation. At that time, when Yihao acquired the 6-winged purple light wings, he was in the same situation as Tang San now. And it was ultimately with the help of the 3 teaching committee members that he fused the 6-winged purple light wings with himself. A spirit bone is a part of 1's body, akin to 1's bones. However, Tang San was different at that time. The 8 spider lances had not yet fused with him, which was the perfect opportunity to seize it. If they really let their group go to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, it would all be too late. Thank you for your reminder. I estimate you will have to make a trip for nothing. Ning Rongrong was puzzled. Why? Aren't you afraid of Tang San's revenge? Yihao smiled slightly, pointing at the metal on his arm. You see, what is this? Ning Rongrong leaned in to investigate. As the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the daughter of Ning Fingji, she had certainly seen a lot. Are you a student of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do? Ning Rongrong was greatly surprised. The Royal Academy of Heaven Do was founded by the Heaven Do Empire, and its special status was something Ning Rongrong was definitely aware of. In the previous battle, she had focused too much on the direction of the fight and hadn't noticed the insignia on Yihao's arm. It made sense, as Ning Rongrong now had a very different view of her former close friend, standing on the same side as Zhu Zhuqing. Having seen through Tang San and Xiao Wu's true nature, she had long since lost hope in Shrek Academy and the Shrek's 7 monsters. Yihao covered the insignia on his arm, full of confidence, and said, Miss Ning Rongrong, are you still worried about Tang San taking revenge on me? Yihao was a person valued by the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, and he was also mistakenly thought to be the younger brother of the Crown Prince Shueqinghe. As for this matter, Yihao would go to the Spirit Hall alone later, but not now. The people from the Royal Academy of Heaven Do have actually come to Heaven Do City, the Royal Fighting Team? Ning Rongrong sutendi realizet. Could it be that the rising Royal Fighting Team was? Yihao smiled slightly. Miss Ning Rongrong, you are indeed clever. That's right. The Royal Fighting Team is the team from the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. From the current situation, it's possible that our 2 teams will meet in the next battle or the one after that. Miss Ning Rongrong, please keep my identity a secret. Ning Rongrong smiled mysteriously. Aren't you afraid that I will go tell Tang San right now? Yihao laughed heartily. You're not that kind of person. Why not? Ning Rongrong asked. If you wanted me to be targeted by that Tang San, You wouldn't have come all this way to warn me, Yi Hao said, waving his hand to bid farewell to Ning Rongrong. At the same time, at a simple and half a city away from Soto Great Spirit Arena, this was where Shrek Academy was staying. However, today there was an unexpected familiar guest. In the room of Dean Flinder, Master Flinder, and Zhao Wujia were all present. In front of them, the leader of the royal fighting team, Qin Ming, had come alone to this place. Ha ha ha! Flinder laughed heartily, his face showing pride. Xiao Ming, I really didn't expect that this suddenly emerging team at Soto Great Spirit Arena would be led by you. A few days ago, I was still pondering how this royal fighting team was so fierce, winning consecutively and about to break the winning streak record set by our 7 little monsters. Qin Ming smiled and responded, Dean Flinder, you flatter me. I owe my achievements today to the guidance of all the teachers. It is my honor to enter the Royal Academy of Heaven Do for teaching support. Master suddenly interjected. I looked at the current situation of Soto Great Spirit Arena. In the next team spirit battle, the Shrek 7 monsters and the royal fighting team might face off. Currently, in Soto Great Spirit Arena, the Shrek 7 monsters were leading, while the royal fighting team was rising rapidly. Both teams were in a winning streak status, almost defeating the original several teams of Soto Great Spirit Arena. Recently, the royal fighting team had drawn the Frenzy team again. To everyone's surprise, the Frenzy team actually conceded voluntarily. After the last battle, the remaining teams at Soto Great Spirit Arena would not easily confront the royal fighting team again, as it would be no different from sending points for free. The royal fighting team consisted entirely of Spirit Zone, while the Shrek 7 monsters had a good synergy. If both sides really wanted to determine a winner, Qin Ming, after several days of observation and inquiry, realized that Yi Hao was the only key to victory. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He was also quite curious about what made the Shrek 7 monsters so special. Although it was his old academy, when it came to major principles, Qin Ming still stood with the royal fighting team. After all, the purpose of this trip was to refine the royal fighting team and prepare adequately for the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 2 years later. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps broke the night's silence. Outside the window, there were many people. It seemed that the Shrek 7 monsters had returned. Flinder smiled slightly. He felt an indescribable joy and satisfaction with this group of students. Coughing lightly, he straightened his clothes and got up to open the door, just as he was about to introduce the current group of monster students to Qin Ming. Ah! Flinder patted his chest and suddenly slammed the door shut, almost dropping his crystal glasses on the ground. He gasped and looked very flustered. Dean Flinder, what happened? Qin Ming hurriedly asked. Flinder swallowed hard, trembling with fear, and said, You scare me to death at night. I just saw a pig's head when I opened the door. A pig's head? Zhao Wujia was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Boss, where'd a pig's head come from at this hour? At your age, it's surprising that you, a soul sage, could be so frightened by a pig's head. Zhao Wujia pushed past Flinder and opened the door, suddenly freezing in place. Outside the door, Tang San was carrying a pig's head, but looked quite abstract, as this pig's head had 2 pink rabbit ears. Flying pig? Zhao Wujia took a deep breath, trying to suppress his laughter. Meanwhile, Tang San frowned slightly. Zhao teacher, please stop laughing. Is Dean Flinder here? Yes, he is definitely here. Zhao Wujia turned around. Boss, what pig's head? It's Tang San and them coming back, and he is carrying a pig with rabbit ears. However, Zhao Wujia was Tang San's teacher, and Tang San was a student of Shrek Academy. Tang San felt a bit guilty, but decided that treating Xiao Wu was the first priority, and he would seek revenge on the spicy rabbit head later. He had to personally take down that accomplice to ease his resentment. At this moment, Flinder examined Xiao Wu, who had been beaten into a pig's head. He saw that her cheeks were swollen with numerous handprints deeply embedded, and she had fallen into a severe coma, unable to wake up. Tang San, is this Xiao Wu? How did she end up like this? Flinder was greatly shocked. It shouldn't have been like this. With Xiao Wu's strength, even if she lost, she shouldn't have been humiliated like this, and certainly shouldn't have been beaten into such a state. Flinder had thought he had encountered a ghost when he opened the door just now. How could he have run into a pig's head for no reason? It was truly unlucky. Now, he could no longer afford to think about that. Seeing Xiao Wu in such a state of being beaten, Flinder felt a deep anger. This was equivalent to slapping Shrek's face. Tang San, what on earth is going on? Who dares to be so bold as to beat Xiao Wu like this? Flinder asked angrily. Flinder breathed a sigh of relief, slowly retracting his spirit power. Xiao Wu, lying on the bed, had returned to her original appearance. With the help of Flinder and the others, her swelling had subsided thanks to the spirit power. However, the handprints on her face would not disappear overnight. Qin Ming looked at his junior sister being beaten to such a state and felt pained in his heart. He then went to the inn's front desk to get a bag of ice to give to Tang San. "Thank you, Dean Flinder. Who is this?" Tang San looked at the unfamiliar Qin Ming in front of him. In his memory, this Qin Ming didn't seem to be a person from Shrek Academy. "Hello, I'm Qin Ming," he smiled, a former student of Shrek Academy. "I came back this time specifically to see Dean Flinder and the others." At this moment, Flinder proudly put his arm around Qin Ming's shoulder and laughed heartily. "This is someone who graduated from Shrek Academy. Your senior was already somewhat famous in the Soto Great Spirit Arena at your age. Don't be fooled by your senior's youth. He is only in his early 30s and is already a Spirit Emperor." Spirit Emperor? Everyone was shocked. It seems that this senior named Qin Ming is indeed very outstanding. Qin Ming smiled shyly, saying that it was all the teacher's hard work, and he didn't dare to take credit. "I've heard Dean Flinder and Master mention you. Your name is Tang San, right?" Tang San nodded, confirming it. Qin Ming continued, asking, "What happened to this junior? Did she get injured during a soul battle?" Fighting in the Soto Great Spirit Arena is one of the subjects of Shrek Academy. A little injury is nothing serious. Qin Ming had also been injured before, as it is a necessary path for a spirit master to grow stronger. Flinder, master, and the others were equally curious about who was bold enough to beat a Shrek Academy student to this extent. Tang San secretly gritted his teeth, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It was someone called Spicy Rabbit Head who had beaten Xiao Wu like this. Spicy Rabbit Head? Flinder's expression hardened. Zhao Wujin scratched his head. Master seemed to be pondering, while Qin Ming rubbed his ears, unsure if he had heard wrong. Spicy Rabbit Head. ISNT, that Yi Hao's. Qin Ming had once asked Yi Hao why he chose the name Spicy Rabbit Head. Yi Hao replied that he simply liked to eat spicy rabbit head. That's all. After that, Qin Ming stopped asking. "Tang San, say that name again." Qin Ming asked uncertainly. "Spicy Rabbit Head." Tang San gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill that spicy rabbit head right now. Xiao Wu had never suffered like this in her life. If it weren't for the Soto Great Spirit Arena prohibiting private fights and Xiao Wu being unconscious, Tang San might have already taken action against that spicy rabbit head. This person has already chosen the path to death. Spicy Rabbit Head. Qin Ming immediately understood who the instigator was. Chapter 50, A Grandiose Oath. Yi Hao. Besides him, Qin Ming couldn't think of anyone else. First, Yi Hao registered under the name Spicy Rabbit Head at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Second, Yi Hao loved to eat spicy rabbit head and often ordered it. At this moment, Xiao Wu was still unconscious. Qin Ming looked up at the furious Flinder and the others and quickly greeted them, leaving the place early. This kid really makes it hard to be at ease. After leaving the hotel where Shrek Academy stayed, Qin Ming sighed helplessly about Yi Hao's actions. There was no deep hatred nor any major grudge. There was no need to beat that girl named Xiao Wu like that. And besides, she was also a student of Shrek Academy, which made her Qin Ming's junior. Yi Hao's actions undoubtedly slapped the entire Shrek Academy in the face. Fortunately, Yi Hao's identity had not been exposed. Otherwise, it would be bad for Qin Ming as the leader, as he might be blamed for inadequate discipline. Not long after Qin Ming left, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the hotel hand in hand and happened to pass by Flinder's room, where they saw Xiao Wu lying on the bed, the palm print on her face visibly deep red. The two girls exchanged a knowing glance and chose not to bother with her. They didn't want to end up on Tang San's kill list one day because they provoked Xiao Wu. "You two come in." Flinder suddenly spoke from inside the room. Seeing this, the two girls entered the room alone and found everyone present. Flinder's expression was heavy as he looked at the two girls and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened between you two and Xiao Wu? I heard from Tang saying that you not only moved out of your original dormitory in the past few days, but also isolated Xiao Wu. Who gave you such audacity? Don't you know you should unite and be friendly?" Master said, "The Shrek 7 monsters are a whole. They should help each other. You cannot let the entire group suffer a devastating blow because of some minor issues. Tomorrow's soul battle is very important, and I hope you can apologize to Xiao Wu today, and we can consider this matter settled." Little did they know, Xiao Wu, lying on the bed, had already clenched her fists. In fact, she had already woken up. The situation of the past few days was not much different from what Flinder had described. Xiao Wu wanted to know why Rong and Zhu Qing isolated her and what she had done wrong. Ning Rong glanced at everyone, noticing that they were all present. Do you really want to know? Seeing this, everyone nodded. Just as Master said, they were a whole, and there was no problem they couldn't discuss and resolve. However, what Ning Rong was about to say was earth-shattering. Ning Rong took a deep breath, recalling what had happened that night, and couldn't help but shiver, fearing that this former third brother in front of her would take the opportunity to reap her in some dark night. No, what am I afraid of? With the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she, Ning Rong, is not afraid of anyone. Before this, I want to ask Tang San a question. Ning Rong took the initiative to ask. Tang San was slightly taken aback. Please go ahead. Ning Rong continued. I heard Xiao Wu mention that you had an agreement when you were young. Tang San nodded. Xiao Wu is my sister. I won't allow anyone to bully her. Anyone who bullies her will have to pay the price. What a grandiose oath. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes tightened, wondering if he had misheard. What did you say? Ning Rong smiled slightly. Did I say something wrong? The soul battle is a sacred contest between spirit masters. Once on the stage, it is equivalent to signing a death warrant. Life and death are determined by fate. And you, Tang San, openly despise and disregard the rules. At this moment, Oscar interjected. But the situation was urgent at that time. You saw how that spicy rabbit had acted, and Xiao Wu ended up like this. How could Tang San just sit and wait? All right, let's not talk about that. Ning Rong suddenly pointed at Tang San, speaking with righteous indignation. You can harm others, but others cannot harm you. You hurt someone, and you want to put the other party to death for hurting you even a little. Do you know why Zhu Qing and I isolated Xiao Wu? Tang San remained silent, his eyes showing a different expression. Do you remember what happened not long ago during the group soul battle when one of the spirit masters gave Xiao Wu the middle finger? As soon as Ning Rong's words fell, Tang San's whole body trembled. It couldn't be no way. Only he, Yi Ritian, and the escaping fish knew about that day's events. The rest were completely unaware. To prevent the news from leaking, Tang San had even specially dealt with those 6 people lying on the ground before leaving, ensuring that his secret wound tea be easily exposed. You isolated Xiao Wu because of this? Tang San asked back. Ning Rong snorted coldly. What do you think? For such a trivial matter that almost cost someone their life, how can such a narrow-minded person qualify to be my friend? Hearing this, Tang San secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the matter hadn't leaked. Otherwise, all right, you are all a collective, and you must not let such a small matter create gaps between you. Flender took the initiative to mediate, as the next group soul battle was crucial for the Shrek 7 monsters. Ning Rong snorted coldly, pulling Zhu Qing away. Rong, I really worry that you will let that matter slip. Zhu Qing and Ning Rong walked out of Flender's room. I wasn't foolish enough to speak about that matter. Ning Rong smiled and said, Zhu Qing, what are you worried about? Afraid of Tang San's retaliation against you or me? Zhu Qing shook her head. She wasn't afraid of Tang San's revenge. On the contrary, if Tang San really did that, the forces behind Ning Rong would definitely not let him off easily. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with 2 title Doa stationed and Ning Rong's father, was a formidable power. Right now, Tang San was just a weak ant. Inside the room, the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Ning Rong's attitude was very firm. She couldn't associate with someone like Tang San, coming from a 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her status was noble. Although she was a little witch since childhood, she could still think clearly when it came to major issues. This Rong was truly unreasonable. Flender was extremely angry and stood up to slam the door as he left. He had no way to deal with this little witch from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although he had Ning Fengji's instructions, Flender couldn't act out of line, especially. He couldn't touch a hair on Ning Rong. Otherwise, the 2 elders of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would not let him go easily. Xiao San, it's getting late. Take good care, Xiao Wu. After Master finished speaking, he also left. One by one, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained in the room. Chapter 51. You're coming to annoy people again, let me apologize? Why should I? On the other side, Qin Ming was leaving the hotel where Shrek Academy was located. And in a hurry, he returned to the Imperial fighting team, immediately looking for Yi Hao. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Yi Hao flatly refused Qin Ming's request. I heard from Dean Flender that you and Tang San were former schoolmates. Now, Xiao Wu has been beaten up like that by you. It's reasonable for you to apologize. Qin Ming advised earnestly. Schoolmates? Yi Hao shook his head in disbelief. I don't have such powerful schoolmates. Also, I didn't hit Xiao Wu. Qin Ming looked at Yi Hao with a strange expression, weakly asking, Are you kidding me? You really didn't do it? Really? Then how did Xiao Wu get hurt? She fell by herself. You dare say that the spicy rabbit head isn't you? It's not me. Do you have any evidence? Yi Hao said righteously, Teacher Qin, I changed my name not long ago. It's Yi Hao. Spicy rabbit head is spicy rabbit head. And Yi Hao is Yi Hao. The two cannot be equated. Teacher Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Bye. After saying that, Yi Hao left first. Xiao Wu was just asking for trouble. If she was weak, she couldn't blame others. From Qin Ming's insistence that Yi Hao apologize to Xiao Wu, it could be seen that he had already gone to play at Shrek Academy and met with Tang San and the others. This wasn't surprising. Qin Ming was once a student of Shrek Academy, and his purpose for coming to Soto City was twofold, to train the Imperial fighting team and to see his former academy. Qin Ming hesitated, as he understood Yi Hao too well. Saying he wasn't the spicy rabbit head was as unlikely as the sun rising from the west. The next day, in the evening, before it was completely dark, the Soto Great Spirit Arena was already packed with people. The continuous flow of the crowd resembled a tide. Among soul masters, it was said that the scale of the Great Spirit Arena could determine the rise and fall of a country. Its prosperity was key to the flourishing of the city and nation. Today, the Shrek 7 monsters arrived early, first heading to the resting room arranged for them at the Soto Great Spirit Arena to prepare for the most important group battle that night. Hello, I'm the Thousand-Handed Jura from the Shrek 7 monsters. Could you please check the information for a person called Spicy Rabbit Head? Tang Sen arrived at the front desk first. He was determined to deal with Spicy Rabbit Head. Due to Xiao Wu's serious injury yesterday, Tang Sen had no choice but to let Spicy Rabbit Head go once. Otherwise, with his temperament, it was likely that Spicy Rabbit Head would have been killed shortly after leaving the Great Spirit Arena. I'm sorry, sir, but the Soto Great Spirit Arena has rules. We do not allow the information of any soul master to be disclosed. If you continue to be persistent, the consequences are not something you can bear. The front desk staff immediately rejected Tang San's request. In their eyes, this thousand-handed Jura was trying to take personal revenge. Yesterday, the battle between Spicy Rabbit Head and the Elegant Bone Charm Rabbit had become widely known. This thousand-handed Jura was openly violating the rules of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, where outside soul masters were not allowed to interfere during battles between soul masters, and using underhanded weapons was strictly prohibited. Hidden weapons, commonly known as weapons used covertly. Battles between soul masters should be fair and just. The existence of hidden weapons was equivalent to something despicable, and moreover, the person using them was not commendable either. Tang Sen gritted his teeth in silence. The Soto Great Spirit Arena had many rules, and since Tang San himself wasn't a good person, Shrek Academy was certainly not following the conventional path. With a cold snort, Tang San left. He was too eager to find out who Spicy Rabbit Head really was. The anger in his heart and the killing intent in his eyes were enough to prevent him from calming down completely. If you can't play, then don't play. Yesterday you disgusted Spicy Rabbit Head, and today you come to annoy me. What kind of person are you? The staff couldn't help but complain. In the Shrek Academy resting room, Xiao Wu, wearing a mask, sat alone in a corner, watching Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing chatting enthusiastically nearby. At that moment, she felt completely alienated. Why were they isolating her because of that trivial matter from a few days ago? What did she do wrong? Before leaving the Soto Great Spirit Arena, she had merely told Tang San to teach those people a lesson. That was all. Was that wrong? With a creak, Tang San pushed the door open and quietly sat beside Xiao Wu. At this moment, the only one who could accompany Xiao Wu was Tang San. People tend to cluster together by similarity, and things tend to gather by affinity. Those who should be together should be with their kind. At this time, Master Xiao Wujin and Flinder entered. Looking at the current situation of the 7 monsters, Flinder sighed tiredly. The 7 had already fallen apart, and he truly didn't know how much longer Shrek could hold on. Master coughed and took out a stack of documents from his pocket. Tonight, you don't need to participate in other battles. Just prepare seriously for the group battle. The opponent is very strong, so you need to be mentally prepared. The Imperial fighting team, the opponents you're about to face, consists of 8 members. Captain Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Level 39 Assault System Battle Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain Dugayin, Martial Soul, Emerald Phosphor Snake, Level 38 Control System Battle Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team members Shimo and Shimo, both with a martial soul, Xuanwu Turtle, one at level 37 and the other at level 36, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member, Aosi Luo, martial soul, Ghost Leopard, level 36 agility attack system battle soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member, Yufeng, martial soul, Wind Spirit Bird, level 36 agility attack system battle soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member, Yi Lingling, martial soul, 9 heart begonia, level 35 support system soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member, Yi Hao, martial soul, death demon spider, level 34 control system battle soul master, with 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Dai Mubai was surprised. Yi Hao? Is this person the one you mentioned before? Xiao San? Tang San's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran to Dai Mubai's side, looking at the information about Yi Hao, as well as the nearly impossible soul ring configuration. Tang San couldn't help but gasp. 100-year soul ring, 2,000-year soul rings. This is Yi Hao, no doubt. He is actually a member of the royal fighting team. Ma Hongjun immediately became interested. His name is Yi Hao. How dare he insult our Shrek Academy? I, Fatty, will be the first to not let him go. Chapter 52, he is called Yi Hao. Dai Mubai rubbed his fists. As the first to enter the academy and the leader among the 7, he had no good impression of Yi Hao, who insulted the academy first. The only thing he could do was to teach this person a good lesson in the upcoming battle, letting Yi Hao experience the true power of Shrek. Upon hearing the name Yi Hao, Xiao Wu instantly perked up, disregarding the burning sensation on her face, and hurriedly snatched the information from Dai Mubai's hands. Other than the spicy rabbit heads, Yi Hao could be said to be the second person Xiao Wu disliked the most. Wait, spicy rabbit heads? Yi Hao likes to eat spicy rabbit heads. Could it be that this spicy rabbit head is Yi Hao? At the same time, Tang San naturally linked this together. Yi Hao likes to eat spicy rabbit heads, which they both knew. And now that Yi Hao is a member of the royal fighting team, which has been frequently winning lately, it means Yi Hao himself is active in the Soto Great Spirit Arena. The spicy rabbit heads could it really be regarding Yi Hao's identity? Ning Rongrong was well aware. That night, Yi Hao was wearing the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy. Although the emblem was covered, a discerning person could see it at a glance. Who would wear a school uniform for no reason when going out? They were disguised on a private visit, and it was too eye-catching to wear school uniforms during team battles. Moreover, the Tiando Royal Academy has a renowned reputation, and it is specifically established by the Tiando Empire. The master said, "This spirit battle can be said to be your last team battle. I have already looked at it. Your points have accumulated quite a bit, even surpassing the silver spirit level. Strictly speaking, you are already a team that possesses the silver spirit medal." Dai Mubai was full of confidence. "Master, don't worry. With Yi Hao and the royal fighting team, we will definitely take care of the academy's matters clearly." The master shook his head and said solemnly, "What I am about to say, you must remember. When the spirit battle begins, you must not go too hard on Yi Hao, especially you, Xiao Wu." Everyone looked at Xiao Wu in unison, and for a moment, Xiao Wu found herself in the spotlight. It seemed that even the master couldn't stand her heavy-handedness. Xiao Wu said blankly, "Master, what did I do?" Seeing this, Tang San couldn't help but say, "Teacher, Xiao Wu's attacks are really light. I can guarantee that." Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at the two. "Light? How do you know?" The master sighed. Yi Hao is now a member of the royal fighting team, and the royal fighting team comes from the Tiando Royal Academy. Yesterday, your senior Qinming was the leader of this royal fighting team. The royal fighting team is affiliated with the Tiando Royal Academy and is directly trained by the Tiando royal family. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. So the royal fighting team has such a background. The poor master still believes that Yi Hao is someone he's specially placed beside him. Over the years, Yi Hao has either been confronting the master or on the way to confront him. Although Tang Xin was furious about this, what use was it? The concept of once a teacher, always a father was deeply ingrained in Tang San. With what the master had said earlier, it equated to a death-free warrant for Yi Hao. With this, Tang San could not lay a hand on Yi Hao. With that said, I hope everyone can win this time. After the master finished speaking, he made room for Flanders. Flanders smiled, coughed to feign calmness, clasped his hands behind his back, and scanned everyone with a serious expression. "Before the battle begins, I want to announce something important. The Academy has decided that after some time, Shrek Academy will undergo a major relocation. After this battle, I will give everyone 3 months to rest well. and those who have important matters in Soto City should hurry and take care of them. 3 months later, all teachers and students will depart together for our final destination, Tiendo City. Flanders smiled mysteriously. Last night, he had already discussed with Qin Ming that they planned to merge with the Tiendo Royal Academy. Currently, Shrek Academy is still an unregistered wild academy, and these little monsters have astonishing talents. Additionally, with less than 2 years to go, the new Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition is about to start. Qin Ming has already expressed his regrets. For this session, which is also the last session, Flanders agreed to Qin Ming's request and will set off for the Tiendo Royal Academy 3 months later. Why is the academy relocating? Ma Hongjun asked. He didn't want to leave. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as my own grass nest. Flanders' eyes turned fierce. Are you questioning the decision of the academy head? No. The headmaster is wise. In another lounge, the location of the royal fighting team. Everyone was carefully and seriously reviewing the information about the Shrek 7 monsters on the table, with their martial souls, soul power levels, and soul ring configurations clearly visible. Tang San? Martial soul blue-silver grass? Blue-silver grass can still be cultivated? Du Yin said disdainfully from the information among the Shrek 7 monsters. Only 4 are soul sovereigns, with Dai Mubai having the highest soul power, followed by Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar. The remaining 3 are not a threat at all, except for this Ning Rongrong, who is actually from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yihao sat alone on the side, watching the ongoing spirit battle below with great interest. He was designated by Qin Ming for this fight, and he would surely have his place in this battle. Hao Tian Sect, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family. Interesting, the 3 major sects are all mixed together. Yihao smiled slightly. This battle is simply too exciting. With the world's #1 weapon martial soul, the world's #1 beast martial soul, and the world's #1 support martial soul. All the most outstanding talents from the 3 major sects are gathered for this battle. At this moment, Qin Ming entered, scanning everyone with his gaze. Teacher Qin, MM. Qin Ming nodded and smiled. Unconsciously, it has been a month since we left the academy. Are you all ready? Your final battle will conclude this phase of training. Du Yin confidently said, Teacher Qin, I roughly looked at it. The Shrek 7 monsters have been on a winning streak in the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Among them, 4 soul sovereigns and 3 are great soul masters. I think they're not as formidable as they seem. Like the Shrek 7 monsters, the Royal Fighting Team has hardly lost any team battles since entering the Soto Great Spirit Arena, with an unparalleled lineup and the best soul ring configurations for all 7 members. What do they have to lose? Chapter 53, Underestimating the Enemy, has always been Dugu Yan's shortcoming, and coupled with the fact that the Royal Fighting Team has been in peak condition for the past month, winning every team battle effortlessly, it is only natural that the 7 have developed a sense of pride. Qin Ming shook his head with a bitter smile and said seriously, Yanzi, since the Shrek 7 monsters can maintain a winning streak, they are definitely not to be underestimated. To ensure against any accidents, this time, Yihao will join you on the field, and Yufeng, this time Xiao Hao will replace you. Yufeng was slightly taken aback, and then nodded in agreement. Having added everything that needed to be said, he turned to Xiao Hao and asked, Do you have anything to add? Qin Ming called out to Yihao, who was sitting nearby, engrossed in watching a match. Yihao smiled slightly, patted his chest, and said confidently, Teacher Qin, with me here, there won't be any surprises. Although the Shrek 7 monsters have won continuously so far, their biggest weakness is that their soul power levels are not as high as ours overall. When the battle begins, we will mainly focus on that guy, the 1,000-handed Azura, while the others can be ignored. At the Soto Great Spirit Arena, in the central battle arena, the group battle between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Fighting Team was about to begin. The Great Spirit Arena had been heavily promoted for tonight's battle. Since its establishment, no team had ever won consecutively like this, and aside from the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Fighting Team, these 2 rising stars had undoubtedly become the most discussed topic among the residents of Soto City during their leisure time. I bet on the Shrek 7 monsters to win. I bet on the Royal Fighting Team to win. In the betting area of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, many people were lined up with money bags, placing their bets. This was also the most profitable area in the arena. 100,000 gold soul coins. I bet on the Shrek 7 monsters to win. Flanders showed a lecherous smile as he placed a long-preserved gold card in front of the staff. This was his ace card and also his biggest gain in the past month. In this area, Flander was a regular. The staff had grown accustomed to Flander's presence. Not long after Flander left, Yi Hao arrived late, holding a gold card worth 200,000. Did you think Yi Hao had been idle this past month? As a member of the royal fighting team, he was well aware of Yin Jie and the other strengths. Therefore, after each one-on-one or two-on-two battle, Yi Hao would go to the nearest betting area to place bets on himself or the royal fighting team. Undoubtedly, this month, Yi Hao had made a significant profit. Betting was like that. One moment you could be wealthy, and the next, you could lose everything. Place a bet on the royal fighting team for me. This is a card worth 200,000 gold soul coins. Thank you. After placing his bet, Yi Hao hurried back to the waiting room. The battle was about to start. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had already left and headed to the viewing area, sitting alone in the spacious room. The crystal glass in front provided a clear view of everything happening on the battle arena below. Of course, Master, Flander, and Zhao Wujing were not idle either. They were across from Qin Ming, sharing a sliver of hope regarding this battle. The royal fighting team was indeed too powerful. Stronger than any previous opponents the Shrek 7 monsters had encountered, forming a complete and well-matched fighting team with perfect soul rings. There was hardly any sign of weakness. On the battle arena, the host slowly took the stage, looking at the sea of people around him, with every seat filled. This was the largest venue in the Soto Great Spirit Arena, capable of accommodating 50,000 spectators at once. And only teams with silver spirit levels were qualified to use it. Clearly, both the Royal Fighting Team and Shrek Academy had reached this level. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. The host shouted passionately, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a peak with cheers ringing out. Next, we will welcome the pinnacle and most exciting team battle at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Will the Shrek 7 monsters continue to write their legend? Or will the Royal Fighting Team reach new heights? Let's wait and see. Now, let's welcome both teams to the arena with the loudest applause. Shrek 7 monsters. Victory is ours. Royal Fighting Team. Victory is ours. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Fighting Team stepped onto the battle arena. Leading the Shrek 7 monsters was Dai Mubai, accompanied by Tang San. On either side stood Oscar and Ma Hongjun, while Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu formed the outer circle. At this moment, the relationship between Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu was not good, but this was a spirit battle. Regardless of their earlier conflicts, they had to put on a united front and provide the necessary support. In contrast, the Royal Fighting Team, led by Captain Yu Tianheng, was flanked by Duge Yin and Yi Hao, with the Shimo brothers on either side and Osro and Yi Lingling at the ends. On the field, the 14 players were poised and ready. Seeing that both sides were ready, the host wasted no time and immediately announced, "The battle between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Fighting Team is about to begin. Both sides have 1 minute to release their martial souls." At that moment, the 14 players' soul rings lit up simultaneously, casting a dazzling array of colors that illuminated the entire battle arena. Dai Mubai transformed into a white tiger, while Yu Tianheng's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex descended, a clash of dragons and tigers. Tang San's 3 soul rings lit up consecutively, and the blue-silver grass began to spread. Ma Hongjun was enveloped in flames, and Oscar produced a sausage in his hand, which was entwined with 3 soul rings. Ning Rongrong's palm revealed a 7-layered treasure tower, glowing brightly, while Zhu Zhuqing's fingers sprouted black claws, her entire body bending like a bow. Xiao Wu followed closely behind. Though her earlier injury was still evident on her face, the slap mark clear, but thankfully hidden under her mask. Meanwhile, on the Royal Fighting Team side, Duge Yan's phosphorescent snake martial soul appeared, her legs turning into a green snake tail. The Shimo brothers were clad in turtle shells, their limbs wrapped within. Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea buttercup bloomed in her palm, and Osro, like Zhu Zhuqing, was bending forward, poised like an arrow ready to be released. On this side, Yi Hao donned black armor, his face fierce, his hands transformed into black spider spears, and 8 black spider legs sprouted from his back. His lower body was almost covered in green fluff, and around him, the Death Spider King's poison slowly spread. At the same time, Yi Hao's 3 soul rings appeared particularly striking. Chapter 54. The initial display of Death Spider Poison, 100 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. The 3 soul rings were arranged neatly. Yi Hao stood at the center of the Royal Fighting Team, his soul rings shining brightly, and the Death Spider King appeared behind him, exuding a suffocating aura that charged towards the Shrek's 7 monsters. Dai Mubai swallowed hard, feeling a sudden shock. 100 years. 2,000 years. This guy was simply more monstrous than they were. It wasn't just Dai Mubai who felt this way. The other members of Shrek were equally astonished. Looking at the irregular configuration of soul rings beneath Yi Hao, a sense of jealousy inexplicably arose within them. Why was the gap between people so vast? The audience was in awe. Yi Hao was technically making his debut, and unexpectedly, the royal fighting team still had this trump card. Clearly, they had made ample preparations to deal with the Shrek 7 monsters. Seeing that both sides had completed their martial soul releases, the host declared, "The battle between the Shrek 7 monsters and the royal fighting team begins." As soon as the words fell, among the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang San's first soul ring suddenly lit up, with the blue-silver grass intertwining like giant pythons, covering the entire battle arena. Having reached the soul master level, Tang San had a deeper understanding of controlling the blue-silver grass. First soul skill bind, Tang San let out a roar, and a blue glow flickered in his palm. At this moment, the blue-silver grass seemed to have eyes of its own, and all the blue-silver grass, numbering in the hundreds, attacked in unison towards the spot where Yi Hao was located. Yi Hao was the core of the Imperial battle team. If they could take him down, Tang San and his 6 companions could save a lot of effort. "Don't be arrogant." Yu Qianheng unleashed a surge of lightning, and the dragon claws transformed from his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul struck swiftly towards Tang San. Tang San was the only control-type soul master among the Shrek 7 monsters. Although the blue silvergrass was considered a useless martial soul, the most unassuming things often turn out to be deadly. The one who should stop being arrogant is you. At a critical moment, Dai Mubai stepped forward, his first soul ring suddenly shining brightly, and the white tiger barrier blocked Yu Qianheng's attack. As the captains of their respective teams, the two exchanged glances, the fierce battle intent permeating the entire battle arena. Then, like arrows released from a bow, they shot out suddenly, the dragon fist and tiger claw colliding, releasing a massive aura that quickly spread. The two glared at each other fiercely, both unwilling to back down. Meanwhile, Yi Hao looked up and saw the blue-silver grass already above his head. It seemed that Tang San's intentions were the same as his. The two understood each other too well. Seeing this, Yi Hao naturally didn't hold back. With a flick of his hands, several black lights flashed from the spider spears he conjured, cutting through the approaching blue-silver grass. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. The blue-silver grass seemed endless. A new layer of it surged like a blue ocean, crazily swarming like a tide. For this battle, Tang San had prepared far too much. Yi Hao's lips curled into a smile, and with a slight stomp of his right foot, a layer of black substance began to appear on the ground at the perimeter of the Imperial battle team. Its emergence caused the battle arena to gradually crack, the once smooth ground suddenly splitting like a spider's web. From the cracks, countless black gases began to flow out mysteriously. When the blue-silver grass came into contact with it, something unexpected happened. The blue-silver grass rapidly withered and rotted, with some even turning to ashes. In the VIP viewing area above, Qin Ming slammed his hand on the large crystal screen in front of him. Yi Hao actually used the Death Spider Emperor's poison. One must know, Yi Hao's spider poison was far more terrifying than Dugu Yan's phosphorescent snake poison. It was a guaranteed death. This was not baseless speculation. In another VIP viewing area, the master gritted his teeth in silence. Yi Hao, he actually... Flinder looked at the usually composed master, who had lost his composure at this moment. That black mist was truly too strange. One must know that Tang San's third soul ring came from a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. The blue-silver grass itself had toxins, although not lethal. Yet, the inexplicable black mist before them could easily dissolve the blue-silver grass, and all the blue-silver grass withered almost simultaneously, some even turning to ashes. Master, what exactly is that black gas that Yi Hao is using? Zhao Wujia asked in surprise. The master looked troubled and sighed. Little San and the others are in trouble this time. Yi Hao is using the Death Spider Emperor's poison. What? The Death Spider Emperor's poison? Flinder's eyes widened in shock. Isn't his martial soul? The master clenched his teeth and said with difficulty, Flinder, after observing for so long, I didn't expect you to misjudge. Yi Hao's martial soul is not the Death Demon Spider, but the Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor's poison is the most toxic of all spider-type soul beasts to date. Hearing this, Flinder was greatly shocked, his hand unconsciously tightening. He now understood why the master had previously warned not to harm Yi Hao in the slightest. His background was simply too vast, too overwhelming for Flinder and the others. On the battle arena, the Death Spider Emperor's poison that Yi Hao unleashed was slowly spreading. Wherever it passed, the blue-silver grass withered completely, creating a scene of despair. Tang San was taken aback and quickly said, "Little A.O., hurry, detoxifying sausage." Oscar hesitated for a moment, then his second soul ring lit up, and in the next second, several detoxifying sausages fell into everyone's hands. Tang San knew all too well the horror of Yi Hao's spider poison. However, what surprised everyone was that the outer layer of spider poison was slowly dissipating, forming only a faint mist-like gas. If it weren't for Qin Ming's emphasis on not harming any of the Shrek members, Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor's poison would have instantly killed all of Shrek's members. Oscar's second soul skill, detoxifying sausage, was not a match for the Spider Emperor's poison. Seeing this, Qin Ming let out a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yi Hao did not go for the kill. Among the Imperial battle team, the one not to be underestimated was Yi Hao, and the one not to provoke was also Yi Hao. The situation on the battlefield showed a one-sided trend in favor of the Imperial battle team. The Death Spider Emperor's poison had dealt with all the blue-silver grass on the stage, which effectively bound Tang San's arms. The threat of the blue-silver grass had been resolved, and the Imperial battle team chose to take the initiative, with Yu Qianheng leading, the swift lightning transforming into arcs. Free from the constraints of the blue-silver grass, Yu Qianheng stood alone among the Shrek crowd, swinging his lightning-charged dragon fist fiercely towards Tang San. The target was clear, Tang San. Tang San was slightly taken aback. Yu Qianheng actually dared to dive into the Shrek's 7 monsters. He quickly transformed his palm into a jade color, colliding with Yu Qianheng's dragon fist, and the two figures quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile shone with dazzling light. Battle was battle, and life was life. At this point, Ning Rongrong still distinguished clearly. Chapter 55. A nest of snakes and rats, 6 brilliant beams of light simultaneously entered everyone's bodies, greatly enhancing their speed and strength. Ma Hongjuan's first and second soul rings lit up in succession, and the scorching phoenix flames pierced through the crowd, directly striking Yu Tianheng's location. At the same time, Shimo and Shimo, clad in their turtle shells, leaped forward, protecting Yu Tianheng behind them, but the phoenix flames could not inflict any damage on the turtle shells. Osro's figure flashed, moving so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. He appeared behind Zhu Zhuqing, and his pitch-black leopard claws fell down in an instant. Just then, Xiaowu executed a slide, neutralizing Osro's attack. Afterward, Xiaowu did not forget to give Zhu Zhuqing a smile. Hoping to resolve the conflict between the 3 girls, they were a team and should not let small matters damage their relationships. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was cold. She casually said a thank you, and then went to confront Osro. Seeing this, Xiaowu shook her head in disappointment. What had she done wrong? Why was everyone excluding her? On the other side, Shimo and Shimo's defense was impeccable, continuously blocking Ma Hongjuan's several fiery attacks. Ma Hongjun was panting heavily. Although he was not skilled in close combat, he was still a mobile artillery platform. It wasn't that the brothers weren't trying hard. It was just that the opponent was difficult to handle. In a moment of desperation, Ma Hongju noticed Yi Hao from the Imperial battle team. Recalling what Yi Hao had said earlier, as a member of the Shrek 7 monsters and the direct disciple of the Academy's Dean Flinder, he could not tolerate Yi Hao's words. With the speed assistance from the 7 treasure glazed tile, Ma Hongjun dashed through the crowd, his mouth filled with fiery energy. And a scorching phoenix flame shot straight at Yi Hao. Within the Imperial battle team, Yi Hao was slightly taken aback. This fat guy actually sought him out? Did he only pick on the weak? Watching the phoenix flame that was almost within reach, Yi Hao remained calm. The 8 spider spears behind him converged forward, and as Ma Hongjun unleashed the phoenix flame, it immediately scattered. Then, Yi Hao's figure flashed to the front of Ma Hongjun, the pointed spider spear directly aiming at him. Regarding the spider spear, Ma Hongjun has deep feelings about it. He still remembers that previously, when Tang San first obtained the 8 spider spears, due to improper use, Ma Hongjun was accidentally cut by the spider spear, leading to poisoning and fainting, nearly costing him his life. Ma Hongjun's lower body was shaking wildly. his legs as limp as a frostbitten eggplant. Am I easy to bully? Yihao retorted. In the next second, Ma Hongjuan's mouth bulged, and a clear flame flickered in his mouth. He still didn't believe it, at such a close distance. The Phoenix Flame combined with the second soul skill, Phoenix bathing in fire. Under double stacking, the power of the flame would rise to 30%. Yihao smiled slightly. Before Ma Hongjun could spit out the flames, he immediately delivered a big kick that left Ma Hongjun dizzy, spinning like a top in place. Fatty! Dai Mubai exclaimed. Yihao, you bastard! An angry Dai Mubai rushed to the front, his second soul ring suddenly glowing, and a milky white light group shot towards Yihao. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave. With the White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave paving the way, Tang San and Dai Mubai charged forward together, both filled with immense anger. Truly a nest of snakes and rats, Yihao spat. Second soul skill, Spiderweb. His palm turned black, and two spiderwebs flew out quickly, one wrapping around the entire White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave, while the other shot straight towards the two. First soul skill, Bind. Tang San's first soul ring lit up, and blue-silver grass shot up from the ground, tightly wrapping around the spider web to immobilize it. However, the blue-silver grass entwined with the spider web quickly began to rot, turning into black ash. Upon seeing this, Dai Mubai was greatly shocked. It's poisonous. The two quickly dodged, and following that, Yihao's toes pointed, not caring about the spinning Ma Hongjun, charging towards Dai Mubai. As the leader of the seven monsters, if he could eliminate him first, it would undoubtedly secure victory early on. Dai Mubai roared, raising his fist to attack, and the two's fists collided, making it difficult to determine the victor for a moment. Tang San chose this moment to strike, activating the blue-silver grass bind again. Oof. What skill is a sneak attack? Du Guyan snorted coldly, as the green phosphor snake venom rushed towards Tang San. In the VIP viewing area, Qin Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. In the royal fighting team, aside from Yu Tianheng, only Yihao had a good relationship with him. Bruce. Due to Yihao's young age, Du Guyan had always hoped that Yihao could become Du Guo's disciple, making them family. However, Qin Ming knew Yihao's temperament. He had always been evasive. It's known that becoming a disciple of a titled Doluo is something everyone dreams of. For some reason, Yihao had no interest in it, and even felt somewhat repulsed. Seeing Yihao targeted, Du Guyan naturally made her move. Although the green phosphor snake venom was inferior to the death spider emperor's poison, it was still deadly. Tang San was indifferent, even cracking a disdainful smile, as he reached out and swept past the 24-bridge moonlit night, producing several bags in his hand. He threw them towards the location of the green phosphor snake venom, while simultaneously shouting at the dizzy Ma Hongjun, Fatty, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun shook his head vigorously, spitting out Phoenix flames. The moment the flames touched the bags, they exploded, spilling the liquid inside, which reacted with the flames. Unexpectedly, Du Guyan's green phosphor snake venom was actually neutralized. Impossible! How could you neutralize my green phosphor snake venom? Tang San smiled slightly. In front of me, your snake venom is trash. Following that, the 8 spider spears behind Tang San spread out. Without the trouble of the green phosphor snake venom, he could easily take out one member of the royal fighting team. Seeing this, everyone wanted to defend, but the Shrek 7 monsters were not to be underestimated. Du Guyan retreated, her eyes filled with determination, unafraid of Tang San's impending attack. Just as the 8 spider spears were about to descend, a sound rang out, and Yihao appeared in front of Du Guyan, the friction between the spider spears creating sparks. Tang San. Yihao smiled calmly. You say Sister Yan's green phosphor snake venom is trash. What about you? Aren't you trash too? Tang San's eyes widened in anger, his killing intent rising. Yihao, you're seeking death. Suddenly, Tang San raised his right arm, aiming at Yihao. Crack! Almost instantly, a gleaming silver needle sliced through the air, flying straight towards Yihao's head. Silent sleeve, arrow? Yihao was shocked, slightly turning his head to catch the silver needle with his teeth. You're a small man. Chapter 56. Am I weaker than others? A complete hypocrite. Yihao bit down on the silver needle in his mouth, looking at Tang San, whose eyes were blazing with anger. He spat out the silver needle and smirked disdainfully. Tang San, you trash. Tang San suddenly erupted with rage. I'll make you shut up forever. In his fury, the 8 spider spears behind Tang San seemed to have eyes, preparing to kill Yihao. Yihao remained unfazed, as his spider spear intertwined with Tang San's 8 spider spears, creating sparks. Little San, I'm here to help you. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity, stepping forward, claws grinding. At the same time, Ma Hongjun came up behind Yi Hao, a large palm print on his chubby face, still stinging. The phoenix flames were ready to erupt, and in an instant, they spewed forth. With the two-pronged attack, Yi Hao was trapped by Tang San, and no matter what, he could not escape. Yi Hao's mouth curled up, retracting the spider spear. Suddenly, a burst of purple light surged, and while Tang San was still immersed in the joy of hitting Yi Hao, he realized he was flying. Following that, Dai Mubai below widened his eyes, watching the phoenix flames spewed by Ma Hongjun, his desire to kill Ma Hongjun already rising. The scorching phoenix flames enveloped Dai Mubai completely, and his clothes instantly began to ignite. Ma Hongjun awkwardly stood aside, watching Dai Mubai surrounded by his own flames. At this moment, this lecherous fatty just wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. Yi Hao briefly used the six-winged purple light wings to fly, breaking free from Tang San's restraints in midair. The unique sight before him caused everyone present to burst into laughter. Ha ha! Who would have thought that the evil-eye white tiger is truly a white tiger? Look, he's still on the soul fighting platform. All the girls turned their heads away, their faces flushed, too shy to look at everything before them. Dai Mubai covered his groin with both hands. His clothes burned to ashes by Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames, exposing himself naked in front of thousands. He glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun, then hurriedly ran off the stage to put on clothes before returning to the fight. But the next moment, Dai Mubai's figure slightly froze, realizing it was bad. He almost stepped past. Once he left the fighting platform, it would be equivalent to losing his qualification to fight. Moreover, as the captain of the Shrek's 7 monsters and the one with the highest spirit power among them, if he was eliminated first, it would greatly dampen the morale of the Shrek 7 monsters. Looking at his naked self, Dai Mubai's face turned slightly red as he was about to turn around. Suddenly, a pain in his butt made him cry out, and Dai Mubai staggered, falling onto the stage, his body sprawled out. Evil Eye White Tiger truly lives up to its name. I admire it. I admire it. Yi Hao approached the edge of the platform, smiling and cupping his hands towards the Dai Mubai lying below. You. Dai Mubai felt a surge of anger, tilted his head, and raised his leg, then fainted from anger. With Dai Mubai's early exit, the Huangdo team gained a numerical advantage. Tang San found it difficult to face 4 opponents with just his 2 fists, and he struggled to cope with the strongest defenses of Sure Mo and Sure Mo. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, sporting a large handprint on his right cheek, was frantically bombarding Yi Hao. Today, Ma Hongjun had never been so embarrassed. His handsome face was ruined. And how could he show his face after this? And then there was Dai Mubai. Recalling how Dai Mubai had exposed himself in front of thousands, he knew that once the battle ended, Dai Mubai would definitely not spare him. The only solution now was to defeat Yi Hao, hoping that Dai Mubai would be lenient. Yi Hao, come at me. Ma Hongjun's eyes blazed with fury as his first and second soul rings lit up, activating the Phoenix Fire line and the Blazing Phoenix simultaneously. The flames raged on a battle platform, and the fight reached a fever pitch. Fat Pig, your flames are nothing special. Evil Fire Phoenix? More like a boiled chicken. Ma Hongjun was clearly furious. Under Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure, Glazed Tiles boost, the power of the Phoenix flames increased significantly. Yi Hao's figure flashed past, his hands transforming into black spider spears, splitting the incoming Phoenix flames in 2. Seizing the moment, he flashed in front of Ma Hongjun and raised his spider spear to strike down fiercely. Under Ma Hongjun's horrified gaze, his clothes were instantly torn to shreds. And like Dai Mubai before him, the only mercy Yi Hao showed was leaving him with his last pair of red underwear, his final shred of dignity. Yi Hao said nothing more and delivered a kick that sent him crashing out of the ring, following in Dai Mubai's footsteps. The situation on the field became clear. The early exits of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were utterly unexpected. Without these 2 powerful attackers, Tang San found it hard to contend with 4 opponents. Ning Rongrong and Oscar had no combat ability. Zhu Zhuqing was restrained by Osro, and Xiao was being pressured by Shuremo and Shuremo. The 2 brothers threw the turtle shell into the air, their soul rings lighting up, controlling the shell to fly towards the nimble Xiao Wu. In the VIP section, Master clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he could only pin his hopes on Tang San. If the key point of the Shrek 7 monsters was broken, it would indeed be a disaster. Yi Hao passed through the crowd and reached the back of the Shrek 7 monsters. His spider spear aimed at the throats of Oscar and Ning Rongrong. One was a food system, the other a support system, both lacking any combat ability. Although Oscar would later prove to be exceptionally talented, that was a matter for the future. The present was what mattered. Oscar shrugged and voluntarily exited the battle. He did not want to suffer the same fate as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, especially not in front of thousands of spectators. He didn't have the thick skin that they had. Besides, Ning Rongrong was right beside him, which was crucial. Ning Rongrong, Kikle, reached out to move Yi Hao's spider spear aside and mischievously smiled. Yi Hao, don't be so violent. I say, you're just a spicy rabbit head, right? Ning Rongrong asked softly. Yi Hao nodded slightly, signaling her to step down. Go for it. Ning Rongrong raised her little fist to cheer for Yi Hao and hurriedly left the platform. Thus, only 3 of the Shrek's 7 monsters remained, while the entire Huangdo team was still in the fight. Seeing the dire situation, Tang San was greatly alarmed. He desperately wanted to defeat Yi Hao. Having lived a second life, how could he still be weak? He had always lost to Yi Hao. Was he really weaker than Yi Hao? Chapter 57. I am your ancestor Shurimo and Shurimo exchanged glances and threw their turtle shells, which tightly ensnared Xiao Wu. No matter where she moved, the turtle shells could track her anywhere, anytime. Now, without Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile support, the Shrek's 7 monsters' combat power was greatly diminished, leaving only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing to hold the line. In contrast, the entire Huangdo team was still intact. Tang San looked at the neatly arranged Huangdo team in front of him and then at his own side, 2 big cats and 3 little ones, and his scalp tingled with anxiety. Should he just give up? This thought suddenly crossed Tang San's mind, but he quickly shook his head. It was impossible to lose. Even if the Shrek's 7 monsters were defeated, he would make sure to severely injure the Huangdo team. On the other side, Shurimo and Shurimo manipulated their turtle shells to surround Xiao Wu. The turtle shells exploded into 32 fragments, enclosing Xiao Wu. The intense sound of shattering air made her grow anxious, and even the air began to tremble. In front of Tang San, right before his eyes widened in horror. The turtle shells of Shurimo and Shurimo spun like a meat grinder, accelerating and working tirelessly. Xiao Wu dodged several attacks, blood flowing from her body, her delicate figure tumbling in the air. A solid turtle shell collided with her abdomen, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Tang San could no longer hide his anger. He opened his 8 spider spears behind him and charged forward, directly confronting Shurimo and Shurimo. At this moment, Tang San transformed into Ashura. The blue-silver grass and the 8 spider spears seamlessly connected, launching a series of attacks on the 2 brothers. In a moment of desperation, the brothers quickly recalled their turtle shells to block all of Tang San's attacks. Although the 8 spider spears were sharp, one must not forget that the Xuanwu turtle had the strongest defense among all beast martial souls. Just then, Xiao Wu's delicate body fell from the air. Tang San snorted coldly, knocking the Shurimo brothers back and quickly cradling Xiao Wu in his arms. Xiao Wu's eyes were tightly closed, her body trembling uncontrollably. The inner thigh was a bloody mess, blood staining half of her body, and she was seriously injured, her breath becoming chaotic, on the verge of death. Tang San's breath stopped abruptly, and he quickly pressed several acupoints on Xiao Wu to stop the bleeding. At this moment, Tang San suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Yi Hao. The intense killing intent in Yi Hao's eyes was unmistakable. After placing Xiao Wu down, Tang San's 8 spider spears gleamed once more, and his 3rd soul ring lit up. 3rd soul skill, spiderweb binding. He gathered a blue light sphere in his palm, and at the moment he threw the light sphere, countless blue-silver grasses exploded, forming a large net descending from the sky, attempting to ensnare Yi Hao. At the same time, Tang San's 8 spider spears were poised to strike. His target was crystal clear. First control Yi Hao, then use the 8 spider spears to kill him. He would not spare anyone who harmed Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Yi Hao stopped hiding anything. His 1st soul ring lit up, and a dense aura of death spider emperor poison began to spread around him, causing the ground to crack wherever it passed. The members of the Huangdo team chose to retreat, as Yi Hao's spider poison was several times more potent than Duga Yan snake poison. Perhaps only Duga Bo's green phosphor snake emperor poison could rival it. Tang San chose to take the initiative. He used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to rapidly close the distance. At the moment the spider web binding arrived, Tang San's 8 spider spears suddenly lunged forward, this strike gathering all of Tang San's fury. He had long since cast aside the master's earlier warning. Nothing was more important than Xiao Wu. Ding! With a crisp sound, Yi Hao's hands, transformed into spider spears, had already firmly clamped down on Tang San's 8 spider lances, rendering them completely immobile. The blue-silver grass scattered on the ground had been completely eroded by the poison of the Death Spider Emperor. Tang San suddenly looked at Yi Hao, his eyes blazing with fire as he loudly questioned, "Yi Hao, was it you who attacked Xiao Wu yesterday? You're the spicy rabbit head, aren't you?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present almost simultaneously held their breath. The spicy rabbit head? Yi Hao is the spicy rabbit head? In the VIP viewing area, Qi Ming shook his head in distress, thinking he could keep it a secret, but it seemed that Xiao Hao's identity had inadvertently leaked, causing great trouble. On one side was his alma mater, and on the other his student. Qi Ming felt caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Master and the others remained silent. Although the outcome of the battle was already determined, the mysterious spicy rabbit head had already become a recognized enemy of the entire Shrek team. How dare someone attack Shrek? Wasn't that seeking death? But recalling Yi Hao's background, he thought, forget it. Let us just consider it a momentary indulgence. On the battle platform, facing Tang San's accusation, Yi Hao remained unconcerned and burst into laughter. Yi Hao is Yi Hao, and the spicy rabbit head is the spicy rabbit head. The two should not be compared. You're looking for the spicy rabbit head. What does it have to do with me, Yi Hao? Tang San, you scheming little man. You just tried to use a silent arrow to kill me, and now you want to put me to death. Is it that I also have a path to death? Tang San said nothing, only exerted all his strength to pull the 8 spider lances, hoping to launch another attack. Stop struggling. Your 8 spider lances can never break free. Yi Hao looked at the cornered Tang San, feeling quite pleased. Why? Tang San gritted his teeth and asked, why can't my external spirit bone? Because I am your ancestor. Yi Hao smiled slightly and looked disdainfully at Tang San. How dare your little 8 spider lances show off in front of me? If I guess correctly, your 8 spider lances came from a human-faced demon spider, right? Tang San remained silent, clearly acknowledging this point. The Death Spider Emperor is the king among all demon spiders, and there is no comparison with the human-faced demon spider. Yi Hao sensed that he could easily obtain the 8 spider lances with just a bit more effort. But considering that there were thousands of spectators watching, he temporarily dismissed that thought. That night, with a backflip combined with a whip kick, he pushed Tang San back. In the next moment, before Tang San could react, Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor spear had already appeared at Tang San's throat. A spear sealed his throat. All within an instant, Tang San stood motionless. He was all too aware of Yi Hao's character. Before this, he had to endure for a while. But the corner of Tang San's mouth revealed a strange smile. Yi Hao, ignoring Tang San's murderous gaze, looked at the host and asked, "Can you announce the result now?" The host was slightly taken aback, looking at the clear situation on the battle platform, and immediately announced, the Shrek 7 Monsters Royal Battle Team has won. Chapter 58, He is not that kind of person. As soon as the words fell, the venue erupted with thunderous applause. The Royal Battle Team had won, and the Shrek 7 Monsters winning streak had finally come to an end. Amidst the applause and shouts, the members of the Royal Battle Team left the stage one after another. Tang San's face was dark as he staggered away, holding the unconscious Xiao Wu. Just as they reached the exit tunnel, Tang San suddenly stopped. Noticing this, Zhu Zhuqing saw a strange smile on Tang San's face. I will never let go of anyone who has harmed Xiao Wu. Tang San silently vowed in his heart. This was a promise they had made since childhood. Always, Tang San had kept it. Back in the rest area, Tang San saw Dai Mu Bai, fully dressed, pinning Ma Hongjun in a corner, both exchanging punches and kicks. If it weren't for that fat guy's flames, he wouldn't have been humiliated in front of tens of thousands of spectators, losing the last shred of dignity. Dai boss, spare me. Ma Hongjun immediately covered his head and fled. Just then, Flinder, Master, and Zhao Wujia rushed over, coming to check on Xiao Wu's injuries. Seeing Flinder arrive, Ma Hongjun quickly hid behind him and cautiously said, "Teacher, Dai boss is hitting me. You must help me." Flinder sighed slightly and said helplessly, "All right, Mubai, just give him a light beating." Dai Mubai was instantly furious and said angrily, "Dean, you all saw what happened clearly today. I was humiliated in front of tens of thousands of spectators. I bet the whole city of Soto will know that the leader of the Shrek 7 Monsters At this point, Dai Mubai found it hard to continue. Right now, he just wanted to teach Ma Hongjun a good lesson to vent his frustration. Flinder quickly intervened, saying, "Enough. Do you think what I, as the dean, say it does not matter? You deserve to lose today. Who told you to underestimate your opponent? Yi Hao's abilities, Tang San already mentioned, but what about you? Each of you had high aspirations, treating Yi Hao as nothing. Now that you lost, instead of reflecting on yourselves, you blame your teammates." As soon as these words were spoken, Dai Mubai fell silent. The atmosphere in the rest area became somewhat tense. Not looking for their own reasons, but instead seeking trouble with their teammates, Flinder could sense that the Shrek 7 monsters had begun to decline, never to return. Just then, Master suddenly said, "All right, Flinder, don't blame the kids. They did well this time. Don't think I don't know why you're angry. Tell me, you placed a bet again, didn't you? How did it turn out?" "Lost." With this question, Flinder sighed. After tasting sweet rewards in previous matches, the Shrek 7 monsters had won consecutively for a month, and Flinder had made a fortune each time. That card worth 100,000 gold spirit coins was the greatest wealth Flinder had ever held. But after this battle, it was like a roller coaster, falling from the peak to the valley in just one night. What was even more infuriating was that while passing through the betting area, Flinder had seen Yi Hao in person, holding several gold cards, each with a large denomination. Among them, one card Flinder could never forget belonged to him. Now that the Shrek 7 monsters had lost, Flinder's gold card was now in Yi Hao's hands. How could this not be infuriating? Already feeling upset about losing money, Flinder encountered this situation and, of course, became angry. This allowed the suppressed emotions in his heart to finally find an outlet. The Shrek 7 monsters, pure grievances. "All right, everyone, quiet down." Master looked at the unconscious Xiao Wu and asked, "Tang San, how is Xiao Wu's condition?" Tang San sighed heavily and helplessly said, "Although I sealed Xiao Wu's acupoints in time, due to excessive blood loss, she is still unconscious." "Teacher, why didn't you allow me to take action against Yi Hao?" Tang San said resolutely, emitting a murderous aura that even lowered the temperature of the surrounding air. Dai Mubai and the others couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, Tang San truly overturned their perception and had become vastly different from his previous image. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remained calm. This Tang San was not truly terrifying. The one from a few days ago in the alley might have been his true face. Master sighed slightly, feeling helpless, and said, "Tang San, Yi Hao's background is complex, far beyond what you can meddle in. A moment of endurance means nothing to you." "In run." Tang San gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher, I can now be 100% certain that Yi Hao is definitely the spicy rabbit head." It was clear that Tang San would not believe anyone saying Yi Hao wasn't the spicy rabbit head. From the existing clues, Yi Hao's suspicion was obviously the greatest. First, Yi Hao liked to eat spicy rabbit head, which was beyond doubt. Second, Yi Hao was a member of the royal fighting team. Although he hadn't shown his strength recently, it was obvious he had been active in the Soto Great Spirit Arena all along. During this time, he participated in spirit battles under the codename Spicy Rabbit Head, and everything remained uncertain. Tang San frowned and looked towards the source of the voice, angrily asking, "Ning Rongrong, what are you laughing at?" Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Tang San and replied, "Tang San, you are really too petty." "What did I say?" Tang San became furious. Ning Rongrong continued, "Did I say something wrong? You are really ridiculous. Just because Xiao Wu was injured, you want to kill the other party? This is the Spirit Arena, a place for spirit masters to compete. Spirit battles emphasize fairness and justice. Once you step onto the stage, you are opponents, and all grudges should be resolved on the stage. It is inevitable that spirit masters will sustain some injuries during battles. If we follow your reasoning, you hurt me, and after the fight, I have to kill you. Then, is there still a profession of spirit masters on this continent? We might as well not have the Great Spirit Arena. If everyone were as small-minded as you, allowing you to hurt others while others cannot hurt you, then we might as well not be spirit masters. The Doluo continent would eventually have no profession of spirit masters. Tang San's murderous intent was already exposed. And now, with Ning Rongrong adding fuel to the fire, it was clear that this person was seeking death. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Tang San and said, "Tang San, do I also have a path to death? Come, kill me. Do you dare? Even if you had 10 times the courage, you wouldn't dare? Enough." The master suddenly shouted, looking fiercely at Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, don't take advantage of the situation. I believe Xiao San is not that kind of person, the master asserted. As he knew Tang San better than anyone else as his teacher, Ning Rongrong laughed in anger. Tang San is not that kind of person? You as a teacher are really unqualified. Chapter 59. The eve before the bone extraction, one wave had not subsided, and another had risen. After winning against the Shrek 7 monsters, Yihao left the team early to head to the betting area to collect his winnings in gold soul coins. This time, the harvest was quite substantial. Look, Yihao held a stack of gold cards, each with a high denomination. One of them, with a value of 100,000 gold soul coins, belonged to Flender. Coincidentally, before leaving, Yihao glanced at Flender, whose expression was filled with helplessness, as if he desired something he couldn't have. Deserved it. Who told you to bet on the Shrek 7 monsters? If you lose, you can't blame others. After defeating the Shrek 7 monsters, Yihao became a millionaire, and his mood was quite pleasant. Upon returning to the lounge and pushing the door open, he saw Shi Mo and Shi Mo lying on the sofa, looking terrible. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint purple hue on their skin, clearly a sign of poisoning. Beside him, Yi Lingling summoned her 9-heart sea butterfly martial soul, and petals blossomed in her palm, attaching to Shi Mo and Shi Mo. Although it could alleviate pain, the 9-heart sea butterfly martial soul did not have detoxifying effects. Du Yin furrowed her brows and pondered. Shi Mo and Shi Mo must have been poisoned, and the toxin is quite severe, not inferior to my green phosphor snake venom. I just don't know when they were poisoned. Yihao quickly approached to examine them and noticed a very tiny wound on the shoulders of the two brothers, resembling a pinprick. If one didn't look closely, it would be impossible to detect. The area around the wound was gradually rotting, and a foul odor permeated the surroundings. It was evident that the poison was delivered very quickly, leaving no time for any reaction. Who could be so ruthless as to dare poison them? Yu Qianheng was furious. He had just won the battle and was still happy, but this was truly untimely. Taking a deep breath, Yihao assessed the wound and the odor and concluded that it was definitely Tang San's 8 spider lances. At that time, when Xiao Wu was injured, Tang San had rushed up without a care and fought with Shi Mo and Shi Mo. It must have been then that he poisoned them. The poison from the man-faced demon spider is extremely fierce. Fortunately, Tang San did not use too much poison at that time. Otherwise, Shi Mo and Shi Mo's symptoms would have manifested immediately. If it had come to that, Yihao would have insisted that Tang San detoxify them. If Tang San refused, Yihao wouldn't mind seizing Tang San's 8 spider lances in front of tens of thousands of people. I'm going out for a bit. Take care of Shi Mo and Shi Mo, Yihao said, and immediately left. Where are you going? Yi Lingling asked. Yihao turned his head and smiled slightly. Of course, I'm going to find the person who poisoned them and force him to hand over the antidote. I'll go with you. Yihao shook his head and said solemnly, No need. I can handle it alone. With that, Yihao left, his back appearing lonely, his eyes filled with determination and a hint of killing intent. In the Soto Great Spirit Arena, with the final group spirit battle coming to a close, people gradually left. Among them, with the help of the royal fighting team members, Shi Mo and Shi Mo managed to leave, but Qi Ming was nowhere to be found at this moment. If nothing was amiss, Qi Ming might be at the hotel where Shrek Academy was staying. After all, the royal fighting team had defeated the Shrek 7 monsters. And as the team leader and a former member of Shrek Academy, he had to say some polite words. At the same time, due to Xiao Wu's injury, Tang San returned to the hotel at the first opportunity. Moreover, with the previous intake of the 8 spider lances spider poison, he believed that those 2 who harmed Xiao Wu would surely die by tonight. Tang San's eyes were resolute, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had said that anyone who harmed Xiao Wu must pay the price. Unfortunately, Yihao. Suddenly, Tang San stood up abruptly. Looking at the black shadow, standing by the window, his eyes narrowed. It's you. The shadow's voice was hoarse, responding, It's me, Tang San. Do you remember me? Tang San gritted his teeth, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes again. Of course, I remember you, Yuritian. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come here. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Yuritian lafit heartily. Afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? I have your secrets in my hands. Once I reveal what happened that day, not only your friends, but even Shrek Academy will be in dire straits. Tang San gritted his teeth, looking at Yi Riqian with hatred. Why are you here today? Are you here to threaten me? At the same time, Tang San reached behind him, silently loading his hidden arrow. I have my eyes on something of yours and plan to borrow it. Tang San narrowed his eyes and asked, What is it? The 8 spider lances. As soon as the words fell, Tang San suddenly raised his right hand, a sharp silver needle cutting through the air and flying straight towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian was already familiar with this move and effortlessly dodged it. Similarly, he flew into Tang San's room, carrying the unconscious Xiao Wu on his shoulder. Under Tang San's murderous gaze, he hugged Xiao Wu and flew out directly. Don't tell anyone, or else. Tang San's anger was instantly ignited. The other party coveted his 8 spider lances, and the external soul bone was something everyone dreamed of obtaining. For the sake of Xiao Wu, Tang San chose to confront him head-on, jumping out of the window and closely following Yi Tian's footsteps. The two figures darted up and down on the rooftops, appearing particularly mysterious under the cover of night. Moments later, Yi Tian stopped in a small alley, casually tossing Xiao Wu to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't reached the level to absorb soul rings yet, he would have likely already made his move. Tang San rushed over, anxiously looking at Xiao Wu behind Yi Tian. Yi Tian, hand Xiao Wu over. If she suffers even the slightest harm today, I will make sure to take you down with me, even if it costs my life. Yi Tian smiled slightly, looking at Tang San with disdain, raising his middle finger in mockery. Take me down with you? Heh, you're not qualified. Then Yi Tian pointed around. Do you remember this place? Tang San instinctively looked around, and Yi Tian continued. That's right, this is where you committed your atrocities back then, where those 6 innocent soul masters died. Yi Tian, what do you want? Tang San asked sharply, choosing to skip the topic. What do I want? Yi Tian's eyes lit up, and he instantly completed the possession of the soul, devouring Spider Emperor. What I'm going to do is deal with you. Before he finished speaking, Yi Tian's figure flashed, and he appeared behind Tang San. Tang San suddenly turned around, and with a flash of dark light in his left hand, the Haotian hammer appeared. His twin martial souls had already been revealed not long ago, so when facing Yi Tian, he had to go all out. Today was the day Yi Tian would die. The emerald green spider lance clashed against the Haotian hammer, instantly creating sparks. In a flash, Tang San swung the heavy hammer down towards Yi Tian's head. Even without adding a soul ring, the Haotian hammer weighed 500 pounds. When it struck down, the ground cracked instantly, splitting open like a spider web. Yi Tian adjusted his position, then kicked off the wall. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor spear he formed with his arms suddenly came crashing down. The collision with Tang San's Haotian hammer ignited an astonishing fighting spirit, and in an instant, killing intent surged. Meanwhile, not far from Nodding City, in a hidden cave in the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, Tang Tian, dressed in a black robe with his face covered, looked at a blue-silver grass with golden patterns in front of him, his eyes full of tenderness. Ayin, I've accompanied you for so long. It's time for me to check on Xiao San. Tang Tian said slowly. The blue-silver grass in front of him swayed slightly, as if responding. Tang Tian revealed a bitter smile, and then transformed into black light, shooting up into the sky towards the location of Soto City. In a little-known alley in Soto City, Tang San had already revealed his 8 spider lances, holding a battered Haotian hammer, kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. On the other side, Yi Tian was not faring much better. The spear formed from his arms was trembling wildly, looking at the ground covered in traces of blue-silver grass. It was clear that a fierce battle had taken place here. Dealing with Tang San, who could use soul skills, was proving difficult for Yi Tian. If not for his identity, Tang San might have already collapsed. Yi Tian thrust his spear while Tang San swung his hammer forward, fiercely attacking with the Haotian hammer. As the moment approached, Yi Tian dodged Tang San's Haotian hammer attack, and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor spear swung down violently. A scream was heard as one of the spider legs of the 8 spider lances behind Tang San was severed. The external soul bone was equivalent to his own bone, akin to breaking one of his own bones. Ah! Tang San shouted in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground, barely supporting himself with the broken Haotian hammer, looking at Yi Tian, who was dressed in black robes, and shouted, Yi Tian, do you have to go this far today? Yi Tian spat on the ground with a cold snort. I simply don't like you. What can you do about it? The sudden silent sneak attack on the fighting arena and the poisoning from the graphite and stone grinding, combined, made it understandable for Yi Tian to kill Tang San. Although the outcome of the battle at the fighting arena had long been decided, Tang San's actions had undoubtedly pushed Yi Tian to the brink of no return. The 8 spider lances were given to him, and it was indeed outrageous. No matter what, the 8 spider lances had to be taken from him today. Tang San understood that the other party's purpose was clear. They were here for the 8 spider lances. The 8 spider lances were an external soul bone, which had a huge temptation for ordinary people, so it was not surprising. What was most detestable was that he dared to kidnap Xiao Wu. This person had already set himself on a path to death. Besides Yi Hao, Yi Tian was undoubtedly the target Tang San most wanted to kill. At this moment, in the dead of night, this place was located at the easternmost part of Soto City, seldom visited by people. Even after a fierce battle, it was estimated that it would take until tomorrow for someone to discover it. Tang San slowly stood up, looking at the approaching Yi Tian. His heart suddenly chilled. For some reason, he felt a terrifying sensation for the first time in his life, as if the next moment, in a moment of desperation, his left hand quickly brushed over the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, and several throwing knives and various sized silver needles suddenly appeared in his hand, which he threw forward. Yi Tian squinted his eyes, watching the gleaming hidden weapons in front of him. It was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. An all-direction, no dead-angle attack. Additionally, Yi Tian sensed movement on the ground as 2 thick blue-silver grasses broke through the soil, trying to bind Yi Tian's feet to the ground. This way, Yi Tian became a living target, destined to be pierced by numerous hidden weapons. Purple light erupted from behind Yi Tian, and in an instant, he flew into the air. The dual restraints of the hidden weapons and blue-silver grass both missed their mark. The hidden weapons pierced the ground, and the strange flying knives and silver needles made onlookers' scalps tingle. In the next moment, Yi Tian swung the soul, devouring spider emperor spear, cutting down from the air at a 90-degree angle. At this moment, Tang San had nowhere to evade and could only raise the Haotian hammer horizontally above his head. At the instant the soul-devouring spider emperor spear and Haotian hammer made contact, Tang San's Haotian hammer shattered, and even Yi Tian's soul-devouring spider emperor spear could not escape, dissolving into specks of starlight. Then, Yi Tian grabbed Tang San by the head and slammed him harshly to the ground. Rubbing, continuing to rub, the ground was instantly covered in blood. Tang San wanted to resist, but was helplessly pinned down by Yi Tian's foot, unable to move at all. Once upon a time, he had never suffered such humiliation. How could a dignified second-generation heir be trampled underfoot? The struggle grew stronger, and instead of being startled, Yi Tian became delighted. He grabbed Tang San's head and mocked. A certain someone who plays both sides. You have your day today? Tang San glared fiercely at the blood-soaked ground, ignoring the red liquid that was slowly flowing from his head. If you don't kill me today, next time, I will personally take your life. Yi Tian snorted coldly, placing one hand on the position of Tang San's 8 spider lances. At this moment, Tang San was completely panicked. What are you going to do? Stop it, you bastard. His teacher had once said that soul masters were inseparable from each other, just like their own bones, unless the soul master died. No one could take that person's soul bone away. However, ever since Tang San obtained the external soul bone of the 8 spider lances, although he had used it several times, he could basically use it properly. But Tang San could still feel that the external soul bone had not truly merged with him. Privately, he had sought out the master, but from a master's mouth. He learned that his external soul bone had not yet integrated with him and needed external force to do so. Yi Tian's expression was cold. His right hand transformed back into the soul-devouring Spider Emperor spear, swiftly cutting through the remaining spider spears. Following that, Yi Hao grabbed the lowest part of the spider spear and felt something akin to bone. Stop! A tragic scream pierced the sky, and Tang San's eyes were filled with blood. He truly felt the sensation of his bones separating, an unforgettable pain that stained his back with blood. Soon after, Tang San's vision went black, and he fainted. Yi Tian looked at the spider spear with the external soul bone in his hand, and then glanced down at Tang San, who was lying on the ground. You have today, too. Chapter 61, That Madman. Yi Tian kicked the unconscious Tang San disdainfully, saying over the years, anyone who harmed that rabbit has basically been secretly eliminated by you. Today, let you understand the despair of a near-death person. After taking one last look at Tang San and the soon-to-awaken Xiao Wu, Yi Tian smirked and left the alley under the cover of night. There is still plenty of time ahead. Dazed, Xiao Wu slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to hear Tang San's tragic scream. Looking at the dark sky above and the unfamiliar surroundings, she wondered how she ended up here. Countless question marks swirled in her mind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiao Wu winced in pain. The injuries from the graphite and stone mill tortoise attacks had not yet healed, and now she was even more confused. Suddenly, Xiao Wu noticed Tang San lying in a pool of blood. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, looking at Tang San, who was motionless and covered in bloodstains. Brother. Xiao Wu could no longer contain her emotions and rushed forward to pick up Tang San, disregarding her still healing injuries. Brother, what's wrong? Don't scare Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu can't be without you. Tears streamed down Xiao Wu's face like pearls that had broken off the string. Meanwhile, Yi Riqian returned to the inn, taking off his black robe and storing it in his soul guide ring. Along with it, he also stored one of Tang San's spider spears, the one he had cut off earlier. Yi Hao pushed open the door and hurriedly walked down the corridor. The battle with Tang San had taken a lot of his energy, and he felt a bit lightheaded, almost as if he were flying. When he reached the door of graphite and stone mill, he steadied himself and shook his head vigorously before pushing the door open. Inside, Qin Ming and the other members of the royal fighting team were present, all staring at graphite and stone mill, who were lying on the bed. The brothers' breathing had become increasingly unstable, and their wounds had already begun to rot. Although they received treatment from Yi Lingling, the Nine-Heart Sea Tang martial soul did not have healing properties for toxins, only alleviating pain further. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Yi Hao entered the room, and everyone seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Qin Ming learned from Dugu Yin and others that Yi Hao went to find the person who poisoned them. Now seeing Yi Hao return, he hurriedly approached him and asked, Xiao Hao, how did it go? Everyone surrounded Yi Hao, hoping he had found the antidote. The lives of graphite and stone mill depended entirely on him. Yi Hao lived up to expectations and nodded with a smile. Seeing this, everyone rejoiced and quickly crowded around Yi Hao at the beds of the two brothers. Yi Hao instructed everyone to make way. Then, the spider spear on his back unfolded, and the Death Spider Emperor spear appeared. Everyone was clearly startled by this scene. Wasn't he supposed to be detoxifying? Why was he revealing the spider spear? It's important to note that Yi Hao's spider poison was extremely potent. Before Yi Hao could say anything, he carefully held the spider spear above his head and shakily aimed it at graphite. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make sound, quietly observing Yi Hao's next actions. In another part, at the inn where Shrek Academy was staying. After tonight's battle, the Shrek 7 had become the Silver Fighting Soul team and indirectly completed the current task assigned by the Master. What they needed to do next was to prepare for Shrek Academy's relocation, officially heading to Tiendo City in 3 months. Flander planned to set off back to the Academy tomorrow, staying here for the night. The Master sat alone on a long bench on the stairs, watching the night sky. His gloomy face became even darker, stiffening more than ever. Reflecting on the scenes from the Soul Arena today and the performance of his nephew, Yu Qianheng, he sighed heavily. Time, it has passed so many years in a flash. He had intended to visit his nephew privately, but unfortunately, the royal fighting team had already left first. Just as the Master was preparing to return to his room to rest, a faint cry for help suddenly caught his attention. The Master slowly walked forward, and when he reached the stairs, he froze, standing motionless in shock. Because he saw the scene he dreaded most in his life. Xiao Wu was carrying Tang San, who was covered in blood, struggling to walk step by step, leaving a trail of blood behind. Tang San was unconscious. The Master felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind buzzing as he stumbled down the stairs. He quickly carried Tang San on his back, hastening into the room and placing him on the bed, face down, revealing his blood-soaked back. In a moment of panic, the Master disregarded everything else and rushed to find Flander. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks shattered Flander's sweet dreams. He had been dreaming of becoming a billionaire, about to swim in a sea of gold soul coins. Flander suddenly woke up, drenched in sweat. Listening to the annoying knocking, he felt irritated. He had already been in a bad mood after losing money today. When Qin Ming left earlier, Flander had reminded him about this matter, hoping Qin Ming would discuss it with Yi Hao to see if he could get his money back. After all, this was the result of a month of hard work and sweat. He couldn't just lose it like this, and he felt very unwilling. Coming. Flander said impatiently, getting up slowly. Just as he was about to open the door, he was suddenly pulled away by the Master, who seemed frantic. Xiao Gang, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? What are you doing? Flander asked. The Master remained silent, his steps becoming quicker, showing signs of panic, even to the point of madness. Seeing this, Flander was slightly taken aback. He had never seen the Master so flustered. What could have happened at Shrek to make such a calm person lose composure? When Flander entered the room and saw Tang San lying on the bed, nearly on the brink of death, he and the master both stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Xiao Gang, what happened to Xiao San? Flander stammered, unable to speak due to panic. The master hurriedly said, let's not talk about that for now, Flander. You need to apply pressure to Xiao San's wounds. I'll go find a doctor. No matter what, Xiao San cannot have an accident. Otherwise, his wrath is something none of us can bear. With that, the master hurriedly left the room. Flander understood and quickly used his soul power to suppress Tang San's back injuries, feeling increasingly anxious. If Tang San were to die today, it would be the end for him too. That madman was someone who dared to strike even the Pope. What could a soul sage like him do in front of such a madman? Chapter 62. Tang Ri-Tian is on the way. The news of Tang San's injury spread like wildfire. Upon hearing it, the Shrek's 7 monsters, except for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, gathered in Tang San's room, staring at the still unconscious Tang San. Everyone was at a loss about what had happened. Master frowned. He had promised Tang how that he would take good care of Tang San, but now that Tang San was in this state, how could he face his idol? Flinder sighed deeply and said, the bleeding has stopped, but Xiao San has lost too much blood. I'm afraid he'll need to rest quietly for a few days. During this time, everyone should work hard and take turns caring for him. Then, Flinder's gaze fell on the tearful Xiao Wu beside him. According to the master, it was Xiao Wu who had carried Tang San back, which meant she must know what had happened. The person who could hurt Tang San like this must have a higher soul power level than him. Xiao Wu, tell me, what exactly happened just now? Flinder squatted down in front of Xiao Wu, patiently asking. As long as they could find the culprit, they could avoid further trouble. If that madman really came to Shrek Academy and saw Tang San like this, the entire academy would not be able to withstand his anger. Xiao Wu cried, her eyes red and swollen. She glanced at the pale-faced Tang San lying on the bed and sobbed. Dean Flinder, I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I was in a small alley, and then I found my brother like this. Then the master continued to ask Xiao Wu, think carefully. Has Xiao San had any contact with anyone or any conflicts recently? Xiao Wu thought for a moment and wiped the remaining tears from her eyes. No, my brother is always well-behaved and wouldn't get entangled with others, let alone do anything harmful. Outside the door, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchange a knowing smile. Everything unspoken between them. Inside the room, the master's expression was bitter as he rubbed his temples, letting out a long sigh. Flinder sat opposite the master, and at that moment, only the two of them remained in the room. Xiao Gang, what should we do? If Tang Hao finds out about this, we'll be in big trouble. The master was troubled by this issue. In the past, at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, he had promised Tang Hao to take good care of Tang San. Over the years, Tang Hao had been elusive, perhaps. There are no impenetrable walls in the world. Now they could only hope that Tang San would wake up soon to understand what had happened. Grievances have a head. Debts have a master. We should find out who to settle the score with, Flinder said. Tomorrow, let's take Xiao San back to Shrek Academy. Soto City is no longer safe. Flinder frowned. Xiao Gang, are you suggesting that the culprit is still in Soto City? The master nodded in confusion. That's just a guess. The urgent matter is to wake Xiao San up. I just checked, and the wound on Xiao San's back. As he spoke, the master's expression suddenly grew serious, his right hand gripping the table tightly, causing his fingers to leave an imprint on the table. And what? Flinder was mentally prepared. No matter what, as the dean, he had to find this person. Otherwise, when Tang Hao truly arrived, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Meanwhile, Tang Hao is on the way, and I've discovered that Xiao San's external soul bone is missing. Upon hearing this, Flinder's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. Tang San's external soul bone had actually disappeared? Remembering how he had treated Tang San's back injury earlier, Flinder knew Tang San had an external soul bone. He had been puzzled about why the injury was on the back. Could it have been a surprise attack? Now it seemed that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. Flinder hurriedly said, Xiao Gang, didn't you say that once a soul bone merges with a soul master, it can't be taken away unless the soul master dies? So what about Xiao San's situation? Why? The master sighed deeply. I did say that. Normally, after a soul master absorbs a soul bone, unless they die or some soul masters choose to self-destruct when facing a life-threatening situation, they wouldn't let it fall into the hands of those who covet it. However, Xiao San's situation is a bit special. Oh, Flinder perked up, eager to know more. What makes it special? The master took a sip of tea, calmed his breath. and said, Xiao San's soul bone is the most precious external soul bone. I suspect that the person covets Xiao San's external soul bone. So they use Xiao Wu as bait to lure Xiao San out. Flinder nodded immediately. The situation was gradually becoming clear. Knowing that person's target, the next step was to uncover their true identity, which was the most crucial part. The master slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed uncertainly out the window at the quiet night market before drawing the curtains. Xiao San's external soul bone came from a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. From recent observations, it was clear that Xiao San could not yet master it easily. The 8 spider lances could not be used at will by him yet. Xiao San still lacked a support. Support? Flinder asked in confusion. What kind of support? The master pondered and replied, the so-called support is the pressure from a strong person. It is about breaking and then standing up again, being reborn after a catastrophe. What Xiao San currently lacks is this. The 8 spider lances were forcibly pulled out without fully merging with Xiao San, which was akin to making Xiao San experience the pain of having his bones stripped. Just think about it. He is only a 12-year-old boy. How could he possibly endure such extraordinary pain? At this point, the master couldn't help but shed tears. Tang San had been his disciple for many years, just as Tang San had said when he first came to him. Once a teacher, always a father. Although they called each other master and disciple, the relationship between the master and Tang San was no different from that of father and son. For a moment, the room fell silent, the atmosphere oppressive and suffocating. At the hotel where the Imperial fighting team was staying, it was deep into the night, and the sky was filled with twinkling stars. Yihao returned to his room alone after detoxifying Shimo and Shimo. He carefully looked around to confirm that no one was nearby, and then cautiously took out the blood-stained 8 spider lances from his soul guidance ring. The 8 spider lances, an external soul bone. Yihao wiped off the blood that stained it, and the 8 spider soul bone regained its previous color. Just holding it in his hand, Yihao felt its extraordinary nature. Chapter 63. Zhao Wujia, This Great Resentment. The external soul bone appeared purple, resembling the man-faced demon spider closely. In a vague sense, Yihao was overwhelmed with the impulse to absorb it, but soon he dismissed the thought. The 8 spider lances were Tang San's. Equipping it on himself would be an admission of guilt as the murderer. One wouldn't die if they didn't court death. He returned the 8 spider lances to the soul guidance ring, leaned back, and comfortably lay on the bed, immediately feeling relaxed. After experiencing 2 fierce battles in succession, Yihao was now exhausted both physically and mentally. Drowsily, he slowly fell asleep. The next morning, at dawn, while it was still not fully bright, the Shrek group hurriedly took the injured Tang San back to Shrek Academy outside the city. After last night's treatment, Tang San's body was no longer in serious danger, but he had lost too much blood and looked somewhat weak, his complexion still pale. Yi Ritian? Who is Yi Ritian? The master sat on the edge of Tang San's bed, hearing the name Yi Ritian for the first time, which sounded very unfamiliar. Tang San felt a gnawing hatred. Yi Ritian, that damn person, was the one who kidnapped Xiao Wu that night, and subsequently took my 8 spider lances. The master calmed his pain, grateful that Tang San was unharmed and only needed a rest for a while. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to explain it to Tang Hao. Yi Ritian, Yi Ritian. The master repeatedly pondered. How strong was that person? What was the difference in their martial soul? Tang San sighed, barely getting up from the bed, and weakly said, I'm not a match for that person. As for his martial soul, I didn't focus on observing it. I just felt that he was a weapon soul master, and his martial soul resembled a sickle, which shattered my Haotian hammer. At this point, the master couldn't help but be shocked. If even the Haotian hammer was shattered, could there really be a weapon soul stronger than the Haotian hammer in this world? You should rest well. Don't push yourself during this time. I will investigate Yi Ritian's matter thoroughly, the master said before leaving the room, leaving Tang San alone. As the master walked out of the door, he felt utterly helpless. There was still no clue about the culprit. However, one thing was certain. From Tang San's description of that person's martial soul, it was clear he was undoubtedly a weapon soul master. A sickle? Could a sickle be stronger than the Haotian hammer? The master shrugged. This clearly exceeded his understanding. The Haotian hammer is the #1 weapon martial soul in the world. How could there be a sickle stronger than the Haotian hammer? It was truly unheard of. Master. At that moment, Dai Mubai rushed over, panting heavily. The master glared at Dai Mubai, hushing him, signaling that Tang San was resting. Dai Mubai understood. Tang San was now a patient, and patience needed to rest well. Mubai, do you have something to tell me? The master asked. Dai Mubai's expression darkened, cautiously saying, Master, the Imperial battle team and Senior Qin Ming have arrived. Dean Flander asked me to call you over. The Imperial battle team? The master's brows furrowed. Why they come? What were they here for? Dai Mubai shook his head, confused, and said, I heard from the Dean that Senior Qin Ming is leading the Imperial battle team back to Heaven Do City today. Before they leave, Senior Qin Ming specially came to the academy to discuss the relocation task. So that's it. The entire school is relocating to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. This is the next move the master intends to make. Shrek Academy was indeed too small, lacking a simulated training environment and a good academic style, resembling a poor little mountain village. Additionally, the food was terrible, with salted vegetables and steamed buns for every meal, occasionally having some oil, but only occasionally. In such an academy, let alone geniuses, even the most monstrous talents would have their future completely hindered. Just like Qin Ming, who clearly had a promising future. If he hadn't entered Shrek Academy in the first place, he would likely be even more outstanding than he is now. Qin Ming had also said that not participating in that year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition had always been his regret. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Yi Hao looked around disdainfully. It was his first time at Shrek Academy, and his first impression was that it was poor and had a terrible environment. Training in such conditions was truly a waste of one's future. At the same time, Yi Hao looked at Qin Ming with deep sympathy, thinking, you have it tough. This is Shrek Academy? Du Guiyin felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, looking at everything in front of her with an expression of embarrassment, saying, isn't this too rustic? This place is still an academy? Even a wild chicken is better than this. Just then, the Shrek 7 monsters, except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, confronted the Imperial battle team, and a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Oh, I thought who it was. It turns out it's a defeated opponent. What did you say? Dai Mubai's heart hardened. Losing to the Imperial battle team had always been his shame, and even worse, he had been humiliated in front of thousands of spectators last night. Seeing his enemy, his eyes turned red. Dai Mubai and a few others were eager to fight, determined not to back down. Yu Qianheng also didn't hold back, temporarily using their numerical advantage to suppress Shrek Academy, just as both sides were about to clash. An explosion sound from the back mountain suddenly drew everyone's attention. Yi Hao focused his gaze and saw thick smoke rolling from the back mountain, a powerful pressure quickly spreading. Dai Mubai lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, and the others were in the same situation. A strong person has arrived. Yi Hao was shocked. With such momentum, could it be a tidal Doluo? In the forest behind the mountain, Tang Riqian, dressed in a black robe, walked through the air with a very gloomy expression. His murky eyes filled with killing intent. In his right hand, the Haotian hammer, adorned with 9 soul rings, looked particularly eye-catching. Zhao Wujia was lying in the ruins, completely dazed. Why is this madman back again? Last time, he just made things difficult for Tang San during the entrance exam, and now he's here to beat him up. It's unforgettable. How come today, this madman is indiscriminately attacking? It seems my life is over. Zhao Wujia, Tang Ritian said in a deep voice, suddenly enlarging the Haotian hammer. Under Zhao Wujia's helpless gaze, the Haotian hammer came crashing down. Under the Haotian crown, spare him. At a critical moment, Flander, the master, and Qin Ming arrived late. Tang Ritian's movement visibly paused, and he looked at the master, who now needed to provide an explanation. Wujia, what happened? Flander and Qin Ming stepped forward to help Zhao Wujia, realizing that if they had arrived even a moment later, the three of them might have become the corpse collectors. The master took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the furious Tang Riqian, knowing that this day had finally come. Chapter 64. Taking leave? What leave? Master, I want a reasonable explanation. Tang Riqian reduced the enlarged Haotian hammer, smashing it heavily onto the ground, his powerful aura making everyone feel insignificant. Dean Flander, who is this? Qin Ming asked, his heart trembling. Flander sighed slightly, feeling helpless, and said, let me introduce, this is His Majesty the Haotian and also Tang San's father. His Majesty the Haotian. Qin Ming's pupils contracted. A title Doloa, the hammer in his hand, could it be? His Majesty the Haotian. This is one of my former students from Shrek Academy. Qin Ming, we're all on the same side, Flander said with a forced smile. Tang Ritian's gaze was intense as he looked at the master. The might of a tidal daw made everyone feel their scalp tingle, not daring to act rashly. The master steeled himself and faced Tang Ritian directly. Indeed, you have been lurking in the shadows. Tang Ritian said in a deep voice, give me an answer. Sigh. The master sighed heavily and slowly recounted the events of last night when Tang San was forcibly stripped of his external spirit bone. At this moment, Tang Hao felt an overwhelming anger. When he heard that Tang San had been brutally torn apart and was bleeding all over, Tang Ritian let out a roar, and the pressure he emitted caused the entire Shrek Academy to tremble. Tang Ritian, in a fit of rage, suddenly soared into the sky, and the hammer in his hand enlarged several times. With one swing, half of the forest on the back mountain was instantly shaken, the ground cracked, and mountains flowed backward, creating an apocalyptic scene. A simple strike erased half the forest like that. Flander and the others couldn't help but take a deep breath. A tidal daw was indeed terrifying. Yi Ritian, where is that person? Tang Ritian's demeanor was fierce, exuding an aura of killing intent as he issued a death order against Yi Ritian. Having turned his own son into this state, Yi Ritian was undoubtedly doomed. The master shook his head in confusion, stating that he did not know where Yi Ritian was. The only clue being that the person was a weapon soul master with formidable strength. Tang Ritian retracted the Haotian hammer and approached Zhao Wujin with an unfriendly expression. Zhao Wujin, frightened, trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Wujin, this time, I owe you one. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujin quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. He certainly did not want to face a tidal daw. He was merely a soul sage, and that previous strike was enough to crush 100 Zhao Wujins. Master, it's been a long time since we last met. Let's go. With that, the master and Tang Ritian entered the depths of the forest together. Seeing them walk away, Flinder finally breathed a sigh of relief. This madman had finally calmed down, but at the cost of half the back mountain. Fortunately, in 3 months, they would be leaving this place. Although reluctant, for the future of the Shrek 7 monsters, they had to make a choice. Xiaoming, you should understand what happened today. Qingming knew full well and reassured Flinder, don't worry, Dean Flinder, I absolutely won't mention this to anyone. That's good. Flinder nodded, and he and Qingming worked together to carry Zhao Wujin back. Wujin, you need to lose some weight. Boss, are you disgusted by me? At Shrek Academy, Tang Ritian's previous strike had indeed shocked everyone. Tang San's gaze lingered at the distant ruined back mountain, feeling a deep sense of shock, especially at that hammer. Yi Hao disregarded the shock of others, his expression turning serious as he recognized the figure and the hammer. The person was Tang Ritian. Tang Ritian had come. Should he leave or stay? No, why should he run? It was Yi Ritian who harmed Tang San. What did it have to do with Yi Hao? Just then, Qingming arrived late. Let's go back to the academy. That madman is not to be provoked. The incident with the madman hammering the Pope spread like wildfire. Staying at Shrek Academy is not wise. Moreover, that madman was in a fit of rage. If he got angry, who would want grass to grow on their grave? Teacher Qin, I want to ask for leave, Yi Hao said immediately. Qingming's eyelids twitched. Request for leave? This kid isn't going to stir up trouble again, is he? Cough, cough. Qingming coughed lightly, looking calmly at Yi Hao. Request for leave? What kind of leave? Only those useless to the soul master community would request leave. Yi Hao thought this sounded familiar. You sit tight. From now on, you're not allowed to go anywhere. What? Why? Qingming's eyes narrowed, calling over Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin, each grabbing an arm of Yi Hao to firmly restrain him. It would be a joke to let a titled Devourer roam free at Shrek Academy. If that madman went crazy and killed Yi Hao, then Qingming's career would be over. For his own sake, and for Yi Hao's, Qingming signaled to Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin, who understood and directly held Yi Hao in place, preventing him from moving. Even so, the evil thoughts rising in Yi Hao's heart grew stronger. Perhaps, under the cover of night, he at Shrek Academy, the earlier commotion had indeed given everyone present a boost of morale, especially Xiao Wu, who immediately ran back to her dormitory, pulling the covers over her head, looking very anxious. In a simple cave in the ruins of the back mountain, the master and Tang Ritian sat on the ground, discussing for a long time. Master, you're not to blame for this, so you need not feel guilty. Tang Ritian felt helpless, filled with regret towards Tang San. If only he had been by his side last night, perhaps. The master, looking melancholic, sighed. What has done is done. As long as little San is fine, your next step. Chapter 65. Tang Ritian, your family will be gone. I plan to stay by little San's side for a while, then look for Yi Ritian's whereabouts. I must take revenge. Tang Retian's eyes were resolute, his murky gaze clearing up significantly. The master said, I understand. During this time, I will also stay by Little Sand's side. It's a pity that Little Sand's external spirit bone is gone, otherwise. Mentioning this, the master couldn't help but sigh, as external spirit bones were rare. Only 1 or 2 soul masters on the entire continent possessed them. Tang Retian's mind turned, and he looked at the master with a mysterious expression. Master, I want to ask you something. The master was slightly taken aback. Please, go ahead. That Yi Hao, the one who was once Tang San's schoolmate, what is his true identity? The master looked at Tang Hao with suspicion. Tang Hao exchanged glances with the master. It seemed his guess was correct. This Yi Hao was indeed from the Spirit Hall. After saying this, Tang Hao's eyes hardened. He did not have a good impression of the Spirit Hall, especially the Pope. You must be wondering why I haven't made a move against Yi Hao all these years. Tang Hao's eyes grew even more vicious. The anger in his heart regarding past events could not be quelled. And if it weren't for the Spirit Hall, how would his family have fallen to this state? The master replied, No, I won't ask. Tang Hao looked at the master, his expression unfazed. Why? The master stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and looked complexly in the direction of the Spirit Hall, pausing for a long time before sighing heavily. After all these years, if you were going to act, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until today? Yi Hao is indeed her son, but he is innocent. He is just a child. Moreover, if you had acted back then, I estimate neither you nor Little Sam would have survived to this day. Better not to mention the past. The master knew well the terror of the Spirit Hall. In recent years, nearly 70% of soul masters on the continent had entered the Spirit Hall. Who could rival them on this continent? In the deep of night, all was silent. In the depths of the dense forest, the carriage carrying the Imperial battle team was resting there. By the campfire, Qin Ming and the entire Imperial battle team had fallen asleep, leaving a few people to patrol the surroundings. The wilderness was not like the academy. Danger lurked everywhere, so it was necessary to arrange for patrols at night. Near the campfire, Yi Hao rested his head, gazing up at the dazzling starry sky, unknowingly reflecting that he had been in this world for 6 or 7 years. From the initial little beggar who had yet to awaken his martial soul to now being a member of the royal fighting team. Many things have indeed happened along the way. The time has come. Yi Hao looked at the sleeping crowd and began to stir, as this was a perfect opportunity. He initially thought of asking Teacher Qin for leave to leave, but unexpectedly, Teacher Qin did not agree. Perhaps it was because of the strong shock brought by Tang Retian that Qin Ming would not easily let Yi Hao go. Could that be possible? What if he ran into that madman? However, Yi Hao knew very well about Tang San's current situation, having been forcibly stripped of his external soul bones. It must be a terrible experience. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover, right? That was impossible. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Glancing at the sleeping Yi Lingling beside him, Yi Hao tiptoed away, avoiding the patrol range of the Shimo brothers. Yi Hao and the royal fighting team were already quite far apart, and no one would know he had left. Just as Yi Hao was about to spread his 6-winged purple light wings to leave, he heard, You brat, where are you planning to go in the middle of the night? Qin Ming approached with his hands on his hips, looking quite angry. He had been watching Yi Hao for a long time. Sure enough, this kid had never put anyone at ease, trying to sneak away in the middle of the night. Yi Hao scratched his head and smiled. Teacher Qin, you're still awake? Cut out. Qin Ming glared at Yi Hao, not in a good mood. Speak. Where do you want to go? You agree? Yi Hao's eyes lit up. Qin Ming smiled wryly and shook his head. What do you think? If I didn't agree, would I have to keep competing with you? I have no interest in that. Now, tell me your purpose for this trip. Yi Hao said directly, I plan to go to Nodding City to meet an old friend. Old friend? Qin Ming questioned. You have old friends? Aren't you an orphan? That's right. Yi Hao nodded. I'm indeed an orphan. I used to study at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. It's been so long since I went back. Is it too much to revisit my alma mater? Qin Ming looked at Yi Hao with disdain. Is that really the case? Absolutely. Yi Hao confirmed with a nod. How many days do you need? What do you think? Qin Ming shot a glare at Yi Hao. 7 days. Qin Ming thought for a moment. All right. 7 days it is. After 7 days, I must see you back at the academy. It's a deal. Teacher Qin, see you at the academy in 7 days. After saying that, Yi Hao's 6-winged purple light wings sprouted from his back, and with a glance at the distance, he disappeared with a whoosh, leaving behind a beautiful purple arc in the sky. This kid, Qin Ming shook his head helplessly. Finally, I can enjoy some peace and quiet for a while. In the sky, Yi Hao was flying at full speed, his target, stealing from home. A free 10,000-year soul bone, why not take it? With Tang Ritian at Shrek Academy. Now is the best time. Tang-san, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Soto City was quite a distance from Nodding City, and with Yi Hao's speed, he estimated he could arrive by tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, in Tiando City, at the Tiando Imperial Palace, the city was already quiet, with only a few pedestrians on the streets. But the palace remained peaceful. In one exquisitely decorated room, Xue Qinghe removed her disguise, revealing her originally delicate features. At this moment, she was sitting at her desk, looking at a letter she had just received. Tang Hao. He actually appeared at Shrek Academy? Qian Rinxue was slightly stunned. The name Tang Hao was very sensitive to her. Her father had died at his hands. Was the news accurate? In front of Qian Rinxue, a shadow was kneeling, having never expected Tang Hao's sudden appearance. Upon receiving the news, the shadow rushed back to Tiando City to report. By now, the sky was already bright. Young master, the news is very accurate. I saw Tang Hao in a rage, smashing half of a small mountain with his hammer. I still haven't forgotten that Hao Ian hammer. Rage? Qian Rinxue was puzzled. Why was he angry? The shadow replied, because of Yi Hao. Howdy. Qian Rinxue was taken aback, then quickly reacted. Howdy. What happened to him? She hurriedly inquired. Chapter 66. Yi Ritian's visit humph. Qian Rinxue snorted coldly, her eyes immediately revealing a killing intent. This Tang San is truly an unpredictable, two-faced villain. How dare he keep seeking trouble for Hao Di and drag innocent soul masters into it? Such a person has no face to live in this world. What happened next? The shadow continued. Yi Hao first disguised himself as Yi Ritian, then kidnapped a girl named Xiao Wu, fought Tang San, severely injured him, and ultimately stripped him of his external soul bones. It seems that Tang San is now severely weakened and has lost his external soul bones, making his future as a soul master quite bleak. Qian Rinxue rested her delicate hand on her chin, her lips slightly curling up. Not bad. It seems that my little brother Yi is quite decisive, much like my own character. Is there anything else? The shadow thought for a moment. Then his expression darkened as he said, Young master, I sense a secret about Yi Hao, but I don't know if I should say it. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes lit up with a fierce look. Speak. The shadow wiped the sweat from his brow, trembling with fear, and said, I discovered that Yi Hao has a second martial soul. As expected, a dual martial soul? Qian Rinxue revealed an expression of certainty. Is it his other martial soul? When Hao Di's second martial soul manifested, there was a difference, the shadow quickly replied. Yi Hao emitted a dark green light all over, and his hands could transform into green, spider-like limbs, while 3 pairs of dark green spider spears grew from his back. As for Tang San, I found that his other martial soul is the Hao Qian hammer. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue could be 100% sure that Yi Hao's second martial soul was undoubtedly the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor combined with the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, possessing the external soul bone, 6-winged purple light wings, and in appearance and character, they are quite similar. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Interesting, truly interesting. It seems that the one called Tang San should be a disciple of the Hao Yin sect, and the probability of him being Tang Hao's son is quite high. Tang Hao. Mentioning this name made Qian Rinxue grit her teeth. Her father had died at his hands, and there was a deep-seated vendetta between her and both Tang Hao and Yi Ritian. Young master, the shadow cautiously suggested. Do you need me to go and kill Tang San? Or, Qian Rinxue scoffed, with Tang Hao by Tang San's side. Do you think he can make a move? Since Hao Di has already become his mortal enemy, why not do him a favor? What does the young master mean? The shadow was puzzled by Qian Rinxue's words. Qian Rinxue waved her hand, and the shadow understood her meaning. After respectfully bowing, he quietly melted into the darkness. The Death Spider Emperor, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, my annoying little brother, is hiding quite deep. Since that's the case, I shall have a good chat with you. In the cloudless high sky, Yi Hao transformed into a purple light and flashed by. After a night of flying, Yi Hao finally arrived above Holy Soul Village. Looking down at the bustling villagers, Holy Soul Village had not changed much from the past. Arriving at the place where Tang San and Xiao Wu once made grand oaths. The back mountain location, the scenery here was beautiful, filled with flowers. If he remembered correctly, that thing should be within this area. Yi Hao sat on the ground, and the Death Spider Emperor appeared behind him. he began to release his soul power, and an evil aura spread from Yi Hao, causing the surrounding flowers to wither and the ground to turn brown as the Death Spider Emperor's poison slowly spread. The mountain behind was too vast. Yi Hao planned to use this opportunity to find the true location of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Even if the Blue-Silver Emperor had turned into a seed, its tenacity of life was not something ordinary plants could compare to. Sure enough, during the process of releasing the Death Spider Emperor's poison, the spider poison was obstructed by a mysterious force. Yi Hao retracted the spider poison and glanced at the land corrupted by the Death Spider Emperor's poison, as well as the withered flowers and trees. This place was completely ruined, marking the spot where Tang San and Xiao Wu made their grand vows. Mission accomplished. Following the path of the Spider Emperor's poison, Yi Hao moved forward slowly, passing through the desolate forest until he arrived at a hidden cave. The entrance was blocked by a large rock, sealed tightly with no gaps. Yi Hao took out a sack from his soul guide ring. Standing in front of the rock, Yi Hao instantly completed the possession of the Death Spider Emperor. His right hand transformed into a sharp black spider spear, and at the moment of contact with the rock, the stone surface shattered into pieces, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the midst of the smoke, Yi Hao vaguely saw a small blue grass with golden patterns, brimming with strong life force. The Blue-Silver Emperor was momentarily taken aback, and then the sky darkened. Yi Hao entered the cave and quickly ensnared the Blue-Silver Emperor with lightning speed, then carefully dug up the rich soil beneath, which looked very fresh. No wonder Tang Ritian had gone to such lengths. Moments later, Yi Hao secured the sack containing the Blue-Silver Emperor and placed it back into the soul guide ring. The Blue-Silver Emperor's vitality was strong, so Yi Hao naturally wasn't too worried about it suffocating. The cave was quite simple. Calling it a cave was an understatement. It was more like a rudimentary dwelling, equipped with pots and pans and even a stone bed. Under the stone bed, a black box caught Yi Hao's attention. The box was long and heavy, weighing at least 100 pounds. He placed it on the stone bed, and since it had no lock, Yi Hao slowly opened it. When the box revealed a tiny crack, an unparalleled aura was released from within, rich in life force that Yi Hao could feel. As the black box opened, a piece of bone radiating blue and golden hues, resembling countless stars, came into view. As a soul master, Yi Hao naturally recognized it. This was a right leg bone, ranked lower among soul bones, but the life aura it emitted was something Yi Hao truly felt. 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone. Yi Hao's eyes lit up as he reached for it. It felt icy cool in his hand, and he experienced an unprecedented relaxation throughout his body, feeling as if he were soaring into the sky. Immersed in the gentle aura, Yi Hao smiled and took out paper and pen from his soul guide ring. Yi Ritian visited here. The soul bone has been taken. Thank you. Yi Hao chuckled, placing the note inside the black box. He found a blue-silver grass nearby and planted it in the soil where the Blue-Silver Emperor had been, carefully covering it up and even watering it. Seeing this, Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction. He had perfectly concealed the traces of his actions. He truly was a genius. Holding the Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone in his hand, he sat on the stone bed, pressing the soul bone tightly against his right leg. Chapter 67. Journey to the Spirit Hall. With the soul bone affixed to his right leg, Yi Hao felt a slight chill. The soul bone quietly burrowed into his leg, transforming into streams of blue and golden light wrapping around it. The icy, comfortable sensation surged through his entire body. This was his first time absorbing a 100,000-year soul bone, and although he had previously absorbed an external soul bone, this process felt smooth and unimpeded. Yi Hao dispersed his soul power, continuously channeling it into his right leg. The next day, in the morning sunlight spilled at the cave entrance. The outside was a mess, with all the trees dead. Yi Hao's Death Spider Emperor poison was overwhelmingly powerful. To investigate the true location of the Blue-Silver Emperor, he had indeed ruined this once prosperous land. Inside the cave, Yi Hao slowly opened his eyes and reached to feel the changes in his right leg. The result was unremarkable, no different from before he had the soul bone. The Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone had two skills. Wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring winds bring rebirth, which allowed the body to regenerate and self-repair when destroyed, and the other was flight. Yi Hao already had the six-winged purple light wings. Why would he need to rely on the Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone's flight skill? Furthermore, if he easily used the Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone skill, It would clearly indicate to Tang how that his wife was in his grasp. He certainly didn't want to die early. Yi Hao chuckled to himself. His soul power had broken through to level 37. Previously, he was at level 34, and after absorbing the blue-silver Emperor right leg bone, his soul power had risen to level 37. His goal had been achieved. He had asked Qin Ming for a week off, and it was only the second day. He had thought it would take a long time to find the blue-silver Emperor, but unexpectedly, it was resolved today. Returning now would be quite awkward. With nothing to do for the moment, Yi Hao considered traveling around the Duluo continent or perhaps visiting the Spirit Hall. Resolute, Yi Hao exited the cave, looked around, and casually found a large rock to block the entrance, dusted off his hands, and nodded in satisfaction at his handiwork. Then, he transformed into purple light and disappeared from spot. The Spirit Hall is located between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, and the geographical environment is quite decent. After a day and night of flying, Yi Hao finally arrived at the territory of the Spirit Hall. Looking at the tall and majestic city walls and the Pope's Hall standing on the mountain peak not far away, Yi Hao took a deep breath and stepped into the city with heavy footsteps. Was he throwing himself into the net? No, this was called having self-awareness. Visiting the Spirit Hall to understand the customs of the Doluo continent was very important. Arriving at the city gate, he handed his Soul Master's badge to the guard. The guard glanced at it, confirmed Yi Hao was a free Soul Master, and let him in. In recent years, the Spirit Hall had developed rapidly, and the number of free Soul Masters had increased day by day, leading the guard to mistake Yi Hao for a free Soul Master wanting to join the Spirit Hall. This was no problem at all. Although the Spirit City was small in scale, its prosperity was not inferior to that of Heaven Do City. The streets were bustling with people, and Yi Hao observed a thriving scene wherever he looked. Most of those walking on the streets were Soul Masters. According to incomplete statistics, the number of Soul Masters who had joined the Spirit Hall had already accounted for 70% of the continent. What a terrifying number that was. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Soul Masters were the most respected profession on the Doluo continent, playing a much larger role on the battlefield than soldiers. With such a massive number of Soul Masters and dozens of titled Daw, it was not an exaggeration to call the Spirit Hall the #1 power on the Doluo continent. Yi Hao walked alone on the street, feeling strangely that everyone was watching him. Could it be because he was too handsome? Boss, 1 bowl of noodles, please. After walking for a while, Yi Hao arrived at a noodle stall by the street, having not eaten since last night. Your noodles are ready. The server brought a steaming bowl of noodles to Yi Hao, and upon seeing him, froze in place. Can you not follow me? How can I not? Nana, I really can't feel at ease with you out alone. What are you worried about? What danger could I possibly face in the city? And also, don't call me Nana, call me Saintess. All right, Nana. On the bustling street, a man and a woman are walking slowly. The man has a head of fiery red hair. Even his pupils are red, with a strong build, dressed in a red outfit. The woman beside him has short golden hair, and her graceful figure attracts attention as she walks down the street, but people along the way show her great respect, which is the case wherever she goes. Nana, look at that. The man furrows his brows, noticing that there are quite a few people gathered ahead, as if something has happened, blocking their path. The man puffs out his chest, pretending to be confident, and starts pushing the people in front of him aside. The crowd is initially furious, but upon recognizing who has arrived, they lose their boldness and obediently stand aside. What are you doing? What are you doing? The man scolds loudly. Why are you all crowding here? The Saintess is out. Can you take responsibility if you delay her? Realizing the Saintess is coming, the crowd finally disperses, making way for them. Seeing this, the red-haired man is satisfied, but when he spots Yi Hao sitting nearby, slurping noodles, an inexplicable anger rises within him. He steps forward and kicks over Yi Hao's table, causing the noodles that were about to enter his mouth to spill all over the ground. Yi Hao awkwardly holds his chopsticks, his mouth twitching slightly, wondering who he has offended. Is eating noodles now a crime? Gradually, Yi Hao's expression darkens. He hates being disturbed while eating, especially when he is the hungriest. Yi Hao silently stands up, his face grim, and at the moment his gaze meets the red-haired man's, the man visibly flinches and takes a step back. Why you, your holiness? The man steadies himself, carefully examining the person before him, who bears a striking resemblance to the Pope. Even the aura of anger is identical. Not just the red-haired man, but even the golden-haired woman behind him feels the same. She covers her small mouth in surprise, looking at Yi Hao's gloomy expression. thinking he looks too much like her teacher. How can one describe it? It's as if he was carved from the same mold. The more she looks, the more she feels as if her teacher is standing right in front of her. Suddenly, 3 soul rings appear beneath Yihao's feet. A configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple, which truly overturns everyone's understanding. 100 years, 2,000 years? Is this guy even human? Is he one of our Spear Hall members? Why have we never seen him before? Meanwhile, the Death Spider King quietly appears. Chapter 68. A Brush with Fate. Death Spider King. The golden-haired woman instinctively exclaims. In an instant, Yihao completes the possession of the Death Spider King. And he is furious, not giving the red-haired man a chance to react. Yihao quickly flashes behind the man, sweeping his leg to lift him off the ground, then kicking him down, causing the solid floor to crack instantly. Did I provoke you? Yihao's face is dark as he puts pressure down on the man, who screams in pain. It's not that the man is weaker than Yihao, but rather it is Yihao's own aura and his Death Spider King martial soul that are the winning factors against the man. I. The man stutters, looking at Yihao's gloomy face, and an image of the Pope involuntarily appears in his mind, which he cannot shake off. This is the Spirit Hall, and Yihao is a newcomer. He naturally does not want this matter to escalate, so he kicks the man away. Get lost. A sycophant. And in the end, you have nothing. Yihao withdraws from the Death Spider King possession, glancing indifferently at the red-haired man, then finds a vacant spot to sit down, calling the waiter for another bowl. For some reason, the waiter stands frozen in place, motionless, looking quite shocked. At that moment, the golden-haired woman steps forward, giving a signal to the waiter, who understands and finally goes to prepare. Go back, don't embarrass me. The woman glares fiercely at the red-haired man, who dares not speak out in anger, reluctantly leaving, casting a wary glance at Yihao before coldly snorting and walking away. Everyone disperse, the saintess speaks, and the onlookers naturally scatter. The woman looks at Yihao again, realizing that he looks extremely similar to her teacher and shares the same Death Spider King martial soul. Just now, for a fleeting moment, she thought her teacher had personally come, which was shocking. Who are you? Yihao, still slurping his noodles, looks at the suddenly appearing golden-haired woman, puzzled. The woman smiles slightly. I apologize for earlier. It was my lack of discipline. I owe you an apology here. Yihao waves his hand, lowering his head to continue slurping noodles. You don't need to apologize to me. The one who should apologize is him. Yihao then remains silent, feeling quite gloomy. Just try to enjoy a peaceful meal, and suddenly there's a kick. Who can tolerate that? After finishing the last bowl of soup, Yihao feels full. After paying for the noodles, he prepares to leave. What's your name? Suddenly, the woman calls out to Yihao, wanting to inquire about his name. In her eyes, Yihao is undoubtedly a gifted individual. If he could join the Spear Hall, relying on his soul rings and the same Death Spider King martial soul as her teacher, perhaps her teacher would. Yiritian, Yihao Ripley then leaves without looking back. At this moment, Yihao feels extremely frustrated. Even eating doesn't bring him peace, and he feels a strong desire to leave. But upon reflection, he has finally taken a day off to visit the Spirit Hall. How could he not explore a bit? So he quickens his pace, shaking off the golden-haired woman behind him, and heads to a hidden corner to put on a black cloak, walking in the opposite direction. The woman arrives at the alley where Yihao was, but finds it completely empty. Strange? Where did he go? The woman observes for a while, and after confirming that Yi Ri-Tian has left, she reluctantly walks away. Yi Ri-Tian being in Spirit City implies he is already part of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps he has already joined? Immediately, the woman returns to the Spirit Hall to begin investigating this matter. A genius must not be delayed. Yi Ri-Tian. Yi Ri-Tian. In the Spirit Hall's data room, the woman frantically searches for the name Yi Ri-Tian. After a long search, she suddenly slumps to the ground, wiping the sweat from her brow, feeling utterly exhausted. Impossible! How can there be no one named Yi Ri-Tian? Could it be he is a free soul master who just entered the city? The woman sighs in regret, realizing that a talent slipped away right before her eyes. If only her teacher knew that this person possessed the Death Spider King martial soul and that irregular soul ring configuration, and that Yi Ri-Tian looked exactly like her teacher, she believed her teacher would be very interested. Your Highness, the Pope requests your presence. At that moment, a person approaches the woman respectfully. She nods, signaling for him to take her there. The majestic Pope's palace stands atop the holy mountain, bathed in sunlight. appearing so sacred from afar. Under the grand angel statue, in front of the heavy gates, knights dressed in armor and holding steel spears stand tall, exuding a full aura. This is the Pope's palace, a place that countless soul masters dream of and long for. At that moment, the woman slowly approached the door under the guidance of the man. Before she could step inside, the large door quietly opened, and a faint light illuminated the darkness. The woman, calm and composed, took a deep breath and swayed her graceful figure as she walked in. As her eyes adjusted, she saw the grand hall, which covered several hundred square meters, making her appear extremely small within it. She stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the throne above. "Master, you called for me." Suddenly, a flash of purple light swept through the cold hall, and a stunning figure appeared on the throne above. She was dressed in a gold-embroidered robe, wore a crown of purple gold, and held a staff about 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gems. Her fair and delicate skin, along with her beyond-perfect appearance, exuded an air of nobility that moved the woman below, especially the aura of dignity she radiated, which made the woman feel an urge to worship her. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the first person on the continent to solve the problem of twin martial souls, and also the first titled Doluo with twin martial souls apart from Yi Hao and Tang San. "Nana, how is the matter I entrusted to you?" Bibi Dong said calmly, one hand resting on her chin as she closed her eyes to relax. At this moment, her only disciple, Hulaina, slightly froze, her gaze becoming erratic. "Oh no, I forgot what the master instructed me, because of Yi Ri-Tian. That damned Yi Ri-Tian. Don't let me run into you again." Meanwhile, in a certain part of Wuhuan City, Yi Hao sneezed, "Achoo, who is thinking of me?" Bibi Dong slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Hulaina, who was half kneeling. Seeing her precious disciple silent, she thought, okay, she must not have completed the task. "Get up," Bibi Dong said, shaking her head with a wry smile. "Remember to get the task done tomorrow, and don't let it happen again, understood?" Hulaina's face instantly flushed as she stood up slowly. "Master, I have something to report." Chapter 69. Bibi Dong hears Yi Ri-Tian for the first time. Bibi Dong smiled, observing her precious disciple's anxious expression. It seemed that this matter had delayed her. As her teacher, Bibi Dong knew Hulaina very well. Since there was nothing to do today, she decided to hear her disciple's account. "Go ahead. I want to hear what has made you so concerned." Bibi Dong gestured for Hulaina to sit down, and the two sat down for a discussion. Hulaina looked skeptical and mysteriously asked, "Master, are there soul masters on this continent who have cultivated a 1,000-year soul ring for their second soul ring?" Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" "Nothing, just a simple question," Hulaina replied with a smile. Bibi Dong answered seriously, "Yes, but such people are rare. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, a soul master will absorb 9 soul rings in their lifetime, excluding the 10th soul ring for becoming a god. When a soul master reaches the corresponding level, each time they absorb a soul ring, there is an upper limit on the age of the soul rings. If this limit is violated, the dangers faced by the soul master will be immeasurable. As for me, I have twin martial souls, Death Spider Emperor and Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. I only need to absorb 9 soul rings for the first martial soul before the second martial soul can continue to absorb, and the age of the soul rings will not be restricted by the previous limit. Even if I absorb 100,000-year soul ring, it will be very easy for me. Isn't this simple reasoning something I've taught you since you were young? What's wrong? After becoming a saint, have you forgotten all this knowledge?" Bibi Dong teased. Hulaina's face flushed as she shyly replied, "No, what are you talking about? I met someone on the street today. That person was a soul Zune, with a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple, one being 100 years and the other 2 being 1,000 years. As soon as Hulaina finished speaking, Bibi Dong became serious, stroking her smooth chin. 100 years and 2,000 years. How old did that person look? Facing Bibi Dong's question, Hulaina thought for a moment and said, "Definitely younger than me, and he looked very youthful, still a newcomer. I wanted to follow him, but I lost track of him. After I learned his name, I even went to the Spirit Hall's data room to retrieve information, but as expected." Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. "Did you find out?" Hulaina shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. "No." Bibi Dong continued. "With a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple, and being younger than Nana, since there is no information on this person in the data room, he must be a free soul master." "Nana, what is his name?" "Yi Ri-Tian," Hulaina answered truthfully. "Yi Ri-Tian? That name sounds a bit grand, Ri-Tian. Nana, what is his martial soul? Bibi Dong asked again. With such a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple. I'm afraid there isn't a second person in the current soul master world with that. Except for some ancient monsters, like that one in the Elder Hall. I believe that based on this, Yi Ritian's martial soul cannot be too inferior. At this point, Hulaina's face was filled with excitement as she quickly replied, Yi Ritian's martial soul is the same as yours, the Death Spider Emperor. Cough, cough, cough. Bibi Dong was slightly surprised, and her eyes twitched. Death Spider Emperor? Nana, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is it really the Death Spider Emperor? Hulaina nodded firmly, asserting, Master, Yi Ritian's martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor. Really? I was on my way to carry out your task when I left the hall, and Yinsheng followed me. I had no choice but to let him tag along. As we walked, we saw a crowd gathered. I intended to take a detour, but Yinsheng insisted on getting involved. Coincidentally, Yi Ritian was eating noodles at that moment. And then Yinsheng kicked over Yi Ritian's table. And then? Bibi Dong asked eagerly. A young person with the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and such irregular soul rings was undoubtedly a genius. Hulaina continued. Then, Yinsheng got beaten up by Yi Ritian, and he had no means to defend himself, simply being bullied. As soon as she finished speaking, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. Sent a message down to dispatch Yinsheng to the mysterious canyon for a year of training. Until the time is up, he is not allowed to return to the Spirit Hall. After receiving the order, the knight outside immediately ran to convey the command. Poor Yinsheng. In the end, you lost track of him, Bibi Dong said speechlessly. Hulaina blushed and nodded apologetically, feeling embarrassed that a living person disappeared right before her eyes, especially as a saint. At that moment, Hulaina suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Master, it's strange, but the moment I saw Yi Ritian, I couldn't help but think of you. Bibi Dong? Think of me? What do you mean by that? Bibi Dong was puzzled, wondering how it could be related to her. Isn't my offspring. Hulaina stammered, Master, do you believe there are 2 people in this world who look very similar? Bibi Dong. Nana, are you saying that Yi Ritian looks very similar to me? Hulaina nodded decisively, affirming, Master, I'm not lying to you. If you and Yi Ritian stood together, I bet the elders of our Spirit Hall would basically think you two are the same person, as if carved from the same mold. Whether in demeanor or actions, they are simply indistinguishable. Yinsheng was scared stiff because of this, and that is how he ended up being taught a lesson by Yi Ritian. At this point, Bibi Dong began to ponder. This Yi Ritian looks so much like me. This is interesting. Not only that, he also possesses the Death Spider Emperor martial soul. Listening to Nana speak so joyfully, Bibi Dong became very interested in Yi Ritian. Based on the time Nana returned, Yi Ritian must still be in the Spirit Hall. Since he has the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and looks very similar to her, Bibi Dong couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. This is interesting. Nana, issue a command. From now on, the entire Spirit Hall is under martial law. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Make sure Yi Ritian is brought to me intact. Hulaina immediately agreed, and the order was passed down layer by layer, causing the entire Spirit Hall to become extremely busy. Meanwhile, not far outside the Spirit City, Yihao was panting, looking at the closed Spirit City. What happened? He was just wandering around. How could it suddenly be locked down? Could it be that the person he fought was a high-ranking official from the Spirit Hall? Thinking of this, Yihao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly retreated. His life was at stake. Chapter 70. Yihao delivers gifts. Up and down, the Spirit Hall was swept up in a frenzy to find Yi Ritian. They searched for 3 days without finding any trace of him. It was as if Yi Ritian had evaporated from the world. They searched everywhere, but still had no idea where he was. On the 5th day of Yihao's leave, in the city of Tiando, Yihao, dressed in black, lifted his hat, revealing a once youthful face that was now dirty and disheveled. After getting into trouble at the Spirit Hall, Yihao hurriedly returned to Tiando City. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone and the 6-winged purple light wings, he managed to avoid being captured by the Spirit Hall. Speaking of which, that red-haired man was truly despicable. He was just eating some noodles. How did he provoke him? For now, Yihao considered himself safe. With 2 days left, he decided to have some fun in Tiando City before heading back. Having made up his mind, Yihao found a hotel, checked into a room, and started to take a bath. After 3 days and nights without proper rest, he felt exhausted after washing up and lay down on the bed. gradually drifting off to sleep. At the same time, in the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong sat anxiously. It's been 3 days, and we still haven't found Yi Ritian? Below, many titled elders were present, staring at each other. They hadn't even seen Yi Ritian. So how could they know who he was? Teacher, we have searched the Spirit Hall inside and out, but still no sign of Yi Ritian, Hulaina said, stepping forward. Then, as if possessed, she added, Teacher, perhaps Yi Ritian has already left the Spirit Hall. Left? Bibi Dong gradually calmed down and began to think. How'd you search? One of the elders stepped forward and said, Your Holiness, I had my subordinates shout a few times on the street. Shout? What did you shout? Hulaina asked. The elder cleared his throat, pretending to shout, Yi Ritian, you are surrounded. Come out quickly. Bibi Dong. Hulaina, who told you to shout like that? Hulaina said speechlessly. The elder scratched his head, confused. Wasn't it your Holiness who ordered us to capture Yi Ritian? Besides, we haven't seen Yi Ritian. We can't just go up to people and ask, Are you Yi Ritian? Are you Yi Ritian? Even if we asked until tomorrow morning, I doubt anyone would admit to being Yi Ritian. So you just did it this way? Bibi Dong's gaze grew colder, and the atmosphere in the hall became extremely oppressive. A group of incompetent fools. You can all leave now. Bibi Dong waved her hand. She no longer wanted to see these people. A chance to catch a young man with the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and such a stunning spirit ring configuration had slipped through her fingers right under her nose. What a pity. At night, the dark dusk enveloped the entire Tiando city. The streets were filled with bright lights and bustling activity. The city was thriving. Tiando City truly deserved to be one of the 2 imperial capitals of the continent, showing a stark contrast to the Soto city where Yi Hao had initially stayed. In the hotel, Yi Hao slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually coming into focus. He looked at the exquisitely decorated ceiling and lay on the large bed, contemplating life. Almost forgot. Yi Hao slapped his forehead and hurried to the windowsill, grabbing the only flower pot by the window. He pulled out the flower with its roots and then took out a burlap sack from his soul guide ring. It had been 5 days. He wondered if the blue-silver emperor had withered. Yi Hao nervously took the blue-silver emperor out of the sack. It was a blue-golden color, with golden veins spreading across its branches and leaves, exuding a tranquil beauty in the night, and the faint golden glow added a mysterious charm to the darkness. Then, Yi Hao carefully planted the blue-silver emperor in the flower pot. He was meticulous throughout the entire process. After all, this was the only blue-silver emperor on the continent, and he couldn't let it be wasted. Although the blue-silver emperor had spent 5 days in Yi Hao's burlap sack, it still thrived. However, upon noticing Yi Hao, its leaves began to droop, looking quite wilted. No way, Yi Hao complained silently, then stored it back in the soul guide ring. Keeping the blue-silver emperor on him was always a risk. Tang Ritian would not let it go easily. Before Tang Ritian noticed, Yi Hao had to send it to a very mysterious and unpredictable place. Unknowingly, Yi Hao's gaze landed on the Tiando Palace. Got it. Having made up his mind, Yi Hao packed his things and prepared to leave. He put on a hat he had prepared in advance, donned a black trench coat, and disguised himself thoroughly. Yi Hao walked alone on the bustling streets, where people came and went, and the streets were lively on both sides. The process of escaping the Spirit Hall had been too chaotic. Yi Hao had run for 3 days and nights before hurriedly returning to Tiando City. Initially, he had hoped to see her, but unexpectedly, a sudden shout of Yi Ritian, "Come out quickly, we have seen you," made him lose control and rush out before the city gates closed. The first thought that crossed his mind was that red-haired man, who must have been the one to tip them off. Goodness, the Pope hadn't even seen him, and he was already on the Spirit Hall's blacklist. Yi Hao was feeling quite depressed at the moment. Before he knew it, Yi Hao arrived at the entrance of the Tiando Palace. The towering city walls blocked his path, and the soldiers guarding the gate surrounded him. For this stranger dressed in black robes and a hat, their first thought was assassin. Yi Hao remained calm, looking at the steel spear aimed at his throat, feeling its coldness, under the solemn gazes of the surrounding soldiers. Yi Hao took out the token that Xue Qinghe had prepared in advance. The golden token with the character Xue was like seeing the prince himself. The soldiers instinctively retracted their long spears, changing their attitude to one of respect. "We didn't know it was your highness's esteemed guest. We apologize for the earlier offense. Please don't hold it against us." Yi Hao nodded slightly and said coolly, "Please go notify someone. Just say that Hao Di is here with a gift for Brother Xue." Brother Xue? This title made the surrounding soldiers shiver. It seemed that the person who could address the crown prince in such a manner had an extremely close relationship with him. Fortunately, there was no prior offense otherwise. Chapter 71. Offering grass to present 1,000. At this moment, it was nearing midnight in the palace. Qian Renxue took off her disguise and prepared to rest. After a whole day of activity, she was physically and mentally exhausted. At her age, regular rest was necessary for women. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared outside the door and knocked softly. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Qian Renxue's expression was displeased. It was late at night, so it must be something serious. She irritably rubbed her beautiful golden long hair and leaned half against the bed in her lace-trimmed pajamas. Yihao wishes to see you. The shadow simply said, That annoying little brother? You want to see me? Qian Renxue hesitated for a moment. Recalling that her annoying little brother had gone to the Doluo continent for travel, it had only been a few days. Is he back so soon? Let him in. Qian Renxue contemplated, then added, No, let him wait for me outside. After receiving the order, the shadow quietly retreated. After a while, Xue Qinghe walked out of the room. At this point, he had completed his disguise and had once again become the crown prince, Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe stretched lazily, his sparse eyes half closed, and reluctantly walked toward the palace gate. Is Yihao not sleeping at this hour? This annoying little brother seems to be in good spirits. I wonder what he wants to see me about. The Tiando Imperial Palace covered a vast area, with pavilions and towers appearing endlessly and exquisitely decorated palaces everywhere. At the city gate, Yihao was aimlessly pacing in place, occasionally glancing at the tightly closed city gate. It had been so long. Why hadn't Xue Qinghe come out yet? It was understandable. Girls take a long time to get ready. Yihao had experienced this deeply in his past life. Never disturb a girl who is putting on makeup. The consequences. At this point, Yihao couldn't help but shiver. Creak. The heavy city gate slowly swung open. Yihao looked closely and saw a figure that appeared extremely slender. The bright moonlight cast a hazy feeling, and Xue Qinghe walked out from the night. The two locked eyes and, without agreement, simultaneously displayed professional smiles. Brother Xue, I am here at midnight to seek you out. Must be disturbing your rest. Please don't mind. Yihao cupped his hands and smiled apologetically. Xue Qinghe smiled and shook his head, saying, No need for that. We are brothers. It would be too formal to say such things. I didn't realize you came to the palace at night to seek me. What is the matter? Seeing this, Yihao didn't make too much of fuss. He took a potted plant from his soul guide ring, deliberately avoiding the prying eyes of the soldiers at the city gate, and handed the pot containing the blue silver emperor to Xue Qinghe from behind. Xue Qinghe, you come looking for me in the middle of the night for a potted plant? Are you joking? However, as Xue Qinghe looked closely, his pupils suddenly constricted. No, this plant. Yihao grinned and pretended to be mysterious, saying, Brother Xue, I went to Soto City for training and separated from Teacher Qin and the others on the way back. This blue silver grass was found by me on the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, not far from Naughty City. Seeing it grow beautifully, and its noble aura clearly resonates with you, I decided to gift it to you as a testament to our friendship. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into a joyful smile as he looked at the blue silver grass in the pot, already formulating a plan in his heart. Thank you, Brother Yi. This gift is truly too heavy. I don't know how to accept it. Yihao was unconcerned and laughed, saying, Brother Xue, there is no need to be modest. Between brothers, saying such things would make it seem distant, wouldn't it? Xue Qinghe smiled lightly, and the moment he took the blue silver grass from Yihao's hands, his gaze was always fixed on the plant, revealing a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. The blue silver grass seemed to sense this, and its originally drooping leaves became even more wilted, withering at a visibly fast rate, looking as if it were about to die. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly, then held the pot with the blue silver grass close to his chest like a treasured possession. The night was deep, and the palace regulations did not allow outsiders to enter. Brother Hao, your gift has been accepted. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to a place and whatever you want, I will prepare for you. Yihao was worried about where to go tomorrow. He couldn't just return to the Tiando Royal Academy, right? That would be a waste of time, now that the blue silver emperor had made its move. Tang Ritian wouldn't even think that I had given the blue silver emperor to Xue Qinghe. This way, the suspicions against me would naturally dissipate. Then I will wait and see, Brother Xue. See you tomorrow. The two brothers waved goodbye and returned separately. In the palace, Xue Qinghe walked quickly, holding the blue-silver emperor, his gaze occasionally falling below. Brother, how truly is my lucky star. By happenstance, I obtained this item, which is equivalent to having an extra card in hand, a trump card that determines the situation. Earlier, Xue Qinghe was unaware of what this item was. In his impression, it seemed that no blue-silver grass looked like this. However, the hidden man at the city gate had informed Xue Qinghe through soul power. This item is the true body of the blue-silver emperor. The previous pope, Qian Xuanji, sought this item. In other words, this item is the essence transformed from the death of the blue-silver emperor and is also Tang Hao's wife. Xue Qinghe pushed the door open and closed it tightly. He placed the blue-silver emperor on the windowsill and specially sprinkled a cup of water on it, carefully wiping every corner of the blue-silver emperor. Xue Qinghe had his own calculations in mind. Brothers? Perhaps. Xue Qinghe felt a warmth in his heart, recalling Yi Hao's words before he left. His feelings toward this annoying little brother, who possessed the Death Spider Emperor and Soul Devouring Spider Emperor martial spirits, softened slightly. As the sun rose and set, the morning sunlight bathed Tiando City, and the splendid palaces shimmered with golden light. In the Crown Prince's room, Xue Qinghe had nothing to do today. He had promised Yi Hao last night that he would prepare a gift for him today. Yi Hao's blue-silver emperor came at just the right time, bringing unexpected joy to Xue Qinghe. Dressed in a golden robe and a lace-trimmed nightgown, Qian Rinxue lazily stretched, facing the morning glow. She slowly got up, went to the dressing table, picked up a comb, and combed her golden, silky long hair. Looking at her beautiful reflection in the mirror, Qian Rinxue smiled. In the next moment, she turned into Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe went to the windowsill to sprinkle a cup of clean water on the blue-silver emperor at a fixed time, taking care of it meticulously. The blue-silver emperor remained motionless, like a lifeless object, allowing Xue Qinghe to rub it. Take good care of this blue-silver emperor. No one is allowed to enter my room. After saying that, the organized Xue Qinghe left. In the next second, a shadow quietly appeared, glanced at the blue-silver emperor on the balcony, and then quietly stood guard there, knowing the importance of this blue-silver emperor. Chapter 72. Brothers are like this. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Yi. No, Brother Xue, please. An exquisite carriage slowly stopped at the inn where Yi Hao was staying. In front of everyone, Yi Hao boarded the carriage, and Xue Qinghe waved his hand. The soldiers drove the carriage away. Inside the carriage, Yi Hao sat casually, eating the fruits and preserves on the table, occasionally looking at the scenery outside, truly enjoying life. Throughout, Xue Qinghe maintained a gentle and refined smile. Watching Yi Hao eat heartily, and couldn't he help but chuckle in his heart, thinking that he really was a child who never grew up. Where have you been these past few days, Brother Yi? Xue Qinghe picked up a teacup and took a small sip. Yi Hao was eating grapes and drinking fruit wine. Laughing as he said, I went to the spirit hall for a stroll and unexpectedly got into trouble. Trouble? Xue Qinghe was slightly taken aback. What trouble did you get into? Yi Hao went to the spirit hall? It's quite unusual to come back unscathed after causing trouble. Yi Hao continued. I had a dispute with someone in the spirit city, and then we ended up fighting. Shortly after, I was wanted throughout the entire city. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Xue Qinghe shook his head with a wry smile. You must have used your spirit during the dispute, the Death Spider Emperor's spirit. No one else on Deathweaver continent possesses it except for her. She already knew about Yi Hao's situation. She was well aware of Xue Qinghe's character. It was typical for her to go to great lengths to recruit a genius. Unfortunately, Yi Hao was quick on his feet. Otherwise, Xue Qinghe wouldn't have seen him today. Big Brother Xue, where are we going? Yi Hao looked out at the scenery, which was exceptionally prosperous, a gathering place for the wealthy in Tiando City. The streets were filled with various shops, gold and jade stores lined up side by side, and there were many selling hunting tools for spirit beasts and merchant gathering places. As one of the two major capitals of the continent, its scale was undoubtedly unprecedented, with merchants coming and going in droves. Don't worry, little brother Yi. We'll be there soon. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly. What do you think of the spirit hall? The spirit hall? Why was she suddenly asking this? Yi Hao paused his actions and became serious. To be honest, Xue Qinghe held her breath, unsure of Yi Hao's attitude for a moment. The spirit hall is okay. As soon as these words were spoken, Xue Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the turmoil in Spirit City would have some impact on Yi Hao. The spirit hall treated you like this, and you still think it's okay? Xue Qinghe questioned. Yi Hao sized up Xue Qinghe and said, "Sister, are you just asking me to express my stance? When your plans for the future start to be executed, I need to stand in the right position." The Death Spider Emperor's spirit held significant meaning. The Spirit Hall awakens spirits for the common people, and I personally have greatly benefited from it. Therefore, I think the Spirit Hall is good. That's all. That's good, that's good. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and the soldier crouched down to serve as a step. Xueqing has stepped down from the carriage on the soldier's back, and Yi Hao jumped down, looking around the spacious surroundings. The white circular building in front of him caught Yi Hao's attention. This is the Tiando Grand Auction House, where countless rare treasures are found. If you see something good later, just say so. Big Brother will definitely bid for you, Xueqing has said confidently. Yi Hao gifted the Blue-Silver Emperor to Xueqing, who naturally wanted to show her appreciation. Every treasure in the palace had its limits, and even as the crown prince, he couldn't move any of them. Naturally, the Tiando Grand Auction House became a place that Xueqing favored, filled with treasures that were often more valuable than those in the palace. The only downside was that the prices in the Tiando Grand Auction House were high, and only those with more than 10,000 gold soul coins could enter. Yi Hao naturally knew this place. There were many treasures inside, but he wasn't the type to be blinded by money, and ordinary treasures didn't catch his eye. Xueqing specially gave Yi Hao a mask. Those participating in the auction must wear a mask to enter, to prevent being targeted by those with ulterior motives once they left. After all, cases of killing for treasure were not uncommon. Xueqing led Yi Hao in through the main entrance, and there were no significant obstacles along the way. Once inside, the auction house did not have extravagant decorations. The floor was white marble, and the surrounding walls displayed various famous paintings, as well as many ancient armors, and there were also porcelain items displayed in transparent cabinets, resembling a museum from a past life. "Do you see anything you like?" Xueqing asked as she aimlessly walked, her gaze on Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked around and then glanced at the auction list in his hand. He realized that there was nothing he liked. The auction items were undoubtedly spirit-guided devices. Ancient flower porcelain, famous paintings, and so on. He already had spirit-guided devices, and as for the others, flower porcelain and famous paintings couldn't be eaten. He heard that the Tiando Grand Auction House had once sold soul bones, but items like soul bones were always highly sought after. Once they appeared, wouldn't there be a bloodbath? Recalling the external attached soul bone, the 8 spider lance in his soul guide ring, he thought it was better to avoid that. Soul bones were precious, especially external attached ones. If news leaked that there were external attached soul bones at the Tiando Grand Auction House, the major powers of the entire Tiando city would flock there the next day. Yi Hao shook his head, thinking to himself that he might find something he liked later. The young women at the auction house had undergone special training and appeared dignified. Under her guidance, the two arrived at the central area of the auction house. The auction house resembled a hall from his past life, looking quite large. In the center was a circular platform used for displaying auction items. At that moment, the auction had already begun, and several items had already been sold at various prices. 150,000 gold soul coins for the first time. 150,000 gold soul coins for the second time. 150,000 gold soul coins for the third time. Ding! The auctioneer struck the gold hammer, sealing the deal. The seating was also divided into different classes, with 5 layers of seats closest to the podium. The first 3 rows were red, followed by black, purple, yellow, and white. The 5 seats corresponded to the economic strength of the bidders. Only those with millions and those of extraordinary status were qualified to sit in the front red seats. Xueqing's expression was calm as he glanced at a few people sitting in the red seats below. As expected, there were indeed a few he recognized. This time, Xueqing did not want to attract too much attention, so he leaned on the railing and watched the upcoming auction items with Yi Hao. Subconsciously, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Xueqing's whole body jolted, and just as he was about to get angry, he turned around to find it was Yi Hao who had his arm around him. That's what brothers are for. Yi Hao Grinnet. Chapter 73. Teacher Xueqing felt uncomfortable all over, but he couldn't show it. Suddenly being hugged by a man left his heart in disarray, a feeling he had never experienced before. 190,000 gold soul coins for the first time. 190,000 gold soul coins for the second time. Sold, sold, sold. Numerous auction items were sold one after another, and Yi Hao and Xueqing found a seat. Little brother Yi, haven't you found anything you like yet? Xueqing rested his chin on his hand, looking drowsy. Yihao glanced at a set of armor from 100 years ago that was about to be auctioned off and felt utterly exhausted. What did it matter to him whether he bought this? Big brother Shui, did you bring me to the wrong place? To be honest, it's not that I don't like the things here. It's just that they aren't very useful to me. Take this set of armor from 100 years ago, for example. What can I do with it when I return to the academy? I wouldn't even want to display it at home. Shui Qinghe hesitated to speak, but quickly realized that many items about to be auctioned were not that important for spirit masters, for wealthy collectors. They were undoubtedly just adding to their collection. It seemed like it was his fault. Just as the two were about to leave, they heard a familiar voice. Qinghe? Shui Qinghe stopped in his tracks, having heard an incredibly familiar voice. Turning around, he saw two people standing in front of Yihao and Shui Qinghe. The area was filled with steam, and a small hot spring was situated in front of them, currently divided into two parts. For the milky white and red. It is amazing how the hot spring water is clearly defined on both sides, complementing and encroaching upon each other's space. The steaming water vapor arises from the locations of the two hot springs, continuously rising until it fills the entire valley. Ice and fire duality I. Grandpa. Du Guyan rushed over. On a lonely cliff, an old man dressed in a green robe with a pair of dark green eyes sat cross-legged, his body very upright. Even his hair was dark green. The old man radiated a dark green light, drawing in and absorbing energy, reaching a crucial step at this moment. Du Guyan stopped, wanting to say something but hesitating. After a long while, the old man's breath gradually calmed, and he opened his cold eyes, slowly rising to look down at the dark green light orb released from his right hand. Why hasn't he broken through yet? Could it be that? Grandpa? The old man shuddered, turning to look, his gaze gradually softening, and a hint of a comforting smile appeared on his cold and rigid face. Yin Yin, didn't you go traveling on the continent? It's only been a month. Why are you back? Du Guyan pouted, glancing at the old man, and said unhappily, Grandpa, I just arrived. Could it be that with your title Doloa strength, you still can't sense my presence? The old man was taken aback. Cough, cough, cough. The old man suddenly beamed with joy. But let's not talk about that for now. Where did my precious granddaughter go for a month? Did you encounter anything fun? Tell me, so I can be happy with you. At this point, Du Guyan sighed, sitting alone on the cliff, resting her chin on her hand, silently contemplating life. Seeing his granddaughter in this state, it was clear she had something on her mind. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Is it that brat Yu Tianheng? Damn it. Not only did he take my granddaughter away, but he also bullied you. Just wait, I'll go to the Tiando Royal Academy and break his legs for you. The old man was furious, his cold aura causing the temperature in the area to drop sharply, and the long dark green snake behind him looked terrifying, suffocating. Quickly, Du Guyan hurriedly said, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Tianheng treats me very well. He didn't bully me. Do you know why I'm angry? The old man leaned in, excitedly asking, Tell me. Du Guyan held up 2 fingers in a peace gesture. 2 things. The old man listened calmly. First, Du Guyan continued, Grandpa, do you still remember the Yihao I mentioned before? The old man pondered for a moment, then said, Of course I remember. Didn't you find me an heir before? What, is this kid ungrateful? Du Guyan showed a helpless expression, sighing. I have mentioned this matter to Xiaohao several times, but he seems indifferent to it. I thought I would let Grandpa take a look when I returned, but he slipped away in the middle of the night without saying goodbye, and even asked Teacher Qin for a 7-day leave. Isn't that infuriating? Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly, looking amused. That brat. He can't even be intimidated by my title, Doa reputation. It is his honor to be my disciple, yet he's getting cocky. The poisoned Doa pointed to the heavens, then clenched his fist, indicating that capturing this kid was a certainty. He doesn't think highly of me, huh? This time, I will personally intervene, and this kid won't be able to escape Grandpa's grasp. Poison Doa the Bo, Du Guyan's grandfather, is known across the continent for his poison, with the unparalleled by phosphorus snake emperor's poison. And what about the second thing? Du Gubo continued to ask. Du Guyan looked up at the sky and sighed. Grandpa, is our by phosphorus snake poison invincible in the world? Du Gubo was taken aback. Why are you suddenly asking this? Recently, during a group soul battle in Soto City, we encountered a team called the Shrek 7 Monsters. This team had 4 soul lords and 3 great soul masters. In the following month of group soul battles, they managed to continuously win, setting a record for consecutive victories in the Soto Great Soul Arena, and we were the ones who ended their winning streak. After Du Guyan finished, Du Gubo puzzledly asked, You won the soul battle. Why aren't you happy? Why the sigh? Duguyan rolled her eyes. What is most infuriating is this. One of the soul masters called Thousand Hands Azura, his real name is Tang San, actually broke my, by, phosphorus snake poison. Upon mentioning this, a trace of killing intent flashed in Dugabo's eyes. His granddaughter's by phosphorus snake poison was actually broken, which is a bad omen. Basically, every soul master on the continent has their own trump card. For Dugabo, his trump card is the by phosphorus snake emperor's poison. Although Duguyan's by phosphorus snake poison is still somewhat immature, it should not be underestimated. It could still lead to complete annihilation. But now, since the by phosphorus snake poison was broken, it was equivalent to Dugabo losing a life-saving item. It felt as if he had lost his life. And this person must not be spared. Chapter 74. The Mysterious Stone Teacher. Why are you here? At the Tindo Grand Auction House, Xueqinghe was slightly surprised. Yihao's mind was racing. Xueqinghe's teacher was none other than Ning Rongrong's father, the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the old fox Ning Fengji. Standing before him was a man dressed in a light-colored robe, holding a silver cane planted in the ground, exuding a warm and elegant aura that made it hard not to feel a sense of familiarity. Beside Ning Fengji stood a white-haired man in a similar robe, an extraordinary figure with eyes like sharp swords that could pierce through anyone at a glance, standing like a sword beside Ning Fengji. His gaze unconsciously drifted to Yihao, who stood next to Xueqinghe. To stand shoulder to shoulder with Xueqinghe, this young man, no, something felt wrong. The white-haired man furrowed his brow slightly. Looking at Yihao, he couldn't help but be entranced. His eyes were strikingly similar to someone, a woman. Moreover, the old fox Ning Fengji naturally observed this as well. For someone to accompany the crown prince Xueqinghe here, this person was certainly not simple. Furthermore, as Xueqinghe's teacher, he knew Xueqinghe very well. In a place like this, driven by fame and profit, Xueqinghe wouldn't even look at it and wouldn't come here. Moreover, with Xueqinghe's position as the crown prince, if his subordinates found out he privately came here, it would definitely stir up trouble for the next day's court assembly. Therefore, with Xueqinghe's status and identity, he could sit in the most honorable front row seat, but he chose to sit in the outer circle to avoid unnecessary trouble. But who would have thought he would actually come here? Xueqinghe smiled wryly. Teacher, long time no see. Let me introduce you. This is my younger brother, Yihao. Xiao Hao, let me introduce you. This is my teacher Ning Fengji, also the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and this is the elder of the school. Known for his prowess in attack, Sword Doloa. As expected, Yihao guessed correctly. Yihao smiled slightly. Hello, Sect Master Ning, Sword Doloa. My name is Yihao, and I am a student of the Tindo Royal Academy. Tindo Royal Academy, Yi. Ning Fengji slapped his forehead, gradually getting a preliminary impression of the name Yi. I remember now. I heard recently that a genius student came to the Tindo Royal Academy. It must be you, the one with the second ring of 1,000 years. Yihao smiled wryly and waved his hand. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for the compliment. I dare not call myself a genius. Besides, Brother Xue is here at the Grand Auction House to choose a gift for me. As for the other, gifts? Ning Fengji was slightly taken aback. Xueqinghe glanced at Yihao and thought, stinky little brother, it seems I didn't spoil you for nothing. Recently, Xiao Hao gifted me something, and, as the older brother, I naturally had to show my appreciation. Ning Fengji understood this immediately. As the prince's teacher, today's matter could be significant or trivial. Did you find anything you like? If you see something that catches your eye, feel free to speak up. If nothing here suits you, Qinghe, you can bring Yihao to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. We can talk more there. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is wealthy, benefiting from the excellent treasure hunting capabilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. They're even richer than the royal family. Xueqinghe smiled and said, no need to trouble the teacher. Today, Hao and I came here for nothing. Teacher, Sir Sword Doloa, we will take our leave now. Hearing this, Ning Fengji and Sword Doloa nodded. Just as Xueqinghe was about to leave with Yihao, suddenly, Yihao paused and stood still. Xueqinghe turned around and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Yihao shook his head, feeling that if he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He quickly turned and ran to the railing, standing beside Ning Fengji and Sword Doloa. Under their puzzled gazes, a square object wrapped in red cloth was brought up to the auction stage by a hostess. Xueqinghe was half convinced as everyone watched. The host held a golden hammer and, with a loud bang, struck down, unveiling the red cloth. There lay a small, square object, quietly resting on the auction stage. Wrapped in thick stone skin, looking aged and weathered. It had some carvings on it, indicating it was from an unknown era. This item was an unexpected find by our team in the forest. We studied it for several days, and despite sifting through all available information, we have never identified its true nature. Thus, we conclude that it is a decorative piece from a building 100 years or even 1,000 years ago. Therefore, we will start the bidding at 1,000 gold soul coins. The auction begins now. 1,100 gold soul coins. One person raised card. 1,300 gold soul coins. Another person raised card. 1,500 gold soul coins. 2,000 gold soul coins. 4,000 gold soul coins. 5,000, 7,000. Many people continued to bid, the price rising from 1,000 gold soul coins to 15,000 gold soul coins. Is this what they call hunger marketing? The big auction house probably makes more money than the Great Soul Arena. 20,000 gold soul coins. This was Yihao's first bid. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe frowned, glancing at the square stone lying quietly on the table. It looked like an ordinary stone. Although it was ancient and had some collectible value, it was not worth this price. On the other side, Ning Fengji and Sword de Luo exchanged glances, bewildered by Yihao's actions. With Ning Fengji's experienced eye, this was just an ordinary stone, merely old. The atmosphere in the auction house was such that it created hunger marketing, making bidders compete with each other, with the highest bidder winning. This was to flaunt their status and feed their vanity. Clearly, Yihao, being a newcomer, was falling for it. The bidders around couldn't help but laugh. The young man was simply too naive. For a moment, the atmosphere became eerily quiet, the sound of a falling silver needle faintly heard. Seeing this, the host stopped wasting time. A plain-looking stone was sold for 20,000 gold soul coins, undoubtedly a huge gain. After all, every person present at the auction was a cunning fox. 20,000 gold soul coins once. 20,000 gold soul coins twice. After saying this, the host looked around suspiciously, hoping for another unsuspecting fool to appear. Seeing no one respond, the host gritted his teeth. 20,000 gold soul coins 3 times. Clap. Sold. You can guess the importance of this stone. Friendly reminder. It eventually becomes a major trump card for the protagonist. Chapter 75. Sister. I have money when the host's golden hammer fell. Everything settled. Yihao obtained the purchasing rights for the unremarkable stone and only needed to pay 20,000 gold soul coins backstage. After that, the stone would belong to Yihao. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. When they turned to see who the unfortunate person was, their expressions suddenly froze. They saw Ning Fengji, the head of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Sword de Luo, and another person, the crown prince. At this moment, Shui Qinghe had already removed his mask, looking down calmly with an expression as calm as water. Soon, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Shui Qinghe's mouth as he turned and left with a few others. You were too reckless this time, Shui Qinghe said as they walked. Yihao, unfazed, smiled and said, Brother Shui, I feel like I made a profit from this deal. Trust me, that stone is really not simple. Shui Qinghe could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Everything had been settled. The price was already bid. Only the payment was pending. Though 20,000 gold soul coins was a considerable sum, it couldn't compare to the true value of Yihao's blue silver emperor. It was worth more than money could measure. The two entered the backstage, where the staff had been waiting for a long time. Not only the staff, but also the small square stone, less than 5 centimeters in size, lay on a red tray. Shui Qinghe focused on it and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn it, 20,000 gold soul coins for this piece of junk. What a loss. Due to his prior promise to Yihao, he had to bid on anything. Reluctantly, Shui Qinghe took out his gold card. After exiting the Great Do Soul auction house, they bid farewell to Ning Fengji and Sword de Luo, and the carriage carrying Yihao and Shui Qinghe drove away. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, Ning Fengji couldn't help but feel emotional. Sword Uncle, what do you think of that young man? Sword de Luo replied nonchalantly. A soul master with a second ring for 1,000 years, and he looks so young. He will undoubtedly be a prodigy in the future. However, he lacks experience. That stone is worth, at most, a copper soul coin. Although it has weathered 100 years, it is worth only that much. Perhaps the brick we stand on is worth more than that broken stone. Hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled bitterly. All right, Sword Uncle, that's enough. He's still just a child. However, Ning Fengji suddenly became serious and pondered I always feel that the child looks like someone. Fengji, did you notice too? It can't be right. They both said in unison. On the spacious street, a carriage sped away. Inside, Xue Qinghe rested his chin on his hand, watching Yi Hao play with the stone. He couldn't help but think of himself as a big fool, spending 20,000 gold soul coins on a worthless stone. Earlier, Xue Qinghe had even taken the stone from Yi Hao's hands to examine it for a while. Just as the host had said, the stone indeed had some patterns that ordinary people couldn't understand, but after careful consideration, Xue Qinghe concluded that it was just a very ordinary stone. Too ordinary to be true. Brother Xue, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Yi Hao asked innocently. Xue Qinghe replied, I'm sorry for making you spend money today. Yi Hao quietly said, aware of the value of those 20,000 gold soul coins, but his intuition told him that the stone was indeed not simple. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly and affectionately ruffled Yi Hao's hair. It's okay, 20,000 gold soul coins is just a small amount for me. Remember, in the future, try to buy less of these things. If you see something you like next time, discuss it with me. Whatever you want, Big Brother will buy it for you. Yi Hao felt a warmth in his heart. Big Brother, you're so nice. No need for that. I have money. I can't keep letting you spend on me. That would be quite embarrassing. Xue Qinghe was slightly taken aback. This brother really thought of her in every way. Although you have the Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor Martial Souls, I really hope you're my brother. Next time, Big Brother Xue won't need help. I have money. Xue Qinghe teased, it's nothing, just a little money. Besides, what can a little kid like you have? In an instant, Xue Qinghe was stunned because he saw Yi Hao take out a stack of gold cards from his soul guide ring, one of which was worth about 500,000 gold soul coins, while the others were all sizable, around 100,000 to 200,000, with the least being 50,000. Where did you get so much money? Xue Qinghe was speechless. Yi Hao scratched his head and smiled shyly. I earned it at the Soto Great Soul Arena earlier. During that time, I made quite a bit of money through betting. Look, these are all my spoils. Big Brother Xue, if you ever need money, just tell me. I will definitely be generous. Oh no. Xue Qinghe shook his head vigorously, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. I hope that day never comes, huh? At this moment, Xue Qinghe truly wished Yi Hao was his own brother. Then he could lay it all out. I am your sister. Hand over the money. Yi Hao, why should I? Qianren Xue. What does a little kid need so much money for? You can pay me back when you get married. Before he knew it, the carriage slowly stopped, and they had arrived at the inn where Yi Hao was staying. Xue Qinghe had been out for a while, and it was time to go back. Goodbye, Big Brother Xue. Next time it's my treat. Yi Hao waved to bid farewell to Xue Qinghe. Inside the carriage, Xue Qinghe rolled his eyes and then shook his head with a wry smile. What a loss. I really lost a lot today. After seeing Xue Qinghe's carriage leave, Yi Hao returned to his hotel room. Upon entering, he began to pack his things. Today was the 7th day of his holiday, and he had to return to the Tiando Royal Academy before sunset tonight. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Qin Ming. If he wanted to ask for leave in the future, the chances of Qin Ming refusing would be significantly higher. Once everything was packed, Yi Hao sat on the bed and took out the square stone worth 20,000 gold soul coins from his pocket. His gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on the stone. The stone had edges and corners, with 6 smooth, flat faces, and strange patterns carved on top that Yi Hao couldn't understand. It looked like some sort of writing, as if it was expressing something. Yi Hao was not a scholar and couldn't decipher it. Could it be that he really misjudged it? He started to doubt himself. Out of boredom, he unconsciously tossed the stone into the air. Suddenly, the stone began to spin in midair and then fell straight down. Ouch! The stone hit Yi Hao squarely on the head. As its edge scraped against his forehead, blood splattered onto the stone, and at that moment, it changed. Chapter 76. Heart of the Reaper under Yi Hao's gaze. The stone suddenly flew into the air, radiating a dark purple light, appearing quite eerie. No way. Yi Hao was filled with emotion. Next, the outer layer of the square stone began to peel away, revealing its original form. What appeared before Yi Hao's eyes was a purple square object, floating in midair. Its light had not diminished, but was instead growing brighter. Even though it was daytime, the entire room felt like night, and the purple light surged even more. In the next second, the stone came crashing down towards Yi Hao. Before he could react, it quickly sank into his brow, and Yi Hao felt a heaviness in his head before fainting. During Yi Hao's unconsciousness, many new things suddenly appeared in his mind, and he was slowly absorbing them. Finally, I've waited for you. A figure dressed in black, completely shrouded, quietly appeared, its scarlet eyes glancing at the unconscious Yi Hao before its form began to gradually dissipate. Ha ha ha! As dusk approached, the last rays of the setting sun spread across the entire Tiando city. People returned home one after another. Wisps of smoke began to rise, and the air was filled with a faint aroma of food. Perhaps due to being hungry, Yi Hao groggily got up from the bed, looked at the spotless room, and scratched his head hard, puzzled by the new things in his mind. Heart of the Reaper? Yi Hao stammered. This was how he casually referred to that mysterious square in his impression. Upon careful inspection, he noticed something new on his brow. He hurried to the mirror to check. To his surprise, there was a mark on his brow, a purple square imprint that looked quite enchanting, combined with Yi Hao's extraordinary appearance. He even looked a bit more handsome than before. From the memories Yi Hao accessed, he discovered that this stone was originally a soul guide. Yi Hao lightly touched his brow, and the purple square object appeared again, its size increasing to about 10 centimeters, radiating purple light that was exceptionally dazzling. The Heart of the Reaper spun in Yi Hao's palm. This was not an ordinary soul guide. The Heart of the Reaper also came with 4 skills. The first was Death Stare, which could freeze the enemy in place for 5 seconds. Within those 5 seconds, the enemy could not move at all, while Tidal Deloa could be frozen for 3 seconds. The second was Abyss Binding, which could draw the opponent in, rendering them unable to break free, potentially imprisoning them forever. This could only be used on one person at a time, and Soul Beast could also be affected, but only one, and it had to be within the range of a 100,000-year Soul Beast. The third was Dark Veil, which concealed one's own aura, preventing the opponent from detecting anything. The fourth was Reaper's Descent, a single target attack skill, but it needed to be used with a certain weapon. However, it did not specify what weapon. How is this thing so similar to the Tiando royal family's Hanhai Qinquan shield? It's almost identical. Yi Hao couldn't help but express his doubts. It can't be possible. No way. The Hanhai Qinquan shield is closely related to the sea god and his Heart of the Reaper. After thinking for a moment, Yi Hao shook his head vigorously. The divine position is not something that comes easily. As the saying goes, one radish, one hole. He must be overthinking it. The Heart of the Reaper, worth 20,000 gold soul coins, was indeed a huge profit. Sister Qian even said I lost. It was you who misjudged. Yi Hao returned the Heart of the Reaper to his brow, and at the moment it sank in, the purple square imprint reappeared on Yi Hao's forehead. Seeing this, Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction. From now on, he had one more trump card. After thinking for a moment, he wondered if he had overlooked anything. When Yi Hao noticed that it was already dark outside, his expression suddenly turned serious. Oh no! 7 nights ago, before leaving, Teacher Qin stipulated that at dusk, I must arrive at the Tiando Royal Academy and stand before him openly. It seems that this is no longer a possible plan. For now, Yi Hao can only pin his hopes on the 6-winged purple light wings. However, there are rules in Heavendo City. Soul Masters are not allowed to fly at high altitudes within the city, especially since this place is the capital of the Heavendo Empire. If it is discovered that a Soul Master is flying over the city, it would undoubtedly embarrass the Heavendo royal family. There is no choice. The distance from Heavendo City to the Heavendo Royal Academy is quite significant. Yi Hao can only press a finger against his forehead, and in the next moment, the Heart of Death quietly appears. The Heart of Death comes with a skill, Dark Envelop. Yi Hao whispers a low incantation, and the Heart of Death in his hand suddenly explodes, dividing into 6 faces right before Yi Hao, which are the 6 sides of the Heart of Death. They all separate and then tightly wrap around Yi Hao. Once the 6 faces are fully wrapped, Yi Hao is inside an enlarged version of the Heart of Death, and the space around him presents a swirling darkness. Through the transparent faces, Yi Hao can clearly see all the objects in front of him. Shouldn't anyone be able to see me? Yi Hao approaches a mirror, and indeed, his reflection is not visible in the mirror. Seeing this, Yi Hao doesn't delay any longer. The 6-winged purple light wings burst forth from his back, and his right leg emits a blue-golden light. The external soul bone pairs perfectly with the flying skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone. Originally, Yi Hao should have been worried about the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone. After all, it's a 10,000-year soul bone. What if he encounters Tang Ritian? But now, with the Heart of Death, which can isolate his aura, such worries have naturally vanished. Yi Hao is flying at high speed. On the other side, outside Heavendo City, at the Heavendo Royal Academy, It is now close to midnight, but a significant person has arrived in the Academy's reception hall. The three members of the Education Committee are sitting calmly, or rather pretending to be calm, as their expressions are complex, each exchanging glances with the other, feeling uneasy. Beside the three members, Qin Ming is also standing, looking more anxious than anyone else. Dream God Machine gives a hint with his eyes, and Qin Ming understands and approaches. Dream God Machine asks, "Teacher Qin, didn't you say Yi Hao would be back before sunset? It's close to midnight now. He would have run into trouble on the way, would he?" Qin Ming replies firmly, "Don't worry. This kid is very crafty. He only ever lets others suffer. I think he is probably having too much fun and lost track of time. But why did Senior Dugu come here in person?" After saying this, Qin Ming doesn't forget to take a deep look at Dugu Bo, who is sitting quietly with his eyes closed. The famous Poison de Loa has come to the Heaven Do Royal Academy and specifically asked for Yi Hao to come out. It's unclear what his purpose is. At this very moment, Yi Hao is on his way. Chapter 77. Old Poison, I just called you that. In the quiet night, the sky is full of twinkling stars, and Yi Hao has left the tranquil Heaven Do City. After flying out of Heaven Do City's range, Yi Hao puts away the Heart of Death. With the flying speed provided by the two soul bones, the Heaven Do Royal Academy is just around the corner. Just as Yi Hao is about to land, a familiar figure appears at the foot of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Sister Yin, why is she here? Yi Hao wanders. Could she be here specifically to pick me up? With some doubt, Yi Hao slowly descends. Seeing Yi Hao arrive, Dugu Yin finally breathes a sigh of relief and hurriedly pulls Yi Hao up the mountain. Sister Yin, why are you in such a hurry? Dugu Yin replies impatiently. You still know to come back? Why did you leave without saying a word back then? Yi Hao suddenly finds himself at a loss for words. The moon is really big today, haha. There is no moon tonight. Dugu Yin whispers, be careful later. Not only Teacher Qin is here, but the three committee members are also present. Yi Hao is surprised. It's just that he didn't return to the academy. Why are the academy big shots coming one after another? This is more serious than a trial. Oh, there is one more thing. Dugu Yin adds, my grandfather is also here. Yi Hao scoffs. Your grandfather? Grandfather, Old Poison. Yi Hao's shout is so loud that Dugu Bo and the three committee members, as well as Qin Ming, can hear it clearly in the reception hall. The three committee members exchange glances, each feeling heavy in their hearts, cold sweat running down their backs. Qin Ming slaps his forehead. This kid wouldn't have gotten into trouble if he hadn't acted recklessly. Only Dugu Bo remains expressionless, sitting still like a statue. Before long, Dugu Yin leads Yi Hao to the hall. Yi Hao looks around. Sure enough, the three committee members and Teacher Qin are all present. Yi Hao waves at the three, but the three committee members and Qin Ming pretend to be indifferent, whispering to each other while reminding Yi Hao with their eyes to be cautious of the person beside him. Beside? Which one? At this moment, Yi Hao finally notices Dugu Bo sitting next to him. Just then, Dugu Bo slowly opens his cold eyes and the two lock gazes. Almost simultaneously, Dugu Bo's expression darkens, and his brows furrow. Something's off. This kid looks too much like someone. Yi Hao innocently looks at Dugu Bo. Is this the famous Poison de Loa? Wearing a green robe is one thing, but why are his eyes also green? It must be a family trait. Or perhaps it's due to the poison in his body. Dugu Bo scrutinizes him, slowly stands up, and says, You are Yi Hao? Yi Hao nods and replies, I am indeed that child. I wonder what the Poison de Loa senior wants with me. Hearing this, Dugu Bo laughs heartily. You kid really have a black face. Just now, you were calling me Old Poison, and now you've changed your tune? The three committee members turn pale, just about to explain that Yi Hao is young and doesn't understand. But unexpectedly, they are met with Dugu Bo's cold gaze. Title Dolua is terrifying. The three soul masters don't want to touch this topic and can only secretly pray. You kid better take care of yourself. Yi Hao is slightly taken aback and then smiles. All right then, Old Poison. Everyone, they must have heard wrong. Dugu Bo squints his eyes, and a chilling aura rushes toward Yi Hao, making him feel cold from head to toe. You kid, have the guts to say it again. Dugu Bo says. Yi Hao's eyes twitch. The best way to face fear is to confront it. Old Poison. In an instant, the entire reception hall falls silent, and everyone is stunned in place. They all know Yi Hao is a blade dancer, but this time he is dancing on the blade of a title de law. It's over. This time it's really over. After a long while, Dugu Bo's eyes light up, and he bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. You kid really suits my taste. The nickname that others dare not say you blurted it out. If it were anyone else, that person would have already died countless times. Seeing this, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Dugu Yin is radiant. It seems this matter is likely to succeed. Yi Hao secretly breathes a sigh of relief. His palms are already soaked with sweat. He is betting that Dugu Bo one team make a move. First, the old Poison-esque granddaughter Dugu Yin is here. The old Poison has always doted on his granddaughter. If he had made a move earlier, Dugu Yin would definitely hold a grudge against him, which is the last thing the old Poison wants to see. Secondly, the old Poison has a strange temperament and doesn't always follow the rules, which aligns with Yi Hao's own nature. Even if the old Poison had just made a move, Yi Hao wouldn't be afraid. The heart of death is already prepared. At this moment, Dugu Yin notices the purple square mark on Yi Hao's forehead and can't help but ask, Xiao Hao, what is that on your forehead? Hearing this, everyone turned to look, and indeed, as Dugu Yin said, the purple square mark on Yi Hao's forehead was extremely eye-catching, coupled with Yi Hao's already remarkable appearance. His aura was in stark contrast to before. Oh, you said this Death God's heart is a major trump card for Yi Hao, and it can't be easily revealed. I specifically went to Tiando City to embellish this before I left, which is why it took so long. How about it? Am I handsome again? The crowd was speechless, rolling their eyes in unison. Handsome? They almost had heart attacks from shock. Dugu Bo coughed, standing in front of Yi Hao with his hands behind his back, staring at him intently. I'll give you a chance. How about you take me as your master? Dugu Bo said seriously, with no hint of jest in his tone. Yi Hao didn't think much and directly replied, Old Poison, I'm really sorry, but I can't take you as my master. It's for your own good. For my good? Dugu Bo raised an eyebrow, confidently saying, as a titled Delaw, who in this continent do I fear? I want to hear how this becomes for my good. Seeing this, Yi Hao looked around awkwardly, and Dugu Bo understood. I'll have a private talk with this kid. You all can do as you please, but remember, don't come over. While speaking, Dugu Bo issued another warning, and everyone nodded vigorously. Dugu Yin was about to follow to see what was going on, but was refused by Dugu Bo and could only stay there and wait. Watching the two leave, Meng Xinji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed. This is too scary. Yi Hao truly is a knife wielder. If it were anyone else, they would probably have died countless times by now. Qiming also sighed wearily. I must keep an eye on this kid in the future. Chapter 78. Tang Retian's Revenge. Record the Tiando Royal Academy covers a vast area. Yi Hao and Dugu Bo arrived at an open space. And now it was close to midnight, with almost all the students having fallen asleep. Dugu Bo showed a sarcastic smile. All right, there's no one here. Now you can speak. Yi Hao smiled slightly. Old Poison, you are a titled Delois. Your knowledge must be much broader than mine. Naturally, Dugu Bo's spirits lifted. But after a moment, he became serious and said, Don't play tricks on me. Hurry up and speak, or I'll personally tie you up. Yi Hao chuckled. Old Poison, don't be so serious. The reason I can't take you as my master is that I have my difficulties. Difficulties? Dugu Bo rolled his eyes at Yi Hao. What difficulties could you possibly have? There is probably no one else in the world as bold as you. Openly calling me Old Poison and not getting killed by me. Kid, you should feel lucky. Yi Hao smiled calmly, and with a flick of his right hand, 3 soul rings lit up beneath his feet. At the same time, the Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul slowly emerged, and in an instant, Yi Hao completed the possession of the Death Spider Emperor. Old Poison, do you recognize this? Yi Hao said calmly, revealing a composed smile. Seeing this, Dugu Bo suddenly felt dry in his mouth and had difficulty swallowing. He struggled to say, the Death Spider Emperor. You kid, you can't be. At this moment, Dugu Bo truly felt a sense of crisis. The Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul. No wonder he felt Yi Hao resembled someone earlier. Now it seems. Thankfully this kid didn't agree to the previous proposal, otherwise. Dugu Bo smiled bitterly. You are from the Spirit Hall, why are you here? And your Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul. He hesitated, not wanting to say too much. Yi Hao remained calm, smiling lightly, and then withdrew the Death Spider Emperor, ending the possession. Old Poison, I am me, and the Spirit Hall is the Spirit Hall. Don't confuse the two. As for why I can't take you as my master, well, you understand. With this, Dugu Bo felt that staying any longer might be perilous. Yi Hao's identity was already evident. He couldn't linger, which titled Doloa wouldn't risk their life. Among the soul masters who have reached the titled Doloa level, which one isn't a formidable character? Well, today I wasn't here. After saying that, Dugu Bo soared into the air, turning into a green light that streaked across the sky until he disappeared. Come again next time. Yi Hao waved his hand, and the next moment, he sensed something was off. It's over the matter of the immortal herb. Seeing that Dugabo had gone far, Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh. There's plenty of time. The immortal herb doesn't have legs, and it won't run away. After Dugabo left, Yi Hao returned to his dorm to prepare for rest. He had been busy all day and was really tired at that moment. The next day, morning, outside Soto City, Shrek Academy. The battle between the Imperial fighting team and the Shrek 7 monsters had quietly passed for 10 days. During this time, the 7 monsters had been recuperating, especially Tang San. Tang San had lost his external spirit bone and had become gloomy, often locking himself in his room alone. The blow from Yi Ritian had a significant impact on him. He had seemingly become Tang San's heart demon. As a father, Tang Ritian had been watching this with pain in his heart. Unfortunately, he couldn't appear and have a touching father-son reunion with Tang San. They needed to rest for 3 months, and after 3 months, they would set off for the Tiando Royal Academy. Although everyone was not openly expressing their resentment towards the Imperial fighting team, if they couldn't enter the Tiando Royal Academy, they would have no place in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Moreover, Shrek Academy's funding chain had already been severed. That card with 200,000 gold soul coins had already fallen into Yi Hao's hands. Is Xiao San not eating? Dai Mubai came to Tang San's door. Looking at Xiao Wu holding a plate of already cold food, and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, "Brother hasn't eaten for 2 days. What are we going to do if this continues?" As she spoke, Xiao Wu couldn't help but shed tears. In the wild, Tang Hao had been troubled these days. His forehead always darkened. He had asked the master to find out about Yi Ritian's whereabouts. Finally, hard work paid off, and the master arrived late. "Master, how did it go?" Tang Ritian asked eagerly. He really wanted to know where Yi Ritian was. The master showed a bitter smile. "I found him." Tang Ritian's eyes widened, quickly asking, "Where is he?" "I sense correctly." The master spoke confidently that Yi Ritian is from the Spirit Hall. Not long ago, news came from the Spirit Hall saying that Yi Ritian had been seen in the Spirit Hall and was personally ordered to be captured by the Pope. Capture? Why is that? Tang Ritian was puzzled. If Yi Ritian is from the Spirit Hall, why would he be captured by his own? The master stroked his stubbly chin. Pondering, it should be because of Xiao San's external spirit bone. You know how valuable a piece of spirit bone is, especially an external spirit bone. The fact that Yi Ritian secretly kept the external spirit bone was exposed, so it makes sense for the Pope to order his capture. Besides, you know the nature of the Spirit Hall, right? Upon hearing this, Tang Ritian felt a surge of anger. Now that he had learned Yi Ritian's true whereabouts, the best course of action was to go to the Spirit Hall and kill him, then retrieve his son's external spirit bone. "Master, I'm leaving." After saying that, Tang Ritian soared into the sky, heading straight for the Spirit Hall. "Don't go." The master wanted to say something, but couldn't stop Tang Ritian's path of revenge. The Spirit Hall had many people, and going there was undoubtedly walking into a trap. For now, they could only let it be. Tang Ritian was a title, though what could he, a great soul master, do? Encourage him? Forget it. The master sighed in frustration and then walked towards Tang San's bedroom. As a teacher, he needed to do some ideological work, which was necessary. After descending the back mountain, the master walked straight to Tang San's door. Seeing the cold food on the ground, the master revealed a bitter smile, picked up the food, and knocked on the door. "Little San, it's me. Hurry and open the door." After a long while, Tang San opened the door with a gloomy face and weakly said, "Teacher, what brings you here?" The master remained silent, glanced at the messy room behind Tang San, and at this moment, he truly understood Tang San's feelings. The blow he received was not ordinary. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to let the teacher in?" Tang San was slightly taken aback, then opened the door for the master to enter as he wished. "Teacher, my blue silver grass is truly useless." Chapter 79. There are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters. Upon hearing this, the master suddenly frowned, looking at Tang San with disappointment. "Little San, remember one thing. There are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters." Tang San raised his head in confusion and casually said, "Teacher, is that person you?" "Yes." The master stood up, his eyes shining. "That person is me." Suddenly, the master sensed something was off and quickly coughed, glaring at Tang San with annoyance. "You shouldn't be so disrespectful to your teacher." Tang Sin realized he had been inappropriate. His earlier words were unintentional. I'm sorry, teacher, The master shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's okay, little San. How is your body recovering? Tang Sin clenched his fists. All his injuries were caused by Yi Ritian. In this life, that scoundrel must die. Teacher, my injuries are mostly healed. By the way, have there been any sightings of Yi Ritian during this time? Facing Tang San's questioning, the master chose to withhold information. He couldn't tell Tang San that Yi Ritian was in the spear hall. Moreover, Tang Ritian had already gone to confront him, and some things were not yet suitable for Tang San to know. Don't worry, little San, we will never let Yi Ritian go. There's a reason for every grievance. Whoever owes a debt must pay it back. Shrek Academy will definitely not let him off. The priority now is your health. You need to rest well. After saying this, the master presented the food to Tang San, signaling him to eat. Seeing this, Tang San could only eat the cold and hard steamed bun, and while eating, he couldn't help but ask, Teacher, is my blue silver grass really a useless martial spirit? I always feel it's not as powerful as my second martial spirit, the hammer. After experiencing 2 confrontations with Yi Ritian, Tang San was thoroughly questioning his life. Practical experience proved that blue silver grass could only serve a simple binding function, lacking any lethality. In contrast, his second martial spirit, the hammer, burst forth with much greater power. Hence, Tang San developed the idea of wanting to give up blue silver grass and focus solely on the hammer martial spirit. However, this idea was immediately met with the master's stern opposition. No, little San, what's wrong with you? The master said sternly, Little San, you are a twin martial spirit, a unique existence on the continent. If you give up cultivating blue silver grass and focus on your second martial spirit, your strength will indeed surge in a short time. But before that, I must remind you, the first twin martial spirit soul master on this continent in 100 years, when adding soul rings to his second martial spirit, could not bear it due to physical reasons and ultimately died from explosion. The master said tactfully, I know you are unwilling. The humiliation from Yi Ritian and the harm Yi Hao did to Xiao Wu, all of this, I've been watching from the beginning. Just imagine, when you become a titled Delaw and then apply soul rings to your second martial spirit, at that time, all the soul rings of the second martial spirit will be over 10,000 years. By then, who in the soul master world will be your opponent? The so-called gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Now, although you have lost your external soul bone, this is not the true reason for your downfall. Little San, pull yourself together. I believe you can do it. The master's words were like a sudden revelation to Tang San. He raised his confused head and locked eyes with the master's wise gaze. Yet soon after, Tang San sighed again. Teacher, I truly am no match for Yi Hao. The previous battle already showed that even if I give up cultivating my second martial spirit and focus entirely on blue silver grass, I have always been trampled by Yi Hao. As he spoke, Tang San raised his head with a reluctant expression. Teacher, I really am unwilling. In this second life, having crossed over and still being unable to defeat the natives here, it really makes no sense. Moreover, with all my hidden weapon techniques and Shintian skill, and Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, yet I still cannot match Yi Hao, this native. Sigh. The master sighed deeply and continued. Actually, Yi Hao is not invincible. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. He eagerly looked at the master, unwilling to continue being trampled underfoot. This was really an unpleasant feeling. The master stood up confidently, clasping his hands behind his back, and said calmly, Do you know why you lost this time? Tang San pondered for a moment and replied, Yi Hao is truly too cunning, and besides, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing they. Now the Shrek 7 monsters have already fallen apart. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong can be said to be in one camp, while the remaining 5 are in another camp. Tang San truly could not understand why the 2 girls would distance themselves from Xiao Wu, sometimes even verbally confronting him. If it weren't for being in the same academy, he would have. At this point, the master couldn't help but sigh. We'll discuss Rongrong and Zhuqing's issues later. Now, let me analyze the situation from that night for you. A successful team is most important for mutual understanding, but now you all can't even establish the most basic trust, which is why you lost so thoroughly. There's also another crucial point. Yi Hao and his team are overall much stronger than you. Just think about it. Which side can ultimately prevail, a well-coordinated team or a fragmented team? Tang San's gaze fell despondently, and he said, Teacher, I understand what you're saying, but now I just want to know how to defeat Yi Hao. At this moment, the master truly realized that Tang San's obsession was far too deep, to the point of being frightening. Nevertheless, the master continued, "Little San, don't rush. Everything has a difficult beginning. Trust me, under my careful guidance. You will definitely defeat Yi Hao." Yi Hao's biggest flaw is his arrogance. He doesn't realize that such a person is very dangerous. The higher he stands, the harder he often falls. He is also extremely cunning. In the previous battle, he continuously provoked Mu Bai and Hong Jun, causing Mu Bai to be the first to be eliminated, even embarrassing him in front of thousands of spectators. This is a psychological tactic. When I saw Mu Bai being pulled off the stage first, I knew that you had already lost this battle. Furthermore, Yi Hao's martial spirit is not the Death Magic Spider, but the Death Spider King. Tang San's eyes widened in shock. Death Spider King. Teacher, I read about it in books before. The Death Spider King martial spirit is a top existence among beast martial spirits. Its level is not inferior to you, Tianheng's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. He hides it so well. Tang San gritted his teeth and said, "No wonder the spider poison is so powerful, so that's how it is." Chapter 80, He is Coming. After experiencing this intense coaching from Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San rejuvenated and stopped feeling gloomy. At the same time, Yu Xiaojiang began to redirect his focus towards Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. As mentioned earlier, the Shrek 7 monsters are a whole. None of the 7 can be missing. Master, please stop rambling. I can't take in a single word right now. Ning Rongrong stormed out of the room. Over the past few days, whenever there was time, the master had pulled Ning Rongrong aside to talk about the importance of teamwork and some lofty ideals. Ning Rongrong had always resisted this. After all this time, she was completely unresponsive to the master, not listening to a word he said, and constantly opposing him. The master was emotionally exhausted, and outside the door, Tang San furrowed his brow at the sight of Ning Rongrong leaving, feeling a surge of anger with nowhere to release it. However, Ning Rongrong came from a powerful family, and as a mere nobody, how could he compete with her background? But what couldn't be done now might change in the future. Master, she actually. Outside, Tang San walked in, filled with immense anger at Ning Rongrong's earlier actions, feeling that she was insulting his teacher. The master waved his hand helplessly and said, "Forget it. Rongrong is still just a child. I believe that with my persistence, she will come to understand." Above the clear skies of Wuhuan City, a figure the size of a sesame seed stood tall in the sky, dressed in a black robe, looking down upon the entire Wuhuan City with a fierce glint in his eyes. Suddenly, a Haotian hammer appeared in the black-robed man's hand, and 9 soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet, the configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul ring looking particularly eye-catching. In an instant, the originally clear sky turned dark and cloudy, and a powerful, solemn aura began to spread throughout the Wuhuan Hall. Inside the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Holding a purple gold scepter, she slowly stood up and looked upwards, her eyes narrowing as her aura began to rise rapidly. How bold! Daring to act so recklessly in the Wuhuan Hall. Over the years, no one has dared to be so audacious. Thieves of the Wuhuan Hall, quickly hand over Yi Ritian. Otherwise, the Wuhuan Hall will be in chaos today. Tang Ritian's rough voice echoed throughout the Wuhuan Hall, and almost all disciples of the Wuhuan Hall heard it clearly. Yi Ritian, why is it him again? Last time we searched for 3 whole days, turning the Wuhuan Hall upside down, and still found nothing. This kid is ruthless. Why have we been hearing his name so much these days? In the city, the disciples of the Wuhuan Hall whispered among themselves, filled with intense curiosity about Yi Ritian. The most frequently heard name in recent days was his, yet they wondered who this person was to stir up such a storm, causing a title de law to personally come to the Wuhuan Hall to demand someone. Moreover, that person had a 100,000-year soul ring. Not long afterward, several figures flew into the sky from the Pope's hall, quickly arriving in front of Tang Ritian. Almost simultaneously, they revealed their respective martial souls and soul rings, all having 9 soul rings with the same configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. 4 title de law stood in front of Tang Ritian. Tang Hao, after all these years, what's wrong? No longer hiding like a turtle? A man dressed with a golden chrysanthemum in his hand and light makeup said softly, "Don't waste words with him. Let us all go together." The figure wrapped in darkness commanded, and the other 3 title de law instantly rushed towards Tang Ritian's side. With four tidal Dalois attacking simultaneously, probably only Tang Ritian in the entire Dalois continent could receive such treatment. A dull sound echoed in the sky, followed by a brilliant explosion of fireworks. Tang Ritian swung the enlarged Haotian hammer directly at the four tidal Dalois, his overwhelming aura capable of overpowering anything. The four tidal Dalois were shocked. What had happened to Tang Hao that made him so furious? With anger fueling him, Tang Hao's combat power was undoubtedly unprecedented. The fifth soul ring of the chrysanthemum tidal Dalois lit up, creating a faint golden barrier around him as he flew forward, attempting to block Tang Ritian's furious strike. Fifth soul skill, gathering of coal blossoms. The chrysanthemum tidal Dalois shouted. The other three naturally did not fall behind. The ghost shadow tidal Dalois transformed into a shadow, and a massive ghostly claw reached out from the void, trying to intercept Tang Ritian's Haotian hammer. Before the ghost claw could get close, the residual power from the Haotian hammer shattered the ghost claw, and the ghost shadow tidal Dalois was sent plummeting from the sky. Seeing this, the other two also unleashed their full power, sending two beams of light, concentrated with all their strength, directly towards Tang Ritian. The thick beams penetrated Tang Ritian's body in an instant. Blood spilled from the corner of Tang Ritian's mouth, but the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, it surged even more fiercely, and his aura became even more terrifying. His target was clearly the Pope's Hall, the symbol of the Wuhuan Hall. Ah! Tang Ritian roared, tightly gripping the hammer in his hand, which grew several times larger. The fifth soul skill of the chrysanthemum tidal Dalois was ultimately broken, and the golden barrier exploded like a shower of flowers. He could only watch in despair as the hammer fell directly down. He wanted to escape, but the pressure from the hammer was too strong, so overwhelming that even a tidal Dalois felt fear. Just as the Haotian hammer was about to land on the Pope's Hall, and the chrysanthemum tidal Dalois was facing death, suddenly, a hand effortlessly dispersed Tang Ritian's attack. The newcomer was a kind-looking old man with long golden hair, over 2 meters tall. Under everyone's gaze, the old man lightly snapped his fingers, and a dazzling golden beam erupted from the face of the Haotian hammer. Tang Ritian was pushed back several dozen steps by this force, and the blood color in his eyes diminished significantly. With a look of shock, he gazed at the sudden appearance of the old man. Before Tang Ritian could react, the golden-haired old man appeared in front of him in the next moment and punched Tang Ritian, causing him to spit out blood, nearly causing the Haotian hammer in his hand to fall apart. It was known that Tang Ritian's soul power had already surpassed level 95, yet with just one strike. The golden-haired old man created a tremendous impact, catching Tang Ritian completely off guard. On the top balcony of the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong looked up, her bright eyes narrowing at the unexpected appearance of the old man, feeling quite astonished herself. She had planned to act personally, but hadn't expected him to be faster than her. Why is he here? Chapter 81. The home is gone. Tang Ritian held his breath, looking at the suddenly appeared old man with lingering fear, feeling extremely shocked. Tang Hao, you shouldn't have come here. The old man shook his head lightly, looking down at the 4 injured tidal Dalois with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, feeling frustrated. One Tang Hao against 4 tidal Dalois, how could they? After all these years, the Wuhuan Hall had never given up on searching for Tang Hao's whereabouts. Yet today he had delivered himself right to their door. But who exactly was this Yi Ritian? Nothing happens without a reason. Tang Hao had come for Yi Ritian. Regardless of the reason, there was only one, daring to actively attack the Wuhuan Hall. Since you're here, then you shall stay, the old man said lightly. Behind the old man, a divine angel appeared, possessing 6 wings and looking incredibly sacred. A dazzling golden holy sword appeared in the old man's hand, which he slightly gripped and swung forward. At this moment, the space was divided in half. The air froze instantaneously, and a dazzling sword light fell from Tang Hao's head. Tang Hao felt as if someone was choking him by the neck. His expression grew heavy, and his breathing became rapid. Just when everyone thought Tang Hao would be captured, the 9 soul rings under his feet exploded in an instant, and the Haotian hammer in his hand became incredibly brilliant. Its entire body transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. With a roar, a terrifying pressure surged, and the old man remained calm, involuntarily taking half a step back. The great Summer hammer, it has truly been a long time. The old man sighed. It had been several years since he had faced the great Summer hammer directly. Recalling the last battle with that person, it had been decades ago. That Tang Hao could use this move was truly beyond the old man's expectations. Seeing that Tang Hao had escaped, the old man did not rush to pursue him, but instead flashed to the top of the papal hall, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bibi Dong. Who exactly is this Yi Riqian that Tang Hao mentioned? The old man asked lightly, his words not carrying much blame, but rather an inquiry. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, turning away without making eye contact with the old man. I'm quite curious that you would take the initiative to act. The old man maintained a calm expression, continuing to ask, answer my question. Bibi Dong was unconcerned, replying, just an ordinary soul master who recently came to the Spear Hall. An ordinary soul master? Where's that person? The old man continued to press, to make Tang Hao value him so much that he would recklessly attack the Spirit Hall in broad daylight. One could imagine that Tang Hao must have truly lost his mind. This evidently piqued the old man's curiosity. He wanted to know who this Yi Riqian truly was. Unfortunately, that Yi Riqian has already escaped. Escaped? The old man frowned slightly, dissatisfied. Indeed, escaped. A young man with a second ring of a millennium, who looks quite similar to me. And more importantly, he possesses the Death Spider Emperor Spirit. Death Spider Emperor Spirit? And he looks very much like you? The old man reevaluated Bibi Dong. Could that person be? Bibi Dong. Don't overthink it. Coincidences abound in this world. I have already ordered a thorough investigation into this matter. I believe we will have definite news soon. Moreover, as long as I am here at the Spirit Hall, it won't fall into chaos. After saying this, Bibi Dong left with a cold smile. The Judgment Elder stood still for a long time, then transformed into golden light, disappearing from a spot. 3 days later, on the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao covered his heavy chest, strolling through the forest. Using the Great Sumeru Hammer and having all 9 rings explode caused significant damage to his body. The Great Sumeru Hammer is a non-transmissible secret technique of the Haotian sect, passed down to only one person per generation, and that person must be the next sect master heir of the Haotian sect. This trip to the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao had already made the worst plans. Even if he couldn't force the Spirit Hall to hand over Yi Riqian, he must make the Spirit Hall lose face. Just at the crucial moment, the Judgment Elder Qian Daolu unexpectedly took the initiative to act. Tang Hao could have taken the opportunity to kill that titled Deluo with the chrysanthemum, but unfortunately, it was truly regrettable. Tang Hao was already seriously injured. He had to rest for a while before making further plans. Currently, he could no longer go to Shrek Academy outside Soto City. Going there would only expose his son's identity prematurely. Compared to that, this place was the most suitable. Not only could he accompany his wife, but he could also take the opportunity to recuperate, truly a win-win situation. As Tang Hao walked, he increasingly felt something was wrong. Inexplicably, he could not sense the presence of the Blue-Silver Emperor, as if the other party did not exist here. Moreover, the surrounding trees had all withered. It was evident that someone had deliberately poisoned the area. Could it be? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Tang Hao's heart raced, and he ran like the wind, quickly heading towards the cave where the Blue-Silver Emperor was located. Along the way, the flowers, grass, and trees were all withered and emitted an extremely unpleasant odor. Just like before. Before long, Tang Hao arrived at the cave entrance. Upon entering the cave, it looked just as it did when he left, except that upon closer inspection, he noticed that the rock blocking the cave entrance was greatly different. At this moment, he was extremely anxious, disregarding everything. He moved forward to remove the rock that was blocking the cave. When the long-awaited sunlight shone into the cave, illuminating his sight, Tang Hao focused his gaze, and he saw a blue-silver grass rooted in the ground. The rest of the cave seemed fine, with little change from when he left. Tang Hao finally let out a sigh of relief. He walked straight to the blue-silver grass, looking at it with tenderness. Upon closer examination, something was wrong. The Blue-Silver Emperor, in its true form, had golden patterns on its stem and leaves. But the Blue-Silver Emperor in front of him looked just like the one outside, and moreover, this Blue-Silver Emperor was much larger than the one he had seen before. Hey, it's me. I'm back. Answer me. Please answer me. No matter how much Tang Hao shouted, the Blue-Silver Emperor remained motionless, like a lifeless object. Suddenly, Tang Hao sprang up. He instinctively sensed something was wrong and hurriedly opened the lead box that contained the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone underneath the stone bed. A piece of paper? He disregarded the missing soul bone and tightly clenched the paper in his hand, directing his gaze at it. Yi Tian visited here, took the soul bone. Thank you. Tang Hao stood frozen in place, feeling as if he'd been struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded, the paper he held turning to dust in an instant. Yi Tian. Tang Hao's roar echoed from the back mountain, shaking the cave to its core. Chapter 82. The mysterious person in his mind, Yi Tian. These three big characters lingered for a long time. Not far away in Holy Soul Village, everyone covered their ears, showing disgust at the sudden shout that had erupted. Old Jack leaned on his cane, impatiently shouting towards the back mountain where the sound came from. Tang Hao. After a long time, inside the back mountain cave. Due to being unable to withstand Tang Hao's persistent output, the cave had long since collapsed. Tang Hao was on his knees. The once iron-willed man now looked disheveled. Tears and snot streaming down his face. Due to the previous battle and Qian Oliu's intervention, Tang Hao, compounded with his previous old injuries, was now riddled with wounds. I hate it. Yi Tian, I will definitely kill you in this life. After shouting, Tang Hao couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, his right arm sinking slightly, and his face twisted in an instant, certainly due to his earlier battle with Qian Daolu. Tang Hao nervously reached over, only to discover that his bones had misaligned, and his internal organs had basically shifted. His vision went black, and with a kick of his legs, Tang Hao collapsed. In a short time, Tang Hao posed no threat to Yi Tian. A sneeze. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Hao couldn't help but sneeze. It had been 4 days since Yi Hao obtained the Heart of Death, and during this time, he had been in the academy, with not much to do apart from daily check-ins. Currently, his soul power could be considered at the forefront within the Royal Combat Team, with the benefits brought by the 10,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone being significant. Yi Hao, Yi Hao. Yi Hao, a deep voice slowly echoed his mind. Yi Hao, startled, fell from the tree trunk, sprawling on the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yi Hao gasped, rubbing his waist, and muttered, "Who is it?" Scaring someone could be fatal. As he spoke, Yi Hao glanced around warily, noticing that there was no one else around. This place was located on the back mountain of the Tiando Royal Academy, and the entire academy was built against a mountain, with many such forest academies around. Could it be that I misheard? Doubting, Yi Hao leaped back onto the tree trunk, ready to rest again. Yi Hao, Yi Hao, Yi. The deep voice in his mind echoed again, this time clearer than before. Yi Hao lost his balance and fell from the tree again, landing awkwardly on the ground. At that moment, he felt numb. With one hand supporting his chin, Yi Hao lay on the grass, listening to the mysterious person calling his name repeatedly. Yi Hao, Yi Hao. Yi Hao said helplessly, "Dude, stop rambling. I'm not dead yet. Hurry to the Sunset Forest." As soon as the mysterious person's last sentence was spoken, it fell silent. Sunset Forest? Yi Hao pondered for a moment, unsure of the person's intentions. The Sunset Forest was not far from Tiando City and was the second most famous soul beast forest on the Doluo continent, second only to the Stardo Forest. Among them, the Ice and Fire Yin Yang could be considered the most famous and was also Yi Hao's next target. With the current strength of the Imperial fighting team, they couldn't win a championship in future competitions. The only solution was the many celestial herbs in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang to address the urgent need. Since that person invited him, Yi Hao had no reason not to go. However, Yi Hao stood up again, supporting his chin with one hand, pondering as he walked back and forth. I just came back, and now I'm going to ask for leave again? That would make sense. After thinking for a while, Yi Hao shook his head. Whatever. The Sunset Forest isn't far from here. With my speed, I can surely reach the academy before sunset. After making up his mind, Yi Hao spread his 6-winged purple light wings. With the 6 transparent purple wings combined with the flying skill of his Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone, Yi Hao transformed into a purple flash, instantly disappearing from the spot and flying out of the Tiando Royal Academy's range in just a few seconds. A few seconds later, Yi Hao hovered in midair. Below him were tall, uneven trees, and he had arrived at the Sunset Forest, positioned right above it. Dude, where are you? Yi Hao murmured several times, but the voice in his mind had vanished without a trace. Helpless, Yi Hao could only retract his 6-winged purple light wings and slowly descend. Standing alone among the towering trees, Yi Hao felt extremely small. He walked through the forest, observing the movements around him, since the mysterious person called him over. There was no need to hide. Is this guy crazy? Yi Hao complained. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack in such a large sunset forest. After walking for a while, Yi Hao felt exhausted. By this time, it was already past noon, and he hadn't eaten yet, his stomach growling with hunger. How about going back for lunch before searching? No, if I go back now, what if someone catches me? Teacher Chin is quite sneaky. With no choice, Yi Hao could only continue wandering in the sunset forest, encountering many soul beasts along the way, some of which had their eyes on him. Their drool clearly indicating they'd been hungry for a long time. I'm still hungry too. Yi Hao's eyes turned, a wicked smile appearing on his face as he looked at the century-old and thousand-year-old soul beast before him, and a bold idea suddenly formed in his mind. Following that, 3 soul rings rose beneath his feet, and the Death Spider Emperor quietly appeared. Before Yi Hao could fully summon the Death Spider Emperor, these soul beasts scattered like frostbitten eggplants, desperately fleeing in panic. Am I that scary? Yi Hao murmured to himself, just as he was about to retract his martial soul and continue on his way. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble, trees nearby collapsing rapidly, and the flying birds and beasts in the forest quickly fled in all directions. Among them were shadows of many 10,000-year soul beasts. Yi Hao stood still, clearly sensing numerous soul beasts rushing past him on both sides. A beast tide? Yi Hao thought to himself, but something didn't seem right. Then, he sensed an extremely powerful pressure coming from not far away, with a dark purple light flashing from the distance. Yi Hao focused his gaze and saw 2 nets larger than himself emerging from the forest. In a moment of urgency, he jumped and quickly landed on a tree, trying to look down. The 2 large nets that had suddenly appeared wrapped around a towering tree, and, strangely, the tree turned to powder within a few breaths, clearly poisonous. No, wait, why does this net feel so familiar? Yi Hao looked down, and his second soul ring glowed, releasing a spider web identical to the one before, but much smaller, like a little witch compared to a big witch. The spider webs flew at high speed, quickly disappearing into the depths of a dense forest. Yi Hao stood on the tree for a long time, seeing no movement, and was just about to jump down to investigate. Unexpectedly, when Yi Hao jumped down from the treetop, he was stunned by the giant creature that appeared before him. Hiss! Hiss, hiss! The Death Spider Emperor? Yi Hao's mouth twitched wildly. The Death Spider Emperor before him was 10 meters tall, making Yi Hao seem very small in comparison. At the same time, the poisonous aura of the Death Spider Emperor was spreading further. Chapter 83. 10,000-Year Soul Beast. The toxin of this Death Spider Emperor was extremely swift. Within a few breaths, the surrounding trees had all withered, and within 100 meters, it had become a dead zone. Ordinary people, even soul masters stepping into this area, would undoubtedly die. Only Yi Hao was an exception. He was the owner of the Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul, and when using his Martial Soul, he could generate a special magnetic field. A magnetic field that spread the poison of the Death Spider Emperor throughout the area. However, due to Yi Hao's level, he couldn't perfectly control this magnetic field at will. Earlier, Yi Hao had mentioned this issue, and the 3 committee members had given the answer: domain. There are over 10,000 soul masters on the continent, but very few truly possess a domain. Thanks to Yi Hao's first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, its innate domain is the Death Domain, a particularly domineering domain. In this domain, the poison of the Death Spider Emperor spreads throughout, turning the area into a hell on Earth, which is undoubtedly fatal for soul masters and humans. Once poisoned, the body will continuously weaken until death. At this moment, the Death Spider before Yi Hao had clearly activated the Death Domain, which explained why the soul beasts had fled in a frenzy earlier. Everything made sense now. Generally speaking, very few soul beasts can activate a domain, like the Dark Demon God Tiger, the 2 Titan giant apes in the Stardow Forest, and the Tianqing Bull Python. As for the Death Spider Emperor before him, its innate domain is the Death Domain. Yi Hao stood in front of the Death Spider Emperor and sighed lightly. Dude, what do you mean? The Death Spider Emperor remained silent, opening its large, menacing mouth, attempting to swallow Yi Hao whole. At that moment, Yi Hao had nowhere to escape. He was just a soul master. What could he do against the Death Spider Emperor before him? More importantly, this creature had an innate domain. Yi Hao pondered, could it be that this Death Spider Emperor summoned him here? The Death Spider Emperor moved swiftly, opening its large mouth in an attempt to swallow Yi Hao whole. Immediately, a flash of purple light flickered between Yi Hao's eyebrows, and in the next moment, he tightly gripped the Heart of Death in his hand. The Heart of Death came with the skill, Death Gaze. Yi Hao whispered, and the Heart of Death exploded in his palm, revealing 6 smooth, translucent surfaces like mirrors. where Yi Hao could clearly see himself. Suddenly, an eye appeared in the mirror, a purple eye radiating intense, killing intent, fixated firmly on the Death Spider Emperor. In an instant, the Death Spider Emperor's domain of death shattered. At the same time, Death Gaze took effect, leaving the Death Spider Emperor frozen in place. Clearly under the influence, Yi Hao knew well that the effect of Death Gaze lasted only a few brief seconds. The Heart of Death came with another skill, Abyssal Binding. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 mirror surfaces began to spin rapidly around the Death Spider Emperor. From the mirrors, chains of purple fire burst forth, firmly binding the Death Spider Emperor's body, rendering it completely immobile. Under Yi Hao's subtle gaze, the Death Spider Emperor's towering height of 10 meters rapidly shrank, while the 6 mirror surfaces quickly closed in. The process went smoothly. The Death Spider Emperor attempted to resist, but the chains from hell offered no chance for retaliation. Just like that, the 6 mirror surfaces completely closed, transforming back into the 10-centimeter, normal-sized Heart of Death. The Heart of Death flew back into Yi Hao's palm, and through the mirrors, he could see the Death Spider Emperor tightly bound within. If he remembered correctly, Death Gaze froze the opponent, while Abyssal Binding ensured the opponent would lose their freedom forever, effective against both humans and soul beasts. Soul beasts with a lifespan of less than 100,000 years, including 100,000 years, could be absorbed. The rest would have no effect. Little thing, where did that spirit of yours go? How dare you act tough with me? Who gave you the courage? Just as Yi Hao retrieved the Heart of Death, he suddenly heard a barrage of insults that truly left him puzzled. Given the presence of the Death Spider Emperor, this place should be completely empty. Could it be that mysterious person? No, this voice was clearly coming from outside. Yi Hao began to take it seriously and opened his palm. At this moment, the Death Spider Emperor within the Heart of Death actually spoke. Despicable and shameless human, I will kill you. Yi Hao. Shock for a year. This little thing can actually talk. Little thing, you can talk. Yi Hao it. The Death Spider Emperor's gaze turned cold, ready to retort, but then, the chains binding it suddenly released purple lightning, causing the Death Spider Emperor to tremble uncontrollably. As the smoke cleared, the Death Spider Emperor was now lying within the Heart of Death. So tragic, Yi Hao sighed. If a soul master had entered, the physical suffering would have been much greater. Despicable human, I, the Death Spider Emperor, will barely rise, dragging my painful body, my cold eyes like sharp swords. Yi Hao felt speechless and slowly said, Buddy, stop talking. Be careful not to get struck by lightning again. The Death Spider Emperor, who was about to retort, obediently fell silent. It did not want to be struck again. I ask, you answer. Nod or shake your head. Shake head. Yi Hao, what English do I speak with a demon spider? Why did you attack me? I thought you were delicious. In the next moment, the Death Spider Emperor's body convulsed again, and this time the lightning was even more ferocious. After a sizzling sound, the Death Spider Emperor spat out a mouthful of black mist. To be honest, I sensed the presence of a companion earlier, so I came to take a look. But unexpectedly, it was you, this despicable and shameless. Another wave of lightning struck. Yi Hao's mouth twitched slightly. The Heart of Death was too powerful. The Death Spider Emperor continued, I didn't expect to encounter you. As a human, you possess me as your martial soul, so I felt the urge to eat you. Yi Hao replied speechlessly, So, you felt the urge to eat me? The Death Spider Emperor nodded. No more words. Yi Hao secretly rejoiced, cleared his throat, and said, Cough. Cough, cough. You can talk, so you should be. The Death Spider Emperor obediently nodded. According to your human terms, I am a 100,000-year soul beast, having just broken through 100,000 years recently. I didn't expect that as soon as I stepped out, I would run into you, this oddball. Another wave of lightning. After a cloud of smoke, Yi Hao could even see a tear in the Death Spider Emperor's eye. Helpless, Yi Hao waved his hand, and the chains binding the Death Spider Emperor were completely removed. Chapter 84. I know someone. Stop crying. What is there to cry about for a 100,000-year soul beast? Yi Hao removed the shackles from the Death Spider Emperor, and with the special power of the Heart of Death, the Death Spider Emperor's injuries were completely healed. Why can't I cry? The Death Spider Emperor said with a crying tone. Aren't we all just kids? Human, hurry and release me. I promise I won't provoke you again. Yi Hao pondered for a moment, then put on a helpless expression, shrugged, and said, I don't know how to use this thing. You saw it. When you tried to eat me earlier, this square acted on its own. Also, let me tell you a secret. It has little emotions, so you need to learn to control yourself. Otherwise, be careful next time. At this point, the Death Spider Emperor felt a chill run down its spine, trembling all over, clearly terrified of the lightning. How about this? From now on, you follow me. Yi Hao asked tentatively. Having 100,000-year-old beast as a muscle would be quite beneficial. Follow you? The Death Spider Emperor scoffed. I'd rather die. Before the Death Spider Emperor could finish, the chains from the 6 mirror surfaces flew out again. Seeing this, the Death Spider Emperor was utterly scared. It had already experienced the power of the chains, and if it continued to resist, it would suffer further physical pain. I'll follow you. The Death Spider Emperor had no choice but to say. Seeing this, Yi Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he remained cautious. 100,000-year-old beast was equivalent to a title Doluo among soul masters. Although the Heart of Death held it bound, to ensure no accidents occurred, Yi Hao chose to place the Heart of Death in his forehead. You will be glad for today's decision. Yi Hao grinned. Why? In his mind, the Death Spider Emperor's voice slowly resonated, with a hint of dissatisfaction, wondering how it, a proud 100,000-year-old beast, had fallen to the point of being captured. Because Yi Hao revealed a mysterious smile. I know someone. Who? A woman. A woman? I've seen many. Quite a few soul masters among you humans have died from my poison. This woman is no ordinary person. What makes her special? The Death Spider Emperor asked in confusion. Her martial soul is the same as mine, a Death Spider Emperor. And Yi Hao feigned mystery. And what? The Death Spider Emperor impatiently urged. And she has killed a Death Spider Emperor. Yi Hao said slowly. The Death Spider Emperor fell silent for a moment. Is that it? She hasn't encountered me. Since you know her, take me to meet her next time. It spoke with a proud tone, full of provocation. Oh really? Yi Hao smiled slightly, then slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to tell you. My friend killed the Death Spider King, which is a 10,000-year-old beast, just like you. Death Spider King. Speaking of which, the Death Spider King in the Heart of Death suddenly fell silent, becoming speechless. Yi Hao smiled without saying a word, collecting the Death Spider King into his possession. He chose to continue on his journey, moving through the dense forest towards the deepest part of the setting sun forest. The sunset was approaching dusk, and the sky in the west was a bright red. The entire setting sun forest was bathed in a red hue, right in the center of the forest. This place was an open area, and Yi Hao wiped the sweat from his face as he looked around. What caught his eye was a lush green meadow, completely devoid of any people. Is this place haunted? Yi Hao slumped down under a large tree. At this moment, Yi Hao was already starving. After a day of traveling, he had nearly covered every corner of the setting sun forest. To make progress, Yi Hao even figured out the location of the ice and fire duality eye. But he did not choose to enter. There were still 3 months until that group from Shrek arrived in Heavendo City, and during this time, Yi Hao had plenty of opportunities. The pressing matter was that Yi Hao wanted to understand the true meaning of the mysterious person in his mind. How did you get here? The voice of the Death Spider King slowly spread in his mind. Do you know this place? Yi Hao asked. How can I not know? I have lived in the setting sun forest for so many years. This area is the very center of the forest, and basically no soul beast dare to come here. Let's hurry and leave. This place is terrifying. The Death Spider King advised Yi Hao to leave. Yi Hao looked ahead with a strange expression, then stood up and walked forward, stopping in the center area to feel the surroundings for a while. Don't be so dramatic. Where's this terrifying place you speak of? Yi Hao complained. Who is playing such a big joke, making me traverse the entire setting sun forest? This is really ridiculous. Just as Yi Hao was about to leave, suddenly his footsteps froze. He sensed something unusual. The surrounding space was rapidly distorting, and an ancient building appeared in the originally open area. The ground was ravaged and filled with marks of time, everywhere in ruins, revealing a once magnificent hall, similar in scale to the Pope's hall he had seen before, making Yi Hao feel extremely small in front of it. Aye. Oh my. Yi Hao swallowed hard, feeling dry-mouthed. In his mind, the Death Spider King was trembling in fear, its entire spider body shaking uncontrollably. Yi Hao naturally sensed the Death Spider King's abnormality. He had a feeling that the person who called him here this morning was inside, just as he was about to push the door open. Before Yi Hao could take the first step, creak, the long-sealed door slowly opened, covered in a thick layer of dust. So much so that before Yi Hao truly stepped in, the things behind the door were obscured by the dust. Are you really going to go in? The Death Spider King's voice rang out again. Of course. Yi Hao smirked. Are you afraid? Based on my experience of living for 100,000 years, This place is really not simple. For the sake of safety, let us just leave, the Death Spider King kindly advised. Yi Hao thought carefully. Since he had come this far, it would really be a shame not to go in. Moreover, the mysterious person had actively invited him here this morning. And since he had reached the destination, not going in would seem rude. Don't be afraid. After all, we are in the same boat. Even if I die, you won't escape either. We can keep each other company on the road to the Yellow Springs, right? Yi Hao said cheerfully, filled with curiosity about the suddenly appeared building. The Death Spider King. Just then, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared ahead. Chapter 85. The precondition for the God of Death's 9 trials. Refinement. Who are you thinking about just now? In the darkness, a cold voice slowly spread. Yi Hao and the Death Spider King couldn't help but shiver. A tremendous pressure crushing down on them. Yi Hao recognized this voice. It was the mysterious person who had sent him to this place this morning. In the darkness, the figure gradually emerged. Yi Hao first focused his mind. Then his expression turned strange, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. In front of him, a small dog, completely red and no bigger than half a foot, came out, looking no different from a newborn puppy. Yi Hao, I admit, I was scared by this dog's aura just now. Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh, which greatly angered the little dog. Don't laugh. The little dog said with great authority, its robust aura even more intense than that of the previous Death Spider King. Look, the Death Spider King in the heart of death is still trembling all over. Yi Hao naturally noticed this and quickly suppressed his emotions, squatting down seriously. Hello? My name is Yi Hao. Did you call me here? Exactly. The little dog raised its head, looking proud. What do you want from me? Yi Hao continued to ask. At this moment, the sky was dark, and he needed to clarify the situation quickly, since there was still no major movement in the academy based on his flying speed. He should be able to return before dawn. The little dog, full of arrogance, lifted its proud head and scrutinized Yi Hao, ultimately nodding. You're quite good. You managed to use the Heart of Death to collect a 10,000-year-old Death Spider King. This guy should be the first spirit ring of your future first martial spirit. Death Spider King. Yi Hao waved his hand with a smile. You're talking nonsense. That's not true at all. I have quite a few enemies outside, so having the Spider King act as a thug is just barely acceptable. By the way, who are you, and why did you call me here? Me? The little dog smiled slightly. Listen carefully. I am the divine beast under the Lord of Death, the 3-headed hellhound. You awakened the Heart of Death, which is why I have awakened from my slumber. Congratulations. You now have the opportunity to break through to the 100th level and become a god. 3-headed hellhound, the god of death? Yi Hao was confused, having a rough understanding. Are you saying that the Heart of Death I obtained has the potential to break through to the 100th level, and it was actually noticed by the god? Yi Hao asked in surprise. The child is teachable. The 3-headed hellhound nodded. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao's eyes lit up. He had guessed correctly. The Heart of Death, like the sea goddess heart in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, was an important item left by the gods on this continent to find successors. Gaining their recognition meant that in the future, is that it? Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. Aren't you happy? The 3-headed hellhound asked in confusion. Breaking through to the 100th level and becoming a god, ultimately invincible on the entire continent. This is not the ultimate dream of most soul masters. Happy. I just mean I can leave now, right? Yi Hao was anxious to leave. He hadn't asked for leave this time, and if Qin Ming caught him, it would be difficult to ask for leave in the future. Leave? The 3-headed hellhound glanced at Yi Hao and smiled mischievously. Do you plan to go somewhere? Let me tell you, I came here today to give you a mission. Mission? That's right. Mission. The 9 trials of the God of Death. The 3-headed hellhound explained. The 9 trials of the God of Death? Yi Hao murmured, realizing it was true. Passing through 9 trials would allow him to become the new God of Death. The day he completed the assessment would be the day Yi Hao broke through to the 100th level. Then give it to me quickly. I need to hurry back. Yi Hao urged. Don't be in such a hurry. The divine trials are indeed there, but there's a prerequisite. The 3-headed hellhound feigned mystery. What are the prerequisites? Yi Hao quickly asked. The 3-headed dog pointed to the incomplete palace behind it and said slowly, refine this Death God temple, and then you can obtain the Death God 9 trials. This is the most basic condition. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao took a few steps back and examined the dilapidated Death God temple. The hall had long been battered by the passage of time, and its scale was quite large. Refine it? This isn't a fantasy world. Yi Hao shrugged, unsure how to refine it. Use your Death God heart to merge this palace with the Death God heart. Then the Death God temple will reveal its original noble form. Conversely, you will also gain the corresponding death god 9 trials. However, the three-headed dog hesitated. But what? Yi Hao frowned slightly. Your strength is still too weak. How can your soul power only be at level 38? With this level of soul power, you cannot complete the Death God 9 trials. However, when your soul power reaches level 60, the Death God 9 trials will truly begin. The three-headed dog found an open area and lay down, yawning widely. Start refining now. Yi Hao sighed slightly. Refining the Death God temple shouldn't take too much effort, right? In the next moment, a purple light flashed at his brow, and the Death God heart was grasped in his hand. Then, Yi Hao's lips moved slightly, and the Death Spider Emperor was immediately released. To his surprise, after regaining freedom, the Death Spider Emperor did not escape. There was a mark on its head, a purple square mark, identical to the one imprinted on Yi Hao's brow. With this mark, the Death Spider Emperor would willingly be controlled by Yi Hao, even if it meant sacrificing itself. However, given that Yi Hao had made many enemies in the days prior, having a Death Spider Emperor as a bodyguard was still somewhat safe. Whether to sacrifice or not was not even a consideration. You. Yes, you. Didn't you hear me? Come here and give my back a rub. The three-headed dog ordered the Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor was horrified and reluctantly approached the three-headed dog, cautiously extending its spider legs to perform a series of massage movements. A bit higher, don't poke me with your spider spear. If you prick me, be careful. I might just eat you. The three-headed dog squinted its eyes and said proudly. The spider legs were quite crunchy. It's best after being roasted. The Death Spider Emperor, Yi Hao shook his head with a smile, cradling the Death God heart in his palms, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Time was of the essence. The Death God heart in Yi Hao's hands seemed to hear some kind of summon and involuntarily flew to the top of the Death God temple. At the same time, the Death God heart suddenly shattered. 6 mirror-like pieces surrounded the entire Death God temple, and Yi Hao sensed that the refining was in progress. By the way, how long does it take to refine this thing? Yi Hao specifically asked. The three-headed dog opened one eye and casually replied, at least 3 months, at most a year and a half. Yi Hao immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 86. Yi Hao has disappeared. Where is he? Not here. What about you? Not here either. Where has this kid gone? The Tiendo Royal Academy was in an uproar early in the morning. The reason? Yi Hao was missing again. Almost everyone knew that Yi Hao was not an easy character. Wherever he went, trouble followed. Qin Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and said helplessly, Where has this kid gone? Yinzi, how about you? Dugian arrived late and shook her head. I haven't seen him either. I even specially contacted my grandfather, and he told me to let you know that it's likely. What do you mean? Qin Ming impatiently asked. At this critical moment, there was no need for suspense. Dugian softly said, It's likely that Xiao Hao went to find his parents. Parents? Qin Ming didn't understand. Everyone in the academy knew that Yi Hao was an orphan. Where did these sudden parents come from? What do you mean by that? Faced with Qin Ming's confusion, Dugian was also puzzled. She had seen Yi Hao just yesterday, and now he was missing during the morning assembly. As more and more people learned about the situation, the entire academy mobilized, and by noon, there was still no trace of Yi Hao. Duguyan was very surprised. Could it be that a few days ago, Yi Hao publicly rejected her grandfather's invitation, and yesterday, the old man took the opportunity to abduct Yi Hao when no one was paying attention? The old poison master had a strange personality. It was something he could do, but the final result shocked Dugu Yin greatly. Dugabo stated that since he returned a few days ago, he had never seen Yi Hao, and even after coming back, he hadn't stepped outside, let alone abducted Yi Hao. Am I the dignified poison Doluo to engage in such sneaky activities? It was clear that this was not Dugabo's doing. That night, the moment Dugabo interacted with Yi Hao, there was always a tension in his heart because of Yi Hao's identity. To say he was an orphan, Dugabo clearly did not believe it. He was also an old hand in the continent, someone with the Death Spider Emperor of martial soul, who looked very much like the current Pope of the Spear Hall. How could he claim to have no connections with the Spear Hall? Therefore, when Dugian was informed that Yi Hao was missing, Dugabo thought for a moment and concluded that Yi Hao had been taken away by his relatives. Then, when Dugian wanted to continue asking, Dugabo said, Some things are not meant for you to know. Yi Hao has a noble identity. Even I cannot hope to reach. Don't worry. A living person cannot just disappear into thin air. In time, he will return on his own. I see. Qin Ming nodded half-believingly and then said, Then why didn't he ask for leave? Why all this fuss? It's very likely that Xiao Hao is too proud to do so, Devi Yin said. Qin Ming, he better not be. His face is thicker than the walls of Tiando City. Teacher Qin, think about it. Xiaohao just asked for leave a while ago and came back. And now he asks for leave again. This back and forth definitely doesn't add up, so. Qin Ming cut him off, rubbing his temples helplessly. All right. Yin Zi, go notify the students not to look for him anymore. I'll go explain the situation to the 3 committee members. After saying that, Qin Ming left on his own. Yihao was someone who did not play by the rules. Who knows, he might bring back a family one day. What? Xiaohao was missing? In a luxurious room in the Tiando Palace, Xue Qinghe stood up in shock. She was very surprised by the report from her subordinate. Yes, Yihao suddenly disappeared yesterday, and now the entire Tiando Royal Academy is in chaos. Xue Qinghe calmed down and thought carefully. A living person cannot just disappear into thin air. Where could he have gone? At this moment, a shadow spoke. Young master, the Spirit Hall has just issued an order. Speak. The Pope has ordered that any Spirit Hall branches on the continent that discover the whereabouts of Yi Ritian must report it immediately. Those who fail to report will be severely punished. As soon as the shadow finished speaking, Xue Qinghe could not help but snort coldly. Yi Ritian was unfamiliar to others, but for Xue Qinghe, it was very familiar because Yi Ritian was Yihao, and this was something Xue Qinghe was well aware of. Understood. Keep your mouth shut. Xue Qinghe impatiently waved her hand and instructed the shadow to keep quiet. The shadow quickly replied, Yes, I understand. Young master, what about Yihao? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe lost her composure. Her troublesome little brother was missing, and without knowing where he was, there was no clear direction to search. Could it be that he went to the Spear Hall? Impossible. Xue Qinghe immediately denied this possibility. Last time at the Spear Hall, Yihao had a conflict with Yin, which was ultimately covered up with the name Yi Ritian. But the Spirit Hall is everywhere on the continent. As long as you are still on the Doluo continent, you cannot escape the Spirit Hall's ears and eyes. Xue Qinghe sighed tiredly, strolling to the window, holding the blue-silver emperor that Yihao gifted him in his palm, and began to gently knead every corner of the blue-silver emperor. After a long time, he said, I understand now, you can go down. The shadow was initially taken aback, then bowed its head and disappeared. You little brat, where exactly did you go? Xue Qinghe gazed into the distance, feeling as if Yihao was right beside him. Meanwhile, in the central area of the Sunset Forest, the suddenly appeared Death God Temple had vanished without a trace. Yihao was sitting cross-legged in front of the temple, using the dark cover of the Heart of Death to isolate himself, making it impossible for anyone to see that someone was there. At this moment, he was urging the Heart of Death to start merging with the Death God Temple. It had only been one night, and the merging had progressed only a little. Patience is key. The academy must be in chaos by now. Well, since he was already out, Yihao couldn't just give up halfway. The 3-headed dog was comfortably lying down, taking a nap, while the Death Spider Emperor quietly waited nearby, not daring to move. It had learned from the 3-headed dog that its existence was even longer than that of the Death Spider Emperor, and it had slept for so long that it had forgotten how many years had passed. Yihao, 3-headed dog, Death Spider Emperor, got it? The 3-headed dog squinted its eyes, slightly sizing up Yihao. No wonder he was chosen as the heir by the Lord of Death. This perseverance is indeed rare. Hey, Spider, come over and give me a rub again. After receiving the command, the Death Spider Emperor had no choice but to move forward, not wanting to be swallowed whole. And besides, spider legs are really not tasty, especially when roasted. Chapter 87. Don't come over. 3 months later, time passed quickly, and 3 months had gone by. During these 3 months, the name Yihao seemed to have become very unfamiliar. For both Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Royal Academy and the Tiando Palace, it was as if Yihao had never existed. During these 3 months, neither side had given up sending people to search the continent. However, the final conclusion was searching for a needle in a haystack with no trace to be found. Even the Spear Hall had given up searching for Yi Ritian. Having gone 3 months without any movement, continuing to search would only waste time. Yihao had mysteriously disappeared. Meanwhile, in Shrek Academy in Soto City, Flinder and the others were on their way to Tiando City. In the central area of the Sunset Forest, Yihao was sitting in front of the Death God Temple, trying hard to merge the Heart of Death with the Death God Temple. He gritted his teeth. Now was the most crucial moment, and there could be no mistakes. Beside him, the Death Spider Emperor and the 3-headed dog were watching patiently. Mirje, Yihao whispered, and the Death God Temple suddenly shone with a dazzling purple light. The crumbling walls began to slowly repair themselves, and the old doors became as new. Other broken areas were visibly repairing at a rapid pace. The three-headed dog chuckled, not knowing what it was laughing about. Then, the outermost heart of death rapidly shrank, encompassing the entire death god temple, making it appear miniature. Yi Hao took the heart of death into his hand, finally letting out a sigh of relief. His efforts during this time had not been in vain. Congratulations, the three-headed dog said with a slight smile. Yi Hao sighed. Congratulations for what? This period has exhausted me. By the way, what about the 9 trials of the death god? Didn't you say that by refining the death god temple, I could obtain the 9 trials? In response to Yi Hao's question, the three-headed dog remained unhurried, signaling Yi Hao to look at his forehead. Yi Hao, half convinced, held the heart of death in his hand, which transformed into a crystal-clear mirror, reflecting his shadow. He noticed a strange purple scythe mark had appeared on his forehead, looking very eerie, easily drawing one in as if they were falling into hell. Is this the 9 trials of the death god? Yi Hao explored his forehead. The three-headed dog chuckled. The 9 trials of the death god will officially begin when your soul power reaches level 60. Don't be anxious. All right. After staying here for 3 whole months, Yi Hao felt like a wild man. When hungry, he ate soul beast meat, and when thirsty, he drank spring water. His hair, which had grown a bit longer, was now almost shoulder length. Yi Hao used the heart of death as a hairpin, tying his hair back. With the presence of the death god temple in the heart of death, the three-headed dog transformed into a dark light and entered the heart of death, followed closely by the death spider emperor. Yi Hao simply tidied up, opened his 6-winged purple light wings behind him, and shot towards the direction of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Now, his goal was to obtain the celestial herb. Old poison, I'm coming. Don't come over. After obtaining the celestial herb, he planned to return early to report his safety. He had unknowingly been away for 3 months and imagined that Teacher Qin and the others would definitely not recognize him. On the other side, under the leadership of Flender, Shrek Academy was slowly advancing. They had recently left the Soto City area and still had quite a distance to Tiendo City. Upon reaching a town, everyone decided to take a break. Although Oscar's flying mushroom sausage made the journey quicker, its time limit was only 1 minute. Plus, Oscar himself was panting, having to make sausages while flying, clearly unable to keep up with his stamina and soul power. Come on, bring me everything you have to eat and drink. Ma Hongjun entered the inn with a big grin, taking the lead to sit down at a table, and before everyone could settle down, he shouted that he was hungry. Flender shook his head irritably. You can't carve rotten wood. Then, Flender looked at the master and quietly asked, Xiao Gang, do you have any news about Tang Hao? Recently, the incident involving Tang Hao had caused a stir, stirring up a huge uproar on the continent. The Spirit Hall only publicly stated that the Hao Qiandelua had violated the Spirit Hall and was ultimately severely injured and repelled. The Master and Flender chose to remain silent about this matter, aside from the two of them. Only a small portion of the Academy knew that Hao Qiandelua was Tang San's father. Furthermore, during these 3 months, Tang San had been in the Academy's forging room, completely ignoring the events happening on the Doluo continent and focusing solely on forging. Finally, the Tang sect's hidden weapons, the Flying Heavenly Claw and the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, were completed, and Tang San distributed them to everyone present. Except for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the other 5 received weapons. As for the reason, those who understood. Tang San even openly stated, Want hidden weapons? Apologize to Xiao Wu, or I absolutely won't give them to the 2 girls. In response, the 2 girls were firm. Or hidden weapons. As if anyone cared. Tang San's actions undoubtedly created a rift within Shrek. After this incident, the Shrek 7 could be considered dissolved. Due to Flender's loss of 100,000 gold soul coins, these 3 months had consisted of nothing but steamed buns with pickles or thin porridge. With no money left, he had to fight at the Soto Great Soul Arena to earn some back. But the money that everyone earns really can't keep up with expenses, especially for someone like Xiao Wu, who spends money extravagantly. Basically, she would have it in hand at night, and by the next day it would be gone completely. For this, Tang San couldn't do anything but fight a few more soul battles to make ends meet. Life was tough, and Tang San had to sell his skills. In contrast, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were much more affluent. Every time they went out or entered the city, they indulged in lavish feasts, eating high-end meals and wearing the latest fashionable clothes, creating a stark contrast with the other 5 from Shrek. Each time they returned, they had to flaunt it in front of everyone. While the others ate plain steamed buns, they were enjoying luxurious meals all day long, and Dai Mubai and the others could only suppress their anger. Ning Rongrong came from a powerful background, and Zhu Zhuqing was openly Dai Mubai's fiancé, so no one dared to speak up against them. Moreover, Master had always adhered to the theory of Shrek's 7 monsters being of one mind, which now seemed like a joke. Master sighed and glanced at Tang San, who was whispering with Xiao Wu. It had been 3 months since he had any news of Tang Hao. No news was the best news. He believed his idol would not die. Chapter 88. Turning from Darkness to Light. The day after Tang Hao attacked the Martial Soul Hall, this news surged into every corner of Doluo continent like a tide. People had mixed opinions about Tang Hao. Inside the Haoyan sect, there was a chorus of curses blaming Tang Hao for bringing shame to the sect, saying he was willing to go against the sect for a soul beast, and even openly attacking the Martial Soul Hall, which was disgraceful. Although the Haoyan sect had already closed its mountain, after this incident, there were not few who secretly stabbed at its backbone. The former #1 sect in the world no longer existed, and someone in the city of slaughter was pitiful. Alas, Flanders sighed. Poor Xiao San. Xiao Gang. Are we really going to the Tiando Royal Academy this time? Master frowned slightly. Are you questioning my decision? No, I absolutely am not. Flander appeared to be full of survival instinct and continued. Although Qin Ming promised before, I still have my reservations. Reservations? Master asked, what are you worried about? Is it the Royal Fighting Team? This struck a chord with Flander, who nodded and confirmed, what else could it be? You know our little monsters. Each one is proud and arrogant. Not to mention we lost to the Royal Fighting Team last time. I think the Tiando Royal Academy is going to be in chaos. Flander said with schadenfreude, although they would merge with the Tiando Royal Academy next, and Flander would no longer be the principal, he still valued the 7 from Shrek. I don't care much about the others, but we must pay attention to Yi Hao, Master said solemnly. Flander perked up. Yi Hao? You mean Xiao San? After speaking, Flander didn't forget to glance at Tang San. Master nodded. There is an irreconcilable hatred between Xiao San and Yi Hao. Although both were once students of the Nodding Intermediate Soul Master Academy, back then they were not on the same path. I'm not worried about anything else, but this. What if Xiao San beats up Yi Hao? Then for this, Flander waved his hand with a smile. If it really comes to that, we will become senior teachers at the Tiando Royal Academy. With my strength, if I don't become the 3rd in command at the Tiando Royal Academy, I would feel sorry for myself. At that time, it would just be a matter of a word. Yi Hao would surely understand what I mean. Seeing this, Master smiled. At a nearby empty table, Ning Rongrong was sitting alone with Zhu Zhuqing. The place was very quiet, and their conversation was basically unknown to anyone. I really want to get to Tiando City quickly, Ning Rongrong said impatiently. And then? Zhu Zhuqing asked mildly. And then go home. Quit school. I'm not staying at Shrek Academy anymore. Whoever wants to stay can stay. Zhuqing, let us leave together, Ning Rongrong suggested. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was cold as she glanced at Dai Mubai and said irritably, I'll think about it. Rongrong, to be honest, can you really leave the academy? Don't forget what Principal Flanders said on our first day. You can't graduate if your soul power is below level 40 before you turn 20. Ning Rongrong sneret nonsense. What do you mean you can't graduate if you're under 20 and your soul power is below level 40? That's just Flander the old fox trying to protect the academy. He can't stop me from quitting. A bunch of bullies, if he doesn't let me drop out this time. I'll have Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone come and deal with him. Let us see what Flander can do to me. Think about it. Ever since we came to Shrek Academy, what has the academy provided us? No training facilities, even food and accommodation are a problem. They want us to do high-intensity training without even being able to fill our stomachs. Luckily, we have good physical foundations. Otherwise, others definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Besides, the people in this academy are basically all problematic. Staying here too long will affect your IQ. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. What Ning Rongrong said was an undeniable fact. Weren't they bragging that if we entered Shrek Academy and graduated successfully, we would get a title of Viscount? Just think about it. What can an academy, without even registration, give you a title? Zhu Zhuqing's gaze shifted to Ma Hongjun, who was whispering and occasionally leering at her. At this moment, she felt nauseous and stood up resolutely. She walked up to Ma Hongjun, and just as everyone was puzzled, a crisp slap was heard as she slapped him. Ma Hongjun was completely stunned. Then, Zhu Zhuqing gave Ning Rongrong a knowing look, and Ning Rongrong understood, following Zhu Zhuqing out. Ma Hongjun sat there dazed for a while. Then fury surged within him. Ignoring Dai Mubai's obstruction, He rushed outside and yelled at the departing Zhu Zhuqing. Fatty sees you giving face. Don't go overboard. If it weren't for the fact that you're Dai's dish, I would have. Before Ma Hongjun could finish, Dai Mubai delivered another slap, leaving Ma Hongjun completely disoriented. On one side was his brother, and on the other was his nominal fiancé. It was hard to handle both sides. Watching Zhu Zhuqing gradually walk away, Dai Mubai sighed deeply. Boss Dai, it really isn't worth it for this woman. Tang, San said as he approached. Exactly. What did Fatty do to her? Just looking at her take a piece of meat off. Xiao Wu chimed in. Forget it. You all don't understand. Dai Mubai shook his head. After that, he pulled a Ma Hongjun, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and walked inside. On the way, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly stopped. Rongrong, let us go. Zhu Zhuqing said firmly. Go. Where to? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Of course, to leave the academy, Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. Ning Rongrong was delighted. Great. Zhuqing, you finally figured out. Let us go. I know a shortcut to Tiando City. We can rent a carriage, and in 2 or 3 days, we will reach Tiando City. Let us go to my house first, and then plan. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Then they both left the small town, stepping onto the path back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the inn, upon hearing what had just happened, Flander was instantly furious, and Master S' face was wrinkled like a blooming chrysanthemum. What? Rongrong and Zhuqing left first? Who gave him the courage? Looking at his own disciple in this state, Flander was immediately enraged and said, Mubai, hurry up and bring those 2 here. Today, I will teach them the principles of being a person. Chapter 89. Immortal Herbs in the Sunset Forest at the Ice and Fire Inyang Ai. Dugabo was, as usual, sitting cross-legged on a cliff, particularly choosing a place near a spring to cultivate in peace, attempting to break through his soul power limitations. After a long time, Dugabo sighed deeply. It's been 3 months. Why is there no progress at all? Breaking through level 90 in soul power is immensely difficult, and it was evident that Dugabo had fallen into a predicament. If he didn't resolve his current physical issues, it would be very hard for him to break through in the future, considering his age. Forget it. I'll think of another way. Just as Dugabo was about to get up and leave, he suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky, and sensed someone coming. Above the Ice and Fire Inyang Ai, Yihao looked at the Ice and Fire Inyang Ai beneath him, feeling delighted that he had finally arrived at his destination. What are you doing here? The voice of the 3-headed dog sounded quietly in his mind. I'm here to get a cheat device. You'll find out soon enough. Yihao smiled mysteriously, then transformed into an afterimage and quickly descended to the ground. Old Poison. Long time no see. Hearing that familiar voice, Dugabo was momentarily stunned. This was his territory, and he had a strong attitude towards all outsiders. Kill. However, upon seeing the person, Dugabo couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them and concealed his aura, then looked at Yihao with a strange expression. Why you are Yihao? Dugabo said uncertainly. Wasn't this kid missing for 3 months? Almost everyone outside thought he was dead. How did he suddenly appear this morning? Are you human or a ghost? Dugabo asked uncertainly. Yihao was speechless. It had only been 3 months. Why did everyone suddenly feel so unfamiliar? If he thought about it, he didn't appear in the outside world for 3 months. And those related to him must think that Yihao had already met with misfortune, which was a very plausible statement. It was not surprising for Dugabo to have this reaction. Yihao smiled slightly and looked around the Ice and Fire Inyang Ai. This place was filled with immortal herbs, truly a treasure trove. It was a pity that Old Poison, being in this treasure land, did not recognize its value. Damn! The voice of the 3-headed dog suddenly rang out in his mind. The Ice and Fire Inyang Ai, Heavenly Mushroom, Heartbreak Red, 8-petal Immortal Orchid, and the Chihuahua Tulip. We hit the jackpot. How's he? Did you already know there were treasures here? The 3-headed dog appeared very excited. Yihao transmitted his voice. Don't rush. The things here will eventually belong to us. I didn't originally know about these herbs, but since you do, just take whatever you can grab later. Don't leave anything for anyone, especially that kid. That kid? Which kid? Nothing. Yihao looked at Dugabo and smiled. Old Poison, of course I'm human. It's only been 3 months. What? Do you feel distant? Dugabo replied. In these 3 months, you've basically been out of contact. The entire Tiando Royal Academy has been in an uproar. Even Yanzi has come to me several times to inquire about your whereabouts, asking if I had kidnapped you. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Yihao smiled lightly. Isn't it? Hey, Dugabo said unhappily. Are you looking for a beating? Old Poison. Don't be angry. You're so old. If you get upset, don't blame me. Dugubo smiled bitterly, waved his hand, and said disdainfully, hurry up and leave. Just seeing you makes me angry. Yihao just smiled and did not leave. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay here for a meal? Dugubo said coldly. I can't praise the food here. Eating it would be poisonous. Yihao smiled slightly. Old poison. I heard from Sister Yin that you often have health issues. Is that right? Dugubo was slightly taken aback, then said, Yin was joking. I'm a titled Doloa. My body is stronger than anyone else's. You should hurry back to the academy. Don't make your teachers and classmates worry. Dog, take a look at this old poison's body. Is he seriously ill? Yihao Transmigrated. The three-headed dog was slightly angry. Don't call me a dog. Besides, I have a name. It's Xiao Hong. It was given to me by an adult. Yihao, don't delay. We both see the value of these immortal herbs. But this is someone else's territory. First, check Old Poison's physical condition. Yihao said, Old Poison, on rainy days do your ribs feel sore and numb? Occurring once at noon and once at night, each lasting more than an hour? And at night, do you feel a stabbing pain in your head and soles? Each time, making you feel like you can't bear it? Old Poison, you should know these symptoms better than I do. Upon hearing this, Dugubo was greatly surprised. You little brat, how do you know? Though he wielded the unbeatable poison of the green phosphor snake emperor, he was unaware that he himself was being eroded by poison. Yihao smiled faintly and transmitted, thanks dog. Then he looked at Dugubo and said, as the saying goes, health is the greatest asset. Old Poison, don't forget, we are both masters of poison. We can see through these symptoms at a glance. Sigh. Dugubo's murderous intent diminished sharply. Typically, anyone who knew his secrets would be eliminated to prevent his secrets from being exposed. But Yihao was not only the teammate of his granddaughter, but also had a background that was far-reaching, something even Dugubo, as a title de law, couldn't compare to. You're right. This poison has troubled me for most of my life. Do you have a way to deal with it? I do. But there's a condition. Upon hearing this, Dugubo was overjoyed. During this time, his soul power had been stagnant, and he was well aware of his physical condition. The toxins within him were his greatest torment. Not only him, but his granddaughter had the same issue. Her symptoms had been with her since she was in the womb. Quickly say it. Dugubo's eyes lit up with anticipation. Yihao pointed around. I want all the herbs here. Herbs? Dugubo looked around. Since he settled here, quite some time had passed. This place had helped him achieve title de law, but he truly didn't know the miraculous uses of each of these bizarre herbs. If he knew the benefits of these immortal herbs, he would probably want even half of one, as it would be life-threatening. No problem. Dugubo readily agreed. As long as I completely eliminate the toxins from my body, you can have whatever you want. Chapter 90. Yihao is transforming deal. With that, Yihao wasted no time. In an instant, Yihao completed the possession of the Death Spider Emperor, his lower body transforming into a huge spherical shape, from which 8 thick spider legs grew, while his upper body remained that of Yihao, his face looking quite ferocious. Seeing this, Dugubo couldn't help but feel astonished. Old Poison, gather all the poison in your body. Dugubo nodded, and in an instant, all the toxins in his body gathered, turning him completely green. The emerald green poison of the green phosphor snake emperor made Yihao furrow his brows. Immediately, Yihao extended his hand in front of Dugubo, gathering a small black hole in his palm, and saw the toxins from Dugubo's entire body rapidly being drawn out. Dugubo was taken aback. Yihao, are you crazy? The poison of this old man is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Heed my advice and retract it quickly. If you die, this old man will also have no place to be buried. At this moment, Dugubo truly understood Yihao's plan to devour, to absorb all the toxins accumulated in Dugubo's body into his own. But this way, Dugubo's physical symptoms would vanish without a trace, while Yihao would endure pain beyond what ordinary people could bear. Yihao's expression remained unchanged as the deadly poison absorbed from Dugubo rapidly gathered within him. The incessant influx of the biphosphorus snake emperor's poison colliding with his own death spider emperor's poison, creating flickers of green and purple light around him. After a brief moment, Yihao ceased absorbing toxins. Under Dugubo's astonished gaze, Yihao leaped into the center of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Well's spring water. Splash! The scorching and freezing spring water gradually eroded Yihao's body. At the same time, at the moment Yihao fell into the water, Xiao Hong flew out from the death god's heart, swiftly plucking the octagonal Xianbing grass and the fire apricot flower rooted at the center of spring, hurriedly stuffing the two immortal herbs into Yi Hao's mouth. Finally, it was accomplished. Xiao Hong sighed in relief and looked at Yi Hao, who was quietly lying in the center of the spring water undergoing transformation, nodding in satisfaction. Who are you? Dugu Bo squinted his eyes, looking at the suddenly appearing Xiao Hong with hostility. Xiao Hong glanced at Dugu Bo and smiled. Me? You're not qualified to know who I am. Such a big tone. Since I became a title duo all these years, you're the first soul beast to dare speak to me like this. Since that's the case, Dugu Bo's 9 spirit rings slowly rose beneath his feet. Xiao Hong disdainfully glanced at him, thinking, a weakling whose spirit power barely reached level 90 dares to show off in front of me. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the Death Spider Emperor's heart on Yi Hao's head emitted a purple light, and the next moment, the Death Spider Emperor appeared before Dugu Bo, its overwhelming 10,000-year pressure instantly filling every corner of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Death Spider Emperor. Dugu Bo's face turned pale as the 9 spirit rings beneath his feet gradually retracted. He coughed and said awkwardly, you should know Yi Hao, right? I know you? Xiao Hong scoffed. Where's that arrogance from earlier? I'll give you 2 choices, either a one-on-one fight or a group fight. Choose one. Dugu Bo felt a chill run down his spine. What is one-on-one? You alone against the 2 of us. And for the group fight? The 2 of us against you alone. Is there a third option? Dugu Bo wasn't too afraid, but the 2 soul beasts before him were daunting, with the Death Spider Emperor already being troublesome, and the other one, like a little dog, he couldn't even sense its aura. There is. Xiao grinned, her eyes lighting up. I'll take all the herbs here. But Dugu Bo hesitated, as he had promised Yi Hao about those herbs. Now that the deadly poison within him had vanished, he naturally wanted to fulfill his promise. Don't worry, we know Yi Hao and will leave you seeds. They'll grow back next year, and we can come back to harvest. At this point, Dugu Bo dared not say another word, only able to watch helplessly as a spider and a dog wreak havoc, precious immortal herbs being continuously fed into Yi Hao's death god's heart, which was unlike ordinary soul tools. Ordinary soul tools cannot store living things, but the death god's heart can. As days passed, Yi Hao continued to undergo transformation, and the Death Spider Emperor's poison within him began to quietly merge with Dugu Bo's by Phosphorus Snake Emperor's poison. Outside Tiando City, in an unremarkable carriage, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing finally arrived at their destination after several days of travel, Tiando City. Ning Rongrong breathed in the fresh air and felt instantly refreshed. Finally home. It's been almost half a year away. I wonder how Dad, Grandpa Bone, and Grandpa Sword are doing. Master, let us head directly to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. No need to enter the city. All right. The coachman cracked the whip, and the carriage sped towards the direction of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, leaving long tracks on the ground from the elongated wheels. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, located outside Tiando City, is one of the 3 sects on the continent, with an extremely luxurious and grand construction. It is more like a castle than a sect, its opulence rivaling that of the Tiando Imperial Palace. Wealth allows for such extravagance. The carriage slowly stopped in front of the sect, and the disciple guarding the gate stepped forward to block it. Hold on. No outsiders are allowed to enter the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The disciple said to stop them. Am I an outsider too? Inside the carriage, Ning Rongrong lifted the curtain and jumped down, with Zhu Zhuqing following closely behind. The 2 disciples' eyes lit up, and they hurriedly smiled. How could we dare to stop you, miss? Please, go ahead. Immediately, the 2 disciples cleared the way, respectfully inviting this little witch of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School into the sect. The coachman alone swayed in the wind, seemingly having pulled a big shot. The sect was luxurious and grand, and Zhu Zhuqing looked around in awe, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Ning Rongrong, however, expressed that she was tired of it, having lived here for over 10 years and knowing everything inside out. Zhuqing, don't be so reserved. This is my home, and it's also your home. I'll take you to meet my dad first. In the hall of the sect, upon hearing news of his daughter's return, Ning Fengji was instantly filled with joy. Dad, I'm back. Without caring about the presence of others, Ning Rongrong dashed into Ning Fengji's arms. Ning Fengji affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and teased, All right, Rongrong, there are still people here. Huh? Ning Rongrong's face turned red as she hurriedly turned her head away in embarrassment. The elders of the sect smiled silently and took the initiative to bid farewell to Ning Fengji, with everyone gradually leaving the scene.